ॐ श्री साई नाथाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई नाथाय नमः। ॐ
उठा उठा सकळ जना, वाचे स्मरावा गजानना. गौरी हराचा नंदना, गजवदना गणपती. उठा उठा सकळ जना, ध्यानी आणूनी सुखमूर्ती. स्तवन करा एकेची ती, तो देईल ध्यान मूर्ती. मोक्ष सुख सोज्वल. उठा उठा सकळ जना, जो निज भक्तांचा दाता. वंद्य सुरवरा समस्ता, त्यासी ध्याता भवभयचिंता. विघ्नवार्ता निवारी. उठा उठा सकळ जना, तो हा सुखांचा सागरा. श्री गणराज मोरेश्वरा, भावे विनवितो गिरिधरा. भक्त त्यांचा होऊनी. उठा उठा सकळ जना, वाचे स्मरावा गजानना. गौरी हरांचा नंदना, गजवदना गणपती. उठा उठा सकळ जना.
ओम श्री साईनाथाय नमः. ओम लक्ष्मी नारायणाय नमः. ओम कृष्ण राम शिव मारुत्यादिरूपाय नमः. ओम शेषसायिने नमः. ओम गोदावरी तट शिर्डिवासिने नमः. ओम भक्तहृदयालयाय नमः. ओम सर्वहृद्वासिने नमः. ओम भूतावासाय नमः. ओम भूतभविष्यद्भाववर्जिताय नमः. ओम कालातीताय नमः. ओम कालाय नमः. ओम कालकालाय नमः. ओम कालदर्पदमनाय नमः. ओम मृत्युंजयाय नमः. ओम अमर्त्याय नमः. ओम मर्त्याभयप्रदाय नमः. ओम जीवाधाराय नमः. ओम सर्वाधाराय नमः. ओम भक्तावन समर्थाय नमः. ओम भक्तावन प्रतिज्ञाय नमः. ओम अन्नवस्त्रदाय नमः. ओम आरोग्यक्षेमदाय नमः. ओम धनमांगल्यप्रदाय नमः. ओम बुद्धिसिद्धिप्रदाय नमः. ओम पुत्रमित्रकलत्रबन्धुदाय नमः. ओम योगक्षेमवहाय नमः. ओम आपद्बान्धवाय नमः. ఓం మార్గబాంధవే నమః. ఓం భుక్తి ముక్తి స్వర్గాపవర్గదాయ నమః. ఓం ప్రియాయ నమః. ఓం ప్రీతివర్ధనాయ నమః. ఓం అంతర్యామినే నమః. ఓం సచ్చిదాత్మనే నమః. ఓం నిత్యానందాయ నమః. ఓం పరమసుఖదాయ నమః. ఓం పరమేశ్వరాయ నమః. ఓం పరబ్రహ్మణే నమః. ఓం పరమాత్మనే నమః. ఓం జ్ఞానస్వరూపిణే నమః. ఓం జగతః పిత్రే నమః. ఓం భక్తానాం మాతృదాతృపితామహాయ నమః. ఓం భక్తాభయప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం భక్తపరాధీనాయ నమః. ఓం భక్తానుగ్రహకారకాయ నమః. ఓం శరణాగతవత్సలాయ నమః. ఓం భక్తిశక్తిప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం జ్ఞానవైరాగ్యప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం ప్రేమప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం సంశయ హృదయ దౌర్బల్య పాపకర్మ వాసనాక్షయకరాయ నమః. ఓం హృదయ గ్రంథి వేదకాయ నమః. ఓం కర్మధ్వంసినే నమః. ఓం శుద్ధ సత్వస్థితాయ నమః. ఓం గుణాతీత గుణాత్మనే నమః. ఓం అనంత కళ్యాణ గుణాయ నమః. ఓం అమిత పరాక్రమాయ నమః. ఓం జయినే నమః. ఓం దుర్దర్శాక్షోభ్యాయ నమః. ఓం త్రిలోకేషు అభిఘాతగతయే నమః. ఓం అసఖ్యరహితాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వశక్తిమూర్తయే నమః. ఓం సురూపసుందరాయ నమః. ఓం సులోచనాయ నమః. ఓం బహురూప విశ్వమూర్తయే నమః. ఓం అరూపావ్యక్తాయ నమః. ఓం అచింత్యాయ నమః. ఓం సూక్ష్మాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వాంతర్యామిణే నమః. ఓం ఓం మనోభాగతీతాయ నమః. ఓం ప్రేమమూర్తయే నమః. ఓం సులభదుర్లభాయ నమః. ఓం అసహాయాయ సహాయాయ నమః. ఓం అనాథనాథ దీనబాంధవే నమః. ఓం సర్వభారభృతే నమః. ఓం అకర్మాణేక కర్మా సుకర్మణే నమః. ఓం పుణ్యశ్రవణ కీర్తనాయ నమః. ఓం తీర్థాయ నమః. ఓం వాసుదేవాయ నమః. ఓం సతాంగతయే నమః. ఓం సత్పరాయణాయ నమః. ఓం లోకనాథాయ నమః. ఓం పావనానఘాయ నమః. ఓం అమృతాంశవే నమః. ఓం భాస్కర ప్రభాయ నమః. ఓం బ్రహ్మచర్య తపశ్చర్యాది సువ్రతాయ నమః. ఓం సత్యధర్మపరాయణాయ నమః. ఓం సిద్ధేశ్వరాయ నమః. ఓం సిద్ధ సంకల్పాయ నమః. ఓం యోగీశ్వరాయ నమః. ఓం భగవతే నమః. ఓం భక్తవత్సలాయ నమః. ఓం సత్పురుషాయ నమః. ఓం పురుషోత్తమాయ నమః. ఓం సత్యతత్వబోధకాయ నమః. ఓం కామాదిషడ్వైరిధ్వంసినే నమః. ఓం అభేదానందానుభవప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వమత సమ్మతాయ నమః. ఓం శ్రీ దక్షిణామూర్తయే నమః. ఓం శ్రీ వెంకటేశరమణాయ నమః. ఓం అద్భుతానంతచర్యాయ నమః. ఓం ప్రపన్నార్తిహరాయ నమః. ఓం సంసార సర్వదుఃఖక్షయకరాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వవిత్సర్వతోముఖాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వాంతర్బహిస్థితాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వమంగళకరాయ నమః. ఓం సర్వాభీష్టప్రదాయ నమః. ఓం సమరస సన్మార్గస్థాపనాయ నమః. ఓం సద్గురు సమర్థ సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః. శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్రము మొదటి అధ్యాయము. పూర్వ సంప్రదాయానుసారము హేమాడ్ పంత్ శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్ర గ్రంథమును గురుదేవ స్తుతితో ప్రారంభిస్తున్నారు. ప్రప్రథమమున విఘ్నేశ్వరుని స్మరించుచు ఆటంకములను తొలగించి ఈ గ్రంథము జయప్రదముగా సాగునట్లు వేడుకొనుచు శ్రీ సాయినాథుడే సాక్షాత్తు శ్రీ గణేశుడని చెప్పుచున్నారు. పిమ్మట శ్రీ సరస్వతీదేవిని స్మరించి ఆమె తనని గ్రంథము రచనకు పురికొల్పినందుకు నమస్కరించుచు శ్రీ సాయియే సరస్వతి స్వరూపులై తమ కథను తామే గానము చేయుచున్నారనియు చెప్పుచున్నారు. తదుపరి సృష్టి స్థితి లయకారకులకు బ్రహ్మ విష్ణు మహేశ్వరులను ప్రార్థించి శ్రీ సాయియే త్రిమూర్త్యాత్మక స్వరూపులనియు సమర్థ సద్గురువులనియు వారు మనలను సంసారమును నదిని దాటించగలరనియు చెప్పుచున్నారు. తరువాత తమ గృహదేవతయగు నారాయణ ఆదినాథునకు నమస్కరించి వారు కొంకణ దేశములో వెలసిరనియు ఆ భూమి పరశురాముడు సముద్రము నుండి సంపాదించినదనియు చెప్పుచు వారి వంశమూలం పురుషుని స్తోత్రము చేసిరి. అటు పిమ్మట వారి గోత్ర ఋషియగు భారద్వాజ మునిని స్మరించెను. అంతేగాక యాజ్ఞవల్క్యుడు, భృగుడు, పరాశరుడు, నారదుడు, సనక సనందనాథులు, సనత్కుమారుడు, శుకుడు, శౌనకుడు, విశ్వామిత్రుడు, వశిష్ఠుడు, వాల్మీకి, వాసుదేవ, జైమిని, వైశంపాయనుడు, నవయోగీంద్రులు మొదలైన పలువురు మునులను, నివృత్తి, జ్ఞానదేవ, సోపాను, ముక్తాబాయి, జనార్దనుడు, ఏకనాథుడు, నామదేవుడు, తుకారాము, కాన్హా, నరహరి తదితర అర్వాచీన యోగీశ్వరులను కూడా ప్రార్థించెను. తరువాత తన పితామహుడైన సదాశివునకు, తండ్రి రఘునాథునకు, కన్నతల్లికి చిన్నతనము నుండి పెంచి పెద్ద చేసిన మేనత్తకు, తన జ్యేష్ఠ సోదరుడునకు నమస్కరించెను. అటు పైన పాఠకులకు నమస్కరించి తన గ్రంథమును ఏకాగ్ర చిత్తముతో పారాయణ చేయుడని ప్రార్థించెను. చివరిగా తన గురువు దత్తావతారమును అగు శ్రీ సాయిబాబాకు నమస్కరించి తాను వారిపై పూర్తిగా ఆధారపడి ఉన్నాడని చెప్పుచు ఈ ప్రపంచము మిథ్య అనియు బ్రహ్మయే సత్యమనే అనుభవమును తనకు కలిగించు శక్తి వారికే కలదని చెప్పుచు ఈ ప్రపంచములోనే ఏ జీవులందు పరమాత్ముడు నివసించుచున్నాడో వారందరికి నమస్కరించెను. పరాశరుడు, వ్యాసుడు, శాండిల్యుడు మొదలుగా గలవారు చెప్పిన భక్తి మార్గములను పొగడి వర్ణించిన పిమ్మట హేమాడ్ పంతు ఈ క్రింది కథను చెప్పుటకు ప్రారంభించెను. 1910వ సంవత్సరము తదుపరి ఒకనాటి ఉదయమున నేను షిరిడి మసీదులో ఉన్న శ్రీ సాయిబాబా దర్శనము కొరకు వెళ్లి తిని అప్పుడు జరిగిన ఈ క్రింది విషయమును గమనించి మిక్కిలి ఆశ్చర్యపడి తిని. బాబా ముఖ ప్రక్షాళనము గావించుకొని గోధుమలు విసురుటకు సంసిద్ధుడగుచుండెను. వారు నేలపై గోనె పరిచి దానిపై తిరుగలి ఉంచిరి. చేటలో కొన్ని గోధుమలు పోసుకొని కఫిని చొక్కా చేతులు పైకి మడిచి పిడికెడు చొప్పున గోధుమలు వేయుచు విసురుసాగిరి. అది చూచి నాలో నేను, ఈ గోధుమ పిండిని బాబా ఏమి చేయును? ఆయనెందులకు గోధుమలు విసురుచుండెను? వారు భిక్షాటనము జీవించు వారే, వారికి గోధుమ పిండితో నేమి నిమిత్తము? వారికి పిండి నిల్వ చేయవలసిన అగత్యము లేదే అని చింతించి తిని అచటకు వచ్చిన మరి కొందరు కూడా నక్లే ఆశ్చర్యమగ్నులైరి. కానీ మాలోనెవరికి కూడా బాబాను ప్రశ్నించుటకు ధైర్యము చాలకుండెను. ఈ సంగతి వెంటనే గ్రామంలో వ్యాపించెను. ఆబాల గోపాలము ఈ వింత చర్యను చూచుటకై బాబా వద్ద గుమిగూడిరి. నలుగురు స్త్రీలు ఎటులను సాహసించి మసీదు మెట్లెక్కి బాబాను బ్రక్కకు జరిపి వారే విసురుటకు ప్రారంభించిరి. వారు తిరుగలి పిడిని చేత పట్టుకొని బాబా లీలలను పాడుచు విసురుట సాగించిరి. ఈ చర్యలను చూచి బాబాకు కోపం వచ్చెను. కానీ వారి ప్రేమకు భక్తికి మిగుల సంతసించి చిరునవ్వు నవ్విరి. విసురునప్పుడు స్త్రీలు తమలో తామిట్లు అనుకొనిరి. బాబాకు ఇల్లు పిల్లలు లేరు, ఆస్తిపాస్తులు లేవు. వారిపై ఆధారపడిన వారు, ఆయన పోషించవలసిన వారును లేరు. వారు భిక్షాటనము చే జీవించువారు కనుక వారికి రొట్టె చేసుకొనుటకు గోధుమ పిండితో నిమిత్తము లేదు. అట్టి పరిస్థితులలో బాబాకు గోధుమ పిండితో ఏమి పని? బాబా మిగుల దయార్ద్ర హృదయుడగుటచే మనకు పిండిని పంచిపెట్టును కాబోలు. ఈ విధముగా మనమున వేర్వేరు విధముల చింతించుచు పాడుచు విసురుచు ముగించి పిండిని 4 భాగములు చేసి ఒక్కొక్కరు ఒక్కొక్క భాగమును తీసుకొని చుండిరి. అంతవరకు శాంతముగా గమనించుచున్న బాబా లేచి కోపముతో వారిని తిట్టుచు నిట్లనెను. ఓ వనితలారా, మీకు పిచ్చి పట్టినదా ఏమి? ఎవరబ్బ సొమ్మనుకొని లూటీ చేయుచుంటిరి? మీ వద్ద నుండి గోధుమలు వాడుకొంటినా ఏమి? ఏ కారణము చేత పిండిని గొంపోవుటకు యత్నించుచున్నారు? సరే, ఇట్లు చేయుడు. పిండిని తీసుకుపోయి గ్రామము సరిహద్దులపై చల్లుడు. అది విని ఆ వనితలు ఆశ్చర్యమగ్నులైరి, సిగ్గుపడిరి. గుసగుసలాడుకొనుచు ఊరు సరిహద్దుల వద్దకు పోయి బాబా ఆజ్ఞానుసారము ఆ పిండిని చల్లిరి. నేనిదంతయు చూచి షిరిడీ ప్రజలను బాబా చర్యను గూర్చి ప్రశ్నించి తిని. ఊరిలో కలరా జాడ్యము గలదనియు దానిని పరచుటకు అది బాబా సాధన అనియు చెప్పిరి. అప్పుడు వారు విసిరినవి గోధుమలు కావనియు వారు కలరా జాడ్యమును విసిరి ఊరికి అవతల పారద్రోళిరనియు చెప్పిరి. అప్పటి నుండి కలరా తగ్గెను. గ్రామములోని ప్రజలందరూ ఆనందించిరి. ఇదంతయు వినిన నాకు మిక్కిలి సంతసము కలిగెను. దీని గూఢార్థమును తెలుసుకొన కుతూహలము కలిగెను. గోధుమ పిండికి కలరా జాడ్యమునకు సంబంధమేమి? ఈ రెండింటికి గల కారకార్యం సంబంధమేమి? ఒకటి ఇంకొక దానిని ఎట్లు శాంతపరిచెను. ఇదంతయు అగోచరముగా తోచెను. అందుచే నేను తప్పక ఈ విషయమును గూర్చి వ్రాసి బాబా లీలలను మనసారా వలయునని నిశ్చయించుకొంటిని. ఈ లీలను జూచి ఇట్లు భావించుకుని హృదయానంద పూరితుడ అయితిని. ఈ ప్రకారముగా బాబా సచ్చరిత్రను వ్రాయుటకు ప్రేరేపించబడితిని. అట్టే బాబా కృపా కటాక్షములచే ఆశీర్వాదములచే గ్రంథము నిర్విఘ్నముగా జయప్రదముగా పూర్తి అయినది. తిరుగలి విసురుట దాని వెనుక తత్వము. తిరుగలి విసురుటను గూర్చి షిరిడీ ప్రజలు అనుకొని రీతియే కాక దానిలో వేదాంత భావము కూడా గలదు. సాయిబాబా షిరిడీ యందు సుమారు 60 ఏండ్లు నివసించెను. ఈ కాలమంతయు వారు తిరుగలి విసురుచూనే ఉండిరి. నిత్యము వారు విసురునది గోధుమలు కావు, భక్తుల యొక్క పాపములు, మనోవిచారములు మొదలగునవి. తిరుగలి యొక్క క్రిందిరాయి కర్మ, మీదిరాయి భక్తి, చేతితో పట్టుకొని నాపిడి జ్ఞానము. జ్ఞానోదయమునకు గాని ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారమునకు గాని మొట్టమొదట పాపములను కోరికలను తుడిచివేయవలయును. అటు పిమ్మట త్రిగుణ రాహిత్యము పొందవలను. అహంకారమును చంపుకొనవలయును. ఇది వినగనే కబీరు కథ జ్ఞప్తికి వచ్చును. ఒకనాడు స్త్రీ ఒకటి తిరుగలిలో ధాన్యమును వేసి విసురుచుండెను. దానిని చూచి కబీరు ఏడ్వసాగెను. నిపత నిరంజనుడు అను ఒక సాధపుంగవుడది చూసి కారణం అడుగగా కబీరు ఇట్లు జవాబు చెప్పెను. నేను కూడా ఆ ధాన్యము వలె ప్రపంచమును తిరుగరిలో విసురబడదను కదా. దానికి నిపత నిరంజనుడు ఇట్లు బదులు చెప్పెను. భయము లేదు, తిరుగలి పిడిని గట్టిగా పట్టుకొనుము, అనగా జ్ఞానమును విడువకుము. నేనెట్లు గట్టిగా పట్టి ఉన్నానో నీవు అక్లే చేయుము. మనస్సును కేంద్రీకరించుము, దూరముగా పోనీయకుము. అంతరాత్మను జూచుటకు దృష్టిని అంతర్ముఖముగా నిమ్ము. నీవు తప్పక రక్షింపబడదవు. మొదటి అధ్యాయము సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథార్పణమస్తు.
Chapter 2. In the last chapter, the author mentioned in the original Marathi book that he would state the reason that led him to undertake the work and about the persons qualified to read the same and such other points. Now, in this chapter, he starts to tell the same. Objects of writing the book. In the first chapter, I described Sai Baba's miracle of checking and destroying cholera epidemic by grinding wheat and throwing the flour on the outskirts of the village. I heard other miracles of Sai Baba to my great delight, and this delight burst forth into this poetic work. I also thought that the description of these miracles of Sai Baba would be interesting and instructive to his devotees and would remove their sins, and so I began to write the sacred life and teachings of Sai Baba. The life of the saint is neither logical nor dialectical. It shows us the true and the great path, incapacity and boldness in undertaking the work. Hemadapan thought that he was not a fit person to undertake the work. He said, "When I do not know the life of my intimate friend, nor do I know my friend, then how can I write the life of the saint or describe the nature of the incarnations which even the Vedas were unable to do? One must be a saint himself before he could know other saints. Otherwise, how can I describe their glory? To write the life of a saint is the most difficult, though one may as well be able to measure the depth of the water of the 7 seas or enclose the sky with cloth trappings. I know that this was the most venturous undertaking which might expose me to the ridicule. I therefore invoked Sai Baba's grace." The premier post saint of Maharashtra, Sri Dhyaneshwar Maharaj, has stated that the Lord loves those who write the lives of saints, and saints also have their own peculiar method of assigning the service which the devotees long for. The saints inspire the work, the devotee become only an indirect cause or an instrument to achieve the end. For instance, in 1700 Shaka year, the poet Mahipati aspired to write the lives of the saints. Saints inspired him and got the work done. So also in 118 Shaka, Daskanu service was accepted. The former wrote 4 books, Bhakta Vijay, Santa Vijay, Bhakta Leelamrut and Santa Leelamrut, while the latter wrote Bhakta Leelamrut and Santa Kathamrut, in which the lives of modern saints were described. In chapters 31, 32, 33 of Bhakta Leelamrut and in the chapter 57 of Santa Kathamrut, the life and the teachings of Sai Baba are well depicted. These have been separately published in Sai Leela magazine number 11 and 12, volume 17. The readers are advised to read these chapters. So also Sai Baba's wonderful Leelas are described by Mrs. Savitri Bai Raghunath Tendulkar of Bandra in a small book named Sri Sainath Bhajanmala. Dasganu Maharaj has also composed various sweet poems on Sai Baba. A devotee named Amirdas Bhavani Mehta has also published some stories of Sai Baba in Gujarati. Some numbers of Sainath Prabha, a magazine published by Dakshina Bhiksha Sanstha of Shirdi, are also published. Then the question of the objection comes in that while so many works regarding Sai Baba are extant, why should this be written and where is it necessity? The answer is plain and simple. The life of Sai Baba is as wide and deep as infinite ocean, and all can dive deep into the same and take out precious gems of knowledge and distribute them to the aspiring people. The stories, parables, and teachings of Sai Baba are very wonderful. They will give peace and happiness to the people who are afflicted with sorrow and heavily loaded with miseries of this worldly existence, and also bestow knowledge and wisdom both in worldly and in spiritual domains. If these teachings of Sai Baba, which are interesting and instructive as the Vedic lore, are listened to and meditated upon, the devotees will get what they long for, that is union with Brahma, mastery in eightfold yoga, bliss of meditation, etc. So I thought I should also call these stories together. That would be my best upasana. This collection would be most delightful to those simple souls whose eyes were not blessed with Sai Baba's darshan. So I set about collecting Sai Baba's teachings and expressions, the outcome of his boundless self-realization. It was Sai Baba who inspired me in this matter. In fact, I surrendered my ego at his feet and thought that my path was clear and that he would make me quite happy and in the next world. I could not myself ask Sai Baba to give me permission for this work. So I requested Mr. Madhavrao Deshpande, alias Shama, Baba's most intimate devotee, to speak to him for me. He pleaded for my cause and said to Sai Baba, "This Anna Sahib wishes to write your biography. Don't say that you are a poor fakir and there's no necessity to write. But if you agree and help him, he will write, or rather, your grace will accomplish the work. Without your consent and blessing, nothing can be done successfully." When Sai Baba heard this request, he was moved and blessed me by giving me his kudi and placing his boon-bestowing hand on my head, said, "Let him take a collection of stories and experiences, keep notes and memos. I will help him. He's only an outward instrument. I should write my autobiography myself and satisfy the wishes of my devotees. He should get rid of his ego, surrender it at my feet. He who acts this in life, him I help the most. What of my life stories? I serve him in his house in all possible ways. When his ego is completely inhalated and there's left no trace of it, I myself shall enter into him and shall myself write my own life. Hearing my stories and teachings will create faith in devotees' hearts, and they will easily get self-realization and bliss. Let there be no insistence on establishing one's own view, no attempt to refute others' opinions, no discussion of pros and cons of any subject. Significant and prophetic title. The word discussion put me in mind of my promise to explain the story of my getting the title of Himadapan, and now I begin to relate the same. I was on close friendly terms with Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Nana Sahib Chandorkar. They pressed me to go to Shirdi and have Baba's darshan, and I promised them to do so. But something in the meanwhile turned up which prevented me from going to Shirdi. The son of a friend of mine at Lonavala fell ill. My friend tried all possible means, physical and spiritual, but fever would not abate. At length, he got his guru sit by the bedside of his son, but this too was of no avail. Hearing this, I thought, what was the utility of the guru if he could not save my friend's son? If the guru can't do anything for us, why should I go to Shirdi at all? Thinking this way, I postponed my Shirdi trip. But the inevitable must happen, and it happened in my case as follows. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandrukar, who was a divisional officer, was going to tour Basain, and from Thana he came to Dadar and was waiting for a train bound for Basain. In the meanwhile, a Bandra local turned up. He sat in it and came to Bandra and sent for me and took me to task by putting off my Shirdi trip. Nana's argument for my Shirdi trip was convincing and delightful, so I decided to start for Shirdi the same night. I packed up my luggage and started for Shirdi. I planned to go to Dadar and from there to catch the train for Manmad, and so I booked myself for Dadar and sat in the train. While the train was to start, a Mohammedan came hastily to my compartment and seeing my paraphernalia asked me where I was bound to. I told him about my plan. He then suggested that I should go straight to Bori Bandar and not to wait at Dadar, as the Manmad mail did not stop at Dadar. If this little miracle or Leela had not happened, I would not have reached Shirdi the next day as settled, and many doubts would have assailed me. But this was not to be. As fortune favored me, I reached Shirdi the next day before 9 or 10 a.m. Mr. Bahu Sahib Dixit was waiting for me. This was in 1910, when there was one place, Satewada, for lodging pilgrim devotees. After alighting from the Tonga, I was anxious to have darshan, and when the great devotee Tate Sahib Nulkar returned from the masjid and said that Sai Baba was at the corner of the Wada and that I should get the preliminary darshan and then after bath see him at leisure. Hearing this, I ran and prostrated before Baba, and my joy knew no bounds. I found more than what Nana Sahib Chandorkar had told me. All my senses were satisfied and I forgot my thirst and hunger. The moment I touched Sai Baba's feet, I began to feel a new lease of life. I felt myself much obliged to those who spurred and helped me to get the darshan, and I considered them as my real relatives, and I cannot repay their debt. I only remember them and prostrate before them. The peculiarity of Sai Baba's darshan, as I found it, is that by his darshan, our thoughts are changed, the force of previous actions is abated, and gradually non-attachment or dispassion towards worldly objects grows up. It is by the merit of actions in my past birth that such darshan is got, and if only you see Sai Baba, all the world becomes or assumes the form of Sai Baba. Hot discussion. On the first day of my arrival in Shirdi, there was a discussion between me and Bala Sahib Bate regarding the necessity of a guru. I contended, why should we lose our freedom and submit to others when we have to do our duty? Why is a guru necessary? One must try his best and save himself. What can the guru do to a man who does nothing but sleeps indolently? Thus I pleaded free will while Mr. Bhatti took up the other side, destiny, and said, whatever is bound to happen must happen. Even great men have failed. Man proposes one way, but God disposes the other way. Brush aside your cleverness, pride or egoism won't help you. This discussion, with all its pros and cons, went on for an hour or so, and as usual, no conclusion was arrived. We had to stop the discussion ultimately. As we were exhausted, the net result of this was that I lost my peace of mind and found that unless there's a strong body consciousness and egoism, there would be no discussion. In other words, it's egoism which breeds discussion. Then, when went to masjid with others, Baba asked Kaka Sahib Dikshit the following: what was going on in the Satewada? What was the discussion about? And staring at me, Baba further added, what did this Hemadapanth say? Hearing these words, I was much surprised. The masjid was at a considerable distance from Satewada, where I was staying and where the discussion was on. How could Baba know our discussion unless he's omniscient and the inner ruler of us all? I began to rethink why Sai Baba should call me by name Hemadapan. This word is distorted from form of Hemadripant. This is Hemadripant was a well-known minister of the kings Mahadev and Ramdev of Devgiri of the Yadav dynasty. He was very learned, good-natured, and author of works such as Chaturvarga Chintamani and Rajaprahasti. He invented and started new methods of accounts and was the originator of Modi script, but I was quite opposite and ignoramus and of a mediocre intellect. So I could not understand why the name of the title was conferred upon me, but thinking seriously upon it, I thought that the title was a dart to destroy my ego so that I should always remain meek and humble. It was also a compliment paid to me for the cleverness in his discussion. Looking into the history, we think that Baba's word was significant and prophetic as we think that he looked after the management of Sai Sansthan very intelligently, kept all the accounts nicely, and was also the author of such great good work, Sai Satcharita, which deals with such important and spiritual subjects as Dhyan, Bhakti, dispassion, self-surrender, and self-realization. About the necessity of a guru. Hemadapant has left no note, no memo about what Baba said regarding the subject, but Kaka Sahib Dikshit has published his notes regarding the matter. Next day, after Hemadapant's meeting with Sai Baba, Kaka Sahib went to Baba and asked Baba where to go. Baba said, high up. Then the man said, where is the way? Baba said, there are many ways leading there. There's one way from here. Also, the way is difficult. There are tigers and wolves in the jungle on the way. I asked Baba, what if we take a guide with us? Baba answered, then there's no difficulty. The guide will take you straight to your destination, avoiding wolves, tigers, and ditches, etc. on the way. If there be no guide, there is the danger of your being lost in the jungles or falling into the ditches. Mr. Dabholkar was present on this occasion, and he thought that this was the answer Baba gave to the discussion whether a guru is necessary, and he thereupon took the hint that no discussion whether man is free or bound is of any use to spiritual matters, but on the contrary, real paramartha is possible only as the result of teachings of the guru. As is illustrated in this chapter of the original work, the instances of great avatars like Ram and Krishna, who had to submit themselves to their gurus, Vashishta and Sandipani, respectively, for getting self-realization, and that the only virtues necessary for such progress are faith and patience. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Om Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్రము 3వ అధ్యాయము. సాయిబాబా యొక్క అనుమతియు వాగ్దానమును. వెనుకటి అధ్యాయములో వర్ణించిన ప్రకారము శ్రీ సాయి సచ్చరిత్ర వ్రాయుటకు బాబా పూర్తి అనుమతి నొసంగుచు ఇట్లు నడువిరి. సచ్చరిత్ర వ్రాయు విషయములో నా పూర్తి సమ్మతి గలదు. నీ పనిని నీవు నిర్వర్తించుము, భయపడుకుము, మనస్సు నిలకడగా నుంచుము, నా మాటల యందు విశ్వాసముంచుము. నా లీలలు వ్రాసినచో అవిద్య అంతరించిపోవును. శ్రద్ధాభక్తులతో వానిని వినిన వారికి ప్రపంచమందు వ్యామోహము క్షీణించును. బలమైన ప్రేమ భక్తి కెరటముల వలె లేచును. ఎవరైతే నా లీలలలో మునిగెదరో వారికి జ్ఞానరత్నములు లభించును. ఇది విని రచయిత మిక్కిలి సంతసించెను. వెంటనే నిర్భయుడయ్యను. కార్యము జయప్రదముగా సాగునను ధైర్యము కలిగెను. అటుపైన మాధవరావు దేశపాండే శ్యామ వైపు తిరిగి బాబా ఇట్లనెను, ప్రేమతో నా నామ ఉచ్చరించిన వారి కోరికలన్నీయు నెరవేర్చెదను. వారి భక్తిని హెచ్చించెదను. వారి నన్ని దిశలందు కాపాడెదను. ఎవరైతే మనఃపూర్వకముగా నాపై పూర్తిగా ఆధారపడి ఉన్నారో వారి కథలు వినునప్పుడు అమితానందమును పొందెదరు. నా లీలలను గానము చేయు వారికి అంతు లేని ఆనందమును శాశ్వతమైన తృప్తిని ఇచ్చెదనని నమ్ముము. ఎవరైతే నన్ను శరణు వేడెదరో భక్తి విశ్వాసములతో నన్ను పూజించెదరో నన్నే స్మరించెదరో నా రూపమును తన మనస్సున నిలుపుకొనెదరో వారిని దుఃఖబంధముల నుండి తప్పింతును. ప్రాపంచిక విషయములన్నింటినీ మరచి నా నామమునే జపించుచు నా పూజనే సల్పుచు నా లీలలను చరిత్రమును మననము చేయుచు ఎల్లప్పుడూ నన్ను జ్ఞాప్తి అందుంచుకొను వారు ప్రపంచ విషయములందు ఎట్లు తగులుకొందురు. వారిని మరణము నుండి బయటకు లాగెదను. నా కథలు వినినచో సకల రోగములు నివారింపబడును. కావున భక్తి శ్రద్ధలతో నా కథలను వినుము. వారిని మనమున నిలుపుము. ఆనందమునకు తృప్తికి ఇదియే మార్గము. నా భక్తుల యొక్క గర్వాహంకారములను నిష్క్రమించును. నా లీలలు వినువారికి శాంతి కలుగును. మనఃపూర్వకమైన నమ్మకము గల వారికి శ్రద్ధ చైతన్యముతో తాదాత్మ్యము కలుగును. సాయి సాయి అను నామమును జ్ఞాప్తి అందుంచుకొన్నంత మాత్రమున చెడు పలుకుట వలన వినుట వలన కలుగు పాపములు తొలగిపోవును. భక్తులకు వేర్వేరు పనులు నియమించుట. భగవంతుడు వేర్వేరు భక్తులను వేర్వేరు పనులకు నియమించును. కొందరు దేవాలయములు మఠములు తీర్థములలో నది ఒడ్డున మెట్లు మొదలగునవి నిర్మించుటకు నియమితులగుదురు. భగవంతుని లీలలు పాడుటకు కొందరు నియుక్తులగుదురు. కొందరు తీర్థయాత్రలకు పోవుదురు. సచ్చరిత్ర రచన నాకు నియమింపబడినది. విషయ జ్ఞానము శూన్యమగుటచే ఈ పని నా అర్హతకు మించినది అయినచో ఇంత కఠినమైన పని నేనెందుకు ఆమోదించవలను? సాయిబాబా జీవిత చరిత్రను వర్ణించగల వారెవ్వరు? సాయి యొక్క కరుణజే ఇంత కఠిన కార్యమును నెరవేర్చు శక్తిని నాకు ప్రసాదించినది. నేను చేత కలము పట్టుకొనగానే సాయిబాబా నా అహంకారమును పరిహరించి వారి కథలను వారే వ్రాసుకొనిరి. కనుక ఈ గ్రంథము రచించిన గౌరవము సాయిబాబాకే చెందును గాని నాకు కాదు. బ్రాహ్మణుడనై పుట్టినప్పటికీ శృతి స్మృతి అను రెండు కండ్లు లేకుండుటచే సాయి సచ్చరిత్రను నేను వ్రాయలేకుంటిని. కాని భగవంతుని అనుగ్రహము మూగవాని మాట్లాడునట్లు చేయును, కుంటివానిని పర్వతము దాటునట్లు చేయును. తన ఇచ్ఛానుసారము పనులు నెరవేర్చుకొను చాతుర్యము ఆ భగవంతునికే గలదు. హార్మోనియమునకు గాని వేణువును గాని ధ్వనులు ఎట్లు వచ్చుచున్నవో తెలియదు. అది వాయుంచు వానికే తెలియను. చంద్రకాంతము ద్రవించుట సముద్రము ఉప్పొంగుట వాని వల్ల జరగవు. అది చంద్రోదయముల వల్ల జరుగును. బాబా కథలు దీపస్తంభములు. సముద్ర మధ్యమందు దీపస్తంభములుండును. పడవల పై పోవువారు ఆ వెలుతురుతో రాళ్ళు రప్పల వల్ల కలుగు హానులను తప్పించుకొని సురక్షితముగా ప్రయాణింతురు. ప్రపంచమును మహాసముద్రములో బాబా కథలను దీపములు దారి చూపును. అవి అమృతము కంటే తీయగా నుండి ప్రపంచ యాత్ర చేయు మార్గమును సుగమముగను చేయును. యోగీశ్వరుల కథలు పవిత్రములు. అవి మన చెవుల ద్వారా హృదయమందు ప్రవేశించినప్పుడు శరీర స్పృహయకు అహంకారమును ద్వంద్వ భావములను నిష్క్రమించును. మన హృదయమందు నిల్వయుండిన సందేహములు పటాపంచలైపోవును. శరీర గర్వము మాయమైపోయి కావలసినంత జ్ఞానము నిల్వ చేయబడును. శ్రీ సాయిబాబా కీర్తి వర్ణనలు ప్రేమతో పాడిన గాని వినిన గాని భక్తిని పాపములు పటాపంచలగును. కాబట్టి ఇవి ఏ మోక్షమునకు సులభ సాధనములు. కృతయుగములో శమదములు అనగా నిశ్చల మనస్సు శరీరము, త్రేతాయుగములో యాగము, ద్వాపర యుగములో పూజ, కలియుగములో భగవాన్ మహిమలను నామములను పాడుట మోక్ష మార్గములు. 4 వర్ణముల వారు ఈ చివరి సాధనమును అవలంబించవచ్చును. తక్కిన సాధనములు అనగా యోగము, యాగము, ధ్యానము, ధారణము అవలంబించుట కష్టతరము. కానీ భగవంతునికి కీర్తిని మహిమలను పాడుట అతి సులభము. మన మనస్సును మాత్రము అటువైపు త్రిప్పవలెను. భగవత్ కథలను వినుట వలన పాడుట వలన మనకు దేహాభిమానము తొలగిపోవును. అది భక్తులను నిర్మోహులుగా చేసి తుదకు ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము పొందునట్లు చేయును. ఈ కారణము చేతనే సాయిబాబా నాకు సహాయపడి నాచే ఈ సచ్చరితామృతమును వ్రాయించెను. భక్తులు దానిని సులభముగా చదవగలరు, వినగలరు. చదువునప్పుడు వినునప్పుడు బాబాను ధ్యానించవచ్చును. వారి స్వరూపమును మనస్సునందు మన మననము చేసుకొనవచ్చును. ఈ ప్రకారముగా గురువునందు తదుపరి భగవంతుని యందు భక్తి కలుగును. తుదకు ప్రపంచము నందు విరక్తి పొంది ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము సంపాదించగలుగుదుము. సచ్చరిత్రామృతము వ్రాయుట తరువాత చేయుట బాబా యొక్క తయారు చేయుట బాబా యొక్క కటాక్షము చేతనే సిద్ధించినవి. నేను నిమిత్త మాత్రుడను గానే ఉంటిని. సాయిబాబా యొక్క మాతృ ప్రేమ. ఆవు తన దూడనెట్లు ప్రేమించునో అందరికీ తెలిసిన విషయమే. దాని పొదుగెల్లప్పుడూ నిండియే ఉండును. దూడకు కావలసినప్పుడెల్లా కుడిచియునచో పాలుధారగా కారును. అలాగుననే బిడ్డకు ఎప్పుడు పాలు కావలనో తల్లి గ్రహించి సకాలమందు పాలిచ్చును. బిడ్డకు గుడ్డలు తొడుగుట యందును అలంకరించుట యందును తల్లి తగిన శ్రద్ధ తీసుకొని సరిగా చేయును. బిడ్డకు ఈ విషయమేగా ఏమియూ తెలియదు గాని తల్లి తన బిడ్డలు చక్కగా దుస్తులు ధరించి అలంకరింపబడుట చూచి అమితానందము పొందును. తల్లి ప్రేమకు సరిపోల్చదగినదేదియూ లేదు. అది అసామాన్యమైన నిర్వ్యాజము. సద్గురువులు కూడా ఈ మాతృ ప్రేమ వారి శిష్యులందు చూపుదురు. సాయిబాబాకు కూడా నాయందట్టి ప్రేమ ఉండెను. దానికి క్రింది ఉదాహరణ ఒకటి. 1916వ సంవత్సరములో నేను సర్కారు ఉద్యోగమును విరమించి తిని. నాకీయ నిశ్చయించిన పెన్షన్ కుటుంబమును గౌరవముగా సాకుటకు చాలదు. గురు పౌర్ణమి నాడు ఇతర భక్తులతో నేను కూడా షిరిడీకి పోయి తిని. అన్నా చించనీకరు నా గురించి బాబాతో ఇట్లనెను, దయచేసి ఈ అన్నా సాహెబు యందు దాక్షిణ్యము చూపుము. వానికి వచ్చు పెన్షను సరిపోదు. వాని కుటుంబము పెరుగుచున్నది. వానికి ఇంకేదైనా ఉద్యోగం ఇప్పించుము. వారి ఆతురతను తీసి నిశ్చింతను గలుగజేయుము. అందులకు బాబా ఇట్లు జవాబిచ్చెను, వానికి ఇంకొక ఉద్యోగము దొరుకును. కానీ వాడిప్పుడు నా సేవలో తృప్తి పడవలెను. వాని భోజన పాత్రలు ఎప్పుడూ పూర్ణముగానే ఉండును. అవి ఎన్నటికి నిండుకునవు. వాని దృష్టినంతటిని నా వైపు త్రిప్పవలెను. నాస్తికుల దుర్మార్గుల సహవాసము విడువవలెను. అందరి ఎడల అనుకువ నమ్రతలుండవలెను. నన్ను హృదయపూర్వకముగా పూజించవలెను. వాడిట్లు చేసినచో శాశ్వతానందము పొందును. నన్ను పూజింపుడు దానిలోని ఈ నన్ను అనగా ఎవరు అను ప్రశ్నకు సమాధానము ఈ గ్రంథము యొక్క ఉపోద్ఘాతములో సాయిబాబా ఎవరు అను శీర్షిక క్రింద చెప్పిన దానిలో విశదీకరింపబడి ఉన్నది చూడుడు. రోహిల్లా కథ విన్నచో బాబా ప్రేమ ఎట్టిదో బోధపడును. పొడిగాటి వాడును, పొడుగైన చొక్కా తొడిగిన వాడును, బలవంతుడును అగో రోహిల్లా ఒకడు బాబా కీర్తి విని ఆకర్షితుడయి షిరిడీలో స్థిర నివాసము ఏర్పరచుకొనెను. రాత్రింబవళ్ళు ఖురానులోని కల్మాను చదువుచు అల్లాహు అక్బర్ అను ఆబోతు రంకెవేయునట్లు బిగ్గరగా నడుచుచుండెను. అందువలన పగలంతయు పొలములో కష్టపడి పని చేసి ఇంటికి వచ్చిన షిరిడీ ప్రజలు రాత్రి నిద్రాభంగమును అసౌకర్యమును కలుగుచుండెను. పోవుచుండెను. కొన్నాళ్ల వరకు వారు దీనిని ఓర్చుకొనిరి. తుదకు ఆ బాధ నోర్వలేక బాబా వద్దకేగి రోహిల్లా అరుపుల నాపుమని బతిమాలిరి. బాబా వారి ఫిర్యాదులను వినకపోవుటయే కాక వారిపై కోపించి వారి పనులు వారు చూచుకొనవలసినది అని కాని రోహిల్లా జోలికి పోవద్దని మందలించిరి. రోహిల్లాకు ఒక దౌర్భాగ్యపు భార్య కలదనియు ఆమె గయ్యాళి అనియు ఆమె వచ్చి రోహిల్లాను తనను బాధ పెట్టుచున్నదనియు రోహిల్లా ప్రార్థనలు విని ఆమె ఏమియు చేయలేక ఊరుకుంటయను అనియు బాబా చెప్పెను. నిజముగా రోహిల్లాకు భార్య లేదు. భార్య అనగా దుర్బుద్ధి అని బాబా భావము. బాబాకు అన్నిటికంటే దైవ ప్రార్థనలందు మిక్కిలి మక్కువ మిక్కుటమగు ప్రేమ. అందుచే రోహిల్లా తరపున వాదించి ఊరిలోని వారి ఓపికతో నోర్చుకొని ఆ అసౌకర్యమును సహించవలసిందనియు అది త్వరలో తగ్గుననియు బాబా బుద్ధి చెప్పెను. బాబా యొక్క అమృత తుల్యమగు పలుకులు. ఒకనాడు మధ్యాహ్న హారతి అయిన పిమ్మట భక్తులందరూ తమ తమ బసలకు పోవుచుండిరి. అప్పుడు వారికి బాబా ఈ క్రింది చక్కని ఉపదేశమిచ్చిరి. మీరెక్కడనున్నను ఏమి చేయుచున్నను నాకు తెలియునని బాగుగా జ్ఞప్తి అందుంచుకొనుడు. నేనందరి హృదయముల పాలించువాడను, అందరి హృదయాలలో నివసించువాడను. నేను ప్రపంచమందు గల చరాచర జీవకోటి నావరించుయున్నాను. ఈ జగత్తును నడిపించువాడను, సూత్రధారిని నేనే జగన్మాతను. త్రిగుణముల సామరస్యమును నేనే, ఇంద్రియ చాలకుడను నేనే, సృష్టి స్థితి లయ కారకుడను నేనే. ఎవరైతే తమ దృష్టిని నా వైపు త్రిప్పెదరో వారికి హాని గాని బాధ కాని కలుగదు. నన్ను మరచిన వారిని మాయ శిక్షించును. పురుగులు, చీమలు తదితర దృశ్యమాన చరాచర జీవకోటి అందు నా శరీరమే నా రూపమే. ఈ చక్కని అమూల్యమైన మాటలు విని వెంటనే నా మనస్సులో ఏ నౌకరీ కొరకు యత్నించక గురుసేవలోనే నిమగ్న మగుటకు నిశ్చయించుకొంటిని. కానీ అన్నా చించనీకరు ప్రశ్నకు బాబా చెప్పిన సమాధానము నా మనస్సునందుండెను. అది జరుగునా లేదా అని సందేహము కలుగుచుండెను. భవిష్యత్తులో బాబా పలికిన పలుకులు సత్యములైనవి. నాకొక సర్కారు ఉద్యోగము దొరికెను. కానీ అది కొద్ది కాలము వరకే. అటు పిమ్మట వేరే పని ఏదియు చేయక శ్రీ సాయి సేవకు నా జీవితమును సమర్పించి తిని. ఈ అధ్యాయమును ముగించబోవు ముందు చదువరులకు నేను చెప్పునదేమన బద్ధకము, నిద్ర, చంచల మనస్సు, దేహాభిమానము మొదలకు వారిని విడిచి వారు తమ యావత్తు దృష్టిని సాయిబాబా కథల వైపు త్రిప్పవలను. వారి ప్రేమ సహజముగా నుండవలను. వారు భక్తి యొక్క రహస్యమును కొందురుగాక. ఇతర మార్గములు అవలంబించి అనవసరముగా అలసిపోవద్దు. అందుకు ఒకే మార్గమును త్రొక్కుదురుగాక, అనగా శ్రీ సాయి కథలను విందురుగాక. ఇది వారి అజ్ఞానమును నశింపజేయును, మోక్షమును సంపాదించి పెట్టును. లోభి యొక్క ఉన్నప్పటికీ వాని మనస్సు తాను పాతిపెట్టిన సొత్తు ఎందే ఉండునట్లు బాబాను కూడా ఎల్లరూ తమ హృదయములందు స్థాపించుకొందురుగాక. 3వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథ అర్పణమస్తు.
அத்தியாயம் 4. ஷிரடிக்கு சாய்பாபாவின் முதல் விஜயம். ஞானிகளின் வருகை. ஷிரடி ஒரு புண்ணிய தீர்த்தம். சாய்பாபாவின் தோற்றம். கௌலிபுவாவின் கருத்து. விட்டலின் பிரசன்னம். க்ஷீர்சாகரின் கதை. பிரயாகையில் தாஸ்கனுவின் கொடியில் சாய்பாபாவின் அயோனி ஜன்மமும் அவரின் முதல் ஷிரடி விஜயமும் 3 சத்திரங்கள். முந்தைய அத்தியாயத்தில் சாய் சச்சரித்ததை எழுத தூண்டிய சூழ்நிலைகளை விவரித்தேன். இப்போது ஷிரடிக்கு சாய்பாபாவின் முதல் விஜயம் பற்றி கூறுகிறேன். ஞானிகளின் வருகை. கீதையில் கண்ணபிரான் கூறுகிறார். அத்தியாயம் 478 தர்மம் அழிந்து அதனால் தலையெடுக்கும் போதெல்லாம் என்னை நானே அவதரித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நல்லோரை காத்து தீயோரை அழிக்க யுகந்தோறும் அவதரிக்கின்றேன். இதுவே பகவானின் அவதார நோக்கம். பகவானின் சார்பாக ரிஷிகளும் ஞானிகளும் இப்பூவுலகில் தக்க தருணத்தில் தோன்றி அவதார நோக்கம் நிறைவேறும் முகமாக தமக்கே உரித்தான முறையில் உதவி செய்கிறார்கள். உதாரணமாக இருமுறை பிறப்பவர், அதாவது பிராமணர்கள், சத்திரியர்கள், வைசியர்கள் தங்கள் கடமைகளை புறக்கணிக்கும் போதும், மேற்குலத்தவரின் உரிமைகள் தவறான முறையில் பறிக்க சூத்திரர்கள் முயலும் போதும், ஆன்ம ஞான போதர்கள் பதிக்கப்படாமல் அவமதிக்கப்படும் போதும், தன்னை தான் ஒவ்வொருவனும் மெத்த படித்தவன் என்று எண்ணும் போதும், தடுக்கப்பட்ட அகராதிகளையும் போதை தரும் குடிப்பொருளையும் ஜனங்கள் உட்கொள்ளும் போதும், மதம் என்னும் போர்வையில் மக்கள் தகாத காரியங்களை செய்யும் போது, பல்வேறு இனத்து மக்கள் தங்களுக்குள் சண்டையிட்டுக் கொள்ளும் போதும், மறையவர் சந்தியாவந்தனம் மற்றும் தங்கள் மத பழக்க வழக்கங்களை செய்ய தவறும் போதும், யோகிகள் தியானத்தை புறக்கணிக்கும் போதும், மனைவி மக்கள் செல்வமே தங்கள் கருத்துக்குரிய ஒன்றே ஒன்று என்று மக்கள் கருத தலைப்பட்டு முக்தி என்னும் உண்மை நெறி நின்று வழி தவறி போகும்போதும் ஞானிகள் தோன்றவே செய்கிறார்கள். தங்கள் மொழி செயல் வழிகளால் காரியங்களை நெறிப்படுத்துகிறார்கள். அவர்கள் கலங்கரை விளக்கை ஒப்ப சேவை செய்து நமக்கு மெய்நெறியை காண்பிக்கிறார்கள். இவ்வாறாக பல ஞானிகள் நிவிருத்தி, ஞானதேவ், முக்தாபாய், நாமதேவ், கோரா, கோனாபி, ஏகநாத், துக்காராம், நரஹரி, நரசிபாயி, சச்சன் கசாயி, சவதா, ராமதாஸ் மற்றும் பலர் பற்பல காலங்களில் மக்களுக்கு மெய்நெறியை காண்பிக்க தோன்றவே செய்தனர். இவ்வகையில் இறுதியாக ஷிரடி சாய்பாபாவும் விஜய் செய்தார். ஷிரடி ஒரு புண்ணிய தீர்த்தம். அகமத் நகர் ஜில்லாவில் உள்ள கோதாவரி ஆற்றங்கரை மிகவும் அதிர்ஷ்டம் அடைந்ததாகும். ஏனெனில் அநேக ஞானிகள் இன்று புறந்தும் அடைக்கலம் கொடுத்தும் இருக்கிறது. அவர்களும் முக்கியமானவர் ஞானேஸ்வர். ஷிரடியும் அகமத் நகர் ஜில்லாவில் உள்ள கோபர்காங் தாலுகாவில் தான் இருக்கிறது. கோபர்காங்கில் உள்ள கோதாவரி ஆற்றை கடந்தவுடன் நீங்கள் ஷிரடிக்குள்ள வழியை அடைகிறீர்கள். 9 மைல்கள் சென்றதும் நிம்காங் அடைகிறீர்கள். அவ்விடத்தில் நின்று ஷிரடி தெரிகிறது. கிருஷ்ணர் ஆற்றங்கரையில் உள்ள கங்காப்பூர், நரசிம்மவாடி, ஔதும்பார் போன்ற மற்ற புனித கஷேத்திரங்களை போன்று ஷிரடியும் அறிமுகமானதும் புகழ்பெற்றதும் ஆகும். தாமாஜி செழித்து விளங்கியதும் ஆசிர்வாதத்துக்குமான பண்டரிபுரத்திற்கு அழிவுள்ள மங்கள வேட்டாலை போன்றும், சமத்த ராமதாஸ் சஜன்காடில் விளங்கியதை போன்றும், நரசிம்ம சரஸ்வதி நரோபாச்சி வாடியில் விளங்கியதை போன்றும், சாய்நாத் ஷிரடியை செழித்து வழங்கி அக்தே வாழ்த்தினார். சாய்பாபாவின் சத்வகுண ரூபம். சாய்பாபாவினால் ஷிரடி முக்கியத்துவம் பெற்றது. சாய்பாபா எத்தகைய பண்புள்ளவர் என்பதை காண்போம். கடப்பதற்கு மிகவும் கடினமான இகவாழ்வை அவர் வென்றார். சாந்தி அல்லது மன அமைதியே அவரின் அணிகலன். விவேகத்தின் பெட்டகம். அவர் வைணவ அடியார்களின் தாயகம் ஆவார். அவர் கர்ணனை ஒப்ப வள்ளல்களுள் எல்லாம் தலை சிறந்த வள்ளலாக விளங்கினார். சாராம்சம் அனைத்தினின்றும் பெற்ற சாராம்சமாகவும் இருந்தார். அவருக்கு அழியும் பொருள் மீது ஆசை இல்லை. அவருடைய ஒரே ஈடுபாடான ஆன்ம உணர்விலே எப்போதும் கவரப்பட்டார். இவ்வுலக பொருள்களிலோ அல்லது இவ்வுலகத்தை கடந்தவற்றிலோ அவர் மகிழ்ச்சி அடையவில்லை. அவரின் அந்தரங்கம் ஒரு கண்ணாடி போன்று தூய்மையானது. அவரின் மொழிகள் எப்போதும் அழுத அமுதத்தை பெய்தன. பணக்காரர், ஏழை யாவரும் அவருக்கு ஒன்றே. புகழ்ச்சி, இகழ்ச்சி இவற்றை அவர் அறிந்திருக்கவில்லை அல்லது மதிக்கவில்லை. அவரே எல்லா உயிர்கட்கும் இறைவன் ஆவார். அவர் சரளமாக பேசி அனைவருடனும் பழகினார். நடிப்பையே தொழிலாக கொண்ட குமரிகளின் நடிப்பையும் நாட்டியத்தையும் கண்டார். கஜல் படங்களை கேட்டார். ஆயினும் இம்மியளவும் சமாதி நிறைந்து அவர் விளங்கவில்லை. அல்லாவின் நாமம் எப்போதும் அவர் நாவில் இருந்தது. இவ்வுலகம் பிழித்திருக்கும் போது அவர் தூங்கினார். இவ்வுலகம் தூங்கும் போது அவர் சுறுசுறுப்பாய் இருந்தார். ஆழ்ந்த கடலை ஒப்ப அவர் மனம் அமைதியா இருந்தது. அவரது இருப்பிடத்தை தீர்மானிக்க இயலாததா இருந்தது. மற்றும் அவர் செய்கைகள் நிச்சயமாக தீர்க்கப்பட இயலாததா இருந்தது. அவர் ஒரு இடத்தில் வாழ்ந்தார். எனினும் இவ்வுலகின் நடவடிக்கைகள் அனைத்தையும் அவர் அறிவார். அவரின் தர்பார் கவர்ச்சிகரமானது. தினந்தோறும் நூற்றுக்கணக்கான கதைகளை திருவாய் வளர்ந்தார். ஆனாலும் மௌன விரதத்திலிருந்து இம்மியளவும் பிறழவில்லை. மசூதியில் உள்ள சுவரின் மீது அவர் எப்போதும் சாய்ந்து கொண்டிருந்தார். அல்லது காலை, மதியம், மாலை இவற்றில் லெண்டி தோட்டம், சாவடி இவற்றை நோக்கி நடந்து கொண்டிருந்தார். ஆயினும் எப்போதும் ஆணுணர்வில் கருத்துள்ளவராகவே இருப்பார். சித்தராயினும் சாதகரை போன்று நடித்தார். அவர் எளிமையாகவும் தாழ்வாகவும் அகங்காரமற்றவராகவும் இருந்து எல்லோரையும் மகிழ்வித்தார். இவரே சாய்பாபா. ஷிரடிமன் சாய்பாபாவின் திருவடிகளால் மிதிப்பட்டதால் அசாதாரணமான முக்கியத்துவம் பெற்றது. ஆலந்தியை ஞானேஸ்வரும் பைட்டானை ஏகநாதரும் உயர்த்தியதை ஒப்ப ஷிரடியை சாய் உயர்த்தினார். ஷிரடியில் புள்ளி நரம்புகளும் கற்களும் ஆசீர்வாதிக்கப்பட்டவைகள். ஏனெனில் அவைகள் எளிதாக சாயின் திருவடிகளை முத்தமிட முடியும். திருவடி துணிகளை தமது தலையில் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள முடியும். நமது அடியவர்களுக்கு ஷிரடி மற்றும் ஒரு பண்டரிபுரம், ஜெகநாதம், துவாரகை, காசி, ராமேஸ்வரம், பத்ரி, கேதாரம், நாசிக், திரையம்பகேஸ்வரம், உஜ்ஜயினி, மகாகாலீஸ்வரர் அல்லது மகாபலீஸ்வரர், கோகர்ணம் போன்று ஆகியது. ஷிரடியில் சாய்பாபாவுடன் தொடர்பு கொள்வதே நமது வேதமும் தந்திரமும். அஃது உலக உணர்வை அதனைத்து தன்னுணர்வை எளிதில் வழங்குகிறது. சாய்பாபாவின் தரிசனமே நமது யோக சாதனம். அவருடன் பேசுவது நமது பாவங்களை கழித்துற செய்யும். அவரின் திருவடிகளுக்கு நறுமண எண்ணெய் தேய்ப்பதே நமது திரிவேணி பிரயாகிய நீரடல். அவரின் திருவடி தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்துவதனால் நமது ஆசைகள் அகன்றுவிடும். அவரின் ஆணையே வேதம். அவர் பிரசாதமே பிரசாதத்தை உண்ணுவதே எல்லாவற்றையும் தூய்மையாக்கும். நமக்கு ஆறுதல் அளித்த அவரே நமது கிருஷ்ணர், ராமர். அவரே நமது பரபிரம்ம பரிபூர்ணத்துவம். அவர் தாமே மாறுபட்ட இருவினைகளுக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டவராக தாழ்த்தப்படாமலும் உயர்த்தப்படாமலும் இருந்தார். அவர் எப்போதும் ஆன்மத்தில் சத் சித் ஆனந்தமாக கவரப்பட்டார். அவரின் இருப்பிடம் ஷிரடியானாலும் அவரின் செயலிழக்குகள் பரந்து பஞ்சாப், கல்கத்தா, வட இந்தியா, குஜராத், தக்காணம், கன்னடம் ஆகிய வரைக்கும் விழுந்திருந்தது. இவ்வாறாக திக்கெட்டும் நெடுந்தோறும் சாயின் புகழ் பரவி எல்லா பகுதிகளிலிருந்தும் அடியவர் திருக்கூட்டம் அவரின் தரிசனத்தையும் ஆசீர்வாதத்தையும் பெறுவதற்காக வந்தது. அவருடைய தரிசனம் ஒன்றினாலேயே மக்களின் மனம் சுத்தமாக இருப்பினும் இல்லாவிட்டாலும் கணத்தில் அமைதியடையும். பண்டைய விட்டலுக்கு ரகுமாயை சேவித்த அதே இடையேற்ற மகிழ்ச்சியை அவர்கள் பெறுவார்கள். இது மிகையாகாதது. இது போன்ற ஒரு அடியவர் சொல்வதை எண்ணுங்கள். கௌலிபுபாவின் பிரகடனம். ஏறக்குறைய 95 வயதுடைய கௌலிபுபா என்னும் ஒரு பக்தர் பண்டரிபுரத்துக்கு வருடந்தோறும் சென்று வருபவர். அவர் பண்டரிபுரத்தில் 8 மாதங்கள் தங்கினார். கங்கை கரையில் ஜூலை மாதம் நவம்பர் வரை, ஆஷாட மாதத்திலிருந்து கார்த்திகை வரை 4 மாதங்கள் தங்கினார். மூட்டைகளை சுமப்பதற்காக ஒரு கழுதியை தன்னுடனும் ஒரு சீடனை துணிவனாகவும் வைத்திருந்தார். ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் தனது பண்டரிபுர விஜயத்தை செய்துவிட்டு ஷிரடிக்கு தான் மிகவும் அன்பு செலுத்திய சாய்பாபாவை பார்க்க வருவார். அவர் பாபாவை உற்று நோக்கி இவ்வாறாக கூறுவது வழக்கம். இவரே ஏழைகளிடத்தும் வீரர்களிடத்தும் கருணை காட்டும் கடவுளான பண்டரிநாத் விட்டலின் அவதாரம் ஆவார். கௌலிபுபா விட்டலின் முதிய அடியவர் பண்டரிக்கு அநேக முறை விஜயம் செய்தார். சாய்பாபா பண்டரிநாதரே என்பதை பிரகடனம் செய்தார். விட்டல் தாமே தோன்றினார். இறைவனது நாமத்தை நினைத்துக் கொண்டிருந்ததிலும் பாடுதலிலும் சாய்பாபா மிகவும் விருப்பம் உள்ளவர். அவர் எப்போதும் அல்லா மாலிக், இறைவனே எஜமான் என்று தமது முன்னிலையில் மற்றவர்கள் கடவுளது நாமத்தை இரவும் பகலும் தொடர்ந்து 7 நாட்கள் பாடுபடி செய்தார். இதற்கு நாம சப்தம் என்று பெயர். ஒரு முறை அவர் தாஸ்குரு மகாராஜை நாம சப்தம் செய்யும்படி சொன்னார். 7வது நாளில் முடிவில் விட்டல் பிரசன்னமாக உறுதி அளித்தார். தான் அதை செய்வதாக அவர் கூறினார். அதற்கு பாபா தமது நெஞ்சின் மேல் கையை வைத்து நிச்சயம் விட்டல் பிரசன்னமாவார் என உறுதியளித்து, ஆனால் அந்த பக்தன் ஊக்கமுடையவனாகவும் பக்தியுடனாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று கூறினார். டாக்கூர்நாத்தின் தங்கபுரி, தக்கூர், விட்டலின் பண்டரிதார், ரன்ஷோட்டின் கிருஷ்ணரின் துவாரகை எல்லாம் இங்கே ஷிடில் இருக்கின்றன. துவாரகையை பார்க்க எவரும் வெகு தூரம் செல்ல வேண்டியதில்லை. இவ்வாறாக அன்பாலும் பக்தியாலும் பக்தன் பொங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் போதுதான் விட்டல் தாமே இங்கு பிரசன்னமாவார், அதாவது ஷிரடியில் பிரசன்னமாவார். சப்தம் பூர்த்தியானதும் விட்டல் கீழ்கண்ட விதமாக பிரசன்னமாகவே செய்தார். வழக்கம் போல குளித்து முடித்த பின் காக்கா சாஹிப் தீட்சித் தியானத்தில் அமர்ந்தார். அவர் ஒரு காட்சியில் விட்டலை கண்டார். மத்தியானம் பாபா தரிசனத்துக்காக சென்ற போது பாபா ஐயமர அவரை நோக்கி, விட்டல் பாட்டில் வந்தாரா? நீர் அவரை கண்டீரா? அவர் விளையாட்டு பிள்ளை போன்றவர். அவரை உறுதியாக பற்றி கொள்ளும். இல்லாவிடில் நீ சிறிதே கவனக்குறைவாக இருப்பினும் தப்பித்து விடுவார் என கூறினார். இது காலையில் நிகழ்ந்தது. மத்தியானம் மற்றொரு விட்டல் தரிசனம் வெளியிலிருந்து ஒரு ஆக்கர் 25-30 விட்டோவா படங்களை விற்று கொண்டு வந்தான். காக்கா சேபின் காட்சி தோன்றிய உருவத்துடன் அப்படம் ஒத்து இருந்தது. இதை கண்டு பாபா மொழிகள் நினைவுகிறது. காக்கா சேப தீட்சிதாஸ் ஆச்சரியப்பட்ட மகிழ்ச்சி உற்றார். ஒரு படத்தை வாங்கி தனது பூஜையில் வழிபாட்டுக்காக வைத்தார். பகவத்ராஜ் ஸ்ரீரஸ்காரின் கதை. பகத்வராஜ் ஸ்ரீரஸ்காரின் கதை பாபா விட்டல் வழிபாட்டில் எவ்வளவு ஆர்வமுள்ளவராக இருந்தார் என்பதை எடுத்து காட்டுகிறது. பகவந்த்ராவின் தந்தையார் விட்டோபாவின் பக்தர். பண்டரிபுரத்துக்கு வருடாந்திர பயணம் செய்யும் பழக்கமுடையவர். தமது வீட்டிலும் விட்டோபாவின் உருவம் வைத்து அவர் வழிபட்டார். அவர் இறந்த பின் அவரது மகன் வருடாந்திர பயணம் வழிபாடு, சிராத்தம் முதலிய விஷயம் அனைத்தையும் நிறுத்திவிட்டார். பகவந்த்ரா ஷிரடிக்கு வந்தபோது பாபா அவர் தந்தையை நினைவு கொண்டு கூறியதாவது, அவரது தந்தை எனது சிநேகிதன், எனவே நான் அவரை இங்கு இழுத்தேன். அவர் நைவேத்தியம் படைக்கவே இல்லை. அதனால் அவர் விட்டதிலும் என்னையும் பட்டினி போட்டார். எனவே அவரை நான் இங்கு கொண்டாந்தேன். அவருடன் வாதாடி வழிபாடு செய்ய வைப்பேன். தாஸ்கனின் பிரயாகை மொழிகள். கங்கையின் மாமனியும் சந்திக்கும் இடத்தில் பிரயாகை என்னும் புண்ணிய நதியில் ஸ்நானம் செய்வது மிகவும் பாக்கியமானது என்று இந்துக்கள் நினைக்கிறார்கள். ஆயிரக்கணக்கான யாத்திரைகள் குறிப்பிட்ட காலங்களில் புண்ணிய ஸ்நானத்திற்காக அவரிடம் செல்கிறார்கள். ஒரு முறை தாஸ்கன் தான் ஸ்நானம் செய்வதற்காக பிரயாகை போக வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தார். பாபா இடம் அங்கனே செய்வதற்கு அனுமதி வேண்டி வந்தார். பாபா அவருக்கு பதில் சொல்லியதாவது, அவ்வளவு தூரம் போக வேண்டியது அவசியம் இல்லை. நமது பிரயாகை இங்கே இருக்கிறது, என்னை நம்பு என்றார். அப்போது ஆசிரத்திலும் தாஸ்கன் தனது தலையை பாபாவின் அடைகளை வைத்ததும் கங்கை யமுனை ஆறுகளில் புனிதரில் பாபா 2 கால்கட்டை உரங்களிலிருந்தும் ஒழுங்காக வெளிப்பட்டது. இவ்வாசனத்தை கண்ணுற்ற தாஸ்கன் அன்பு ஆழ்ந்த மரியாதை உணர்ச்சியால் பெரிதும் கவரப்பட்டார். அவர் கண்கள் நீரால் நிறைந்தன. அந்த நேரத்தில் அவர் உணர்ச்சியால் உந்தப்பட்டார். அவருடைய பேச்சு பாபாவின் புகழையும் அவர் லீலைகளையும் குறிப்பிடும் கவிதையாக பொங்கி வெளிப்பட்டது. சாய்பாபாவின் அயோனி ஜென்மமும் அவர் முதல் ஷிரடி விஜயமும். சாய்பாபாவின் பெற்றோர் பிறந்திடம் இவற்றை பற்றி ஒருவருக்கும் தெரியாது. பல விசாரணைகள் செய்யப்பட்டன. பாபாவிடம் மற்றவர்களும் பல கேள்விகள் கேட்கப்பட்டன. ஆனால் திருப்தியான பதிலோ செய்திகளோ இதுவரை கிடைக்கவில்லை. வழக்கத்தில் இவர்களை பற்றி நமக்கு ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. சாதாரண மந்திரிகளை நாமதேவர், கபீர் முதலியோர் பிறக்கவில்லை. அவர்கள் சிசுக்களாக முத்துக்களின் தாய் நிலத்தில் காணப்பட்டார்கள். நாமதேவ் கோணாபாயில் பீபரதி ஆற்றிலும் கபீர் தமால் என்பவரால் பாகீரதி ஆற்றிலும் கண்டெடுக்கப்பட்டார்கள். சாய்பாபின் விஷயம் அதை ஒத்ததாகும். பக்தருக்காக ஒரு வேக மரத்தில் 16 வயது இளைஞராக தாமே முதலில் தோன்றினார். அப்போது ஞானம் பிரம்மனான நிரம்பியவராக காணப்பட்டார். கனவிலும் இவ்வுலக பொருளின் ஆசை அவருக்கு இல்லை. மாயை அவர் உதித்து தள்ளினார். முக்தி அவர் தம் காடில் பணி செய்தது. ஷிரடியை சேர்ந்தவரும் நானா சோப்தாரின் தாயாரும் ஆகிய ஒரு பாட்டி அவரது கீழ்கண்ட விதமாக வர்ணிக்கிறார். அழகும் சுறுசுறுப்பும் மிகுந்த சுந்தரம் உடைய விலையனன் முதலில் வேப்பமரத்தின் அடியில் ஆசனத்தில் அமர்ந்திருந்தமாறு காணப்பட்டார். அக்கிராமத்து மக்கள் இத்தகைய இளம் வயது உடையவன் வெப்பத்தையோ குளிரையோ பொருட்படுத்தாது அத்தகைய கடின பயிற்சி பழகுவதை கண்டுற்று ஆச்சரியத்தால் தாக்கப்பட்டனர். பகலில் ஒருவரிடம் பழகுவதில்லை, இரவில் ஒருவருக்கும் அஞ்சுவதில்லை. இவ்விளைவு எங்கிருந்து வந்தான் என்று மக்கள் ஆச்சரியப்பட்டு கேட்டுக்கொண்டனர். ஒரு சாதாரண கவனிப்பை அவனை மீது எல்லோருக்கும் அன்பு கொள்ளும் அளவிற்கு அவனுடைய உருவாம்சங்கள் எல்லாம் அத்தகைய சுந்தரம் புரிந்ததாக இருந்தது. அவன் ஒருவர் வீட்டிற்கும் செல்வதில்லை, யாருடைய வீட்டுக்கும் செல்வதில்லை. எப்போதும் வேப்பமரத்திலே உட்கார்ந்திருந்தான். வெளித்தோற்றத்திற்கு இணையாக காணப்பட்டான். ஆயினும் அவன் செய்கைகள் அவன் உண்மையிலேயே ஒரு பரமாத்மா என்பதை வெளியிட்டன. அவன் வேண்டுதல் வேண்டாமையின்மை என் பருப்பொருளாகும் அனைவருக்கும் ஒரு மர்மமாகவும் இருந்தான். உனால் கண்டபா கடல் ஒரு அடியோடம் சாமிப்படுத்த ஜனங்கள் அவரை தெய்வமி வில்லியின் தந்தை யார் என்று வினவினார்கள். அவர் நீ தயவு செய்து விசாரியும் என கேட்க துவங்கினர். கண்டோபா அவர்களை ஒரு மண்வெட்டி கொண்டாட செய்து ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட இடத்தை தோண்ட செய்தார். அங்கனமே தோண்டப்பட்ட போது செங்கற்கள் காணப்பட்டன. அதற்கு அடியில் சமதள கல் ஒன்றும் இருந்தது. இந்த கல் அப்புறப்படுத்தப்பட்டதும் ஒரு நிலை கல் இருந்தது. அதில் 4 சமய விளக்குகள் எரிந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. அது ஒரு நிலை வரைக்கும் அழைத்து சென்றது. அதில் பசுமுக உருவத்தில் ஜபம் செய்யும் பைகள், மரப்பலைகள், ஜபமாலைகள் முதலியவை காணப்பட்டன. கண்டோபா கடல் கூறியதாவது இவ்விளைஞன் இங்கு 12 ஆண்டுகளாக பயிற்சி செய்தான். பிறகு ஜனங்கள் அவனிடம் இதை பற்றி கேட்க துவங்கினர். அவன் அவர்களை திசை திருப்பியார் தன்னுடைய குருவின் இடம் என்றும் அவருடைய புனிதமான வதன் என்றும் அதை நன்றாக பாதுகாக்கும்படி வேண்டிக் கொண்டான். ஜனங்கள் அப்போது கதவை முன்னிருந்தபடியே மூடிவிட்டனர். அரச மரமும் அத்தி மரம் புனிதமாக இருப்பது போல பாபா வேப்ப மரத்தையும் அதே அளவில் புனிதமாக கருதி அதையே பெரிதும் விரும்பினார். மதசாபதியும் மற்ற அடியவர்களும் இவ்விடத்தை பாபாவின் குருநாதனர் சமாதி அடைந்த இடமாக கருதி சாஷாக நமஸ்காரம் செய்தனர். 3 வாதாக்கள் வேப்பமரம் இருக்கும் இடமும் அதை சுற்றிய இடமும் திரு அருவிநாயக் சாட்டை அவர்களால் வாங்கப்பட்டு சாட்டையின் வாடா என்ற பெயரில் ஒரு பெரும் கட்டிடம் எழுப்பப்பட்டது. அங்கு திரண்ட புனித யாத்திரைகளுக்கு அது ஒன்றே தங்கும் இடமா இருந்தது. ஒரு பார் மேடை அமைக்கப்பட்டு அதை சுற்றி அமைக்கப்பட்டது. தங்கும் இடமும் படிக்கட்டுகளுடன் அமைக்கப்பட்டது. படிக்கட்டின் நடுவில் ஒரு இருப்பிடம் இருக்கிறது. அவ்வக்தர்கள் மேடையில் வடக்கு நோக்கி அவர்கள் அமர்கிறார்கள். வியாழன் வெள்ளிக்கிழமை மாலை நேரங்களில் அங்கு வாசனை பொருளை எரிய வைப்பார்கள். கடவுள் கிருபையால் மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் இருப்பார். இந்த வாதம் பழமையானது, உதிர்ந்து கொட்டும் தன்மையுடையதாகவும் பழுது பார்க்க வேண்டியதாகவும் இருந்தது. தற்போது தேவையுள்ள பழுது பார்க்க வேண்டியவர்கள், சேர்க்க வேண்டியவர்கள் மாறுபாடுகள் எல்லாம் சமஸ்தானம் செய்யப்பட்டன. சில ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பின் தீட்சித் என்ற பம்பாய் வக்கீல் இங்கிலாந்து சென்றிருந்தார். அங்கு நேரிட்ட ஒரு விபத்தில் தனது காலை முடித்துக் கொண்டார். இக்காயம் எந்த விதத்திலும் குணப்படும் வழியாக காணப்படவில்லை. நானா சாஹிப் சந்தோகவ்யா சாய்பாபாவிடம் முயற்சிக்கும்படி அறிவுறுத்தினார். எனவே அவர் 1909 சாய்பாபை கொண்டு தனது கால் ஊனத்தை விட தனது மன ஊனத்தை கொண்டு வேண்டிக் கொண்டார். சாய்பாபின் தரிசனத்தால் மகிழ்ச்சியுற்ற ஷீரடியில் தங்கிவிட முடிவு செய்தார். எனவே தனக்காகவும் அடிவர்களுக்கும் ஒரு வாதாவை எழுப்பினார். 10/12/1910 கட்டிடத்துக்கு அஸ்வாரம் விடப்பட்டது. இந்த நாளில் மற்ற 2 முக்கிய சம்பவங்கள் நிகழ்ந்தன. 1. திரு தாத்தா சாஹிப் காப்பட்டி தனது வீடு திரும்புவது நன்மை அளிக்கப்பட்டார். 2. சாவடியில் 26 தொடங்கியது. இந்த வாதா கத்தி முடிக்கப்பட்டு 1911 ஸ்ரீ நவநாமி தினத்தில் உரிய மனிதர்களும் சம்பிரதாய இடங்களுடன் பரவேசம் செய்யப்பட்டது. 3. நாக்பூரை சேர்ந்த புகழ்பெற்ற லட்சாதிபதி பூட்டி அவர்களால் மற்றொரு வாதா அல்லது அரண்மனை மாளிகை எழுப்பப்பட்டது. ஏராளமாக பணம் இக்கட்டிடத்துக்கு செலவிடப்பட்டது. ஏனெனில் சாய்பாபாவின் உடல் இவ்விடத்தில் தான் அடக்கம் செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இது தற்போது சமாதி மந்திர் என அழைக்கப்படுகிறது. இவ்விடத்தில் முன்பு பாபா தண்ணீர் விட்டு கவனித்து வந்த ஒரு தோட்டமும் இருந்தது. முன்னர் ஒன்றுமே இல்லாத இடத்தில் 3 வாதாக்கள் எழுப்பின. இவை எல்லாவற்றிலும் ஆரம்ப காலத்தில் அனைவருக்கும் சாத்தாவின் வாதாவை நிரம்ப பயன்பட்டது. வாமன் தாத்தியாவின் உறுதியுடன் சாய்பாபா கவனித்த தோட்டத்தின் கதை சாய்பாபா ஷீரடியில் தற்காலிகமாக இல்லாதது. சாந்தனின் கல்யாண ஊர்வலத்தில் மீண்டும் வருகை, தேவிதாஸ், ஜானகிதாஸ், கங்காதி இவர்களின் பழக்கம், மொய்தீன் தாம்போலுடன் பாபாவின் மல்யுத்த போட்டி, மசூதில் நீல் இருப்பிடம், தேங்கிலே மற்ற அடிகளின் அன்பு மற்ற விஷயங்களும் அடுத்த அத்தியாயத்தில் விரிவாக்கப்படும். சாயை பணிக்கு அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும்.
ओम साई राम। 4 पाटिल की बाराती के साथ श्री साई बाबा का पुनः आगमन, अभिनंदन तथा श्री साई शब्द से संबोधन, अन्य संतों से भी वेशभूषा और नित्य कार्यक्रम, फारूकाओं की कथा, मोदीहीन के साथ कुश्ती, मोदीहीन का जीवन परिवर्तन, जल का तेल में रूपांतर, मिथ्या गुरु जौहर अली। जैसा गत अध्याय में कहा गया है, मैं अब श्री साई बाबा के शिरडी से अंतर्ध्यान होने के पश्चात उनका शिरडी में पुनः किस प्रकार आगमन हुआ इसका वर्णन करूंगा। चांद पाटिल की बारात के साथ पुनः आगमन। जिला औरंगाबाद के धूप गांव में चांद पाटिल नामक एक धनवान मुस्लिम रहते थे। जब वे औरंगाबाद को जा रहे थे तो मार्ग में उनकी घोड़ी खो गई। 2 मास तक उन्होंने उसकी खोज में घोर परिश्रम किया, परंतु उसका कहीं पता न चल सका। अंत में वे निराश होकर उसकी जीन को पीठ पर लटकाए औरंगाबाद को लौट रहे थे। तब लगभग 14 मील चलने के पश्चात उन्होंने एक आम वृक्ष के नीचे एक फकीर को चिलम तैयार करते देखा, जिसके सिर पर एक टोपी, तन पर कफनी और पास में एक सटका था। फकीर के बुलाने पर चांद पाटिल उनके पास पहुंचे। जिन देखते ही फकीर ने पूछा, ये जिन कैसी? चांद पाटिल ने निराश के स्वर में कहा, मैं क्या कहूँ, मेरी एक घोड़ी थी, वो खो गई और ये उसी की जिन है। फकीर बोले, थोड़ा नाले की ओर भी तो ढूंढो। चांद पाटिल नाले के समीप गए तो अपनी घोड़ी को वहां चरते देखकर उन्हें महान आश्चर्य हुआ। उन्हें सोचा कि फकीर कोई सामान्य व्यक्ति नहीं, वरन कोई उच्च कोटि का मानव दिखलाई दे पड़ता है। घोड़ी को साथ लेकर जब वे फकीर के पास लौटकर आए, तब तक चिलम भरकर तैयार हो चुकी थी। केवल 2 वस्तुओं की और आवश्यकता रह गई, एक तो चिलम सुलगाने के लिए अग्नि और दूसरा साफी को गीला करने के लिए जल। फकीर ने अपना चिमटा भूमि में घुसेड़ कर ऊपर खींचा तो उसके साथ ही एक प्रज्वलित अंगारा बाहर निकाला और वो अंगारा चिलम पर रखा गया। फिर फकीर ने सटके से ज्यों ही बलपूर्वक जमीन पर प्रहार किया, त्यों ही वहां से पानी निकलने लगा और उसने साफी को भिगोकर चिलम को लपेट लिया। इस प्रकार सब प्रबंध कर फकीर ने चिलम पी और तत्पश्चात चांद पाटिल को भी दी। ये सब चमत्कार देखकर चांद पाटिल को बड़ा विस्मय हुआ। चांद पाटिल ने फकीर से अपने घर चलने का आग्रह किया। दूसरे दिन चांद पाटिल के साथ फकीर उनके घर चला गया और वहां कुछ समय तक रहा। पाटिल धूप गांव का अधिकारी था। उसके घर पर अपने साले के लड़के का विवाह होने वाला था और बारात सिद्धि को जाने वाली थी। इसीलिए चांद पाटिल सिद्धि को प्रस्थान करने का पूर्ण प्रबंध करने लगा। फकीर भी बारात के साथ ही गया। विवाह निर्विघ्न समाप्त हो गया और बारात कुशलता पूर्वक धूप गांव को लौट आई। जब वो फकीर सिरदी में ही रुक गया, जीवन पर्यंत वहीं रहा। फकीर को साई का नाम कैसे प्राप्त हुआ? जब बारात सिरदी में पहुंची तो खंडवा के मंदिर के समीप मालसापट्टी के खेत में एक वृक्ष के नीचे ठहराई गई। खंडवा के मंदिर के सामने ही एक बैलगाड़ियां खोल दी गई। बारात के सब लोग एक एक करके नीचे उतरने लगे। तरुण फकीर को उतरते देख मालसापट्टी ने आओ साई कहकर उनका अभिनंदन किया तथा अन्य उपस्थित लोगों ने भी साई शब्द से ही संबोधन कर उनका आदर किया। इसके पश्चात वे साई नाम से ही प्रसिद्ध हो गए। अन्य संतों से संपर्क। शिरडी आने पर श्री साई बाबा मस्जिद में निवास करने लगे। बाबा की शिरडी आने से के पूर्व देवीदास नाम के एक संत अनेक वर्षों से वहां रहते थे। बाबा को वे बहुत प्रिय थे। वे उनके साथ कभी हनुमान मंदिर में और कभी चावड़ी में रहते थे। कुछ समय के पश्चात जानकी दास नाम के एक संत का भी शिरडी में आगमन हुआ। अब बाबा जानकी दास से वार्तालाप करने में बहुत समय व्यतीत करने लगे। जानकी दास को भी कभी कभी बाबा के स्थान पर चले आया करते थे और पुनः तांबे के श्री गंगागिर नामक एक पारिवारिक वैश्य संत भी बहुधा बाबा के पास आया जाया करते थे। जब प्रथम बार उन्होंने श्री साई बाबा को बगीचा सींचने के लिए पानी ढोते देखा तो उन्हें बड़ा अचंभा हुआ। वे स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहने लगे कि शिरडी परम भाग्यशाली है, जहाँ एक अमूल्य हीरा है। जिन्हें तुम इस प्रकार परिश्रम करते देख रहे हो, वे कोई सामान्य पुरुष नहीं है, अपितु ये भूमि बहुत भाग्यशालिनी तथा महान पुण्य भूमि है। इसी कारण इसे ये रत्न प्राप्त हुआ है। इसी प्रकार श्री अक्कलकोट महाराज के एक प्रसिद्ध शिष्य संत आनंद नाथ, जो कुछ शिरडी निवासियों के साथ शिरडी पधारे, उन्होंने भी स्पष्ट कहा कि यद्यपि बाह्य दृष्टि से ये साधारण व्यक्ति जैसे प्रतीत होते हैं, परंतु ये सचमुच साधारण व्यक्ति है। ये असाधारण व्यक्ति है, इसका तुम लोगों को भविष्य में अनुभव होगा। ऐसा कहकर वे ये वाला को लौट गए। ये उस समय की बात है जब शिरडी बहुत ही साधारण सा गांव था और साईं बाबा छोटी उम्र की थी। बाबा के रहन सहन और नित्य कर्म। तरुण अवस्था में बाबा ने अपने केस को कभी भी नहीं कटवाए और वे सदैव एक पहलवान की तरह रहते थे। जब वे राहता जाते, जो कि शिरडी से 3 मील दूर है, तो वहां से वे गेंदा, जाई और जूही के पौधे मोल ले आया करते थे। वे उन्हें स्वच्छ करके उत्तम भूमि देखकर लगा देते और स्वयं सींचते थे। वामन तात्या नाम के एक भक्त इन्हें नित्य प्रति 2 मिट्टी के बड़े घड़े दिया करते थे। इन घरों द्वारा बाबा स्वयं ही पौधों में पानी डाला करते थे। वे स्वयं कुएं से पानी खींचना और संध्या समय घरों को नीम वृक्ष के नीचे रख देते थे। जैसे ही घड़े वहां रखते वैसे ही वे फूट जाया करते थे, क्योंकि वे बिना तपाए कच्ची मिट्टी के बने रहते थे। दूसरे दिन तात्या उन्हें फिर 2 नई घड़े दे दिया करते थे। ये क्रम 3 वर्षों तक चला और श्री साईं बाबा की कठोर परिश्रम तथा प्रयत्न से वहां फूलों की एक सुंदर फुलबारी बन गई। आजकल इसी स्थान पर बाबा की समाधि मंदिर की भव्य इमारत शोभायमान है, जहाँ सहस्रों भक्त आते जाते रहते हैं। नीम वृक्ष के नीचे पादुकाओं की कथा। श्री अक्कलकोट महाराज के एक भक्त जिनका नाम कृष्ण जी अली वागकर था, उनके चित्र का नित्य प्रति पूजन किया करते थे। एक समय उन्होंने अक्कलकोट जाकर महाराज की पादुकाओं का दर्शन एवं पूजन करने का निश्चय किया, परंतु प्रस्थान करने के पूर्व अक्कलकोट महाराज के स्वप्न में दर्शन देकर उनसे कहा कि आजकल शिरडी ही मेरा विश्राम स्थल है और तुम वहीं जाकर मेरी पूजन करो। इसीलिए भाई ने अपने कार्यक्रम में परिवर्तन कर शिरडी आकर श्री साईं बाबा की पूजा की। वे आनंद पूर्वक शिरडी में 6 मास रहे और इस स्वप्न की स्मृति स्वरूप उन्होंने पादुकाएं बनवाई। सक संवत 1834 में श्रावण में शुभ दिन देखकर नीम वृक्ष के नीचे वे पादुकाएं स्थापित कर दी। दादा केलकर तथा उपासनी महाराज के ने यथाविधि स्थापना संपन्न किया। एक दीक्षित ब्राह्मण पूजन के लिए नियुक्त कर दिया गया और प्रबंध का कार्य एक भक्त सगुन मेरू नायक को सौंपा गया। कथा का पूर्ण विवरण। थाने के सेवानिवृत्त मामलतदार श्री वी देव, जो श्री साईं बाबा के परम भक्त थे, उन्होंने सगुन मेरू नायक और गोविंद कमलाकर दीक्षित से इस विषय में पूछताछ की। पादुकाओं का पूर्ण विवरण श्री साई लीला भाग 11 संख्या 1 और पृष्ठ 25 में प्रकाशित हुआ है, जो निम्नलिखित है। सक 1834 में बम्बई के एक भक्त डॉक्टर रामराव कोठारे बाबा के दर्शनार्थ शिरडी आए। उनका कंपाउंडर और उनके एक मित्र भाई कृष्ण जी अली बाकर भी उनके साथ थे। कंपाउंडर और भाई की सगुन मेरू नायक तथा जी के दीक्षित में घनिष्ठ हो गई। अन्य विषय पर चर्चा करते समय इन लोगों को विचार आया कि श्री साईं बाबा के शिरडी में प्रथम आगमन तथा पवित्र नीम वृक्ष के नीचे निवास करने की ऐतिहासिक स्मृति के उपलक्ष्य में क्यों न पादुकाएं स्थापित की जाए। जब पादुकाओं के निर्माण पर विचार विमर्श होने लगा, तब भाई की मित्र कंपाउंडर ने कहा कि यदि ये बात मेरे स्वामी कोठारे को विदित हो जाए तो इस कार्य के निमित्त अति सुंदर पादुकाएं बनवा देंगे। ये प्रस्ताव सबको मान्य हुआ और डॉक्टर कोठारे को इसकी सूचना दी गई। उन्होंने शिरडी आकर पादुकाओं को स्वरूप रेखाएं बनाई और इस विषय में उपासनी महाराज से भी खंडवा के मंदिर में भेंट की। उपासनी महाराज ने उसमें बहुत से सुधार किए और कमल फुलादि वृक्ष दिए तथा नीचे लिखा श्लोक भी रचा, जो नीम वृक्ष के महात्म्य और बाबा की योग शक्ति का द्योतक था, जो इस प्रकार है। सदा निम्ब वृक्षस्य मूलाधिवासात् सुधाश्राम वीरम तिक्तमप्यम प्रियम तमाम तरुं कल्प वृक्षाधिकम साधयंतम नमामीश्वरम सद्गुरुं साईनाथम। अर्थात मैं भगवान साईनाथ को नमन करता हूँ, जिनका सानिध्य पाकर नीम वृक्ष कटु और अप्रिय होते हुए भी अमृत वर्षा करता है। इस वृक्ष का रस अमृत कहलाता है। इसलिए अनेक व्याधियों से मुक्ति होने की गुण होने के कारण इसे कल्प वृक्ष से ही श्रेष्ठ कहा गया है। उपासनी महाराज का विचार सर्वमान्य हुआ और कार्य रूप में भी परिणत हुआ। पादुकाएं बम्बई में तैयार कराई गई और कंपाउंडर के हाथों शिरडी भेज दी गई। बाबा की आज्ञा अनुसार उनकी स्थापना सावन की पूर्णिमा के दिन की गई। इस दिन प्रातः काल 11 बजे जीके दीक्षित इन्हें अपने मस्तक पर धारण कर खंडवा के मंदिर में समारोह और धूमधाम के साथ द्वारकामाई लाए गए। बाबा ने पादुका स्पर्श कर कहा कि ये भगवान के श्री चरण है, इनकी नीम के वृक्ष के नीचे स्थापना कर दो। इसके एक दिन पूर्व ही बम्बई के श्री पारसी भक्त पास्ता सेठ ने 25 रुपया का मनी ऑर्डर भेजा। बाबा ने ये रुपये पादुकाओं की स्थापना के निमित्त दिए। स्थापना में कुल 100 रुपये व्यय हुए, जिसमें 75 रुपये संदेश द्वारा एकत्रित हुए। प्रथम 5 वर्षों तक डॉक्टर कोठारी दीपक ने निमित्त 2 रुपये मासिक भेजते रहे। उन्होंने पादुकाओं के चारों ओर लगाने के लिए लोहे की छड़ी भी भेजी। पादुकाओं के चारों ओर भेजी। स्टेशन से छड़ी उठवाने और छप्पर बनाने का खर्च 7 रुपये 8 आने सगुर मेरू नायक ने दिए। आजकल जड़वादी नाना पुजारी पूजन करते हैं और सगुन मेरू नायक नैवेद्य अर्पण करते तथा संध्या को दीप जलाते हैं। भाई कृष्ण जी पहले अक्कलकोट महाराज के शिष्य थे। अक्कलकोट जाते हुए वे 1834 में पादुका स्थापन के शुभ अवसर पर शिरडी आए और दर्शन करने के पश्चात जब उन्होंने बाबा से अक्कलकोट प्रस्थान करने की आज्ञा मांगी, तब बाबा कहने लगे, अरे अक्कलकोट में क्या है, तुम वहां व्यर्थ क्यों जाते हो, वहां के महाराज तो यही मैं हूँ। ये सुनकर भाई ने अक्कलकोट महाराज जाने का विचार त्याग दिए। पादुका स्थापना होने के पश्चात वे बहुधा शिरडी आया करते थे। श्री बीवी देव ने अंत में ऐसा लिखा कि इन सब बातों का विवरण हेमाड पंत को विदित नहीं था, अन्यथा वे श्री साई सच्चरित्र में लिखना कभी नहीं भूलते। मोहिद्दीन तंबोली के साथ कुश्ती और जीवन परिवर्तन। शिरडी में एक पहलवान था जिनका नाम मोहिद्दीन तंबोली था। बाबा का उससे किसी विषय पर मतभेद हो गया। फलस्वरूप दोनों में कुश्ती हुई, बाबा हार गए। इसके पश्चात बाबा ने अपनी पोशाक और रहन सहन परिवर्तन कर दिया। वे कफनी पहनते, लंगोट बांधते और एक कपड़े के टुकड़े के सिर ढकते थे। वे आसन तथा शयन के लिए काट का टुकड़ा काम में लाते थे। इस प्रकार फतेहपुरी चेहरे पहनकर वे बहुत संतुष्ट प्रतीत होते थे। वे सदैव यही कहा करते थे कि गरीबी अव्वल बादशाही, अमीर से लाख सवारी, गरीबों का अल्लाह भाई। गंगागीर को भी किस्ती से बड़ा अनुराग था। एक समय जब वो कुश्ती लड़ रहा था, तब इसी प्रकार उसको भी त्याग की भावना जागृत हो गई। इस उपयुक्त अवसर पर उन्हें देववाणी सुनाई दी, भगवान के साथ खेल में अपना शरीर लगा देना चाहिए। इस कारण वो संसार छोड़ आत्मानुभूति की ओर झुक गए। पूर्व तांबे के समीप एक मठ स्थापित कर वो अपने शिष्यों सहित वहां रहने लगा। श्री साई बाबा लोगों से न मिलते, न ही वार्तालाप करते थे। जब कोई उनसे कुछ प्रश्न करता तो वे केवल उतना ही उत्तर देते थे। दिन के समय में नीम वृक्ष के नीचे विराजमान रहते थे। कभी कभी वे गांव के मेड़ पर नाले के किनारे बबूल वृक्ष की छाया में भी बैठे रहते थे। संध्या को अपनी इच्छा अनुसार कहीं भी बारिश सेवन पर निकल जाया करते थे। नीम गांव में वे बहुधा बाला साहेब डेंगरे के घर जाया करते थे। बाबा श्री बाल साहब को बहुत प्यार करते थे। उनके छोटे भाई जिसका नाम नाना साहब था, वे नाना साहब था कि द्वितीय विवाह करने पर उनको कोई संतान न थी। बाबा साहब ने नाना साहब को श्री साई बाबा के दर्शनार्थ शिरडी भेजा। कुछ समय पश्चात उनकी श्री कृपा से नाना साहब के यहाँ एक पुत्र रत्न हुआ। इसी समय से बाबा के दर्शनार्थ लोगों का अधिक संख्या में आना प्रारंभ हो गया तथा उनकी कीर्ति भी दूर दूर तक फैलने लगी। अहमदनगर में भी उनकी अधिक प्रसिद्धि हो गई। तभी से नाना साहेब चंद्रकर, केशव चिदम्बर तथा अन्य भक्तों को शिरडी में आगमन होने लगा। बाबा दिन भर अपने भक्तों से घिरे रहते और रात्रि में जीर्ण शीर्ण मंदिर में शयन करते थे। इस समय बाबा के पास कुल सामग्री चिलम, तंबाकू, एक टर्मरिन, एक लंबी कफनी, सिर के चारों ओर लपटने की कपड़े और एक सटका था जिसे वे सदा अपने पास रखते थे। सिर पर सफेद कपड़े का एक टुकड़ा वे सदा इस प्रकार बांधते थे कि उसका एक छोर बाएं कान से पीठ पर गिरता हुआ ऐसा प्रतीत होता था मानो बालों का जुड़ा हो। हफ्तों तक वे इन्हें स्वच्छ नहीं करते थे। पैर में कोई जूता या चप्पल भी नहीं पहनते थे। केवल एक टाट का टुकड़ा ही अधिकांश दिन में उनके इस आसन का काम देता था। वे एक कौपीन धारण करते और सर्दी से बचने के लिए दक्षिण मुख हो धुनी से तपते थे। वे धुनी में लकड़ी के टुकड़े डाला करते थे तथा अपने अहम इच्छाओं और समस्त विषय आसक्तियों की उसमें आहुति दिया करते थे। वे अल्लाह मालिक का सदा उच्चारण किया करते थे। जिस मस्जिद में वे पधारे थे उसमें केवल 2 कमरों के बराबर लंबी जगह थी। ये सब भक्त उनके दर्शन करते थे। 1912 के पश्चात एक परिवर्तन हुआ। पुरानी मस्जिद का जीर्णोद्धार हो गया और उसमें एक फर्श भी बनवाया गया। मस्जिद के निवास करने के पूर्व बाबा दीर्घ काल तक तकिया में रहे। वे पैरों में घुंघरू बांधकर प्रेम विभोर होकर सुंदर नृत्य गायन भी करते थे। जल का तेल में परिवर्तन। बाबा को प्रकाश से बड़ा अनुराग था। वे संध्या समय दुकानदारों से भिक्षा में तेल मांग लेते थे और दीपमालाओं से मस्जिद को सजाकर रात्रि भर दीपक जलाया करते थे। ये क्रम कुछ सालों तक ठीक इसी प्रकार चलता रहा। अब बनिए तंग आ गए और उन्होंने संगठित होकर निश्चय किया कि आज कोई तेल की भिक्षा न दे। नित्य नियमानुसार जब बाबा तेल मांगने पहुंचे तो प्रत्येक स्थान पर उनका नकारात्मक उत्तर से स्वागत हुआ। किसी ने कुछ कहे बिना बाबा मस्जिद को लौट आए और सूखी बत्तियां दियो में डाल दी। बनिए तो बड़े उत्सुक होकर उन पर दृष्टि जमाए हुए थे। बाबा ने तमरेन उठाया जिनमें बिल्कुल थोड़ा सा तेल था। उन्होंने उसमें पानी मिलाया और वो तेल मिश्रित जल को भी पी गए। उन्होंने उसे पुनः 3 पात में उगल दिया और वही तेल या पानी दियो से डालकर उन्हें जला दिया गया। उत्सुक बनिए जब दीपक ऊपर रात्रि पर जलते देखा तब उन्हें अपने किए पर बड़ा दुख हुआ और उन्होंने बाबा से क्षमा याचना की। बाबा ने उन्हें क्षमा कर भविष्य में सत्य व्यवहार रखने के लिए सावधान किया। मीठा गुरु जौहर अली। उपर्युक्त वर्णित कुश्ती के 5 वर्ष पश्चात जौहर अली नाम के एक फकीर अपने शिष्यों के साथ राता आए। वे वीरभद्र मंदिर के समीप एक मकान में रहने लगे। फकीर विद्वान था और कुरान की आयतें उसे कंठस्थ थी। उसका कंठ मधुर था और गांव के बहुत से धार्मिक और श्रद्धालु जन उनके पास आने लगे और उनका यथा योग्य आदर होने लगा। लोगों से आर्थिक सहायता प्राप्त कर उन्होंने वीरभद्र मंदिर के पास ईदगाह बनाने का निश्चय किया। इस प्रकार को लेकर जब कुछ झगड़ा हो गया जिससे फलस्वरूप जौहर अली राहता छोड़कर शिरडी आया और बाबा के साथ मस्जिद में निवास करने लगा। उसने अपनी मधुर वाणी से लोगों के मन को जीत लिया। वो बाबा को भी अपना शिष्य बताने लगा। बाबा ने कोई आपत्ति नहीं की और उसका शिष्य होना स्वीकार कर लिया। तब गुरु और शिष्य दोनों पुनः राठा में आकर रहने लगे। गुरु शिष्य की योग्यता से अनभिज्ञ था, परंतु शिष्य गुरु के दोषों के पूर्ण परिचित था। इतने पर भी बाबा ने कभी उनका अनादर नहीं किया और पूर्ण लगन से अपना कर्तव्य निभाते रहे। उसकी अनेक प्रकार से सेवा की। वे दोनों कभी कभी शिरडी में आया करते थे, परंतु मुख्य निवास राता में ही था। श्री साई बाबा निकी प्रेमी भक्तों को उनका दूर राता में रहना अच्छा नहीं लगा था, इसलिए वे सब मिलकर बाबा को शिरडी वापस लाने के लिए गए। इन लोगों की ईदगाह के समय बाबा से भेंट हुए और उन्हें अपने आगमन का हेतु बतलाया। बाबा ने उन लोगों को समझाया कि फकीर के आने से पूर्व कि आप लोग शिरडी लौट जाएं। इस प्रकार वार्तालाप भी हो रहा था, इतने में फकीर आप पहुंचे। इस प्रकार अपने शिष्य को वहां से ले जाने का प्रयत्न करते देखकर वे बहुत क्रोधित हुए। कुछ वाद विवाद के पश्चात स्थिति में परिवर्तन हो गया और अंत में ये निर्णय हुआ कि फकीर व शिष्य दोनों ही शिरडी में निवास करें और इसीलिए वे शिरडी में आकर रहने लगे। कुछ दिनों के बाद देवीदास ने गुरु की परीक्षा की और उसमें कुछ कमी पाई। चांद पाटिल की बारात के साथ जब बाबा शिरडी में आए थे, उससे 12 वर्ष पूर्व देवीदास लगभग 10 या 11 वर्ष की अवस्था में शिरडी आए थे और हनुमान मंदिर में रहते थे। देवीदास सुंदर आकृति और तीक्ष्ण बुद्धि के थे। वे त्याग के साक्षात मूर्ति तथा अज्ञात ज्ञानी थे। बहुत से सज्जन जैसे कात्याकोटी, काशीनाथ व अन्य लोग उन्हें अपने गुरु समान मानते थे। लोग जौहर अली को उनके सम्मुख लाए। विवाद में जौहर अली पूरी तरह पराजित हुआ और शिरडी छोड़कर बैजापुर को भाग गया। वो अनेक वर्षों के पश्चात शिरडी आया और श्री साई बाबा की चरण वंदना की। उसका ये भ्रम कि वो स्वयं गुरु था और श्री साई बाबा उनके शिष्य अब दूर हो चुका था। श्री साई बाबा उसे गुरु समान ही आदर करते थे। उसका स्मरण कर उन्हें बहुत पश्चाताप हुआ। इस प्रकार श्री साई बाबा ने अपने प्रत्यक्ष आचरण से आदर्श उपस्थित किया कि अहंकार से किसी प्रकार छुटकारा पाकर शिष्य के कर्तव्यों का पालन कर किस प्रकार आत्मानुभव की ओर अग्रसर होना चाहिए। ऊपर वर्णित कथा मालसापट्टी की कथा अनुसार है। अगले अध्याय में राम नवमी का त्योहार, मस्जिद के पूर्व हालात एवं पश्चात उनकी जीर्णोद्धार इत्यादि का वर्णन होगा। ओम श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथाय नमः शुभम भवतु। ओम श्री सद्गुरु साईनाथाय नमः अनंत कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगीराज पर ब्रह्म श्री सच्चिदानंद समर्थ सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். அத்தியாயம் 6. ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழாவும் மசூதி ரிப்பேர்களும் குருவின் கைத்திலிருந்தால் ஏற்படும் பயன். ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழா, அதன் ஆரம்பம், மாறுதல்கள் முதலியன, மசூதி ரிப்பேர்கள். ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழாவையும் மசூதி ரிப்பேரையும் பற்றி விவரிப்பதற்கு முன்னால் சத்குருவை பற்றி முன்னோடி குறிப்புகள் சிலவற்றை ஆசிரியர்கள் கீழ்கண்டவாறு கூறுகிறார். குருவின் கைத்திண்டலினால் ஏற்படும் விளைவு பயன். எங்கே உண்மை அல்லது சத்குரு வழிகாட்டியாக இருக்கிறாரோ அங்கே இவ்வுலக பெரு கடன்களுக்கு அப்பால் நம்மை பத்திரமாகவும் எளிதாகவும் அவர் நிச்சயம் அழைத்து செல்வார். சத்குரு என்னும் சொல்லானது நமது மனதிற்கு சாய்பாபாவை கொணர்கிறது. எனக்கு முன்னால் அவர் நின்று கொண்டிருப்பது போலும், உதி என்னும் திருநெற்றி எனது நெற்றி இடுவதை போன்றும், அவரது ஆசிரியர் அளிக்கும் கரத்தை என் தலைமீது வைப்பதை போன்றும் எனக்கு தோன்றுகிறார். எனது இதயம் மகிழ்ச்சியால் நிரம்புகிறது. அன்பு எனது கண்களில் இருந்து பொங்கி வழிகின்றது. குருவின் கரம் தீண்டலின் சக்தியானது வியக்கத்தக்கதாகும். உலகை அழிக்கும் நெருப்பால் அழிக்கப்படாத எண்ணங்களும் மாசுகளும் உடைய இந்த நுட்பமான உடம்பு குரு சாதாரணமாக கரம் தீண்டுவதிலே அழிக்கப்படுகிறது. முந்தைய சில பிரிவுகளில் உண்டான பல பாவங்களும் சுத்தமாக அடித்து செல்லப்பட்டுகின்றன. மதங்கள், கடவுளை பற்றிய பேச்சுக்கள் கேட்டவுடனே சஞ்சலப்படுவர்களின் பேச்சு கூட அமைதி அடைகிறது. சாய்பாபாவின் சுந்தர ரூபத்தை பார்த்தாலே மகிழ்ச்சியால் நமது தொண்டை அடைக்கின்றது. கண்ணீர் வெள்ளம் பெருக்கெடுக்கிறது. உணர்ச்சிகள் உள்ளத்தை வெல்கின்றன. நானே அது, அதாவது பிரம்மம் என்னும் உணர்வை அது எழுப்பி விடுகிறது. தண்ணி அறிதலின் ஆனந்தத்தை ஸ்தாபிக்கிறது. நானி என்னும் வேறுபாட்டை கரைத்து அவ்வப்போதே நம்மை உச்சோடுதுடன் ஒரே உண்மையை உண்டாக்குகிறது. புனிதர்கள் யான் பயில தொடங்குந்தோறும் ஒவ்வொரு அடியிலும் எனது சத்குருவால் ஞாபகம் ஊட்டப்படுகிறேன். சாய்பாபாவே ராமனும் கிருஷ்ணனுமாகி என்னை அவரின் கதைகளை கேட்க செய்கின்றார். உதாரணமாக, நான் பாகவதம் கேட்க தொடங்கும் முன்பாக தலையிலிருந்து கால் வரை சாய்பாபா கிருஷ்ணராகி விடுகிறார். அவரே பாகவதத்தையோ உத்தவ கீதத்தையோ கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா தன் சீடர் உத்தவருக்கு அளித்த உபதேச பாடல்கள் மக்களின் நன்மைக்காக பாடுகிறார் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். நான் உரையாட துவங்கும் போது உடனே சாய்பாபாவின் கதைகள் உரிய விளக்கங்கள் தருவதற்கு ஏதுவாக என் நினைவுக்கு வருகின்றன. எதையாவது நான் எழுத தொடங்கும் போது சில வார்த்தைகளையோ சில வாக்கியங்களையோ என்னால் எழுத முடியாது. ஆனால் அவராகவே என்னை எழுத செய்யும் போது நான் எழுதி கொண்டே இருக்கிறேன். அதற்கு ஒரு முடிவே இல்லை. ஸ்ரீடியின் அகங்காரம் தலையெடுக்கும் போது அவர் தமது கரங்களால் அதை கீழே அழுத்தி தமது சக்தியை கொடுத்து அவனது குறிக்கோளை அவன் எய்தும்படி செய்கிறார். இவ்வாறாக திருப்திப்படுத்தி ஆசீர்வாதிக்கிறார். சாயின் முன்னால் எவன் சாஷ்டாங்க சரணம் செய்து தனது இதயத்தையும் உயிரையும் அவருடன் சமர்ப்பிக்கிறானோ அவன் வாழ்க்கையின் 4 முக்கிய குறிக்கோளாகிய அறம், பொருள், இன்பம், வீடு இவைகளை எளிதில் அடைகிறான். கர்மம், ஞானம், யோகம், பக்தி என்ற 4 வழிகள் நம்மை தனித்தனியை கடவுளிடம் இட்டு செல்கின்றன. இவைகளில் பக்தி வழி முட்கள், பள்ளங்கள், படுகுழிகள் இருந்ததாயும் எனவே கடப்பதற்கு மிகவும் கடினமாய் இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் நீங்கள் சாயையோ சார்ந்து குழிகளையும் முட்களையும் விலகி நேராக நடப்பீர்களானால் அது உங்கள் குறிக்கோள் இடத்தில் கடவுள் எடுத்து செல்கிறது. இவ்வாறாக சாய்பாபா நிச்சயம் கூறுகிறார். அந்தர்யாமியாய் இருக்கிற பிரம்மத்தை பற்றியும் இவ்வுலகத்தை படைத்த அவரின் சக்தியை பற்றியும் அவ்வாறு உண்டாக்கப்பட்ட உலகத்தை பற்றியும் தத்துவம் பேசி இவை 3 முடிவில் ஒன்றே என்று எடுத்து உரைத்த பின்னர் பக்தர்களின் நலன்களுக்காக உத்தரவாதம் அளிக்கும் கீழ்கண்ட சாய்பாபாவின் மொழிகளை ஆசிரியர் கூறுகிறார். உணவு, உடை இவற்றை பொறுத்த மட்டில் வறுமையோ எல்லாமையோ எனது அடியவர்களிடத்தில் இருக்காது. தங்கள் மனதை எப்போதும் என் மீது சிறப்படுத்தியவர்களாய் எனவே என்னையே முழு இறுதியத்துடன் வழிபடும் அடியவர்களுக்கு நலன்களை காப்பாற்றுவதை நான் எப்போதும் கவனிப்பது எனது சிறப்பு இயல்பு. கீதையிலும் கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா இதையேதான் கூறியிருக்கிறார். எனவே உணவுக்காகவும் உடைக்காகவும் கடின முயற்சி எடுக்காதீர்கள். உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது வேண்டுமானால் கடவுளிடம் இறந்து கேளுங்கள். இவ்வுலக கௌரவத்தை விட்டுவிடுங்கள். கடவுளின் அருளையும் ஆசியையும் பெற முயலுங்கள். அவரின் சன்னிதானத்தில் கௌரவம் அடையுங்கள். உலக கௌரவங்களால் வழி தவறி விடாதீர்கள். இறைவனின் ரூபம் மனதில் ஸ்திரமாக பதிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். புலன் அனைத்தும் மனமும் எப்போதும் இறைவனது வழிபாட்டிற்கு உரித்தாக்கப்படப்பட்டும். வேறு எவ்வித பொருள்களிலும் எவ்வித கவர்ச்சியும் வேண்டாம். உடல், செல்வம், வீடு முதலிய வேறு எதை பற்றியும் மனது அலைந்து திரியாமல் எப்போதும் என்னை நினைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பதிலேயே மனதை சிறப்படுத்துங்கள். அப்போது அது அமைதியாகவும் அடக்கமாகவும் கவலையற்றும் இருக்கும். நல்ல பழக்கங்களில் மனம் ஈடுபட்டிருக்கும் போது இதுவே அடையாளம். மனம் அலையும் தன்மை உடையதா இருந்தால் அது நன்றாக ஒன்றுவிட்டது என்று கூற இயலாது. இம்மொழிகளை குறிப்பிட்ட பிறகு ஷிரடியில் நடக்கும் ராமநவமி திருவிழாவின் கதையை ஆசிரியர் கூறுகிறார். ஷிரடியில் கொண்டாடப்பட்ட திருவிழாக்களில் ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமியை மிக பெரியதாகையால் 1925ஆம் ஆண்டு சாயிலா பத்திரிகையில் 1997 பக்கத்து பதிப்பான மற்றொரு முழு விவரம் இதில் குறிப்பிடப்பட்டு 2 நிகழ்ச்சிகள் கூட்டி வரும் இங்கே கொடுக்கப்படுகிறது. தோற்றம்: கோபர்காங்கின் சர்க்கிள் இன்ஸ்பெக்டராக இருந்தவர் திரு கோபராவ் குண்ட் ஆவார். அவர் பாபாவின் பெரும் அடியவர். அவருக்கு 3 மனைவிகள் இருந்தார்கள். ஆனால் ஒரு குழந்தையும் இல்லை. சாய்பாபாவின் அருளால் அவருக்கு ஒரு ஆண் குழந்தை பிறந்தது. அந்த மகிழ்ச்சியினால் 1897 அவருக்கு ஒரு திருவிழா அல்லது உருஸ் கொண்டாட எண்ணம் உதித்தது. தாத்தியா பாட்டில், தாத்தா கோதை பாட்டில், மாதவராவ் தேஷ்பாண்டே போன்ற ஷிரடி ஐயர்களிடம் கோபால் ராவ் தனது எண்ணத்தை வெளியிட்டார். அவர்கள் எல்லோரும் இந்த யோசனைக்கு உடன்பட்டு சாய்பாபாவின் அனுமதியையும் ஆசியையும் பெற்றனர். இவ்விழாவை கொண்டாடுவதற்கு கலெக்டரின் அனுமதி பெறுவதற்கு விண்ணப்பம் செய்யப்பட்டது. ஆனால் கிராம குல்கர்னி திருவிழா நடத்துவதற்கு எதிரியாக தகவல் கொடுத்ததால் அனுமதி மறுக்கப்பட்டது. ஆனால் சாய்பாபா அதை ஆஸ்வாதிப்பதால் அவர்கள் மறுபடியும் முயன்று முடிவாக வெற்றி பெற்றனர். சாய்பாபாவிடம் கலந்தாலோசித்த பிறகு உருஸ் தினம் ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி என்று இருக்கலாம் என்று தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டது. பாபா தமது நோக்கத்தில் ஏதோ ஒரு முடிவு வைத்திருப்பதாக தோன்றுகிறது. அதாவது ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி, உருஸ் என்ற 2 திருவிழாக்கள் அல்லது பண்டிகைகள் ஒன்றாக நீப்பது என்பது இந்து முஸ்லிம் ஆகிய 2 சமூகத்தினரையும் ஒற்றுமைப்படுத்துவதற்காக ஆகும். இக்குறிக்கோளை அடைவதற்கு பிற்கால நிகழ்ச்சிகள் காட்டுகின்றன. திருவிழாவுக்கு அனுமதி கிடைத்தது. ஆனால் மற்ற கஷ்டங்களும் உழைத்தன. ஷிரடி ஒரு கிராமம். அங்கு தண்ணீர் பஞ்சம் இருந்தது. ஷிரடியில் 2 கிணறுகள் இருந்தன. உபயோகப்படுத்திய ஒரு கிணற்றில் நீர் வற்றிவிட்டது. மற்றொன்று உப்பு தண்ணீர். இந்த உப்பு தண்ணீரானது சாய்பாபா உணர்களை வீசியதன் மூலம் இனிமை புரிந்ததாக மாற்றப்பட்டது. இக்கிணற்று தண்ணீர் போதாமையால் நெடுந்தொலைவிலிருந்து தோல் சாக்குகளில் கிணற்றிலிருந்து தண்ணீர் கொண்டு வருவதற்காக தாத்தியா பாட்டில் ஏற்பாடு செய்ய வேண்டியதாயிற்று. தற்காலிக கடைகள் கட்டப்பட்டு மல்யுத்த சண்டைக்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டது. கோபால்ராவ் குண்டிற்கு அகமத் நகரை சேர்ந்த தாமு அண்ணா காசர் என்ற ஒரு அன்பர் இருந்தார். அவர் 2 மனைவிகளை திருமணம் செய்தும் பிள்ளையில்லா குறையினால் அம்மாதையே மகிழ்ச்சியற்றவராய் இருந்தார். அவரும் சாய்பாபாவினால் அனுகிரகப்பட்டு புதர்களை அடைந்தார். திருவிழா ஊர்வலத்திற்காக ஒரு சாதாரண கொடி தயாரித்து கொடுக்கும்படி இவரை திரு குண்டர் தூண்டினார். திரு நானா சாஹிப் நிமோன்கரை மற்றும் எம்ப்ராய்டரி வேலை செய்யப்பட்ட கொடி தயாரித்து கொடுக்கும்படி தூண்டி அது வெற்றியும் பெற்றார். கிராமத்தில் திருவிழாவில் 2 கொடிகளும் ஊர்வலமாக எடுத்து செல்லப்பட்டு துவாரகாமாய் என்று சாய்பாபாவினால் அழைக்கப்பட்ட மசூதி 2 மூலைகளிலும் ஊன்றப்பட்டன. இது இன்றளவும் நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. சந்தனக்கூடு ஊர்வலம். இத்திருவிழாவில் மற்றொரு ஊர்வலமும் துவங்கப்பட்டது. கோரஹல்லாவின் முகமதிய பக்தரான திரு அமீர் சக்கர் தலால் அவர்களால் இச்சந்தன ஊர்வலத்தின் எண்ணம் உருவானது. பெரும் முகமதிய நாணயரை கௌரவிக்கும் முகமாக இவ்வூர்வலம் நடைபெற்றது. இந்த ஊர்வலத்தில் சந்தன குழம்பும் சந்தன பொடியும் தாலி என்னும் தட்டுகளில் இடப்பட்டு பேண்டு வாத்தியம் மற்றும் இசை முழங்கி உடன்வர நறுமணப் பொருள்களை முன்னால் புதைந்து கொண்டு செல்ல கிராமத்தின் வழியாக எடுத்து செல்லப்பட்டது. மசூதிக்கு திரும்பிய பின்னர் தட்டுகளில் உள்ளவைகள் நெம்பா என்னும் குழிகளில் கொட்டப்பட்டன மற்றும் மசூதியின் சுவரில் கைகளால் பூசப்பெற்றது. முதல் 3 ஆண்டுகளில் திரு அமீர் சக்கர் அவர்களால் இவ்வேலை மேற்பார்வையிடப்பட்டது. பின்னர் அவரது மனைவியால் பார்க்கப்பட்டது. எனவே ஒரே நாளில் முகமதியால் சந்தனக்கூடும் இந்துக்களால் கொடிகளும் அருகருகில் சென்றன. இப்போதும் எவ்வித இடையூறுமின்றி அங்காமல் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. ஏற்பாடு சாய்பாபாவின் அடியவர்களுக்கு இந்த நாள் புனிதமானதும் மிகவும் பிரியமானதும் ஆகும். பெரும்பாலான அடியவர்கள் கூடி விழாவை நிர்வகிப்பதில் பெரும் பங்கு வகித்தனர். எல்லா வெளி ஏற்பாடுகளையும் தாத்யா கோதே பாட்டில் பார்த்து கொண்டார். உள் நிர்வாகம் முழுவதும் சாய்பாபாவின் பக்தியான ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாயினே ஒப்புவிக்கப்பட்டது. அவ்விழாவின் போது அவர்களது இருப்பிடம் விருந்தாளிகளால் நிறைந்திருந்தது. அவர்களது தேவைகளையும் விழாவிற்கு தேவையான பொருட்களையும் ஏற்பாட்டையும் அவள் கவனித்தாக வேண்டும். மசூதி முழுவதும் அதன் சுவர் தரை முதலியவை கழுவி விட்டு சுத்தம் செய்து சாய்பாபாவின் அணையா விளக்கான துணியில் கரி பிடித்தும் கருத்தும் போயிருக்கும் மசூதி சுவர்களை எல்லாம் வெள்ளை அடிப்பதும் அவள் இருப்பவனும் செய்த மற்றொரு வேலையாகும். இவ்வேலையை ஒரு நாள் விட்டு ஒரு நாள் சாய்பாபா சாவடிக்கு தூங்கி போயிருக்கும் விந்தி அறிவில் செய்வாள். துணி அணையா எடுப்பு உட்பட எல்லா பொருட்களையும் எடுத்து கசடர கழுவி மசூதி சுவரை வெள்ளை எடுத்து பின்னர் முன்போல திருப்பி வைத்து விட வேண்டும். இத்திருவிழாவில் சாய்பாபாவுக்கு மிகவும் பிடித்த அம்சமான ஏழைகளுக்கு அன்னதானம் வழங்குதலும் ஒரு பெரும் நிகழ்ச்சியாகும். ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாயின் இருப்பிடத்தில் பெருமளவில் சமையலும் பல்வேறு வகையான உணவுப் பொருட்களும் இனிப்பு பதார்த்தங்களும் தயாரிக்கப்பட்டன. பல்வேறு செல்வந்தர்களான பக்தர்கள் இந்நிகழ்ச்சியில் பெரும் பங்கு வகித்தனர். குரு சேஷினா ராமநவமி திருவிழாக மாற்றுதல் இவ்வாறாக விஷயங்கள் எல்லாம் நடந்து கொண்டிருந்தன. 1912ஆம் ஆண்டு வரை இவ்விழா படிப்படியாக முக்கியத்துவம் அடைந்து வந்து ஒரு மாறுதல் நிகழ்ந்தது. அந்த ஆண்டு திரு கிருஷ்ணராவ் ஜகேஸ்வர் பீஷ்மா சாய் சக்குனோபாசனா என்ற சிறு புத்தகத்தின் ஆசிரியர் அமராவதியை சேர்ந்த தாதா சாஹிப் காபோட்டேயுடன் திருவிழாவிற்கு வந்து முந்தைய தினம் தன் தீக்ஷித் வாதாவில் தங்கியிருந்தார். அவர் தாழ்வாரத்தில் படுத்துக் கொண்டிருந்த போது திரு லக்ஷ்மண் ராவ் என்ற காகா மகாஜானி மசூதிக்கு பூஜை சாமான்கள் போய் கொண்டிருந்தார். அப்போது பீஷ்மாவுக்கு ஒரு புது எண்ணம் தோன்றியது. அவரை நோக்கி பின் வருமாறு கூறினார். ஷிரடியில் உருஸ் அல்லது சந்தன திருவிழா ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி என்று கொண்டாடப்படும் உண்மைக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு தெய்வ ஏற்பாடு இருக்கிறது. இந்துக்களுக்கு ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி தினம் மிகவும் பிரியமானது. பின்னர் ஏன் இந்த நாளில் ஸ்ரீராமநவமி கொண்டாட்டத்தை ஆரம்பிக்க கூடாது? காகா மகாஜானி கருத்தை விரும்பினார். பாபாவின் அனுமதியை இவ்விஷயத்தில் பெறுவது என முடிவு செய்யப்பட்டது. இத்திருவிழாவில் கீர்த்தனை செய்யும் கடவுளின் புகழைப்படும் ஹரிதாசர் எங்கனம் அடைவது என்பது முக்கிய கடினமான விஷயமாகும். ராமர் பிறந்ததை பற்றி தன்னுடைய பாடலான ராம அக்கியன் தயாரி இருப்பதாகவும் தானே இக்கீர்த்தனைகளை பாடுவதாகவும் பீஷ்மா கூறி இப்பிரச்சனைக்கு தீர்வு கண்டார். காகா மகாஜானி அப்போது ஹார்மோனியம் வாசிக்க வேண்டும். ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாயால் தயாரிக்கப்பட்ட சுண்ட்வாடாவை பிரசாதமாக பெறுவதற்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்யப்பட்டது. பின்பு அவர்கள் பாபாவின் அனுமதியை பெறுவதற்கு சென்றனர். அங்கு நடந்து கொண்டிருந்த எல்லாவற்றையும் அறிந்திருந்த பாபா வாதாவில் என்ன நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்று மகாஜனிடம் வினவினார். குழப்பமடைந்த மகாஜனி கேள்வியின் அர்த்தத்தை அறிய முடியாமல் அமைதியாக இருந்தார். பின்னர் பாபா பீஷ்மாவை அவர் என்ன செய்கிறார் என்று கேட்டார். ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழா கொண்டாடுவதன் கருத்தை அவர் தெரிவித்து பாபாவின் அனுமதியை கோரினார். பாபாவும் உடனே அனுமதி கொடுத்தார். எல்லோரும் மகிழ்ச்சியுற்று ஜெயந்தி விழாவிற்கு ஏற்பாடுகள் செய்ய தொடங்கினர். மறுநாள் மசூதி துணி ஜோடனை முதலியவற்றால் அலங்கரிக்கப்பட்டது. ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாய் ஒரு தொட்டில் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. பாபாவின் ஆசனத்தில் முன்னர் அது வைக்கப்பட்டு நிகழ்ச்சிகள் ஆரம்பமாயின. பீஷ்மா கீர்த்தனைக்காக முன்னால் எழுந்து நின்றார். மகாஜனி ஹார்மோனியம் வாசித்தார். மகாஜனியை கூப்பிடும்படி சாய்பாபா ஒரு ஆளை அனுப்பினார். பாபா நிகழ்ச்சிகளை தொடர்ந்து நடத்துவதற்கு அனுமதிப்பாரா என ஐயம் கொண்டு அவர் தயங்கிக் கொண்டு இருந்தார். ஆனால் அவர் போன பின்பு பாபா அவர் என்ன நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்றும் தொட்டில் ஏன் அங்கு வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்று கேட்டார். அவர் ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழா துவங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்றும் தொட்டில் அதற்காக வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது என்றும் கூறினார். அப்பொழுது பாபா நிம்பாரிலிருந்து ஒரு மாலையை எடுத்து அதை அவர் கழுத்தில் இட்டு பீஷ்மாவுக்கு மற்றொரு மாலையை அனுப்பினார். கீர்த்தனை துவங்கியது. அது முடிவடைந்ததும் ஸ்ரீராமருக்கு ஜெயம் என்ற கோஷம் வானை பிளந்தது. குலால் மற்றும் சிகப்பு பொடி என்ற வாத்தியம் கோஷத்திடையே சுற்றிலும் தூவப்பட்டது. எல்லோரும் பெரும் முயற்சியுற்று இருக்கையில் ஒரு கர்ஜனை கேட்டது. கண்டபடி தூவப்பட்ட சிவப்பு பொடியானது பாபாவின் கண்களுக்குள் சென்று விட்டது. பாபா கோபாபேஷம் அடைந்து பெருங்குரலில் திட்டமும் கழிந்துகளும் ஆரம்பித்தார். இக்காட்சியால் மக்கள் பீதியடைந்து ஓட ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். பாபாவை நன்கு அறிந்த அவருடைய நெருங்கிய பக்தர்கள் பாபாவின் கணிந்துரைகளையும் திட்டல்களையும் வேஷமிடப்பட்ட ஆசிர்வாதங்கள் என்று எடுத்துக்கொண்டனர். ஸ்ரீராமர் அவதரித்ததும் ராவணனையும் அகங்காரம் கெட்ட எண்ணங்கள் முதலிய அவனுடைய அரக்கர்களையும் சொல்வதற்காக பாபா கடுமையான கோபாவேஷம் அடைந்து முறையே என அவர்கள் நினைத்தனர். மேலும் ஷிரடியில் ஏதாவது ஒரு புதிய வேலை ஆரம்பிக்கப்படுமானால் பாபா கடுமையான கோபம் கொள்வது வழக்கம். எனவே அவர்கள் அமைதியாக இருந்தார்கள். பாபா தனது தொட்டிலை உழைத்து விடுவாரோ என்று ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் மாயும் பயந்து போய் மகாஜனிடம் தொட்டிலை எடுத்து வைத்தும்படி கூறினாள். அவர் சென்று தொட்டிலையை தளர்த்தி கழற்ற போன சமயம் பாபா அவரிடம் சென்று தொட்டிலை அகற்ற வேண்டாம் என்று கூறிவிட்டார். பின்னர் சற்று நேரத்தில் பாபா சாந்தமடைந்தார். பின்பு மகா பூஜை, ஆரத்தி உள்ளிட்ட அந்நாளைய நிகழ்ச்சிகள் எல்லாம் நிறைவேறின. பிறகு திரு மகாஜனை பாபாவிடம் தொட்டிலை அப்புறப்படுத்த அனுமதிக்கிறார். இன்னும் விழா முடியவில்லை என கூறி பாபா மறுத்துவிட்டார். அடுத்த நாள் கீர்த்தனையும் கோபால் கலா விழாவும் நடைபெற்றன. கீர்த்தனைக்கு பிறகு தயிரும் பொறி அவரிசையும் கலந்து ஒரு மண்பானை உடைப்பதற்காக தொங்கவிடப்பட்டிருக்கும். கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா தன் நண்பர்களான கோபாலர்களுக்கு செய்ததை ஒப்ப அதனுள் இருப்பவை எல்லோருக்கும் பகிர்ந்து அளிக்கப்படும். அதன் பின்னரே பாபா தொட்டிலை அப்புறப்படுத்த அனுமதித்தார். இவ்வாறாக ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழா நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கையில் பகலில் 2 கொடி ஊர்களும் இரவில் சந்தன கூடுகளும் வழக்கமாக கோலாகலத்துடன் அனைவரின் ஆரவாரத்துடன் நல்ல ஒரு முறையில் நடைபெற்றன. இத்தருணத்திலிருந்து பாபாவின் உருஸ் விழாவானது ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி திருவிழாவாக மாற்றப்பட்டது. அடுத்த ஆண்டிலிருந்து 1913ஆம் ஆண்டு ஸ்ரீ ராமநவமி நிகழ்ச்சிகள் அதிகரிக்க ஆரம்பித்தன. ராதாகிருஷ்ண மாயி முதல் சைத்ராவிலிருந்து நாமசப்தம், அதாவது இறைவனை புகழை தொடர்ந்து 7 நாட்கள் பாடிக்கொண்டிருப்பது ஆரம்பித்தார். எல்லோரும் ஊரை வைத்து பங்கெடுத்துக் கொண்டனர். அவளும் சில நாட்கள் அதிகாலையில் கலந்து கொண்டாள். நாட்டின் எல்லா பகுதிகளிலிருந்து ராமநவமி கொண்டாடப்படுவதால் ஹரிதாஸை பெறுவது மிகவும் கஷ்டமான என்று உணரப்பட்டது. ஆனால் விழாவிற்கு 5 அல்லது 6 நாட்களுக்கு முன் நவீன துக்காராம் என்று அறியப்பட்ட பாலபுவா மாலியை தற்செயலாக மகாஜனை சந்தித்தார். அவரை அவ்வாண்டு கீர்த்தனைப்படியே செய்தார். அடுத்த ஆண்டு சாதாரா ஜில்லா பிட்ஹாசித கவட்டே நகரை சேர்ந்த பாலபுவா சதார்கர் என்பவர் தமது நகரில் பிரேக் பரவியிருந்த காரணத்தால் அங்கு ஹரிதாஸாக இயங்க முடியவில்லை. எனவே ஷிரடிக்கு வந்து காக்கா சாஹேப் மூலம் பெற்ற அனுமதியுடன் கீர்த்தனை செய்தார். அவரது முயற்சிக்கு போதுமான அளவு சன்மானம் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. முடிவாக ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் புதிய ஹரிதாசர் ஒருவர் கிடைக்கப்பெறும் சிரமத்தை 1914 தாஸ்கோன மகாராஜை இப்பணியில் சாய்பாபா நிரந்தரமாக நியமித்ததன் மூலம் தீர்த்தார். அந்நாளிலிருந்து தற்போது வரைக்கும் அவ்வேலையை தாஸ்கோன் வெற்றிகரமாகவும் சிறப்பான முறையிலும் நிறைவேற்றி வருகிறார். 1912ஆம் ஆண்டிலிருந்து ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டும் திருவிழா படிப்படியாக வளர தொடங்கியது. சித்திரை 8ஆம் தேதியிலிருந்து 12ஆம் தேதி வரை ஷிரடி தேன்கூட்டை போல மக்கள் திரள அதிகமாக காட்சியளித்தது. கடைகள் அதிகரிக்க தொடங்கின. மல்யுத்த போட்டிகளில் புகழ்பெற்ற மல்யுத்த வீரர்கள் பங்கெடுத்துக் கொண்டனர். முன்னைவிட பெரிய அளவில் ஏழைகளுக்கு உணவு அளிக்கப்பட்டது. ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாயின் பேருழைப்பு ஷிரடியை ஒரு சமஸ்தானமாக்கியது. அதுக்கு தேவையான பொருட்கள் சேர்க்கப்பட்டன. ஒரு அழகான குதிரை, ஒரு பல்லக்கு, ஒரு ரதம், பல வெள்ளி பொருட்கள், பாத்திரங்கள், பானைகள், வாளிகள், படங்கள், முகம் பார்க்கும் கண்ணாடிகள் முதலியவை அன்பளிக்கப்பட்டன. இங்கனம் தமக்காக உள்ள பொருட்கள் எல்லாம் ஏராளமாக அதிகரித்த போதிலும் சாய்பாபா அவைகளை எல்லாம் மதிக்காது தமது எளிமையை முன்போலவே பாதுகாத்து வந்தார். 2 ஊர்வங்களிலும் இந்துக்களும் முகமதியர்களும் ஒன்றாக வேலை செய்து வந்தனர். அவர்களிடையே இதுவரை எவ்வித சச்சரவோ இடையூறு இருந்ததே இல்லை. ஆரம்பத்தில் 5000 முதல் 7000 மக்கள் வரை கூடுவது வழக்கமாக இருந்தது. ஆனால் அவ்வெண்ணிக்கை சில ஆண்டுகளில் 75,000 அதிகரித்தது. எனினும் குறிப்பிட்டு சொல்லத்தக்க விதத்தில் எவ்வித தொத்து வியாதியோ கலகமோ கடந்த பல ஆண்டுகளாக ஏற்பட்டதே இல்லை. மசூதி ரிப்பேர்கள். கோபால்ராவ் குண்டிற்கு மற்றொரு முக்கிய எண்ணமும் உதித்தது. உருசல சந்தனக்கூடு விழாவை அவர் தொடங்கியதை போன்று மசூதியை தாம் ஒழுங்குபடுத்த வேண்டும் என எண்ணினார். எனவே பழுது பார்க்க கற்களை சேகரித்து அதன் பங்கங்களை சமப்படுத்தவும் செய்தார். ஆனால் இப்பணி அவருக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டதல்ல. இது நானா சாஹிப் சந்தகருக்கு தாழ்வாரத்தின் வேலைக்காக பிரதீஷத்திற்கும் ஒதுக்கப்பட்டிருந்தது. ஆனால் முதலில் பாபா இவ்வேலைகளை செய்ய அவர்களுக்கு அனுமதி அளிக்க மனமில்லாதவராய் இருந்தார். ஆனால் மல்சாபதி என்ற உள்ளூர் அடியவரின் குறுக்கிட்டால் அவர்களுக்கு அனுமதி கிடைத்தது. மசூதியில் ஒரே இரவில் தாழ்வார பணி முற்று பெற்றதும் பாபா தமது வழக்கமான ஆசனமாக சாக்கு துண்டை விட்டொழித்து தாம் அமர்வதற்கென ஒரு சிறு ஆசனம் அமைத்துக் கொண்டார். 1911 சபா மண்டபம் பெரும் ஒழிப்புடன் கடின முயற்சியுடன் ஒழுங்குபடுத்தப்பட்டது. மசூதிக்கு முன்னால் இருந்த திறந்த வெளியானது சிறியதாகவும் அசௌகரியமாகவும் இருந்தது. காக்கா சாஹிப் தீட்சித் அதை விசாலப்படுத்தி அதற்கு மேல் கூரை போட விரும்பினார். பெருஞ்செலவில் இரும்பு தூண்கள், கம்பங்கள், துணிகள் முதலியவற்றை வரவைத்து வேலையை ஆரம்பித்தார். இரவில் எல்லா அடியவர்களும் கடினமாக உழைத்து கம்பங்களை ஊன்றியிருந்தார்கள். ஆனால் மறுநாள் காலை சாய்பாபா சாவடியிலிருந்து திரும்பி வந்த போது எல்லாவற்றையும் வீடுடன் குடுங்கி வெளியே எறிந்தார். ஒரு முறை இவ்வாறு நிகழ்ந்தது. அவர் மிகவும் உணர்ச்சி வசப்பட்டு ஒரு கம்பத்தையே ஒரு கையில் எடுத்து கொண்டு அதை அசைத்து வெளியே எடுக்க ஆரம்பித்து மற்றொரு கையால் தாத்தியா பாட்டில் கழுத்தை பற்றினார். தாத்தியாவின் முண்டாசை வலிந்து பற்றி இழுத்து ஒரு நெருப்பு குச்சியை கொளுத்தி அதை பற்ற வைத்து குழியில் தூக்கி எறிந்தார். அச்சமயத்தில் பாபாவின் கண்கள் எரியும் நெருப்பு துண்டம் போல் இருந்தது. ஒருவருக்கும் அவரை பார்க்க தைரியம் இல்லை. எல்லோரும் பயங்கரமாக அஞ்சினார்கள். பாபா தமது பையில் இருந்து ₹1 எடுத்து அதை ஒரு புனித நிகழ்ச்சியின் நிவேதனம் போல ஆகிவிட்டு இருந்தார். தாத்தியாவும் மிகவும் பயந்து போனார். யாருக்கும் தாத்தியாவுக்கு என்ன நிகழப்போகிறது என்பது தெரியாது. ஒருவருக்கும் தலையிட தைரியமும் இல்லை. பாபாவின் குஷ்டரோகி அடியவனான பாகோஜி சிந்தே என்பவன் கொஞ்சம் முன்னேற தொடங்கினான். ஆனால் அவன் பாபாவால் தள்ளப்பட்டான். மாதவராவுக்கும் அதே போன்ற மரியாதை கிடைத்தது. அவர் கற்களால் அடிக்கப்பட்டார். ஆனால் சிறிது நேரத்திற்கு பின் பாபாவின் கோபம் தணிந்து குளிர்ந்து கடைக்காரர்களிடம் ஆள் அனுப்பி பூவேலை செய்த ஒரு முண்டாசு வாங்கி வர செய்து தாத்தியாவுக்கு ஒரு சிறப்பான கௌரவம் செய்வதை போல தாமே அவர் தலையில் கட்டிவிட்டார். பாபாவின் இவ்வினோத குணத்தை கண்டு எல்லோரும் ஆச்சரியத்தால் தாக்கப்பட்டனர். அவ்வளவு வேகமாக பாபாவை கோபமடை செய்தது எது? தாத்தியா பாட்டில் உதவி கொடுக்கும்படி செய்தது எது? அவரது கோபம் அடுத்த வினாடி தணிந்தது எப்படி என்பதை அவர்கள் எல்லோரும் அறிந்து கொள்ள இயலவில்லை. சில வேளைகளில் பாபா மிகவும் அமைதியாகவும் மௌனமாகவும் இருந்தார். இனிமையான விஷயங்களை அன்புடனும் பேசினார். பின்னர் உடனே சின்ன பொய் காரணமாக இருந்ததோ இல்லாமலோ கோபாவேசம் அடைந்தார். அத்தகைய பல சம்பவங்கள் இங்கே கூறலாம். ஆனால் எனக்கு எதை சொல்வது எதை விடுவது என்று தெரியவில்லை. எனவே அவைகளை எனக்கு தோன்றியவது கூறுகிறேன். அடுத்த அத்தியாயத்தில் பாபா ஒரு முகமதியரா இந்துவா என்னும் வினா எடுத்துக் கொள்ளப்படும். அவரின் யோக பயிற்சி சக்தி மற்றும் பல விஷயங்களும் எடுத்துக் கொள்ளப்படும். ஸ்ரீ சாயி பணிக அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம்.
Chapter 7. Wonderful incarnation. Sai Baba knew all the yogic practices. He was well versed in the 6 processes, including dhauti, that is stomach cleaning by a moistened piece of linen 3 inches in breadth and 22.5 inches in length. Khanda Yoga, that is separating his limbs and joining them again, and samadhi, etc. If you thought that he was a Hindu, he'd look like a Yavan. If you thought him to be a Yavan, he looked like a pious Hindu. No one definitely knew whether he was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. He celebrated the Hindu festival of Navami with all due formalities and at the same time permitted the sandal procession of the Mohammedans. He encouraged wrestling bouts in this festival. When the Gokulashtami came, he got the Gopal Kala ceremony duly performed, and on Eid festivals, he allowed the Mohammedans to say their prayers, namaz in his masjid. Once during a Muharram festival, some Mohammedans proposed to construct a tazia or tabut in the masjid, keep it there for some days, and afterwards take it in procession through village. Sai Baba allowed the keeping of the tabut for 4 days, and on the 5th day got it removed from the masjid without the least compunction. If we say that he was a Mohammedan, his ears were pierced, that is, had holes according to Hindu custom. If you think that he was a Hindu, he advocated the practice of circumcision, though according to Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who observed him closely, he was not himself circumcised. Wide the article in Sai Leela on Baba Hindu Ki Yavan by B.V. Dev, page 562. If you call him Hindu, he always lived in the masjid. If Mohammedan, he had always the Duni sacred fire there, and the following things which are contrary to Mohammedan religion, that is grinding on the handmill, blowing of the conch and bells, oblation of the fire, bhajan, giving of food, and worship of Baba's feet by means of agya, that is water, were allowed there. If you think that he was a Mohammedan, the best of Brahmins and Agnihotris, leaving aside their orthodox ways, fell prostrate at his feet. Those who went to make inquiries about his caste were dumbfounded and were captured by his darshan. So none could definitely decide whether Sai Baba was a Hindu or a Mohammedan. This is no wonder, for he who completely surrenders himself to the Lord by getting rid of his egoism and body consciousness, thus becoming one with him, and has nothing to do with any questions of caste or nationality. Baba saw no difference between any 2 castes and even between things. He took meat and fish with fakirs, but did not grumble when dogs touched the dishes with their mouths. Such a unique and wonderful incarnation was Sai Baba. On account of the merits in my past birth, I had the good fortune to sit at his feet and enjoy his blessed company. The joy and delight I derived therefrom was incomparable. In fact, Sai Baba was pure Anand and consciousness. I cannot sufficiently describe him, his greatness and uniqueness. He who took delight at his feet was established in his own self. Many sannyasis, sadhaks, and all sorts of men aspiring for salvation came to Sai Baba. He always walked, talked, and laughed with them, and always uttered, Allah Malik, God is the sole owner. He never liked discussion or disputation. He was always calm and controlled, though irritable at times, always preached Vedanta, and nobody knew till the last who was Baba. Princes and poor people were treated alike by him. He knew the inmost secrets of all, and when he gave expression to them, all were surprised. He was a repository of all knowledge, still he feigned ignorance. He also disliked honor. Such were the characteristics of Sai Baba. Though he had a human body, his deeds testified to his godhood. All people considered him as the god in Shirdi. Ignorant that I am, I cannot describe Baba's miracles. He got almost all the temples in Shirdi repaired. Through Tatya Patil, the temples of Shani, Ganapati, Shankar Parvati, village deity, and Maruti were put in order. His charity was also remarkable. The money he used to collect as dakshina was freely distributed, rupees 20 to some, rupees 15 or 50 to others every day. The recipients thought that this was pure charity money, and Baba wished that it should be usefully employed. People benefited immensely by having Baba's darshan. Some became hale and hearty. Wicked people were turned into good ones. Leprosy was cured. In some cases, many got their desires fulfilled without any medicine being put in the eyes. Some blind men got back their sight, and some lame ones got their limbs. Nobody could see the end of his extraordinary greatness. His fame spread far and wide, and pilgrims from all sides flocked to Shirdi. Baba had his asana near the dhuni and always rested there. He sat there in meditation, sometimes without a bath. He used to tie a small white turban on his head and wear a clean dhota round his waist and a shirt on his body. This was his attire in the beginning. He first practiced medicine in the village. He examined patients and gave medicines. He was always successful, and he became famous as a Hakim, doctor. A curious case may be narrated here. One devotee had his eyes quite red and swollen. No doctor was available in Shirdi. The other devotees took him to Baba. In such cases, other doctors would use ointments, anjans, cow's milk, and camphorated drugs, etc. Baba's remedy was quite unique. He pounded some biba, that is, some carpus anacardium, that is, marking nuts, and made 2 balls of them and thrust them on each eye of the patient and wrapped a cloth bandage around them. Next day, the bandage was removed and water was poured over them. The inflammation subsided and the pupils became white and clear. Though the eyes are very delicate, the biba caused no hurt but removed the disease of the eyes. Many such cases were cured. This is only one instance in this regard. Baba knew all the processes and practices of yoga. 2 of them will be described here. Dhoti Kriya, or cleansing process. Every 3rd day, Baba went to the well near Banyan tree at a considerable distance from the masjid, washed his mouth and had a bath. On one occasion, he was seen throwing up his intestines, cleaned them inside outside, and placed them on a jam tree for drying. There are people in Shirdi who have actually seen this and who have testified to this fact. Ordinary dhoti is done by a moistened piece of linen, 3 inches broad, 22.5 feet long. This piece is gulped down the throat and allowed to remain in the stomach for about half an hour for being reacted there and then taken out. But Baba's dhoti was quite unique and extraordinary. Other one is Khanda Yoga. In this practice, Baba extracted the limbs from his body and left them separately at different places in the masjid. Once a gentleman went to the masjid and saw the limbs of Baba lying in separate places. He was terrified. He first thought of running to the village officers and informing them of Baba being hacked to pieces and murdered. He thought that perhaps he would be held responsible as he was the first informant and knew something of the affair. So he kept silent. But next day, when he went to the masjid, he was very much surprised to see Baba hale and hearty as before. He saw that what he had seen the previous day was only a dream. Baba practiced yoga since his infancy, and nobody knew or guessed the proficiency he had attained in it. He charged no fees for his cures, became renowned and famous by virtue of his merits, gave health to many a poor and suffering person. This famous doctor of doctors cared not for his interest, but always worked for the good and welfare of others, himself suffering unbearable and terrible pain many a time in the process. One such instance I'll relate now, which will show the all-pervasive and the most merciful character of Sai Baba. Baba's all-pervasiveness and mercy. In the year 1910, Baba was sitting near the dhuni on Diwali and warming himself. He was putting firewood into the dhuni, which was burning brightly. A little later, instead of pushing logs of wood, Baba pushed his arm into the dhuni. His arm was scorched and burnt. This was noticed by the errand boy Madhav and also by Madhav Rao Deshpande. Shama. They at once ran to Baba, and Madhav Rao clasped Baba by his waist from behind and dragged him forcibly backward and asked, Deva, why have you done this? Then Baba came to his senses and replied, the wife of a blacksmith at some distant place was working the bellows of a furnace. Her husband called her, forgetting that her child was on her lap. She got up hastily and the child slipped into the furnace. I immediately thrust my hand into the furnace and saved the child. I don't mind my arm being burnt, but I'm glad that the life of the child is saved. On hearing the news of Baba's hand being burnt from Shama Madhav Rao Deshpande, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, accompanied by the famous Dr. Paramanand of Mumbai, with his medical outfit consisting of ointments, lint and bandages, etc., rushed to Shirdi and requested Baba to allow Dr. Paramanand to examine the arm and dress the wound caused by the burn. This was refused. Ever since the burnt arm was dressed by Bhagoji Shinde, a Lipa devotee, his treatment consisted in massaging the burnt part with ghee and then placing a leaf over it and bandaging it tightly. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar solicited Baba many a time to unfasten the bandages, get the wound examined, dressed and treated by Dr. Paramanand with the object that it may heal fast. Dr. Paramanand himself made several similar requests, but Baba postponed it by saying that Allah was his doctor and did not allow his arm to be examined. Dr. Paramanand's medicines were not exposed to the air of Shirdi and they remained intact. But he had the good fortune of getting a darshan of Baba. Bhagoji was allowed to treat the hand daily. After some days, the arm healed and all were happy. Still, we do not know whether any trace of pain was left or not. Every morning, Bhagoji went through his program of untying the bandages, massaging the arm with ghee, and tightly bandaging it again. This went on till Sai Baba's Samadhi. Sai Baba, a perfect Siddha as he was, did not really want this treatment, but out of love for his devotee, he allowed the Upasana service of Bhagoji to go on uninterrupted all along. When Baba started for Lendi, Bhagoji held an umbrella over him and accompanied him. Every morning when Baba sat near the post, close to the dhuni, Bhagoji was present and started his service. Bhagoji was a sinner in his past birth. He was suffering from leprosy, his fingers had shrunk, his body was full of pus and smelling badly. Though outwardly he seemed so unfortunate, he was really very lucky and happy, for he was the premier servant of Baba and got the benefit of his company. I shall now relate another instance of Baba's wonderful Leela. Mrs. Khaparde, the wife of Mr. Dada Sahib Khaparde of Amravati, was staying at Shirdi with a young son for some days. One day, the son got high fever, which further developed into bubonic plague. The mother was frightened and felt most uneasy. She thought of leaving the place for Amravati and went near Baba in the evening. When he was coming near the Vada, now the Samadhi Mandir, in his evening rounds for asking his permission, she informed him in a trembling note that her dear young son was down with plague. Baba spoke kindly and softly to her, saying that the sky is beset with clouds, but they will melt and pass off and everything will be smooth and clear. So saying, he lifted up his kafni up to the waist and showed to all present 4 fully developed bubos as big as eggs and added, "See how I have to suffer for my devotees? The difficulties are mine." Seeing this unique and extraordinary Leela, the people were convinced as to how the saints suffer pains for the devotees. The hearts of the saints is softer than wax. It is soft in and out as butter. They love their devotees without any idea of gain and regard them as their true relatives. I shall now close this chapter after relating a story illustrating how Sai Baba loved his devotees and anticipated their wishes and movements. Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was a great devotee of Baba, was Mamlatdar at Nandurbar in Khandesh. He got an order of transfer to Pandharpur. His devotion to Sai Baba bore fruit as he got an order to go and stay at Pandharpur, which is regarded as the Bhuvaikunta heaven on the earth. Nana Sahib had to take immediate charge, so he left for the place without even writing or informing anybody at Shirdi. He wanted to give a surprise visit at Shirdi, his Pandharpur, see and salute his Vithoba, that is Baba, and then proceed further. Nobody knew of Nana Sahib's departure for Shirdi, but Sai Baba knew all about this, as his eyes were everywhere, omniscient. As soon as Nana Sahib approached Nimgaon, a few miles from Shirdi, there was a stir in the masjid at Shirdi. Baba was sitting and talking with Malsapati, Appa Shinde and Kashiram when he at once said, "Let us all four do some bhajan. The doors of Pandhari open, let us sing merrily." Then they began to sing in chorus, the bhava of the song being, "I have to go to Pandharpur and I have to stay on there, for it is the house of my Lord." Baba sang and the devotees followed him. After a short while, Nana Sahib came there with his family, prostrated before Baba, and requested him to accompany them to Pandharpur and stay with them there. This solicitation was not necessary, as the devotees told Nana Sahib that Baba was already in the mood of going to Pandharpur and staying there. Hearing this, Nana Sahib was moved and fell at Baba's feet. Then, after getting Baba's permission, Udi, sacred ash, and blessings, Nana Sahib left for Pandharpur. There is no end to Baba's stories, but let me now stop here, reserving for the next chapter other topics such as importance of human life, Baba's living on alms, Bajabai service, and other stories. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
8వ అధ్యాయము మానవ జన్మ యొక్క ప్రాముఖ్యము. ఈ అద్భుత విశ్వమందు భగవంతుడు కోటాను కోట్లో జీవరాశులను సృష్టించి ఉన్నాడు. దేవయక్ష గంధర్వాదులు, జంతువు కీటకాదులు, మనుష్యులు మొదలగు వానిని సృష్టించెను. స్వర్గము, నరకము, భూమి, మహాసముద్రము, ఆకాశమునందు నివసించు జీవకోటి అంతయు సృష్టించెను. వీరిలో ఎవరి పుణ్యం ఎక్కువగునో వారు స్వర్గమునకు పోయి వారి పుణ్యఫలమును అనుభవించిన పిమ్మట త్రోసివేయబడుదురు. ఎవరి పాపం ఎక్కువగునో వారు నరకమునకు పోదురు. అచ్చట వారు పాపములకు తగినట్లు బాధలను పొందెదరు. పాపపుణ్యములు సమానమునగునప్పుడు భూమిపై మానవులుగా జన్మించి మోక్ష సాధనమునకై అవకాశము గాంచెదరు. వారి పాపపుణ్యములు నిష్క్రమించునప్పుడు వారికి మోక్షము కలుగును. వేయేల మోక్షము గాని పుట్టుక గాని వారు వారు చేసుకొనిన కర్మలపై ఆధారపడి ఉండును. మానవ శరీరము యొక్క ప్రత్యేక విలువ. జీవకోటి అంతటికి ఆహారము, నిద్ర, భయము, సంభోగము సామాన్యము. మానవునికి గాక మరొక ప్రజ్ఞ గలదు. అది ఏ జ్ఞానము. దీని సహాయముననే మానవుడు భగవత్ సాక్షాత్కారమును పొందగలడు. ఇంకే జన్మయందును దీనికి అవకాశము లేదు. ఈ కారణము చేతనే దేవతలు సైతము మానవ జన్మను ఈర్ష్యతో చూచెదరు. వారు కూడా భూమిపై మానవ జన్మెత్తి మోక్షమును సాధించవలనని కోరెదరు. కొంతమంది మానవ జన్మము చాలా చాలా నీచమైనదనియు, చీము, నెత్తురు, మలములతో నిండి ఉండుననియు, తుదకు శిథిలమై రోగమునకు మరణమునకు కారణమగునందు అందురు. కొంతవరకు అది కూడా నిజమే. ఇది లోకములు ఇన్ని లోపములు ఉన్నప్పటికీ మానవునకు జ్ఞానమును సంపాదించు శక్తి కలదు. శరీరముండుట చేతనే మానవుడు తన దేహము యొక్క జగత్తు యొక్క అనిత్యత్వమును గ్రహించి ఇంద్రియ సుఖముల పట్ల విరక్తి పొంది నిత్యానిత్య వివేకముతో కడగు భగవత్ సాక్షాత్కారమును పొందుచున్నాడు. శరీరము మలభూయిష్టమైనది. నిరాకరించినచో మోక్షమున సంపాదించు అవకాశమును పోగొట్టుకొనెదము. దేహమును ముద్దుగా పెంచి విషయ సుఖములకు మరిగినచో నరకమున పడెదము. ఉచిత మార్గమే మన దేహము అశ్రద్ధ చేయకూడదు. దానిని లోలత్వముతో పోషించను కూడదు. తగు జాగ్రత్త మాత్రమే తీసుకొనవలెను. గుర్రపు రౌతు తన గమ్యస్థానము చేరు వరకు గుర్రమును ఎంత జాగ్రత్తతో చూచుకొనురో అంత జాగ్రత్త మాత్రమే తీసుకొనవలెను. ఈ శరీరమును మోక్ష సాధన లేక ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము కొరకు వినియోగించవలెను. ఇది ఏ జీవుని పరమావధి అయి ఉండవలెను. భగవంతుడు అనేక జీవులను సృష్టించినప్పటికీ అతనికి సంతుష్టి కలుగలేదట. ఎందుకనగా భగవంతుని శక్తిని అవేమీ గ్రహించలేకపోయినవి. అందుచేత భగవంతుడు ప్రత్యేకముగా మానవుని సృష్టించను. వానికి జ్ఞానం అనే ప్రత్యేక శక్తినిచ్చను. మానవుడు భగవంతుని లీలలను, అద్భుత కార్యములను క్షేమోషి విజ్ఞానములను జూచి పరవశమొందినప్పుడు భగవంతుడు మిక్కిలి సంతుష్టి చెంది ఆనందించును. అందుచేత మానవ జన్మ లభించుట గొప్ప అదృష్టము. బ్రాహ్మణ జన్మ పొందుట అందులోనూ శ్రేష్టము. అన్నిటికంటే గొప్పది సాయిబాబా చరణారవిందములపై సర్వస్వ శరణాగతి చేయున అవకాశము కలుగుట మానవుని విద్యుక్త ధర్మము. మానవ జన్మ విలువైనదియు దానికి ఎప్పటికైనను మరణము అనివార్యమనియు గ్రహించి మానవుడు ఎల్లప్పుడూ జాగరూకుడై ఉండి జీవన పరమావధిని సాధించుటకై యత్నించవలయును. ఏ మాత్రమును అశ్రద్ధ గాని ఆలస్యము గాని చేయరాదు. త్వరలో దానిని సంపాదించుటకు యత్నించవలెను. భార్య చనిపోయిన వాడు రెండవ భార్య కొరకు ఎంత ఆతురపడునో, తప్పిపోయిన యువరాజుకై చక్రవర్తి ఎంత వెతుకుచుండునో, అటులనే విసుగు విరామము లేక రాత్రింబవళ్ళు కృషి చేసి ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారమును సంపాదించవలెను. బద్ధకములు, అలసటను, కునుకుపాట్లు దూరమునర్చి అహోరాత్రులు ఆత్మయందే ధ్యానము నిలుపవలెను. ఈ మాత్రము చేయలేనిచో మనము పశు ప్రాయుల మగుదుము. తక్షణ కర్తవ్యము. మన ధ్యేయము సత్వరము ఫలించు మార్గమేమన వెంటనే భగవత్ సాక్షాత్కారమును పొందిన సద్గురువు వద్ద కేరుగుట. ఆధ్యాత్మికోపన్యాసములెన్ని వినినప్పటికీ పొందనట్టిదియు, ఆధ్యాత్మిక గ్రంథములెన్ని చదివినను తెలియనట్టిదియును ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము సద్గురువుల సాంగత్యముచే సులభముగా పొందవచ్చును. నక్షత్రములన్నీయు కలిసి ఇవ్వలేని వెలుతురును సూర్యుడెట్లు ఇవ్వగలుగుతున్నాడో అట్లనే ఆధ్యాత్మికోపన్యాసములు గ్రంథములు ఇవ్వలేని జ్ఞానమును సద్గురువు విప్పి చెప్పగలడు. వారి చర్యలు సామాన్య సంభాషణలే మనకు మౌన ప్రబోధములు. శాంతి, క్షమ, వైరాగ్యము, దానము, ధర్మము, మనోదేహములను స్వాధీనమందుంచుకొనుట, అహంకారము లేకుండుట మొదలగు శుభ లక్షణములను వారి ఆచరణలో చూచి భక్తులు నేర్చుకొందురు. వారి పావన చరితములు భక్తుల మనములలో ప్రబోధము కలుగజేసి వారిని పారమార్థికముగా ఉద్ధరించును. సాయిబాబా అట్టి మహాపురుషుడు, సద్గురువు. బాబా సామాన్య ఫకీరు వలె సంచరించుచున్నప్పటికీ వారెప్పుడును ఆత్మానుసంధానము నందే నిమగ్నులగుచుండిరి. దైవ భక్తి గల పవిత్ర హృదయములు వారికి సదా ప్రీతి పాత్రులు. వారు సుఖమునకు ఉప్పొంగువారు కారు, కష్టముల వలన కృంగిపోవువారు కారు. రాజైనను నిరుపేదైనను వారికి సమానమే. తమ దృష్టి మాత్రమును ముష్టివాణిని చక్రవర్తిని చేయగల శక్తి ఉన్నప్పటికీ బాబా ఇంటింటికి తిరిగి భిక్ష నెత్తేడివారు. వారి భిక్ష ఎట్టిదో చూతము. బాబా యొక్క భిక్షాటనము. షిరిడీ జనులు పుణ్యాత్ములు. ఎందుకనగా వారి ఈ ఇంగ్ల ఎదుటనే కదా బాబా భిక్షుకుని వలె నిలిచి అమ్మా రొట్టె ముక్క పెట్టు అనుచు దానిని అందుకొనుటకు చేయి చాచడివారు. చేత ఒక రేకు డబ్బా పట్టుకొని భుజానికి ఒక గుడ్డ జోలే తగిలించుకొని భిక్షాటనకు పోయేడివారు. బాబా కొన్ని ఇండ్లకు మాత్రమే భిక్షకు పోయేడివారు. పులుసు, మజ్జిగ వంటి ద్రవ పదార్థములు, కూర మొదలగునవి రేకు డబ్బాలో పోయించుకొనువారు. అన్నము, రొట్టె మొదలగునవి జోలెలో వేయించుకొనడివారు. బాబాకు రుచి అనునది లేదు. వారు జిహ్వను స్వాధీనమందుంచుకొనిరి. కాన అన్ని పదార్థములను రేకు డబ్బాలోను జోలెలోను వేసుకొనడివారు. అన్ని పదార్థములకు ఒకేసారి కలిపి వేసి భుజించి సంతుష్టి చెందువారు. పదార్థముల రుచిని పాటించేవారు కారు. వారి నాలుకకు రుచి అనునది లేనట్లే కనిపించుచుండెను. బాబా భిక్షకు ఒక పద్ధతి, కాల నియమము లేకుండెను. ఒక్కొక్క దినము కొన్ని ఇండ్ల వద్ద మాత్రమే భిక్ష చేసడివారు. ఒక్కొక్కసారి 12 సార్లు కూడా భిక్షకు వెళ్ళడివారు. భిక్షలో దొరికిన పదార్థములను అన్నింటినీ ఒక మట్టి పాత్రలో వేసేవారు. దానిని కుక్కలకు, పిల్లులకు, కాకులకు విచ్చలవిడిగా తినుచుండివి. వాటిని తరిమేవారు కారు. మసీదు తుడిచి శుభ్రము చేయు స్త్రీ 10-12 రొట్టె ముక్కలను నిరాటంకముగా తీసుకొనుచుండెను. కుక్కలను, పిల్లులను కూడా కలలో సైతము అడ్డుకు పెట్టని వారు. ఆకలితో ఉన్న పేదల ఆహారములను అడ్డు చెప్పుదురా? ఫకీరు పదవియే నిజమైన మహారాజ పదవి అని, అది ఏ శాశ్వతమని, మామూలు సిరి సంపదలు క్షణభంగురలని బాబా అనుచుండెడివారు. ఆ పావన చరితుని జీవితము వంటి జీవితమే గదా మిగుల ధన్యమైనది. మొదటి షిరిడీ ప్రజలు బాబానొక పిచ్చి ఫకీరని భావించి అటులనే పిలిచెడివారు. భోజనోపాధికై రొట్టె ముక్కలకై గ్రామములో భిక్షనెత్తి కొనడి పేద ఫకీరన్న ఎవరికి గౌరవమేమి ఉండును. కాని ఈ ఫకీరు పరమ విశాల హృదయుడు, ఉదారుడు, ధనాపేక్ష లేశ మాత్రము లేని నిరాసక్తుడు. బాహ్య దృష్టికి వారు చంచలునిగను స్థిరత్వము లేనివారుగను గాన్పించినను లోన వారు స్థిర చిత్తులు. వారి చర్యలు అంతుబట్టనివి. ఆ కుగ్రామములో కూడా బాబాను ఒక గొప్ప మహాత్మునిగా గుర్తించి సేవించి ధన్యజీవులు కొంతమంది గలరు. అట్టి వారిలో ఒకరు వృత్తాంతం ఇక్కడ చెప్పబోచున్నాను. భాయాజాబాయి ఒక ఎనలేని సేవ. తాత్యాకోటే పాటీలు తల్లి పేరు భాయాజాబాయి. ఆమె ప్రతిరోజు మధ్యాహ్నము తలపై ఒక గంపెలో రొట్టెలు, కూర పెట్టుకుని సమీపముననున్న చిట్టడవిలో ముంగ్లు పొదలు లెక్క చేయక క్రోసుల కొద్ది దూరమునకు నడిచి ఆత్మధ్యానములో నిలిచి నిల్చిన ఎక్కడో కూర్చొని ఉన్న బాబాను వెతికి పట్టుకొని భోజనము పెట్టుచుండెను. బాబాకు సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసి వారి ఎదుట విస్తర ఒకటి వేసి తాను తెచ్చిన రొట్టె కూర మొదలగు భోజన పదార్థములను వడ్డించి కొసరి కొసరి వాటిని బాబా చేత తినిపించుచుండెను. ఆమె భక్తి విశ్వాసములు అద్భుతమైనవి. ఎనలేని ఆమె సేవను బాబా చివరి వరకు మరువలేదు. ఆమె సేవకు తగినట్లు ఆమె పుత్రుడగు తాత్యా పాటీలును ఎంతో ఆదరించి ఉద్ధరించెను. ఆ తల్లి కొడుకులకు బాబా సాక్షాత్తు భగవంతుడే అన్న విశ్వాసం ఉండెను. కొన్ని సంవత్సరముల తదుపరి బాబా అడవులకు పోవుట మాని మసీదులోనే కూర్చుండి భోజనము చేయసాగిరి. అప్పటి నుండి పొలములో తిరిగి బాబాను వెతికి పట్టుకొను శ్రమ బాయాజాబాయికి తప్పినది. ముగ్గురి పడక స్థలము. ఎవరి హృదయమందు సదా వాసుదేవుడు వసించుచుండునో అట్టి మహాత్ములు ధన్యులు. అట్టి మహాత్ముల సాంగత్యము లభించిన భక్తులు గొప్ప అదృష్టవంతులు. తాత్యా కోతే పాటీలు మహత్సాపతి ఇద్దరు అట్టి అదృష్టశాలురు. బాబా వారిరువురిని సమానముగా ప్రేమించేడి వారు. బాబా వీరిరువురితో కలిసి మసీదులో తమ తలలను తూర్పు పడమర ఉత్తరముల వైపు చేసి మధ్యలో ఒకరి కాళ్ళు ఒకరికి తగులునట్లు పండుకొనేడి వారు. పక్కలు పరుచుకొని వానిపై చతికల పడి సగము రేయి వరకు ఏవేవో సంగతులు ముచ్చటించుకొనడి వారు. అందులో ఎవరికైనా నిద్ర వచ్చుచున్నట్లుగా అనిపించిన తక్కిన వారు వారిని మేల్కొల్పుచుండిరి. తాత్యా పండుకొని గురు పెట్టినచో బాబా వానిని అటు ఇటు ఊపి వాని శిరస్సును గట్టిగా నొక్కుచుండెను. బాబా ఒక్కొక్కసారి మహల్సాపతిని అక్కున చేర్చుకొని తన కాళ్ళు నొక్కి వీపు తోమెడివారు. ఈ విధముగా 14 సంవత్సరములు తాత్యా తన తల్లిదండ్రులను విడిచి బాబాపై ప్రేమచే మసీదులోనే పండుకొనెను. అవి మరుపురాని మధుర దినములు. బాబా ప్రేమానురాగములు కొలువరానివి. వారి అనుగ్రహము ఇంత అని చెప్పుటకు అలవి కానివి. తండ్రి మరణించిన పిమ్మట తాత్యా గృహ బాధ్యతలను స్వీకరించి ఇంటిలోనే నిద్రించుట ప్రారంభించెను. రహతా నివాసి కుశాల్ చంద్ షిరిడీలో తాత్యా తండ్రి గారైన గణపతిరావు కోతే పాటీలును బాబా ఎంత ప్రేమాభిమానములతో చూచెడివారో అంతటి ప్రేమాధారములతోనే రహతా నివాసి అగు చంద్రభాను షేట్ మార్వాడిని చూచుచుండిరి. ఆ షేట్ మరణించిన పిమ్మట అతని అన్న కొడుకగు కుశాల్ చంద్ను కూడా మిక్కిలి ప్రేమతో చూచుచు అహర్నిశలు వారి యోగక్షేమ మరచుండిరి. ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు టాంగాలోను అప్పుడు ఎద్దుల బండి మీదను బాబా తన సన్నిహిత భక్తులతో కలిసి రహతా పోవువారు. రహతా ప్రజలు బాజా భజంత్రీలతో ఎదురేగి బాబాను గ్రామ సరిహద్దులు ద్వారము వద్ద దర్శించి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారములు చేసెడివారు. తరువాత మహావైభవముగా బాబాను గ్రామములోనికి సాదరముగా తీసుకొని వెళ్ళడివారు. కుశాల్ చంద్ బాబాను తన ఇంటికి తీసుకొని పోయి తగిన ఆసనము నందు కూర్చుండజేసి భోజనము పెట్టడివారు. ఇరువురు కొంతసేపు ప్రేమోల్లాసములతో ముచ్చటించుకొనడివారు. తదుపరి బాబా వారిని ఆశీర్వదించి షిరిడీ చేరడివారు. షిరిడీ గ్రామమునకు సమాన దూరములో ఒకవైపు దక్షిణ రహత మరోవైపు ఉత్తర దిశయందు నీంగాము ఉన్నవి. ఈ రెండు గ్రామములు దాటి బాబా ఎన్నడూ ఎచటికి పోయి ఉండలేదు. వారెన్నడూ రైలు బండిలో ప్రయాణము చేసి ఎరుగరు. రైలు బండి కనీసము చూచి కూడా ఉండలేదు. కానీ సర్వజ్ఞుడైన బాబాకు బంగ్ల రాకపోకలు ఖచ్చితముగా తెలియచుండేవి. బాబా వద్ద సెలవు పుచ్చుకొని వారి ఆజ్ఞానుసారము ప్రయాణము చేయువారలా ఎట్టి కష్టములు ఉండేడివి కావు. బాబా ఆదేశమును వ్యతిరేకముగా పోవు వారి అనేక కష్టముల పాలగుచుండిరి. అటువంటి కొన్ని సంఘటనలను మరికొన్ని ఇతర విషయములను రాబోబు అధ్యాయములో చెప్పెదము. 8వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథార్పణమస్తు.
அத்தியாயம் 9. விடை பெறும்போது சாய்பாபாவின் ஆணைகளுக்கு கீழ்ப்படிதல், கீழ்ப்படியாதிருத்தலின் விளைவு, சில நிகழ்ச்சிகள், பிச்சை எடுப்பதும் அதன் அவசியமும், பக்தரின் தட்கட் குடும்பத்தின் அனுபவம், பாபா எவ்வாறு திருப்தியுடன் உண்பிக்கப்பட்டார். முந்தைய அத்தியாயத்தின் முடிவில் விடைபெறும் போது பாபாவின் ஆணைகளுக்கு கீழ்ப்படிந்தவர்கள் நன்மையடைந்தனர் என்றும் அவைகளுக்கு கீழ்ப்படியாதவர்கள் பல துர்ச்சம்பவங்களுக்கு ஆளானார்கள் என்றும் மட்டுமே கூறப்பட்டது. சில குறிப்பிட்ட நிகழ்ச்சிகளாலும் மற்றும் சம்பவங்களாலும் இக்கூற்று விவரமாக இந்த அத்தியாயத்தில் சித்தரிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. ஷீரடி புனித யாத்திரையின் குணாதிசயம். ஷீரடி புனித யாத்திரையின் ஒரு சிறப்பான வினோதம் என்னவென்றால், எவரும் ஷீரடியை விட்டு பாபாவின் அனுமதியின்றி அகன்று செல்ல முடியாது. அப்படி செல்வாரேயானால் அவர் செல்லற்கரிய தொல்லைகளை வரவேற்கிறார். ஆனால் எவரேனும் ஷீரடியை விட்டு வெளியேறி செல்லும் போது பாபாவால் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளப்பட்டால் அவர் அங்கு அதற்கு மேல் தங்கியிருக்க முடியாது. பக்தர்கள் பாபாவிடம் சென்று வந்தனம் செய்து விடைபெற்று செல்ல போகும்போது அவர் சில யோசனைகள் அல்லது குறிப்புகள் வழங்குவார். இந்த யோசனைகள் பின்பற்றப்பட வேண்டும். இவைகள் பின்பற்றப்படாவிட்டாலும் அல்லது விலக்கப்பட்டு இருந்தாலும் அங்கனம் பாபாவின் தூண்டுதுறைகளுக்கு மாறாக நடந்தவர்களுக்கு விபத்துகள் நேரிடுவது உறுதி. இதை பற்றி சில நிகழ்ச்சிகளை கீழே குறிப்பிடுகிறோம். தாத்யா கோத்தே பாட்டீல். தாத்யா கோத்தே பாட்டீல் ஒருமுறை கோபர்காம் கடை வீதிக்கு குதிரை வண்டியில் சென்று கொண்டிருந்தார். அவர் மசூதிக்கு அவசரமாக திரும்பி வந்து பாபாவை வணங்கி தான் கோபர்காம் கடை வீதிக்கு செல்ல போவதாக கூறினார். பாபாவோ, அவசரப்படாதே, சிறிது தாமதித்து கடை வீதிக்கு செல், கிராமத்தை விட்டு வெளியில் செல்லாதே என்றார். ஆனால் போவதற்கு அவருடைய வேகத்தை கண்ட பாபா சாமாவையாவது மாதவரே தேஷ்பாண்டேவுடன் அழைத்துச் செல்லுமாறு கூறினார். இவ்வுரையை பொருட்படுத்தாத தாத்யா கோத்தே உடனே குதிரை வண்டியை ஓட்டிச் சென்றார். 2 குதிரைகளில் ரூபாய் 300 விலையுள்ள குதிரை மிகவும் சுறுசுறுப்பாகவும் இருப்பு கொள்ளாமலும் இருந்தது. சாவல்கேணியை தாண்டி பிறகு அது தாறுமாறாக ஓட ஆரம்பித்தது. இடுப்பில் சுளுக்கு ஏற்பட்டு கீழே விழுந்து விட்டது. தாத்யா அதிகமாக காயப்படவில்லை. ஆனால் சாய்பாபாவின் உத்தரவை நினைவில் கொண்டார். மற்றொரு சந்தர்ப்பத்தில் கோல்கார் கிராமத்துக்கு செல்லும் போது பாபாவின் நெறிமுறையை மதிக்காமல் குதிரை வண்டியில் சென்ற போது அதுவும் இதே கதிக்கு இலக்காகியது. ஐரோப்பிய பெருந்தகை. ஷீரடிக்கு ஒருமுறை ஐரோப்பிய பெருந்தகை ஏதோ ஒரு குறிக்கோளுடன் நானா சாஹிப்பின் அறிமுக குறிப்புடன் வந்தார். ஒரு கூடாரத்தில் சௌகரியமாக தங்க வைக்கப்பட்டார். அவர் பாபாவின் முன் மண்டியிட்டு பாபாவின் கையை முத்தமிட விரும்பினார். எனவே அவர் 3 முறை மசூதிக்குள் நுழைய முயன்றார். ஆனால் அவர் அப்படி செய்வதை பாபா தடுத்து விட்டார். கீழே உள்ள திறந்தவெளி முற்றத்தில் அமர்ந்து பாபாவின் தரிசனத்தை செய்யும்படி கேட்கப்பட்டார். தமக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்ட வரவேற்பை கண்டு மகிழாத ஐரோப்பியர் ஷீரடியை விட்டு உடனே புறப்பட விரும்பி விடைபெறுவதற்காக வந்தார். பாபா அவரை அடுத்த நாள் போகும்படியும் அவசரப்பட வேண்டாம் என்றும் கூறினார். மக்களும் அவரை பாபாவின் அறிவுரையின்படியே செய்ய வேண்டிக் கொண்டனர். இவற்றையெல்லாம் செவிமடுக்காது அவர் ஒரு குதிரை வண்டியில் ஷீரடியை விட்டு புறப்பட்டார். முதலில் குதிரைகள் ஒழுங்காக ஓடின. ஆனால் சாவுல் விஹர் கிராமத்தை தாண்டியதும் எதிரில் ஒரு சைக்கிள் வந்தது. இதை கண்டு குதிரைகள் மிரண்டு வேகமாக ஓடின. குதிரை வண்டி தலைகீழாக கவிழ்ந்தது. அந்த பெருந்தகை கீழே வந்து சிறிது தூரம் வரை இழுத்துச் செல்லப்பட்டார். உடனேயே அவர் விடுவிக்கப்பட்டார். என்றாலும் தனக்கு ஏற்பட்ட காயங்களை குணப்படுத்துவதற்காக கோபர்காம் மருத்துவமனைக்கு சென்று படுக்க வேண்டியதாயிற்று. இத்தகைய அனுபவங்கள் கணக்கில் அடங்கா. பாபாவின் ஆணைகளுக்கு கீழ்ப்படியாதவர்கள் ஏதோ ஒரு விதத்தில் விபத்துக்குள்ளானார்கள் என்றும் அவைகளுக்கு கீழ்ப்படிந்தவர்களோ பத்திரமாகவும் மகிழ்ச்சியாகவும் இருந்தனர் என்றும் எல்லா மக்களும் பாடம் கற்றுக்கொண்டனர். பிச்சை எடுப்பதன் தேவை. பிச்சை எடுப்பதை பற்றிய கேள்விக்கு தற்போது திரும்புவோம். பாபா உண்மையிலேயே அத்தகைய பெரிய சிறப்புடையவராக கடவுளாக இருந்தால் தமது வாழ்நாள் முழுக்க பிச்சை எடுக்கும் விளக்கத்தை ஏன் அவர் மேற்கொண்டவராய் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்னும் கேள்வி சிலரது உள்ளத்தில் எழக்கூடும். இக்கேள்வி 2 நோக்கு நிலைகளில் கருதப்பட்டு விடையறுக்கப்படலாம். பிச்சை எடுத்து வாழ்வதற்கு உரிமையுள்ள தகுதியான மக்கள் யார்? வம்சாவிருத்தி, செல்வம், புகழ் இம்3 முக்கிய ஆசைகளையும் துறந்து துறவை மேற்கொள்வாரே பிச்சை எடுத்து வாழ தகுதியுடையோர் அவர் என்று நமது சாஸ்திரங்கள் பகருகின்றன. இவர்கள் சமைப்பதற்கு ஏற்பாடுகளை செய்து வீட்டில் உண்ண முடியாது. அவர்களை உண்பிக்க வேண்டிய கடமை இல்லத்தாரின் தோள்களில் உள்ளது. சாய்பாபா இல்லத்தாரும் அல்ல, வானப்பிரஸ்தரும் அல்ல. அவர் பிரம்மச்சரியம் அனுஷ்டித்த ஒரு துறவி. அதாவது சிறு பருவம் முதற்கொண்டே துறவி ஆவார். இப்பிரபஞ்சமே தமது வீடு என்றும் தாமே பிரபஞ்ச ஆதாரமும் அழிவற்ற பிரம்மமும் ஆகிய பகவான் வாசுதேவர் என்பதும் அவருடைய உறுதியான அபிப்பிராயமாகும். எனவே அவருக்கு இறந்து உண்ணும் வழக்கத்திற்கு முழு உரிமை இருக்கிறது. மற்றவை கீழ்கண்ட நிலையின்படி பஞ்சசூன 5 பாவங்களும் அவைகளின் பிராயச்சித்தமும் உணவுப் பொருள்களும் சாப்பாடும் தயாரிப்பதற்கான இல்லத்தார் 5 செயல்கள் அல்லது நடைமுறைகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டியதாய் இருக்கிறது. அதாவது கண்டனி, பொடியாக்குதல், பேஷனி, அரைத்தல், உதக்கும்பி, பானைகளை கழுவுதல், மார்ஜனி, பெருக்கி சுத்தப்படுத்துதல், சுள்ளி, அடுப்பு பற்ற வைத்தல். இச்செயல் முறைகள் எல்லாம் ஏராளமான சிறிய கிருமிகளையும் ஜந்துக்களையும் கொள்வதற்கு ஏதுவாகிறது. இவ்வாறாக இல்லத்தார்கள் ஓரளவு பாவத்தை செய்தவர்களாகிறார்கள். இப்பாவத்துக்கு பரிகாரமாக தமது சாஸ்திரங்கள் 5 வகையான தியாகங்களை செய்ய பகர்கின்றன. பிரம்ம யஜ்யம் அல்லது பிரம்மத்துக்கு சமர்ப்பித்தல், வேத அத்தியனம் அல்லது வேத பாராயணம், பித்ரு யஜ்யம் மூதாதையர்களுக்கு சமர்ப்பணம், தேவ யஜ்யம் தேவதைகளுக்கு சமர்ப்பித்தல், பூத யஜ்யம் பூதங்களுக்கு சமர்ப்பணம், மனுஷ்ய அதிதி யஜ்யம் மனிதர்களுக்கும் அழைக்கப்படாத விருந்தாளிகளுக்கும் சமர்ப்பித்தல். சாஸ்திரப்படி இந்த தியாகங்களை முறையாக அனுசரித்தால் மன தூய்மை பெற்று ஞானமும் தன்னுணர்வும் தலையும் பெற உதவும். பாபா வீட்டுக்கு வீடு சென்றதன் மூலம் இல்லத்தாருக்கு அவர்களின் புனித கடமையை ஞாபகப்படுத்தினார். பாபாவால் தங்கள் வீட்டிலேயே இங்ஙனம் பாடம் கற்பிக்கப்பட்டவர்கள் பேறு பெற்ற மக்கள் ஆவார்கள். பக்தர்களின் அனுபவங்கள். இன்னும் அதிக விறுவிறுப்புள்ள விஷயத்துக்கு தற்போது திரும்புவோம். ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா பகவத்கீதையில் ஓர் இலை, மலர், பழம், அன்றி நீர் இவற்றை பக்தியுடன் எவனொருவன் எனக்கு சமர்ப்பிக்கின்றானோ அந்த உள்ள தூய்மையுடைய மனிதன் பக்திமிகு காணிக்கையானது என்னால் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளப்படுகிறது என்று கூறியிருக்கிறார். சாய்பாபாவின் விஷயத்தில் ஒரு பக்தர் உண்மையிலேயே ஏதாவது சமர்ப்பிக்க விரும்பியிருந்து பின்னால் அதையே சமர்ப்பிக்க அவர் மறந்து விட்டார் எனும் பாபா அவருக்கு அல்லது அவரது நண்பருக்கு அந்த காணிக்கையை ஞாபகப்படுத்தி அதை அவரை அழிக்க செய்து அதையே ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு பக்தரை ஆசீர்வதிக்கிறார். இது போன்ற சில நிகழ்ச்சிகள் கீழே குறிப்பிடப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. தர்கட் குடும்பம், தந்தையும் மகனும். முன்னர் பிரார்த்தனா சமாஜத்தை சேர்ந்த ராமச்சந்திர ஆத்மாராம் என்னும் பாபா சாஹேப் தர்கட் சாய்பாபாவின் ஒரு உறுதியான பக்தராவார். அவருடைய மனைவியும் மகனும் சாய்பாபாவிடம் அதற்கிணையாகவே அல்லது இன்னும் சற்று அதிகமாகவே கூட அன்பு செலுத்தினர். ஒருமுறை திருமதி தர்கட்டும் அவரது மகன் தர்கட்டும் மே மாத விடுமுறைக்கு ஷிரடிக்கு போவது என தீர்மானிக்கப்பட்டது. ஆனால் மகன் போக விரும்பவில்லை. காரணம், அவன் பாந்திரா வீட்டை விட்டு போவானாகில் வீட்டில் சாய்பாபாவின் பூஜை முறையாக கவனிக்கப்பட மாட்டாது என்று அவன் கருதியதே ஆகும். ஏனெனில் அவனது தகப்பனார் பிரார்த்தனா சமாஜத்தை சேர்ந்தவராதலால் சாய்பாபாவின் பெரிய படத்தை பூஜை செய்வதை அவர் லட்சியம் செய்ய மாட்டார் என்று அவன் கருதினான். எனினும் தனது மகன் செய்வதை போன்றே அதே விதமாக தான் பூஜா கர்மங்களை செய்வதாக அவர் உறுதியாக வாக்களித்த பின்பு ஒரு வெள்ளிக்கிழமை இரவு தாயும் மகனும் ஷீரடிக்கு புறப்பட்டனர். அடுத்த நாள் சனிக்கிழமை. திரு தர்கட் அதிகாலையில் எழுந்திருந்து பூஜை செய்வதற்கு முன் நீராடிவிட்டு பூஜை அறிவில் சாஷ்டாங்கமாக நமஸ்கரித்து, பாபா, எனது மகன் செய்த அதே மாதிரியாக நான் பூஜை செய்ய போகிறேன். ஆனால் தயவு செய்து அதை ஒரு எந்திர கதியான பயிற்சியாக ஆக்கிவிடாதீர்கள் என்று கூறிக்கொண்டே பூஜை செய்து சில கற்கண்டு கட்டிகளை நைவேத்தியமாக சமர்ப்பித்தார். அக்கற்கண்டு பகல் உணவின் போது பகிர்ந்தளிக்கப்பட்டது. அந்நாள் மாலையும் அதன் பின்னர் ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமையும் எல்லாம் நலமாகவே நடந்தேறின. தொடர்ந்து வேலை நாளான திங்கட்கிழமையும் நன்றாகவே கழிந்தது. தனது வாழ்நாளிலேயே இம்மாதிரியாக பூஜை செய்திராத திரு தட்கட் தன் மகனுக்கு வாக்களித்தபடி எல்லாம் மிகவும் திருப்திகரமாக முறையிலேயே நடந்தேறி கொண்டிருப்பதில் தனக்குள்ளேயே பெருமளவு நம்பிக்கை பெற்றார். அடுத்த நாளான செவ்வாயன்று வழக்கம் போல் காலையில் பூஜையை நிகழ்த்திய பின் தனது வேலைக்கு சென்றார். மதியம் வீட்டுக்கு வந்து உணவு பரிமாறப்பட்ட போது பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள கற்கண்டு பிரசாதம் இல்லாததை கண்டார். அவர் தமது சமையல்காரனை விசாரித்ததில் காலையில் எந்தவித நைவேத்தியம் செய்யப்படவில்லை என்று அறிந்தார். பூஜையின் அந்த அம்சத்தை நிகழ்த்த அவர் அடியோடு மறந்துவிட்டார். இது குறித்து தனது இருக்கையை விட்டு எழுந்திருந்து பூஜை அறையில் விழுந்து வணங்கி தமது தவறுதலுக்காக வருத்தம் தெரிவித்து, அதே நேரத்தில் இத்தகைய ஒரு சாதாரணமான நடைமுறை விஷயத்தில் வழிகாட்டாததற்காக பாபாவை அவர் கடிந்து கொண்டார். பின்னர் தனது மகனுக்கு உண்மைகளை கூறி ஒரு கடிதம் எழுதி அதை பாபாவின் பாதத்தடியில் வைத்து புறக்கணிப்பிற்காக தம்மை பொறுத்தரளவும் வேண்டுமாறு எழுதியிருந்தார். செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை மதியத்தில் பாந்திராவில் இது நிகழ்ந்தது. ஏறக்குறைய இதே நேரத்தில் ஷிரடியில் மத்தியான தீபாராதனை நிகழ்வதற்கு சிறிதே முன்பாக பாபா திருமதி தர்கட்டை நோக்கி, அம்மா, பாந்திராவில் உள்ள உனது வீட்டிற்கு ஏதேனும் உண்ணலாம் என்று எண்ணத்துடன் சென்றிருந்தேன். கதவு பூட்டப்பட்டிருப்பதை கண்டேன். எப்படியோ உள்ளே நுழைந்து, பாவ் திரு தர்கட், நான் உண்பதற்கு ஏதும் விட்டு வைக்கவில்லை என்பதை வருத்தத்துடன் அறிந்தேன். எனவே பசி தணிக்கப்படாமலேயே திரும்பிவிட்டேன் என்று கூறினார். அப்பெண்மணிக்கு இது ஒன்றும் புரியவில்லை. அருகில் இருந்த மகனோ, அதாவது பாந்திராவில் பூஜையில் ஏதோ தவறு நிகழ்ந்திருக்கிறது என்று அனைத்தையும் புரிந்து கொண்டு வீடு திரும்ப பாபாவின் அனுமதியை வேண்டினான். பாபா இதை மறுத்தார். எனினும் அங்கேயே அப்பையனை பூஜை செய்ய அனுமதித்தார். அப்போது ஷிரடியில் நிகழ்ந்த விவரங்களை எல்லாம் பற்றி பையன் தகப்பனாருக்கு ஒரு கடிதம் எழுதி வீட்டில் பூஜையை அலட்சியம் செய்ய வேண்டாம் என்றும் மன்றாடி வேண்டியிருந்தான். 2 கடிதங்களும் ஒன்றை ஒன்று தாண்டி போய் இருவருக்குமே அடுத்த நாள் கிடைத்தது. இது ஓர் அற்புதம் அல்லவா? திருமதி தட்கட். தற்போது திருமதி தட்கட்டின் நிகழ்ச்சியை எடுத்துக்கொள்வோம். அவள் மூன்று பொருள்களை சமர்ப்பித்தாள். அதாவது பரீத், தயிருடனும் வாசனை பொருள்களுடனும் கலந்த கத்திரிக்காய். கர்ச்சரியா, நெய்யினால் வறுக்கப்பட்ட கத்திரிக்காயின் வட்ட துண்டுகள். பேடா, இனிப்பு கோலா. இவற்றை பாபா எங்கனம் ஏற்றுக்கொண்டார் என்பதை பார்ப்போம். ஒருமுறை பாபாவின் பெரும் பக்தரான பாந்திராவை சேர்ந்த திரு ரகுவீர் பாஸ்கர் புரந்தரே என்பவர் ஷீரடிக்கு தன் குடும்பத்துடன் புறப்பட்டார். பாந்திராவின் திருமதி புரந்தரையிடம் திருமதி தட்கட் சென்று அவளுக்கு 2 கத்திரிக்காய்கள் அளித்து ஷீரடியில் ஒரு கத்திரிக்காயில் பறித்தும் மற்றதில் கர்ச்சரியாவும் பாபாவுக்கு அவற்றை பரிமாறும்படியும் கூறியிருந்தார். ஷீரடியை அடைந்த பின்னர் திருமதி புரந்தரே தனது பரீத் கத்திரிக்காய பதார்த்தத்துடன் மசூதிக்கு சென்று அதே தருணத்தில் பாபா தமது சாப்பாட்டிற்காக அமர்ந்து கொண்டிருந்தார். பாபா பரீத் மிகவும் ருசியாக இருப்பதை கண்டார். எனவே அவர் அதை அனைவருக்கும் பகிர்ந்தளித்து தனக்கு இப்போது காச்சரியா வேண்டும் என கூறினார். ராதாகிருஷ்ணமாய்க்கு பாபா காச்சரியாக்கள் வேண்டுகிறார் என கூறி அனுப்பப்பட்டது. அது கத்திரிக்காய் சீசன் இல்லாததால் அவள் குழப்பமடைந்தாள். கத்திரிக்காயை எப்படி பெறுவது என்பதே தற்போதைய பிரச்சனை. பரீத்தை யார் கொண்டு வந்தார் என்று விசாரிக்கப்பட்டதில் காச்சரியாம் பரிமாறும் பணியிலும் திருமதி புரந்தரை ஒப்புவிக்கப்பட்டிருந்தாள் என அறியப்பட்டது. காச்சரியாவை பற்றிய பாபாவின் வேண்டுதலின் உட்குறிப்பை அனைவரும் அறிய தலைப்பட்டனர். எங்கும் வியாபத்திற்கும் அவர் தம் ஞானத்தை கண்ட அனைவரும் ஆச்சரியத்தில் செயலிழந்தனர். 1915 வருடம் டிசம்பர் மாதத்தில் கோவிந்த் பாலாராம் மான்கர் என்பவர் தனது தந்தையின் திவசங்களை எல்லாம் செய்வதற்காக ஷீரடிக்கு செல்ல விரும்பினார். புறப்படுவதற்கு முன் திருமதி தட்கட்டை பார்க்க வந்தான். அப்போது பாபாவுக்கு ஏதேனும் கொடுத்தடுப்ப வேண்டும் என்று திருமதி தட்கட் நினைத்தாள். வீடு அனைத்திலும் தேடியும் முன்னமே நைவேத்தியமாக அளிக்கப்பட்டிருந்த பேடா ஒன்றை தவிர வேறு எதையும் அவள் காணவில்லை. பையன் கோவிந்த் மிகவும் துயர் கொண்ட நிலையில் இருந்தான். எனினும் பாபாவிடம் கொண்டுள்ள பெரும் பக்தியின் காரணமாக அவனிடம் பேடாவை கொடுத்து அனுப்பினார். பாபா அதனை ஏற்றுக்கொள்வார் என நம்பினான். கோவிந்த் ஷீரடிக்கு சென்று பாபாவை கண்டான். ஆனால் பேடாவை தன்னுடன் எடுத்துச் செல்ல மறந்துவிட்டான். பாபா பொறுத்திருந்தார். மறுபடியும் மாலையில் சென்ற போதும் பேடாவை கொண்டு செல்லாமல் வெறும் கையுடன் சென்றான். பாபா இதற்கு மேல் பொறுக்க இயலாதவராய், எனக்கு நீ என்ன கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாய் என்று கேட்டார். ஒன்றுமில்லை என பதில் வந்தது. மீண்டும் பாபா அவனை கேட்டார். அதே பதில் தான் அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பின்னர் பாபா, நீ புறப்படும் போது அம்மா உன்னிடம் எனக்காக இனிப்பு பலகாரம் கொடுக்கவில்லையா என்று குறிப்பான வினா ஒன்று கேட்டார். உடனே பையனுக்கு எல்லாம் நினைவு வந்தது. வெட்கமடைந்து பாபாவிடம் தன்னை மன்னிக்க வேண்டிக் கொண்டு தான் இருந்த இடத்திற்கு ஓடிப்போய் பேடாவை கொண்டு வந்து பாபாவிடம் கொடுத்தான். கையில் அதை பெற்ற உடனேயே பாபா வாயிலிட்டு பேராவலுடன் விழுங்கிவிட்டார். இவ்வாறாக திருமதி தட்கட்டின் பக்தி கண்டுணரப்பட்டு ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளப்பட்டது. மனிதர் எவ்விதம் என்னை நம்புகின்றார்களோ அவ்விதமே நான் அவர்களை ஏற்றுக்கொள்கிறேன் என்பது இந்நிகழ்ச்சியால் நிரூபிக்கப்பட்டது. பாபா எவ்வாறு திருப்தியுடன் உண்பிக்கப்பட்டார்? ஒருமுறை திருமதி தட்கட் சீரடியில் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட வீட்டில் தங்கியிருந்தார். மதிய உணவு தயாராகி பதார்த்தங்கள் பரிமாறப்படும் போது பசியுள்ள ஒரு நாய் அங்கு வந்து குறைக்க தொடங்கியது. திருமதி தட்கட் உடனே எழுந்திருந்து ஒரு ரொட்டி துண்டை விட்டறியவும் அது மிகுந்த சுவையுணர்வோடு அதை கவ்வி அதனை விரைவாக விழுங்கிவிட்டது. பிற்பகல் அவள் மசூதிக்கு சென்று சிறிது தூரத்தில் அமர்ந்திருந்த போது சாய்பாபா அவளிடம், அம்மா, நான் பெருமளவு திருப்தி பெறும் வகையில் எனது பிராணங்கள் யாவும் நிறைவு பெற்றன. இவ்விதமாக எப்போதும் நடப்பாயாக. இது உன்னை நன்னிலையில் வைக்கும். இம்மசூதியில் அமர்ந்து கொண்டு பொய் பேச மாட்டவே மாட்டேன். என்னிடம் இவ்விதமாகவே இரக்கம் கொள்வாய். முதலில் பசியாயிருப்போருக்கு உணவு கொடுத்து பின் நீ உண்வாயாக. இதை நன்றாக கவனித்துக் கொள் என்று கூறினார். முதலில் அவளால் இதன் பொருளை உணர இயலவில்லை. எனவே அவள், எங்கனம் நான் தங்களுக்கு உணவளித்திருக்க முடியும்? நானே உணவுக்கு மற்றவர்களை சார்ந்து பணம் கொடுத்து சாப்பிட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன் என கூறினாள். இதற்கு பாபா, அந்த கவர்ச்சிமிகு ரொட்டியை உண்டு நான் மனப்பூர்வமாக திருப்தி அடைந்தேன். நான் இன்னும் ஏப்பம் விட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். உணவு வேளைக்கு முன்னர் நீ பார்த்து ரொட்டி அழித்த நாயானது என்னுடன் ஒன்றியதாகும். இவ்வாறாகவே மற்ற உயிரினங்களும் பூனைகள், பன்றிகள், ஈக்கள், பசுக்கள் முதலியன என்னுடன் ஒன்றானவையாகும். நான் அவைகளின் உருவத்தில் உலாவிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். என்னை இவ்வனைத்து படைப்புகளிலும் பார்க்கிறவன் எனக்கு உகந்தவன். எனவே துவைதத்தையும் பேதத்தையும் ஒழித்து இன்று செய்ததை போல் எனக்கு சேவை செய் என்று கூறினார். இவ்வமிர்தத்தினை நிகர் மொழிகளை கேட்டு அவள் உருகி அவளது கண்கள் பனித்து தொண்டை அடைத்து அவளது மகிழ்ச்சி எல்லையற்றதாக ஆகியது. நீதி, கடவுளை எல்லா படைப்புயிர்களிலும் காண்பாயாக என்பதே இவ்வத்தியாயத்தின் நீதியாகும். உபனிஷதங்கள், கீதைகள், பாகவதம் இவைகள் எல்லாம் ஜீவராசிகள் அனைத்திலும் கடவுள் அல்லது தெய்வீகத்தை காணும்படியாகவே வற்புறுத்தி அறிவித்துகின்றன. இவ்வத்தியாயத்தின் முடிவில் சொல்லப்பட்ட நிகழ்ச்சியாலும் இன்னும் பல சந்தர்ப்பங்களிலும் உபனிஷத்து போதனைகளை எவ்வாறு நடைமுறைக்கு கொண்டு வருவது என்று சாய்பாபா விளக்கி காட்டியிருக்கிறார். இவ்வாறாக சாய்பாபா உபனிஷத்தின் விரிவுரையாளராக அல்லது குருவாக இருந்தருளினார். ஸ்ரீ சாயை பணிக. அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும்.
Sai Baba mode of life, his sleeping plank, his stay in Shirdi, His teachings, his humility, Nanavali, the easiest path. Remember him, Sai Baba, always with love, for he was very engrossed in doing good to all and always abided in himself. To remember him only is to solve the riddle of life and death. This is the best and easiest of sadhanas, as it involves no expenditure. A little exertion here brings great rewards. So, as long as our senses are sound, we should minute by minute practice this sadhana. All others gods are illusory. Guru is the only God. If we believe in Sadguru's holy feet, he can change our fortune for the better. If we serve him sincerely, we get rid of our worldly application. We need not study any philosophy like the Naya and the Mimamsa, as we trust the helmsman in crossing rivers and sea. So we have to trust our Sadguru in getting over the oceans of worldly existence. The Sadguru looks to the intense feeling and devotion of his devotee, endows them with knowledge and eternal bliss. In the last chapter, Baba's ministry and devotees' experience and other subjects are dealt with. Let the readers now read where and how Baba lived, how he slept, and how he taught us. Baba's wonderful bedstead. Let us first see where and how Baba slept. Mr. Nana Sahib Dengle brought up for Sai Baba a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth for sleeping upon. Instead of keeping the plank on the floor and then sleeping on it, Baba tied it like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with the old shreds or racks and commenced to sleep upon it. The racks were so thin and worn out that it was wonder how they could bear or support the weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of the Baba. But somehow or other, it was Baba's sheer Leela that the worn out rags did sustain the plank, along with the weight of Baba on it. On the 4 corners of the plank, Baba lighted panitis, earthen lamps, one at each corner, and kept them burning the whole night. It was sight of for the gods to see Baba sitting or sleeping on the plank. It was a wonder to all how Baba got up and down the plank out of curiosity. Many observers kept watching the process of mounting and dismounting, but none succeeded. As crowds began to swell so as to detect this wonderful feat, Baba one day broke the plank into pieces and threw it away. Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis powers at his command. He neither practiced nor craved for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his spiritual perfection. Manifestation of Brahma. Though Sai Baba looked like a man, 3 cubits and a half in length, still he dwelt in the heart of all. Inwardly, he was unattached and indifferent, but outwardly, he longed for mass welfare. Though inwardly an abode of peace, he looked outwardly restless. Inwardly, he had the state of Brahma. Outwardly, he seemed engrossed in the world. Sometimes he looked on all with affection, and at times he threw stones at them. Sometimes he scolded them, while at times he embraced them and was calm, composed, tolerant, and well balanced. He always abided and was engrossed in the self and was well disposed towards his bhaktas. He always sat on one asan and never traveled. His satka was a still small stick which he always carried for wealth and fame and lived on alms. Such a life he led. He always uttered Allah Malik. God is the real owner. Entire unbroken was his love for the bhaktas. He was the mine or the storehouse for self-knowledge and full of divine bliss. Such was the divine form of Sai Baba, boundless, endless, and undifferentiated. One principle which involves the whole universe from a stone to Brahma, incarnated in Sai Baba. The real meritorious and fortunate people got this treasure grove in their hands, while those people who, not knowing the real worth of Sai Baba, took him to be a mere human being, were indeed unfortunate. His stay in Shirdi and probable birth date. None knew or knows the parents and the exact date of birth of Sai Baba, but it can be approximately determined by his stay in Shirdi. Baba first came to Shirdi when he was young lad of 16 and stayed there for 3 years. Then all of a sudden he disappeared for some time. After some time, he reappeared in the Nizam state near Aurangabad and again came to Shirdi with the marriage party of Chand Patel. When he was about 20 years old, then he stayed in Shirdi for an unbroken period of 60 years, after which Baba took his Maha Samadhi in the year 1918. From this, we can say that the year of Baba's birth is approximately 1838 AD. 1838 AD, Baba's mission and advice. Sant Ramdas, 1608-1681, flourished in the 17th century and fulfilled to a great extent his mission of protecting cows and Brahmins against the Yavanas, Mohammedans. But within 2 centuries after him, the split between the two communities, Hindus and Mohammedans, widened up, and Sai Baba came to the bridge that gulf. His constant advice to all was to this effect: Ram, the god of the Hindus, and Rahim, the god of the Mohammedans, were one and the same. There was not the slightest difference between them then. Why should their devotee fall out and quarrel among themselves? You ignorant folk, join hands and bring both the communities together. Act sanely, and thus you will gain your object of national unity. It is not good to dispute and argue. So don't argue, don't emulate others. Always consider your interest and welfare. The Lord will protect you. Yoga, sacrifice, penance, and knowledge are the means to attain God. If you do not succeed in this by any means, in vain is your birth. If anyone does any evil unto you, do not retaliate. If you can do anything, do some good unto others. This in short was Sai Baba's advice to all, and this will stand us in good stead both in material and spiritual matters. Sai Baba as Sadguru. There are many so-called gurus who go about from house to house with cymbals and wine in their hands and make a show of their spirituality. They blow mantras into the ears of their disciples and extract money from them. They profess to teach piety and religion to their disciples, but are themselves impious and irreligious. Sai Baba never thought of making the least show of his worth. Pity. He had no body consciousness, but he had great love for his disciples. There are two kinds of gurus, niyat, appointed or fixed, and two, aniyat, unappointed or general. The latter, by their advice, develop the good quality in us, purify our hearts, and set us on the path of salvation. But contact with the former dispels our sense of dualities, sense of difference, and establish us in unity by making us realize, though art that there are various gurus imparting to us various kinds of worldly knowledge, but he who fixes us in our nature, self, and carries us beyond the ocean of worldly existence is the Sadguru. Sai Baba was such a Sadguru. His greatness is indescribable. If anybody went to take his darshan, he, without being asked, would give every detail of his past, present, and future. He saw divinity in all beings. Friends and foes were alike to him. Disinterested and balanced, he obliged the evil doers as well as the pious. He was the same in the prosperity and adversity. No doubt ever touched him. Though he acted through the body, he was not in the least attached to his body or house. Though he looked embodied, he was really embodied, free from gross existence. Blessed are the people of Shirdi who worshipped Sai as their God while eating, drinking, working in their backyards and fields and doing various household works. They always remembered Sai and sang his glory. They knew no other God except Sai. What to speak of the sweetness of the love of the women of Shirdi? They were quite ignorant, but their pure love inspired them to compose poems or songs in their simple rustic language. Letters of learning they had none, Still, one can discern real poetry in their simple song. It is not intelligence but love that inspires real poetry as such. Real poetry is a manifestation of true love, and this can be seen and appreciated by intelligent listeners. Collection of these folk songs is undesirable, and by Baba's wish, some fortunate devotee may undertake the task of compiling and publishing these folk songs either in the Sai Leela magazine or separately in a book. Baba's humility, Lord or Bhagwan, is said to have six qualities: fame, wealth, non-attachment, knowledge, grandeur, and liberality. Baba had all this in him. He incarnated in flesh for the sake of bhaktas. Wonderful was his grace and kindness, for he drew the devotees to him. Or how else could one have known him? For the sake of bhaktas, Baba spoke such words the goddess of speech could not utter. Here is a specimen Baba spoke, very humble, as follows: Slaves of slaves, I am your debtor. I am satisfied at your darshan. It is a great favor that I saw your feet. I am an insect in your excreta. I consider myself blessed thereby. What humility is this? Though outwardly Baba seems to enjoy sense objects, he had not the least flavor in them, not even the consciousness of enjoying them. Though he ate, he had no taste, and though he saw, he never felt any interest in what he saw. Regarding passion, he was as perfect and celibate as Hanuman. He was not attached to anything. He was pure consciousness, the resting place of desire, anger, envy, and other feeling. In short, he was disinterested, free, and perfect. A striking instance may be cited in illustration of this statement. Nanavali, there was in Shirdi a very quaint and pure fellow by name Nanavali. He looked to Baba's work and affairs. He once approached Baba, who was seated on his gadi seat, and asked him to get up as he wanted to occupy the same. Baba at once got up and left the seat which he had occupied. After sitting there a while, Nanavali got up and asked Baba to resume his seat. Then Baba sat down and Nanavali fell at his feet. Baba did not show the slightest displeasure in being dictated to or ousted. This Nanavali loved Baba so much that he breathed his last on the 13th day of Baba's Maha Samadhi. The easiest path, hearing the stories of the saints and being in the company. Though Sai Baba acted outwardly like an ordinary man, his action showed extraordinary wisdom and skill. Whatever he did was done for the good of his devotion. He never prescribed any asana, regulation of breathing, or any rites to his bhaktas, nor did he blow any mantra into their ears. He told them to leave off all cleverness and always remember Sai, Sai. If you did that, he said, all your shackles would be removed and you would be free. Sitting through 5 fires, sacrifices, chanting eightfold, yoga are possible for the Brahmins only. They are of no use to other classes. The function of the mind is to think. It cannot remain without thinking for a minute. If you give it a sense object, it will think about it. If you give it Guru, it will think about Guru. If you have heard most attentively the grandeur of Sai, this is the natural remembrance of Sai. Hearing the stories of the saint is not so difficult as the other sadhanas mentioned above. The stories remove all fear of this sansar, worldly existence, and take you to the spiritual path. So listen to these stories, meditate on them, and assimilate them. You may attend to your worldly duties, but give your mind to Sai and his stories, and then he is sure to bless you. This is the easiest path. But why do not all take to it? The reason is that without God's grace, we do not get the desire to listen to the stories of saints. With God's grace, everything is smooth and easy. Hearing the stories of saints is in a way keeping their company. The importance of the company of the saints is very great. It removes our body consciousness and egoism, destroys completely the chain of our birth and death, cuts asunder all the knots of the mind and takes us to God, who is pure consciousness, which it certainly increases our non-attachment to sense objects and makes us quite indifferent to pleasures and pains and leads us onward on the spiritual path. If you have no other sadhana, such as uttering God's name, worship or devotion, etc., but if you take refuge in them, saints, wholeheartedly, they will carry you off safely across the ocean of worldly existence. It is for this reason that the saints manifest themselves in this world. Even sacred rivers such as the Ganges, Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri, which wash away the sins of the world, desires that the saints should come to them for a bath and purify them. Such is the grandeur of the saint. It is on account of the store of merit in past birth that we have attained the feet of Sai Baba. We conclude this chapter with meditation on Sai forms. He, the graceful and handsome Sai, standing on the edge of the masjid and distributing Udi to each and every bhakta with a view to his welfare. He who thinks of the world as an illustration and who is ever engrossed in supreme bliss. Before him, we humbly prostrate ourselves. Akhanda Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
11వ అధ్యాయము సగుణ బ్రహ్మస్వరూపమే శ్రీ సాయిబాబా. భగవంతుడు లేదా బ్రహ్మము రెండు విధములుగా అవతరింపవచ్చును. ఒకటి నిర్గుణ స్వరూపము, రెండవది సగుణ స్వరూపము. నిర్గుణ స్వరూపమునకు ఆకారము లేదు, సగుణ స్వరూపమునకు ఆకారము గలదు. రెండును పరబ్రహ్మము యొక్క స్వరూపములే. మొదటి దానిని కొందరు ధ్యానింతురు, రెండవ దానిని కొందరు పూజింతురు. భగవద్గీత 12వ అధ్యాయములో సగుణ స్వరూపమును పూజించుటయే సులభమని కలదు, కావున దానినే అనుసరించవచ్చుననియు చెప్పిరి. మనుష్యుడు ఆకారము కలిగి ఉన్నాడు, కావున సహజముగా భగవంతుని కూడా ఆకారముతో సగుణ స్వరూపమునిగా భావించి పూజించుట సులభము. కొంతకాలము వరకు సగుణ స్వరూపముగు బ్రహ్మమును పూజించిన గాని మన భక్తి ప్రేమలు వృద్ధి చెందవు. క్రమముగా ఆ భక్తి నిర్గుణ స్వరూపముగా పరబ్రహ్మోపాసనకు దారితీయును. విగ్రహము, యజ్ఞవేదము, అగ్ని, వెలుతురు, సూర్యుడు, నీరు, బ్రహ్మము ఈ ఏడును పూజనీయములు. కానీ సద్గురువు వీని అన్నిటికంటే ఉత్కృష్టుడు. అట్టి సద్గురుడైన సాయినాథుని మనము ధ్యానించదముగాక. వారు రూపుదాల్చిన వైరాగ్యము నిజ భక్తులకు విశ్రాంతి ధామము. వారి వాక్కులయందు మనకు గల భక్తియే ఆసనమగు మన కోరికలన్నీయు విసర్జించుటయే పూజ సంకల్పమగు చేసి వారిని ఉపాసింతుముగాక. కొందరు సాయిబాబా యొక్క భగవద్భక్తుడనెదరు, కొందరు మహాభగవంతుడనుదురు. కానీ మాకు మాత్రము బాబా సాక్షాత్తు భగవంతుని అవతారమే. వారు క్షమాశీలురు, క్రోధరహితులు, రుజువర్తకులు, శాంతమూర్తులు, నిశ్చులులు, నిత్య సంతుష్టులు. శ్రీ సాయిబాబా ఆకారముతో కనిపించినప్పటికీ వాస్తవమునకు వారు నిరాకార స్వరూపులు, నిర్వికారులు, నిస్సంగులు, నిత్యముక్తులు. గంగానది సాగర సంగమం చేయబోవుటకు ముందు దారిలో తాపార్తులకు చల్లదనాన్నిస్తూ, చెట్లు చేమలకు జీవనాన్నిస్తూ, ఎందరో దాహార్తుల దాహాన్ని తీర్చుచూ సాగిపోవుచున్నట్లే సాయిబాబా వంటి మహాత్ములు తమ జీవన గమనంలో జనులకు సుఖశాంతులను ప్రసాదించుచు జగత్తును పావనం చేస్తున్నారు. భగవద్గీత యందు శ్రీకృష్ణుడు మహాత్ములు తన ఆత్మ అనియు తన సజీవ ప్రతిమ అనియు తానే వారనియు వారే తాననియు నుడివి ఉన్నారు. వర్ణింపవల నలవి కాని ఆ సచ్చిదానంద స్వరూపమే షిరిడీలో సాయిబాబా రూపమున అవతరించెను. శృతులు బ్రహ్మమును ఆనంద స్వరూపముగా వర్ణించుచున్నవి. తైత్తరీయ ఉపనిషత్తు. ఈ సంగతి పుస్తకములందు చదువుకొనవచ్చును. కానీ భక్తులు ఈ ఆనంద స్వరూపమును షిరిడీలో అనుభవించిరి. సర్వమునకు ఆధారభూతమగు బాబా ఉపాధి రహితుడు. వారు తమ ఆసనము కొరకు ఒక గోనె సంచిని ఉపయోగించడి వారు. భక్తులు దానిపై చిన్న పరుపు వేసి ఆనుకొనుటకు చిన్న బాలేసును సమకూర్చిరి. బాబా తన భక్తుల కోరికను మన్నించి వారి వారి భావాన్ననుసరించి తనను పూజించుటకెట్టి అభ్యంతరమును జూపకుండెను. కొందరు చామరములతోనూ కొందరు విసనకర్రలతోనూ విసురుచుండిరి. కొందరు సంగీత వాద్యములను ఉపయోగించుచుండిరి. కొందరు వారికి అర్ఘ్యపాద్యములను సమర్పించుచుండిరి. కొందరు వారికి చందనము అగరవత్తులు పూయుచుండిరి. అత్తరులు పూయుచుండిరి. కొందరు తాంబూలములు సమర్పించుచుండిరి. కొందరు నైవేద్యము సమర్పించుచుండిరి. షిరిడీలో నివసించుచున్నట్లు కనిపించినప్పటికీ వారు సర్వాంతర్యామి. ఎక్కడ చూసినను వారే ఉండువారు. భక్తులు బాబా యొక్క సర్వాంతర్యామిత్వమును ప్రతిరోజు అనుభవించుచుండడి వారు. సర్వాంతర్యామి అగు ఆ సద్గురుమూర్తికి మా వినయపూర్వక సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారములు. డాక్టర్ పండితుని పూజ. తాత్యా సాహెబు నూల్కరు మిత్రుడైన డాక్టర్ పండిత్ ఒకసారి బాబా దర్శనమునకై షిరిడీ వచ్చెను. బాబాకు నమస్కరించిన పిమ్మట మసీదులో కొంతసేపు కూర్చుండెను. అతనిని దాదాభట్ కేల్కర్ వద్దకు పొమ్మని బాబా చెప్పెను. డాక్టర్ పండిత్ అటులనే దాదాభట్ వద్దకు పోయెను. దాదాభట్ అతనిని సగౌరవముగా ఆహ్వానించెను. బాబాను పూజించుటకై పూజా సామాగ్రి పల్లెముతో దాదాభట్ మసీదుకు వచ్చెను. డాక్టర్ పండిత్ కూడా అతను అనుసరించెను. దాదాభట్ బాబాను పూజించెను. అంతకు మునుపు ఎవ్వరును బాబా నుదుటపై చందనము పూయుటకు సాహసించలేదు. ఒక మహల్సాపతి మాత్రమే బాబా కంఠమునకు చందనము పూయుచుండెను. కానీ ఈ అమాయక భక్తుడగు డాక్టర్ పండిట్ దాదాభట్ యొక్క పూజా పల్లెము నుండి చందనమును తీసుకొని బాబా నుదుటపై త్రిపుండ్రాకారముగా వ్రాసెను. అందరికీ ఆశ్చర్యము కలుగునట్లు బాబా ఒక్క మాట అయినను అనక ఊరకుండెను. ఆనాడు సాయంకాలము దాదాభట్ బాబాను ఇట్లడిగాను. బాబా, మేమెవరైనా మీ నుదుటపై చందనము పోయుదునమన్నా నిరాకరించుతురే. డాక్టర్ పండిట్ వ్రాయగా ఈనాడేలా ఊరకుంటిరి? అందులకు బాబా ప్రసన్నముగా ఇట్లు సమాధానమిచ్చెను. నేనొక ముసల్మానునని, తాను ఒక సద్బ్రాహ్మణుడనని, ఒక మహ్మదీయుని పూజించుట ద్వారా తాను మైలపడిపోవుదననే దురభిమానము లేకుండా అతడు నాలో తన గురువును భావించుకొని అట్లు చేసెను. అతని నిష్కల్మష భక్తి నన్ను కట్టిపడి వేసినది. అతనికి నేనెట్లు అడ్డు చెప్పగలను? దాదాభట్ ఆ తరువాత డాక్టరు పండిట్ ని ప్రశ్నించగా అతడు బాబాను తన గురువుగా భావించి తన గురువును కొనరించినట్లు బాబా నుదుటపై త్రిపుండ్రాకారమును వ్రాసెననెను. భక్తులు వారి వారి భావానుసారము తమను ఆరాధించుటకు బాబా సమ్మతించును. ఒక్కొక్కసారి వారు మిక్కిలి వింతగా ప్రవర్తించువారు. ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు పూజా ద్రవ్యముల పల్లెమును విసిరివేయుట, ఉగ్రావతారమును దాల్చేవారు. అట్టి సమయములలో బాబాను సమీపించుటకు కూడా ఎవరికి ధైర్యము చాలడిది కాదు. ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు భక్తులను తిట్టుచుండెను. ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు మైనము కంటే మెత్తగా కనిపించడి వారు. అప్పుడు వారు శాంతి క్షమలకు ప్రతి రూపములై కనిపించుచుండిరి. బయటికి కోపముతో ఊగిపోవుచు కళ్ళెర్ర చేసినప్పటికీ వారి హృదయము మాత్రము మాతృ హృదయము వలె అనురాగమయము. వెంటనే వారు తమ భక్తులను ప్రేమతో దగ్గరే తీసి, నేనెప్పుడు ఎవరినైనా కోపించి ఎరుగను. తల్లి తన బిడ్డలను ఎప్పుడైనా తరిమివేయునా? సముద్రము తనను చేరు నదులనెప్పుడైనా తిరుగగొట్టునా? నేను మిమ్మల్నెందుకు నిరాదరించదను? నేనెప్పుడు మీ యోగక్షేమములనే అపేక్షించదను. నేను మీ సేవకుడను. నేనెప్పుడు మీ వెంటనే ఉండి పిలచిన పలుకుతాను, నేనెప్పుడు కోరేది మీ ప్రేమను మాత్రమే అనేడివారు హాజీ సిద్దిక్ పాల్కే. బాబా ఎప్పుడు ఏ భక్తుడి ఎట్లు ఆశీర్వదించునో ఎవరికీ తెలియదు. అది కేవలము వారి ఇచ్చపై ఆధారపడి ఉండెను. హాజీ సిద్దిక్ పాల్కే కథ కూడా ఉదాహరణము. సిద్దిక్ పాల్కే అను మహమ్మదీయుడు కళ్యాణ్ నివాసి. మక్కా మదీనా యాత్రలు చేసిన పిమ్మట షిరిడీ చేరెను. అతడు చావడి ఉత్తర భాగమున బస చేసెను. 9 నెలలు షిరిడీలో ఉన్నను. బాబా వానిని మసీదులో పాదము పెట్టనివ్వలేదు. అతడు మసీదు ముందున్న ఖాళీ జాగాలో కూర్చొనుచుండెను. పాల్కే మిక్కిలి నిరాశ నిస్పృహలకు లోనయ్యాను. ఏమి చేయుటకు అతనికి తోచకుండెను. నిరాశ చెందవద్దని నందీశ్వరుని ద్వారా వెళ్లిన శివుడు ప్రసన్నుడైనట్లు మాధవరావు దేశపాండే శ్యామ ద్వారా బాబా వద్దకెళ్లిన అతని మనోరథము సిద్ధించుననియు కొందరు భక్తుల అతనికి సలహానిచ్చిరి. అటుననే అని తన తరపున బాబాతో మాట్లాడుమని శ్యామను పాల్కే వేడుకొనెను. శ్యామ అందులకు సమ్మతించి ఒకనాడు సమయము కనిపెట్టి బాబాతో ఇట్లనేను, బాబా, ఆ ముసలి హాజీని మసీదులో కాలు పెట్టనీయవేళ ఎంతో మంది వచ్చి నిన్ను దర్శించిపోవుచున్నారు. ఆ హాజీని మాత్రం ఎందుకు ఆశీర్వదించవు? దానికి బాబా ఇట్లని జవాబిచ్చెను, శ్యామ, ఇటువంటి విషయాలలో నీవింకా పసివాడవు. నీకివన్నీ అర్థం కావు. అల్లా ఒప్పుకొనినచో నేనేమి చేయగలను? అల్లా మియా కటాక్షము లేనిచో ఈ మసీదులో పాదము పెట్టగలువారెవరు? సరే, నీవు వాని వద్దకు పోయి వానిని భారవీ బావి వద్దనున్న ఇరుకు మాటకు రాగలడేమో అడుగుమో. శ్యామ పోయి హాజీని ఆ విషయము అడిగి తిరిగి బాబా వద్దకొచ్చి హాజీ అందులకు సమ్మతించనని చెప్పాను. 40,000 రూపాయలు 4 వాయిదాలలో ఇవ్వగలడేమో కనుగొనుమని తిరిగి బాబా అడిగాను. శ్యామ వెంటనే పోయి హాజీ తాను 4 లక్షలు కూడా ఇచ్చుటకు సిద్ధముగానున్నాడని జవాబు తెచ్చెను. సరే, మరలపోయి వానిని ఇట్లా అడుగుము, మసీదులో ఈనాడు మేకను కోసెదము, వానికి దాని మాంసము కావలనో వృషణములు కావలనో కనుగొనుము. బాబా వారి కొలంబ మసీదులో బాబా భిక్ష చేసి తెచ్చిన పదార్థములు చెడి మట్టి పాత్రలో నుంచి చిన్న ముక్కతోనైనా సంతృష్టి చెందదనని శ్యామ ద్వారా హాజీ బదులు చెప్పాను. ఇది వినగానే బాబా మిక్కిలి కోపముతో మసీదులోని కొలంబ నీటి కుండలను బయటికి విసిరివేయిచి తిన్నగా చావడిలోనున్న హాజీ వద్దకు పోయి తన కఫిని పైకెత్తి పట్టుకొని తీవ్ర స్వరంతో, నన్ను గురించి ఏమనుకొనుచున్నావు? నీవేదో గొప్పవాడివని, పెద్ద హాజీవని గొప్పలు పోవుచు ఏమిటేమిటో వదరుచున్నావే. నా దగ్గర నీ ఆటలు, ఖురాను చదివి నీవు తెలుసుకున్నదిదేనా? మక్కా మదీనా యాత్రలు చేసి తిననే గర్వముతో నేనెవరో తెలుసుకొనలేకున్నావా అనుచు ఏమేమో ఇంకను అతనిని తిట్టి మసీదుకు మరలి వెళ్ళెను. బాబా ఆగ్రహావేశములను చూచి హాజీ గాబరా పడెను. ఆ పిమ్మట బాబా కొన్ని గంపల మామిడి పండ్లు కొని వాటిని హాజీకి పంపెను. తిరిగి హాజీ వద్దకు వచ్చి తన జేబులో నుంచి 55 రూపాయలు తీసి లెక్కపెట్టి మరి హాజీ చేతిలో పెట్టెను. అప్పటి నుండి హాజీని బాబా ప్రేమాధారములతో చూచుచు భోజనమునకు పిలుచుచుండెను. హాజీ ఆనాటి నుండి ఇష్టము వచ్చినప్పుడెల్లా మసీదులోనికి వచ్చిపోవుచుండెను. బాబా ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు వానికి డబ్బు ఇచ్చుచుండెను. బాబా దర్బారులో అతను కూడా ఒకడయ్యను. పంచభూతములు బాబా స్వాధీనములు. బాబాకు పంచభూతములు స్వాధీనములని తెలుపు 2 సంఘటనలను వర్ణించిన పిమ్మట ఈ అధ్యాయమును ముగించెదము. ఒకనాడు సాయంకాలము షిరిడీలో గొప్ప తుఫాను సంభవించెను. నల్లని మేఘములు ఆకాశమును కనిపెట్టి కప్పెను. గాలి తీవ్రముగా వీచెను. ఉరుములు మెరుపులతో కుంభవృష్టి కురిసెను. కొంతసేపటిలో నేల ఎంతయు జలమయమయ్యను. పశుపక్ష్యాది జీవకోటితో సహా జనులందరూ మిక్కిలి భయపడిరి. షిరిడి గ్రామంలో కొలువై ఉన్న శివపార్వతులు, మారుతి, ఖండోబా మొదలైన దేవతలెవ్వరూ వారిని ఆదుకొనలేదు. కావున వారందరూ మసీదుకొచ్చి బాబాను శరణుజొచ్చిరి. తుఫానును ఆపివేయుడని బాబాను వేడుకొనిరి. ఆపదలో కూర్చున్న జనులను చూచి బాబా మనస్సు కరిగెను. వారు బయటకు వచ్చి మసీదు అంచున నిలబడి బిగ్గరగా, ఆగు, నీ తీవ్రతను తగ్గించు, నెమ్మదించు అని గర్జించిరి. కొన్ని నిమిషములలో వర్షము తగ్గెను. గాలి వీచుట మానెను. తుఫాను ఆగిపోయెను. చంద్రుడు ఆకాశమున కనిపించెను. ప్రజలందరూ సంతుష్టి చెంది వారి వారి గృహములకు పోయిరి. రెండవది, ఇంకొకప్పుడు మిట్ట మధ్యాహ్నము ధునిలోని మంటలు అపరిమితముగా లేచెను. మంటలు మసీదు కప్పును దూలములకు తాకునట్లు ఎగయుచుండెను. మసీదులో కూర్చున్న వారి కేమీ చేయుటకు తోచలేదు. ధునిలోని కట్టెలు తగ్గింపుడని గాని, నీళ్లు పోసి మంటలను చల్లార్పుడని గాని బాబాకు సలహానిచ్చుటకు వారు భయపడుచుండిరి. వారి భయాందోళనను బాబా వెంటనే గ్రహించి తమ సటకాతో ప్రక్కనున్న స్తంభముపై కొట్టుచు, దిగు దిగు, శాంతించుము అనిరి. ఒక్కొక్క సటకా దెబ్బకు కొంచెం కొంచెము చొప్పున మంటలు తగ్గిపోయి ధుని యథాపూర్వము మితముగా మండసాగెను. భగవదవతారమైన శ్రీ సాయినాథుడట్టి వారు వారి పాదములపై బడి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసి సర్వస్వ శరణాగతి వేడిన వారినెల్ల వారు కాపాడెదరు. ఎవరైతే భక్తి ప్రేమలతోని అధ్యాయములోని కథలను నిత్యము పారాయణ చేసెదరో వారు అన్నింటి నుండి విముక్తులగుదురు. అంతేకాక సాయి అందే అభిరుచి భక్తి కలిగి త్వరలో భగవత్ సాక్షాత్కారమును పొందెదరు. వారి కోరికలన్నీయు నెరవేరి తుదక్కే కోరికలు లేని వారయి ముక్తిని పొందెదరు. 11వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణము. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథ అర్పణమస్తు. 12వ అధ్యాయము. శిష్టులను రక్షించుటకు దుష్టులను శిక్షించుటకు భగవంతుడు అవతరించును అను సంగతి పూర్వపు అధ్యాయములలో తెలిసికున్నాము. కానీ సద్గురువు మూర్తుల కర్తవ్యము దానికి భిన్నమైనది. వారికి మంచివాడును చెడువాడును ఒకరే. వారు దుర్మార్గులను కనికరించి వారిని సన్మార్గమున ప్రవర్తించునట్లు చేసెదరు. భవసాగరమును హరించుటకు వారు అగస్త్యుల వంటి వారు. అజ్ఞానమనే చీకటిని నశింపచేయుటకు వారు సూర్యుని వంటి వారు. భగవంతుడు యోగుల హృదయమున నివసించును. వాస్తవమున వారు భగవంతుని కంటే వేరు కారు. సద్గురు శ్రేష్ఠుడైన శ్రీ సాయిబాబా భక్తుల క్షేమము కొరకు అవతరించిరి. జ్ఞానములో ఉత్కృష్టులై దైవీ తేజస్సుతో ప్రకాశించుచు వారు అందరినీ సమానముగా ప్రేమించడివారు. వారికి దేని అందు అభిమానము లేకుండెను. శత్రువులు, మిత్రులు, రాజులు, ఫకీరులు అందరూ వారికి సమానమే. వారి పరాక్రమమును వినుడు. భక్తుల కొరకు తమ పుణ్యమునంతయు వ్యయపరచి ఎప్పుడు వారికి సహాయము చేయుటకు సిద్ధముగా నుండువారు. వారికిచ్చేలేనిచో భక్తులు వారి వద్దకు రాలేకుండిరి. వారి వంతు రానిదే వారు బాబాను స్మరించుకువారు కారు. వారి లీలలు ఎరుగుట కూడా తటస్థించదు. మరి అట్టి వారికి బాబాను దర్శించుకొనవలనను బుద్ధి ఎట్లు పుట్టును. కొందరు బాబాను దర్శింపలేనను కొనిరి. కాని బాబా మహాసమాధి చెందు లోపల వారికి అవకాశము కలుగలేదు. బాబాను దర్శించవలనను కోరిక గలవారు అనేకులున్నారు. కానీ వారి కోరికలు నెరవేరలేదు. అట్టి వారు విశ్వాసముతో బాబా లీలలను వినినచో దర్శనము వల్ల కలుగు సంతుష్టిని పొందెదరు. కొందరు అదృష్టవశమున వారి దర్శనము చేసుకొనును. బాబా సన్నిధిలో ఉండవలనని అనుకొనినను అచ్చట ఉండలేకుండిరి. ఎవ్వరును తమ ఇష్టానుసారము షిరిడీ పోలేకుండిరి. అచ్చట నుండుటకు ప్రయత్నించినను ఉండలేకుండిరి. బాబా ఆజ్ఞ ఎంతవరకు గలదో అంతవరకే వారు షిరిడీలో ఉండగలిగిరి. బాబా పొమ్మనిన వెంటనే షిరిడీ విడువవలసి వచ్చుచుండెను. కాబట్టి సర్వము బాబా ఇష్టము పైనే ఆధారపడి ఉండును. కాకా మహాజని. ఒకప్పుడు ముంబాయి నుండి కాకా మహాజని షిరిడీకి పోయెను. అచ్చటొక వారము రోజులుండి గోకులాష్టమి ఉత్సవమును చూడవలననుకొనెను. బాబాను దర్శించిన వెంటనే అతనితో బాబా ఇట్లనెను, ఎప్పుడు తిరిగి ఇంటికి పోయేదవు? ఆ ప్రశ్న విని మహాజని ఆశ్చర్యపడెను. కానీ ఏదో జవాబు ఇవ్వవలయును కదా. బాబా ఆజ్ఞ ఎప్పుడైనా అప్పుడే పోయేదనని కాకా జవాబిచ్చెను. అందులకు బాబా ఇట్లనెను, రేపు పొమ్ము. బాబా ఆజ్ఞను అనుల్లంఘనీయము కావునట్లే చేయవలసి వచ్చెను. అందుచే ఆ మరుసటి దినమునే కాకా మహాజని షిరిడీ విడిచెను. బొంబాయిలో తన ఆఫీసుకు పోగానే వాని యజమాని వాని కొరకే కనిపెట్టుకొని ఉన్నట్లు తెలిసెను. ఆఫీసు మేనేజరు హఠాత్తుగా జబ్బుపడెను. కావున కాకా మహాజని ఆఫీసులో ఉండవలసిన అవసరము ఏర్పడెను. ఈ విషయమై యజమాని షిరిడీలోనున్న కాకా మహాజనికొక ఉత్తరము కూడా వ్రాసెను. అది కొన్ని రోజుల తర్వాత తిరుగుటప్పాలో బొంబాయి చేరినది. బాపు సాహెబు ధూమాల్ పై దానికి భిన్నమగు కథ నిప్పుడు వినుడు. ప్లీడర్ వృత్తిలో ఉండిన బాపు సాహెబ్ ధూమాల్ ఒకసారి కోర్టు పనిపై నిషాడ్ పోవుచుండెను. దారిలో దిగి షిరిడీకి పోయెను. బాబా దర్శనము చేసుకొని వెంటనే నిషాడ్ సెలవు కోరెను. కానీ బాబా అనుజ్ఞ ఇవ్వలేదు. షిరిడీలోనే ఇంకొక వారం ఉండునట్లు చేసెను. ఆ తరువాత అతడు బాబా వద్ద సెలవు పొంది నిషాడ్ చేరగా అక్కడ మెజిస్ట్రేట్ కు కడుపు నొప్పి వచ్చి కేసు వాయిదా పడెనని తెలిసెను. తర్వాత ఆ కేసు విచారణ కొన్ని నెలల వరకు సాగెను. నలుగురు మెజిస్ట్రేట్లు దానిని విచారించిరి. తుట్టతుదకు ధూమల్ దానిని గెలిచెను. అతని కక్షిదారు విడుదలయ్యను. నిమోన్కర్ భార్య నిమోన్ గ్రామ వతనుదారును గౌరవ మెజిస్ట్రేటును అగు నానాసాహెబ్ నిమోన్కర్ తన భార్యతో షిరిడీలో కొంతకాలం ఉండెను. ఆ దంపతులు తమ సమయమంతయు మసీదులోనే గడుపుచు బాబా సేవ చేయుచుండెరి. బేలాపూర్ లోనున్న వారి కుమారుడు జబ్బు పడినట్లు కబురు వచ్చెను. బేలాపూర్ పోయి తన కుమారుడిని అక్కడున్న తమ బంధువులను చూచి అక్కడ కొన్ని దినములు ఉండవలెనని తల్లి అనుకొనెను. కానీ బేలాపూర్ పోయి ఆ మరుసటి దినమునే షిరిడీ తిరిగి రావాలని భర్త చెప్పెను. ఆమె సందిగ్ధములో పడెను. ఏమి చేయుటకు తోచలేదు. ఆమె దైవమైన శ్రీ సాయినాథుడే ఆమెనెప్పుడు ఆదుకొనెను. బేలాపూరుకు పోవుటకు ముందు ఆమె బాబా దర్శనమునకై వెళ్ళెను. అప్పుడు బాబా సాటేవాడ ముందర నానాసాహెబు మొదలగు వారితో నుండెను. ఆమె బాబా వద్దకు పోయి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసి బేలాపూర్ పోవుటకు అనుమతి నిమ్మని కోరెను. అప్పుడు బాబా ఆమెతో ఇట్లు చెప్పెను. వెళ్ళుము, ఆలస్యము చేయవద్దు. హాయిగా బేలాపూరులో 4 రోజులుండిరా. నీ బంధువులందరినీ చూచి నింపాదిగా షిరిడీకి రమ్ము. బాబా మాటలు ఎంత సమయానుకూలముగా నుండెనో గమనించుడు. నిమోన్కరు ఆదేశమును బాబా ఆజ్ఞ రద్దు చేసెను. నాసిక్ నివాసియగు మూలే శాస్త్రి పూర్వాచార పరాయణుడైన బ్రాహ్మణుడు. నాసిక్ నివాసి. ఆయన షట్శాస్త్ర పారంగతుడు. జ్యోతిష్య సాముద్రిక శాస్త్రములలో దిట్ట. అతడు నాగపూర్ కు చెందిన కోటీశ్వరుడగు బాపు సాహెబ్ బూటీని కలిసి కొనుటకు షిరిడీకి వచ్చెను. బూటీని చూచిన పిదప బాబా దర్శనమునకై మసీదుకు పోయెను. బాబా తన డబ్బుతో మామిడి పండ్లు కొని ఫలహారపు వస్తువులను కొని మసీదులో ఉన్న వారందరికీ పంచిపెట్టుచుండెను. మామిడి పండ్లను బాబా యొక్క చిత్రమైన విధముగా అన్ని వైపులా నొక్కిడివారు. తినువారు ఆ పండును నోట పట్టుకొని చప్పరించగానే రసమంతయు నోట్లోకి పోయి తొక్క టెంక మిగిలేడిది. ఆ అరటి పండ్లు నొలచి గుజ్జును భక్తులకు పంచిపెట్టి తొక్కలను బాబా తమ వద్ద ఉంచుకొనేటి వారు. మూలే శాస్త్రి సాముద్రికము తెలిసిన వాడగుటచే పరీక్షించుటకై బాబాను చేయి చూచుడని అడిగాను. బాబా దానిని అసలు పట్టించుకొనలేదు. 4 అరటి పండ్లు అతని చేతిలో పెట్టిరి. తరువాత అందరూ వాడా చేరిడి. మూలే శాస్త్రి స్నానము చేసి మడిబట్టలు కట్టుకుని అగ్నిహోత్రము మొదలగునవి ఆచరించుటకు మొదలెడెను. బాబా మామూలుగానే లేండి తోటకు బయలుదేరెను. మార్గ మధ్యమున బాబా హఠాత్తుగా ఎర్ర రంగు తయారుగా నుంచుడు. ఈనాడు కాషాయ వస్త్రములు ధరించెదను అని అనెను. ఆ మాటలెవరికి బోధపడలేదు. కొంతసేపటికి బాబా లేండి తోట నుంచి తిరిగి వచ్చి మధ్యాహ్న హారతి కొరకు సర్వము సిద్ధమయ్యను. మధ్యాహ్న హారతికి తనతో వచ్చెదరా అని మూలే శాస్త్రిని బూటి అడిగాను. సాయంకాలము బాబా దర్శనము చేసుకునేదనని శాస్త్రి బదులు చెప్పెను. అంతలో బాబా తన ఆసనముపై కూర్చుండెను. భక్తులు వారికి నమస్కరించి ఆరతి ప్రారంభమయ్యను. బాబా నాసిక్ బ్రాహ్మణుని వద్ద నుంచి దక్షిణ తెమ్మనను. బూటి స్వయముగా దక్షిణ తెచ్చుటకై పోయెను. బాబా ఆజ్ఞ అతనికి చెప్పగానే అతడు ఆశ్చర్యపడెను. తనలో తానిట్లనుకొనెను, నేను అగ్నిహోత్రిని, బాబా గొప్ప మహాత్ముడే కావచ్చును, కానీ నేను ఆయన ఆశ్రితుడనుగానే వారికి నేనెందులకు దక్షిణ నీయవలెను? సాయిబాబా అంతటి మహాత్ముడు బూటి వంటి సంపన్నుని ద్వారా దక్షిణ అడుగుటచే అతడు కాదనలేకపోయెను. తన అనుష్ఠానమును మధ్యలోనే ఆపి బూటీతో మసీదుకు బయలుదేరెను. మడితో ఉన్న తాను మసీదులో అడుగిడిన మైలపడిపోదునని భావించి మసీదు బయటే దూరముగా నిలువబడి బాబాపై పువ్వులను విసిరెను. హఠాత్తుగా బాబా స్థానములో గతించిన తమ గురువగు గోలప్ స్వామి కూర్చుని ఉండెను. అతడు ఆశ్చర్యపోయెను. అది కళా నిజమా అని సందేహపడెను. తనను తాను గిల్లుకొని మళ్ళీ చూచెను. తాను పూర్తి జాగ్రత్తావస్థలోనే ఉన్నాడు. భ్రాంతి అగుటకు వీలు లేదు. అయినచో ఏనాడో గతించిన తన గురువు వచ్చటకెట్లు వచ్చెను? అతనికి నోట్లో మాట రాకుండెను. తుదకు సిద్ధములన్నీయు విడిచిపెట్టి మసీదులో ప్రవేశించి తన గురువు పాదములపై పడి లేచి చేతులు జోడించి నిలువబడెను. తక్కిన వారందరూ బాబా ఆరతి పాడుచుండగా మూలే శాస్త్రి తన గురునామమును ఉచ్చరించుచుండెను. తాను అగ్రకులమునకు చెందినవాడను, పవిత్రుడను అను అభిజ్ఞాతను వదిలిపెట్టి తన గురుని పాదములపై బడి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము నర్చి కండ్లు మూసుకొనెను. లేచి కండ్లు తెరిచి చూచుసరికి వానిని దక్షిణ అడుగుచు సాయిబాబా కనిపించెను. బాబా వారి ఆనంద రూపమును ఊహకందని వారి శక్తిని చూచి మూలే శాస్త్రి మైమరచెను. మిక్కిలి సంతుష్టి చెందెను. అతని నేత్రములు సంతోష బాష్పములచే నిండెను. మనస్ఫూర్తిగా బాబాకు తిరిగి నమస్కరించి దక్షిణను సంగెను. తన సందేహములు తీరినదనియు తనకు గురు దర్శనమైనదనియు చెప్పెను. బాబా యొక్క ఆ ఆశ్చర్యకరమైన లీలను గాంచిన వారందరూ అచ్చెరు పొందెను. గేరు తేండు కాషాయ వస్త్రములు ధరించెదా అను అంతకు ముందు బాబా పలికిన మాటల అర్థమును అప్పుడు వారు గ్రహించిరి. సాయి యొక్క లీలలు ఆశ్చర్యకరములు. రామభక్తుడైన డాక్టరు ఒకనాడు ఒక మామల్తాదారు తన స్నేహితుడకు డాక్టరుతో కలిసి షిరిడి వచ్చెను. షిరిడి బయలుదేరుటకు ముందు తన మిత్రునితో ఆ డాక్టరు తన ఆరాధ్య దైవము శ్రీరాముడనియు తాను షిరిడీకి పోయి ఒక మహమ్మదీయుని మనస్కరించుట లేదనియు చెప్పెను. అక్కడ షిరిడీలో బాబాకు నమస్కరించుమని ఎవ్వరూ బలవంత పెట్టరనియు కలిసి సరదాగా గడుపుటకు తనతో రావలేయుననియు మామల్తాదారు కోరెను. దానికి డాక్టరు సమ్మతించెను. షిరిడీ చేరి బాబాను చూచుటకు వారు మసీదుకు పోయిరి. అందరికంటే ముందు డాక్టరు బాబాకు నమస్కరించుట చూచి అందరూ ఆశ్చర్యపడిరి. తన మనోనిశ్చయమును మార్చుకొని ఒక మహమ్మదీయునికి ఎట్లు నమస్కరించితివని అందరూ అడిగితిరి. తన ఇష్టదైవమగు శ్రీరాముడు ఆ గద్దెపై తనకు గాన్పించుటచే వారి పాదములపై బడి సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారం ఉనర్చినట్లు డాక్టరు బదులిచ్చెను. అతడట్లు తిరిగి చూడగా అక్కడ సాయిబాబానే కనిపించెను. ఏమీ తోచక అతడు ఇది స్వప్నమా ఏమి? వారు మహమ్మదీయుడు అగుట ఎట్లు? వారు గొప్ప యోగ సంపన్నులై అవతార పురుషులని నుడివెను. ఆ మరుసటి దినమే డాక్టరు ఏదో దీక్ష వహించి ఉపవాసం ఉండెను. బాబా తనను అనుగ్రహించు వరకు మసీదుకు పోనను నిశ్చయముతో మసీదుకు వెళ్ళుట మానెను. ఇట్లు 3 రోజులు గడిచెను. 4వ దినమున తన ప్రియ స్నేహితుడు ఒకడు ఖాందేశు నుండి రాగా వానితో కలిసి మసీదులో బాబా దర్శనమునకై తప్పక మసీదుకు పోవలసి వచ్చెను. బాబాకు నమస్కరించగానే బాబా అతనితో ఎవరైనా వచ్చి నిన్నిక్కడకు రమ్మని పిలిచితిరా ఏమి? ఇట్లు వచ్చితివి అని ప్రశ్నించెను. ఆ ప్రశ్న డాక్టర్ మనసును కదిలించెను. ఆనాటి రాత్రియే నిద్రలో అతనికి గొప్ప ఆధ్యాత్మిక అనుభూతి కలిగి అనిర్వచనీయమైన ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవించెను. ఆ తరువాత అతడు తన ఊరికి పోయినను ఆ అనుభూతి 15 దినముల వరకు అటులనే ఉండెను. ఆ ప్రకారము అతనికి సాయిబాబా యందు భక్తి అనేక రెట్లు వృద్ధి పొందెను. పై కథల వలన ముఖ్యముగా మూలే శాస్త్రి కథ వలన నేర్చుకొనిన నీతి ఏమన మనము మన గురువునందే ఎందే అనన్యమైన నిశ్చల విశ్వాసం ఉంచవలను. వచ్చే అధ్యాయములో మరి కొన్ని సాయి లీలలు చెప్పెదము. 12వ అధ్యాయం సంపూర్ణం. సద్గురు శ్రీ సాయినాథార్పణమస్తు.
அத்தியாயம் 13. பாபா மாயையின் அளவறியா சக்தி. பாபாவின் மொழிகள் எப்போதும் சுருக்கமானவை, மிருதுவானவை, ஆழமானவை, பொருள் செறிந்தவை, திறமையானவை, நன்றாக சமநிலைப்படுத்தப்பட்டவை. அவர் எப்போதும் திருப்தி அடைந்தவராயிருந்தார், எதற்கும் கவலைப்படவில்லை. அவர் சொன்னார், நான் ஒரு பக்ரியான போதும் எனக்கு வீடோ மனைவியோ இல்லாதிருப்பினும் எல்லா கவலைகளையும் விட்டொழித்து நான் ஒரே இடத்தில் வசித்தாலும் தடுக்க முடியாத மாயை என்னை அடிக்கடி துரத்துகிறாள். என்னை மறந்தாலும் அவளை மறக்க முடியவில்லை. அவள் என்னை எப்போதும் சூழ்ந்து கொள்கிறாள். பரமாத்மா ஸ்ரீ ஹரியினுடைய இந்த மாயையை பிரம்மா மற்றவர்களையும் துரத்துகிறது. பின் என்னை போன்ற ஏழை பக்கரியை பற்றி பேச என்ன இருக்கிறது? பரமாத்மாவிடம் சரண் புகுவோர் அவரது அருளால் அவரது பந்தங்களின்று விடுவிக்கப்படுவர். மாயையின் சக்தியை பற்றி மொழிகளால் பாபா பேசினார். கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா ஞானிகள் தமது உயிருள்ள ரூபங்கள் என்று பாகவதத்தில் உத்தவருக்கு உபதேசித்திருக்கிறார். பாபா தமது அடியவர்களின் நலனுக்காக யாதும் கூறியிருக்கிறார் என்பதை கவனியுங்கள். யார் அதிர்ஷ்டசாலியோ, எவருடைய பாவங்கள் ஒளிந்தனவோ அவர்கள் எனது வழிபாட்டை எய்துகிறார்கள். சாயி சாயி என்று எப்போதும் கூறிக்கொண்டிருப்பீர்களானால் நான் உங்களை ஏழ்கடலுக்கும் அப்பால் எடுத்துச் செல்வேன். இம்மொழிகளை நம்புங்கள், நீங்கள் நிச்சயம் நன்மை அடைவீர்கள். வழிபாட்டின் கூறுகள் 8ஓ 16ஓ எனக்கு தேவையில்லை. எங்கு முழுமையான பக்தி இருக்கிறதோ அங்கு நான் அமர்கிறேன். தம்மை தாமே முழுவதுமாக சரணடைவோர்களின் தோழரான சாயி அவர்களின் நன்மைக்காக என்ன செய்தார் என்பதை தற்போது பார்க்க போகிறோம். பீமாஜி பாட்டு. பூனே ஜில்லா, ஜுன்னர் தாலுகா, நாராயண் பாவனை சேர்ந்த பீமாஜி பாட்டீல் என்பவர் பல வியாதிகளாலும் நெடுநாள் நெஞ்சு வலியாலும் துன்பப்பட்டார். முடிவில் அது க்ஷயரோகமாக மாறியது. அவர் எல்லாவித சிகிச்சைகளும் முயன்று ஒரு பிரயோஜனமும் இல்லை. எல்லா நம்பிக்கைகளையும் இழந்து முடிவாக கடவுளை நோக்கி அவர் வேண்டிக் கொண்டார். ஓ நாராயணா மூர்த்தியே, இப்போது என்னை குணப்படுத்தும். சூழ்நிலைகள் எல்லாம் நன்றாயிருக்கையில் நான் கடவுளை நினைப்பதில்லை. கேடும் துரதிர்ஷ்டமும் நம்மை தாக்கும் போது நாம் அவரை நினைக்கிறோம். எனவே பீமாஜி இப்போது கடவுளை நோக்கி திரும்பினார். இவ்விஷயத்தில் பாபாவின் பெரும் அடியவரான நானா சாஹேப் சாந்தோர்கரை கலந்தாலோசிக்க அவருக்கு தோன்றியது. தனது துன்பம் அனைத்தையும் கூறி அவருக்கு ஒரு கடிதம் எழுதி அவருடைய கருத்தை தெரிவிக்க வேண்டினார். நானா தமது பதிலில் ஏதோ ஒரு வழிதான் இருக்கிறது, அதாவது பாபாவின் பாதங்களில் நின்று உதவி பெறுவதே ஆகும் என்று கூறினார். ஷீரடிக்கு அவர் அழைத்து வரப்பட்டு பாபாவின் முன்னர் அமர்த்தப்பட்டார். நானா சாஹேப்பும் ஷாமாவும் அங்கிருந்தனர். முன்னைய தீய கர்மாக்களாலேயே இவ்வியாதி என்று பாபா சுற்றி காண்பித்து முதலில் இதில் தலையிட தீர்மானம் இல்லாதவராய் இருந்தார். நோயாளியோ தாம் அனாதரவானவர் என்றும் அவரையே சரணாகதி அடைந்திருப்பதாகவும் அவர்தாம் கடைசி கதி என்றும் கருணை காட்டும்படியும் கூறி அலறத் தொடங்கினார். அப்போது பாபாவின் உள்ளம் உருகியது. அவர் கூறியதாவது, பொறு, உன்னுடைய கவலைகளை தூர எறி, உன்னுடைய துன்பங்கள் ஒரு முடிவுக்கு வந்துவிட்டன. ஒருவன் எவ்வளவுதான் நசுக்கப்பட்டு வேதனைப்பட்டவனாக இருப்பினும் இம்மசூதியில் கால் வைத்தவுடனே அவன் மகிழ்ச்சியின் பாதையில் செல்கிறான். இங்கே உள்ள பக்ரி மிகவும் அன்பானவர். அவர் இவ்வியாதியை குணப்படுத்துவார். எல்லோரையும் அன்புடனும் ஆசையுடனும் பாதுகாப்பார். 5 நிமிடத்திற்கு ஒரு முறை நோயாளி இரத்த வாந்தி எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருந்தார். ஆனால் பாபாவின் சன்னிதானத்தில் எவ்வித வாந்தியும் இல்லை. நம்பிக்கையும் கருணையும் கொண்ட மொழிகளை பாபா உதிர்த்த தருணத்திலிருந்தே வியாதி குணமடைந்து நிலைக்கு திரும்பியது. அசௌகரியமும் சுகாதார குறையும் உள்ள பீம்பாயின் வீட்டில் தங்கும்படி பாபாவால் கேட்கப்பட்டார். ஆனால் பாபாவின் உத்தரவுக்கு கீழ்ப்படிய வேண்டும். அவர் அங்கு தங்கியிருக்கையில் பாபா அவரை 2 கனவுகள் மூலம் குணப்படுத்தினார். முதல் கனவில் தன்னை ஒரு பையனாகவும் மராட்டி செய்யுள் ஒப்பிக்காததற்காக உபாத்தியாயரின் கடுமையான பிரம்படியை வாங்கி கஷ்டப்படுவதை போன்றும் கண்டார். 2வது கனவில் ஒரு கல்லை யாரோ ஒருவர் தனது நெஞ்சின் மீது மேலும் கீழும் உருட்டி கடுமையான வலியையும் வேதனையையும் வேதனையையும் உண்டாக்குவதாகவும் கண்டார். கனவில் அவர் பட்ட இக்கஷ்டத்துடன் அவரின் சிகிச்சை முடிவடைந்தது. அவர் வீடு திரும்பினார். பின்னர் அடிக்கடி ஷீரடி வந்து பாபா தனக்கு செய்ததை நன்றியுடன் நினைத்து சாஷ்டாங்கமாக நமஸ்கரித்தார். பாபாவும் நன்றியுள்ள நினைப்பு, மாறாத நம்பிக்கை, பக்தி இவற்றை தவிர வேற எதையும் எதிர்பார்க்கவில்லை. மகாராஷ்டிர மக்கள் 15 தினங்களுக்கு ஒரு முறை தங்களது இல்லங்களில் சத்யநாராயண பூஜையை எப்போதும் செய்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் தனது கிராமத்திற்கு திரும்பிய போது பீமாஜி பாட்டில் புதிய சத்யசாயி விரத பூஜையை சத்யநாராயண பூஜைக்கு பதிலாக தனது இல்லத்தில் ஆரம்பித்தார். பாலா கண்பத் ஷம்பி பாபாவின் மற்றொரு பக்தரான பாலா கண்பத் ஷம்பி என்பவர் கொடிய விதத்தை சேர்ந்த மலேரியாவினால் மிகவும் கஷ்டப்பட்டார். எல்லாவித மருந்துகளையும் கஷாயங்களையும் உபயோகித்தார். பலனேதும் இல்லை. ஜுரம் சிறிதளவும் குறைந்த பாடில்லை. அவர் ஷீரடிக்கு ஓடி பாபாவின் பாதங்களில் வீழ்ந்தார். பாபா அவருக்கு இவ்விஷயத்தில் ஒரு நூதனமான செயல்முறையை அனுசரிக்க செய்தார். கொஞ்சம் சாதத்தை தயிருடன் கலந்து லட்சுமி கோவிலுக்கு முன்னால் உள்ள கருப்பு நாய்க்கு கொடுக்கும்படி கூறினார். பாலாவுக்கு இதை எங்கனம் நிறைவேற்றுவதென்று புதிராக இருந்தது. ஆனால் அவர் வீட்டிற்கு போனவுடனே தயிரையும் சாதத்தையும் கண்டார். அவை இரண்டையும் கலந்து அக்கலவையை லட்சுமி கோவிலுக்கு அருகில் கொண்டாந்தார். அப்போது ஒரு கருப்பு நாய் வாழையாட்டி கொண்டு நிற்பதை கண்டார். நாயின் முன்னர் தயிருடன் கலந்த சாதத்தை வைத்தார். நாயும் அதை உண்டது. ஆச்சரியமாகவே பாலா கண்பத் ஷம்பி மலேரியாவிலிருந்து விடுபட்டார். பாபு சாஹேப் பூட்டி ஸ்ரீமான் பூட்டி ஒரு முறை வாந்தி எடுத்தல், வயிற்றுப்போக்கு முதலியவற்றால் அவதியுற்றார். அவருடைய அலமாரி மருந்து மாத்திரைகளால் நிறைந்திருந்ததாயினும் அவற்றால் ஒரு பயனும் இல்லை. வாந்தி எடுத்து வயிற்றுப்போக்கு ஆனதன் காரணமாக பாபு சாஹேப் மிகவும் தளர்ச்சி அடைந்தார். எனவே பாபாவின் தரிசனத்திற்காக மசூதிக்கு செல்லக்கூட அவரால் இயலவில்லை. பாபா அப்போது அவரை கூப்பிட்டு அனுப்பி அவரை தம்முன் உட்கார செய்து, இப்போது கவனி, இனிமேல் நீ வெளியேறக்கூடாது என்று கூறி தமது ஆட்காட்டி விரலை ஆட்டி மேலும் வாந்தி எடுத்தலும் நிற்க வேண்டும் என்று கூறினார். இப்போது பாபாவின் சொற்களில் உள்ள சக்தியை கவனிங்கள். 2 வியாதிகளும் ஓடிவிட்டன. பூட்டியும் குணமானார். மற்றொரு முறை காலராவால் அவர் தாக்கப்பட்டு கடினமான தாகத்தால் அல்லுற்றார். டாக்டர் பிள்ளை எல்லாவித சிகிச்சை முறைகளையும் கையாண்டு குணமளிக்க முடியவில்லை. பின்னர் அவர் பாபாவிடம் சென்று தனது தாகத்தை தணித்து தன்னை குணமாக்கும் ஒரு பானத்தை பற்றி கலந்து ஆலோசித்தார். பாபா அவருக்கு சர்க்கரை கலந்த பாலில் வேக வைக்கப்பட்ட கலவை கூழாகிய பாதாம் பருப்பு, வால்நட் பருப்பு, பிஸ்தா பருப்பு இவற்றை சாப்பிடுவதை தேர்ந்தருளினார். எந்த வைத்தியராலும் இது நிலைமையை மோசப்படுத்தி முடிவுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துவிடும் என்று கருதப்படும். ஆனால் பாபாவின் கட்டளையை அறவே கீழ்ப்படியும் குணத்தால் இவை உட்கொள்ளப்பட்டு அதிசயப்படும் வகையில் குணமாக்கப்பட்டது. ஆனந்தி சாமி பாபாவின் தரிசனத்தை பெற விரும்பிய ஒரு சாமியார் ஆனந்தியிலிருந்து ஷீரடிக்கு வந்தார். தன் காதில் உள்ள கடுமையான வலியார் அவர் அல்லுற்றார். அது அவரை தூங்கிவிடாமல் தடை செய்தது. இதற்காக அவர் ரண சிகிச்சை செய்யப்பட்டார். ஆனால் அது அவருக்கு எவ்வித பலனையும் அளிக்கவில்லை. இவ்வழி மிகவும் கடினமானதாயிருந்தது. அவருக்கு என்ன செய்வதென்றே தெரியவில்லை. அவர் திரும்பி செல்லும் போது பாபாவின் அனுமதியை பெற வந்தார். அப்போது ஷாமா சுவாமிகளின் காது வலிக்கு ஏதாவது செய்யுமாறு பாபாவை வேண்டினார். அல்லாஹ் அச்சா கரேஹே என்று கூறி தேற்றினார். பிறகு சுவாமிகள் புனேக்கு திரும்பினார். 1 வாரம் கழித்து ஷீரடிக்கு கடிதம் ஒன்று அனுப்பியிருந்தார். அதில் தனது காது வலி மறைந்து விட்டதென்றும் வீக்கம் இருந்ததென்றும் அவ்வீக்கத்தை போக்குவதற்காக பம்பாய்க்கு ரண சிகிச்சை செய்து கொள்ள சென்றிருந்ததாகவும், ஆனால் டாக்டர் காதை சோய்த்துவிட்டு ரண சிகிச்சை தேவையில்லை என கூறியதாகவும் குறிப்பிட்டிருந்தார். பாபாவின் மொழிகளுக்கு அத்தகைய ஆற்றல் இருக்கிறது. காக்கா மகாஜனி பாபாவின் மற்றொரு அடியவரான காக்கா மகாஜனி என்பவர் ஒரு முறை வயிற்றுப்போக்கால் அவதியுற்றார். பாபாவுக்கு தனது சேவை தடைப்படாமல் இருக்க ஒரு மூலையில் பானையின் தண்ணீரை வைத்துவிட்டு பாபா கூப்பிடும் போதெல்லாம் செல்வார். சாய்பாபா அனைத்தையும் அறிந்தவராயிருப்பதால் தனது வியாதியையும் அவர் சீக்கிரம் குணப்படுத்துவார் என்று எண்ணிய காக்கா அதை பற்றி எதையும் பாபாவிடம் தெரிவிக்கவில்லை. மசூதிக்கு முன்னால் கட்டப்பட்டிருக்கும் தாழ்வாரத்தின் வேலை பாபாவால் அனுமதிக்கப்பட்டு விட்டது. ஆனால் உண்மையில் வேலை தொடங்கியவுடன் பாபா கொந்தளிப்புற்று பலமாக கூச்சலிடத் தொடங்கினார். எல்லோரும் ஓடினார்கள். காக்காவும் ஓடினார். பாபா அவரை பிடித்து அங்கே உட்கார வைத்து பின்னர் நேரிட்ட குழப்பத்தில் யாரோ ஒருவர் ஒரு சிறிய நிலக்கடல் பையை விட்டு ஓடியிருந்தார். பாபா கை நிறைய கடலை பருப்புகளை எடுத்து தமது கைகளால் அவற்றை தேய்த்து தோலை ஊதி சுத்தமான கடலை பருப்புகளை காக்காவிடம் கொடுத்து சாப்பிட சொன்னார். திட்டுவதும் கடலையை சுத்தம் செய்வதும் காக்காவை அவற்றை சாப்பிட செய்வதும் என்பன சமகாலத்தில் நடைபெற்றன. பாபா தாமே சிலவற்றை சாப்பிட்டார். பையில் உள்ளவை தீர்ந்ததும் பாபா அவரை தாம் தாகமாக இருப்பதால் தண்ணீர் கொண்டாட சொன்னார். கூஜா நிறைய காக்கா தண்ணீர் கொண்டாந்தார். பின்னர் பாபா சிறிது தண்ணீரை அருந்திவிட்டு காக்காவையும் தண்ணீர் குடிக்கும்படி கூறினார். பாபா அப்போது, உனது வயிற்றுப்போக்கு நின்றுவிட்டது, நீ இனிமேல் தாழ்வாரத்தின் வேலையை கவனிக்கலாம் என்று கூறினார். இதற்கிடையில் ஓடிப்போனவர்கள் எல்லாம் திரும்பி வந்தனர். தனது வயிற்றுப்போக்கு நின்று போன காக்காவுக்கு திரும்பி வந்த வேளையில் கலந்து கொண்டார். நிலக்கடலையா வயிற்றுப்போக்குக்கு மருந்து? நிகழ்கால மருத்துவப்படி நிலக்கடலை வயிற்றுப்போக்கை மிகவும் அதிகரிக்கும், அதை குணப்படுத்தாது. பாபாவின் மொழிகளே விஷயத்தில் மற்ற விஷயங்களிலும் உள்ள உண்மையான சிகிச்சையாகும். ஹர்தாவை சேர்ந்த தந்தோபந்த், ஹர்தாவிலிருந்து வந்த தத்தோபந்த் என்னும் பெருந்தகை 14 ஆண்டுகளாக வயிற்று வலியால் அல்லுற்றார். எவ்வித சிகிச்சையும் அவருக்கு எந்த பலனையும் அளிக்கவில்லை. பின்னர் பாபா பார்வையாலேயே வியாதியை குணப்படுத்துகிறார் என்று அவரின் புகழை கேள்விப்பட்டு ஷீரடிக்கு ஓடி வந்து பாபாவின் பாதங்களில் வீழ்ந்தார். பாபா அவரை அன்புடன் நோக்கி ஆசீர்வாதங்கள் அளித்தார். பாபா தமது கரத்தை அவர் தலையின் மீது வைத்து ஆசீர்வாதத்தையும் உரியையும் அளித்த பின் அவர் குணமடைந்தார். அதற்கப்பால் இவ்வியாதியை பற்றிய எவ்வித தொந்தரவும் இல்லை. இந்த அத்தியாயத்தின் முடிவில் 3 நிகழ்ச்சிகள் அடிக்குறிப்பில் காணப்படுகின்றன. மாதாராவ் தேஷ்பாண்டே மூலவியாதியால் அல்லுற்றால் பாபா அவருக்கு சோனாமுகியின் கசாயத்தை தேர்ந்து கொடுத்தார். இதுவரை குணமாக்கிய 2 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பின் இத்தொந்தரவு மீண்டும் தலையெடுத்தது. மாதவராவ் பாபாவை கலந்தாலோசிக்காமல் அதே மருந்தை உட்கொண்டார். பெருமளவிற்கு இது வியாதியை அதிகப்படுத்தியது. ஆனால் பின்னர் அது பாபாவின் அருளால் குணமாக்கப்பட்டது. கங்காதர் பந்த் என்ற காக்கா மகாஜனியின் அண்ணன் பல ஆண்டுகளாக வயிற்று வலியால் அவதியுற்று கொண்டிருந்தார். பாபாவின் புகழை கேள்விப்பட்டு ஷீரடிக்கு வந்து தன்னை குணமாக்கும்படி வேண்டிக் கொண்டார். பாபா அவரின் வயிற்றை தொட்டு கடவுள் குணமாக்குவார் என்று கூறினார். அது முதற்கொண்டு அவருக்கு வயிற்று வலி எதுவும் இல்லை. அவர் முழுவதுமாக குணமாக்கப்பட்டார். ஒருமுறை நானா சாஹேப் தாந்தோர்கருக்கு கடுமையான வயிற்று வலியால் அல்லுற்றால் இரவும் பகல் முழுவதும் அவரால் இருப்பு கொள்ள முடியவில்லை. டாக்டர்கள் ஊசி போட்டு பலனளிக்கவில்லை. பின்னர் அவர் பாபாவை அணுகினார். பின்னர் அவரை பர்பி என்ற இனிப்பு பண்டத்தை நெய்யுடன் உண்ணச் சொன்னார். இச்செயல்முறையை பின்பற்றியதும் அவர் முழுக்க குணமடைந்தார். பாபாவின் சொற்களும் கருணையுமே பல்வேறு வியாதிகளை நிரந்தரமாக குணப்படுத்தியது உண்மையான மருந்தாகும் என்று இக்கதைகள் நமக்கு காட்டுகின்றன. மருந்துகளோ மாத்திரைகளோ அல்ல. ஸ்ரீ சச்சிதானந்த சத்குரு சாய்நாத் மகாராஜ் கி ஜெய்.
Ratanji Wadia of Nanded, Saint Mauli Sahib Dakshina. In the last chapter, we described how Baba's word and grace cured many incurable diseases. Now we shall describe how Baba blessed Mr. Ratanji Wadia and gave him an issue. The life of the saint is naturally sweet. His various doing, eating, walking, and his natural sayings are also sweet. His life is bliss incarnate. Sai gave bliss to his devotees as a means of remembrance. He gave them various stories of duty and action, which ultimately led them to true religion. His object may be that people should live happily in this world, but they should be ever cautious and achieve the object of their life, self-realization. We get human body as a result of merits in past births, and it's worthwhile that with its aid we should attain devotion and liberation in this life. So we should never be lazy, but always be on the alert to gain our goal of life. If you hear the Leelas, stories of Sai daily, you will always see him day and night. You will remember him in your mind. When you assimilate Sai in this way, your mind will lose its fickleness. And if you go on this manner, it will finally be merged in pure consciousness. Ratanji of Nanded. Now let us come to the main story of this chapter. In Nanded, in Nizam state, There lived a Parsi milk contractor and trader by name Ratanji Shapurji Wadia. He had amassed a large amount of money and had acquired field and lands. He had cattle, horses, and conveyance and was very prosperous in all outward appearances. He looked very happy and contented, but inwardly he was not so. Providentially, dispensation is such that no one in this world is completely happy, and rich Ratanji was no exception to this. He was liberal and charitable, gave food and clothing to the poor, and helped all in various ways. The people took him to be a good and happy man, but Ratanji thought himself miserable as he had no issue, male or female, for a long time, just as Kirtan, singing glorious of the Lord, without love or devotion, song without rhythmical accompaniments, Brahmins without the sacred thread, proficiency in all arts without common sense, pilgrimage without repentance, and ornamentation without a necklace are futile and useless. So is a householder without an issue. Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? He thus looked more so and did not relish his food. Day and night he was evolved with anxiety as to whether he would ever blessed with a son. He had a great regard for Das Ganu Maharaj. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Das Ganu advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, fall at his feet and seek his blessings and pray for an issue. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days, he went to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan and fell at his feet. Then, opening a basket, he took out a beautiful garland of flowers and placed it around Baba's neck and offered him a basket of fruits. With reverence, he then sat near Baba and prayed to him, saying, many persons who find themselves in difficult situation come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this, I am anxiously sought your feet. Please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for dakshina of rupees 5, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received rupees 3 to 14 from him and that he should pay the balance only. Hearing this, Ratanji was rather puzzled. He could not make out as to what Baba meant. That was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi, and how was it that Baba said that he had earlier got rupees 314 from him? How he could not solve the riddle, but he sat at Baba's feet and gave the balance of dakshina and asked for, explained to Baba fully as to why he came and sought his help and prayed that Baba should bless him with a son. Baba was moved and told him not to worry and that hence there onward his bad days had ended. He then gave him Udi, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah, God would satisfy his heart's desire. Then, after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned to Nanded and told Dasganu everything that took place at Shirdi. He said that everything went on well there, that he got Baba's darshan and blessing with prasad. But there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said to him that he had got rupees 314 before. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Das Ganu, I never went to Shirdi before, and how could I give him the sum? To which Baba referred to Das Ganu too. It was puzzled, and he thought much more it for a long time. Some time afterwards, it struck him that Ratanji had received some days ago a Mohammedan saint by name Mauli Sahab in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Mauli Sahab was a well-known saint of Nanded and worked as a porter. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, this Mauli Sahab turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party in his honor. Das Ganu got from Ratanji the memo of expenses of this reception, and everybody was wonderstruck to see that the expenses amounted to exactly rupees 314,000. Nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was omniscient, that though he lived in Shirdi, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future, and could identify himself with anybody. In this particular instance, how could he know the reception given to Mauli Saab and the amount spent? Therefore, unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him. Ratanji was satisfied with this explanation, and his faith in Baba's was confirmed and increased. In due date, he was blessed with a son, and his joy knew no bounds. It is said that he had in all a dozen issues, out of which only 4 survived. In a footnote towards the end of this chapter, it is stated that Baba told Rao Bahadur Hari Vinayak Sati after the death of his first wife to remarry and that he would get a son. R.B. Sati married second time. The first 2 issues by this wife were daughters, and he therefore felt very despondent. But the third issue was a son. Baba's word did not come, did come true, and he was satisfied. Dakshina. Now we shall close this chapter with a few points about Dakshina. It is a well-known fact that Baba always asked for Dakshina from people who went to see him. Somebody may ask a question. If Baba was a fakir and perfectly non-attached, why should he ask for Dakshina and care for money? We shall consider this question broadly now. First, for a long time, Baba did not take anything. He stored, burned matches, and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether he be a devotee or otherwise. If anybody placed before him a paisa or 2, he purchased oil or tobacco. He was fond of tobacco. For he always smoked a bidi or chillam, an earthen pipe. Then some person thought that they should not go to a saint empty-handed, and therefore placed some copper coins before Baba. If a paisa was placed before him, he used to pocket it. If it was a 2 paisa coin, it was returned immediately. Then after Baba's fame had spread far and wide, people began to flock in numbers, and Baba began to ask Dakshina from them. It is said in the Shruti Veda that puja of the gods is not complete unless a golden coin was offered. If a coin was unnecessary in the puja of the gods, why should it be not so in the puja of the saints? Also, ultimately, the Shastras laid it down that when one goes to see God, king, saint, or guru, he should not go empty handed. He should offer something, preferably money. In this connection, we may notice the precepts recommended by the Upanishads. The Briharnayak Upanishad says that Lord Prajapati advised the gods, men, and demons by one letter, the god understood by this letter that they should practice Dhamma, self-control. The men thought or understood that they should practice Dana, the charity. The demons understood that they should practice Daya, the compassion. To men, charity or giving was recommended. A teacher in the Taittiriya Upanishad exhorts his pupil to practice charity and other virtues. Regarding charity, he says, give with faith, or even without it, give with magnanimity, and liberally give him with modesty, awe, and sympathy, in order to teach the devotee the lesson of charity and to remove their attachment to money, and thus to purify the minds. Baba extracted dakshina from them, but there was this peculiarity, as Baba said that he had to give back 100 times more of what he received. There are many instances in which this has happened. To quote an instance, Mr. Ganpatrao Bodas, the famous actor, says in his Marathi autobiography that on Baba's pressing him often for dakshina, he emptied his money bag before him. The result of this was, as Mr. Bodha says, that in later life he never lacked money as it came to him abundantly. There was also secondary meaning of dakshina in many cases in which Baba did not want any pecuniary amount. To quote two instances, Baba asked rupees 15 as dakshina from Professor G. Narke, who replied that he did not have any money. Then Baba said, I know you have no money, but you are reading Yoga Vashishta. Give me the dakshina from that. Giving dakshina in this case meant deriving lessons from the book and lodging them in the heart where Baba resides. In the second case, Baba asked a certain lady, Mrs. R.A. Tarkad, to give rupees 6 as dakshina. The lady felt pained as she had nothing to give. Then her husband explained to her that Baba wanted 6 inner enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., to be surrendered to him. Baba agreed with this explanation. It is to be noted, though Baba collected lot of money by dakshina, he would distribute the whole amount the same day and the next morning. He would become a poor fakir as usual. When Baba took his Mahasamadhi, even after receiving thousands and thousands of rupees as dakshina, for about 10 years he had only a few rupees in his possessions. In short, Baba's main object in taking dakshina from his devotees was to teach them the lesson of renunciation and purification. Postscript: Mr. B.V. Dev of Thana, retired Mamlatardar and a great devotee of Baba, has written an article on this subject, Dakshina, in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 2, p. 6 to 26, in which he says as follows: Baba did not ask dakshina of all. If some gave dakshina unasked, he sometimes accepted it and other times refused it. He asked it of certain devotees only. He never demanded it from those devotees who thought in their minds that Baba should ask for it and then they should pay it. If anybody offered it against his wish, he never touched it, and if he kept it there, he asked him to take it away. He asked for a small or big amount from devotees according to their wish, devotion, and convenience. He asked it even of a women and children. He never asked of all the rich for it, nor of all the poor. Baba never got angry with those of whom he asked dakshina and who did not give it. If any dakshina was sent through some friends who forget to hand over the same to Baba, he reminded him of it and made him pay it. On some occasion, Baba used to return some sum from the amount tendered as dakshina and ask the donor to guard it or keep it in his shrine for worship. This procedure benefited the donor or devotee immensely. If anybody offered more than he originally intended to give, he returned the extra amount. Sometimes he asked of some more dakshina than what they originally intended to give, and if they had no money, asked them to beg or borrow from others. Of some, he demanded dakshina 3 or 4 times a day. Out of the amount collected as dakshina, Baba spent very little for his own sake, for buying chillam, smoking pipe, and fuel for his duni, sacred fire, and all the rest he distributed as charity in varying proportion to various persons. All the paraphernalia of the Shirdi Sansthan was brought by various rich devotees at the instance and suggestion of Radha Krishna Mai. Baba always used to get wild and scolded those who brought any costly and rich articles. He said to Mr. Nanasab Chandorkar that all his property consisted of one kopin, cod piece, one stray piece of cloth, one kafni, and a tumral, tin pot. and that all the people troubled him with bringing all these unnecessarily costly articles. Women and wealth are the two main obstacles in the way of our paramartha, spiritual life. And Baba had provided in Shirdi two institutions, Dakshina and Radha Krishnamai. For whenever they came to him, he demanded Dakshina from them and asked them to go to the school, Radha Krishnamai house. If they stood these two tests well, if they showed that they were free from attachment for women and wealth, their progress in spirituality was rapid and assured by Baba's grace and blessings. Mr. Dev has also quoted passages from the Gita and Upanishads and show that charity given in a holy place or to a holy personage conducive to the donor's welfare. What is more holy than Shirdi and his presiding deity, Sai Baba? Akhanda Satchidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
நாரத இசைமுறை. திரு சோல்கரில் சர்க்கரை இல்லாத தேநீர் 2 பள்ளிகள். சீரடியில் ஸ்ரீராம நவமி திருவிழாவை பற்றி 6வது அத்தியாயத்தில் குறிப்பிடப்பட்டதை நூலை கற்போர் நினைவு கூர்ந்தறியலாம். எவ்விதம் அத்திருவிழா முதலாக நடைமுறைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது, எவ்வாறு ஆரம்ப வருடங்களில் அவ்விழாவின் போது கீர்த்தனைகள் பாடுவதற்கான ஒரு ஹரிதாஸை பெறுவது எவ்வளவு பெரும் கடினமானதாக இருந்தது, எவ்வாறு தாஸ்கனுக்கே இவ்விழாவினுடைய பொறுப்பை நிரந்தரமாக பாபா ஒப்படைத்தது, அதிலிருந்து தாஸ்கனு அதை எவ்வாறு வெற்றிகரமாக நிறைவேற்றி கொண்டு வருகிறார் ஆகியவைகளை நினைவு கூர்ந்தறியலாம். நாரத இசை பத்ததி. பொதுவாக நமது ஹரிதாசர்கள் கீர்த்தனைகள் செய்யும் போது மகிழ்வினால் உடைவுகளையும் முழு உடைவுகளையும் அணிகிறார்கள். பேடோவோ தர்ப்பனோ ஏதோ ஒரு தலையணி அணிந்து கொள்கிறார்கள். நீளமான அலைமோதும் கோட், உள்ளே ஒரு சட்டை, தோள்களில் அங்கவஸ்திரம், இடுப்புக்கு கீழே வழக்கமான நீல வேட்டியும் அணிகிறார்கள். சீரடி கிராமத்தில் ஏதோ ஒரு கீர்த்தனைக்காக தாஸ்கனு ஒரு முறை இவ்வாறாக உடையணிந்து பாபாவிடம் வழங்குவதற்காக சென்றார். பாபா, நல்லா இருக்கு மாப்பிள்ளை, இவ்வளவு அழகாக உடையணிந்து நீ எங்கே சென்று கொண்டிருக்கிறாய் என்று கேட்டார். கீர்த்தனை செய்வதற்கு என்று பதில் வந்தது. அப்போது பாபா, இச்சிறு சிறு அலங்கார பொருள்கள் எல்லாம் எதற்கு? கோட்டு, அங்கவஸ்திரம், குள்ளாய் முதலிய எல்லாவற்றையும் எனக்கு முன்னால் கழற்றி விடு என்று கூறினார். தாஸ்கனு உடனே எடுத்து பாபாவின் பாதத்தடியில் அவற்றை வைத்தார். அதிலிருந்து கீர்த்தனை செய்யும் போது தாஸ்கன் இவற்றையெல்லாம் அணிவதே இல்லை. இடுப்புக்கு மேல் அவர் ஒன்றும் அணிவதில்லை. கைகளில் ஜதை சப்ளாக்கட்டை, கழுத்தில் ஒரு மாலை, இவற்றுடனேயே எப்போதும் இருந்தார். எல்லா பாடகர்களும் கை கொள்ளும் முறையுடன் இது ஒத்ததா இல்லை. ஆனால் இதுவே மிக சிறந்த மிக தூய வழியாகும். கீர்த்தனை பத்ததிகளை படைத்துருவாக்கிய நாரத ரிஷியே மேல் உடம்பிலும் தலையிலும் ஏதும் அணியவில்லை. தம் கையில் வீணை ஏந்தி இடந்தோறும் அலைந்து திரிந்த கடவுளின் புகழை பாடினார். திரு சோல்கரின் சர்க்கரை இல்லாத டீ. பூனா, அகமத் நகர ஜில்லாக்களில் பாபா அறிந்து கொள்ளப்பட்டார். ஆனால் திரு நானா சாஹிப் சந்தோக்கர் தனது சொந்த தனிப்பட்ட முறையிலான உரையாடல்களிலும் தாஸ்கனு தனது மிக உயர்வான கீர்த்தனைகளாலும் கொங்கணத்தில் பாபாவின் புகழை பரப்பினார்கள். உண்மையில் தாஸ்கனு தான், அவரை கடவுள் ஆசீர்வதிப்பாராக, தமது அழகிய ஒப்புமையற்ற கீர்த்தனைகளால் அங்கே இருந்த ஏராளமான மக்களுக்கு பாபாவினால் பயனுறும்படி செய்தார். கீர்த்தனைகளை கேட்க வந்த மக்கள் வெவ்வேறு சுவையுள்ளவர்களாக இருப்பர். சிலர் ஹரிதாசின் அறிவாழத்தை அல்லது புலமையை விரும்புவர். சிலர் அவரது அபிநயங்களையும், சிலர் அவரது பாடல்களையும், சிலர் அவரது விகட நகைச்சுவைகளையும், சிலர் அவரது துவக்க வேதாந்த வியாக்கியானங்களையும், மற்றும் சிலர் அவரது முக்கிய கதைகளையுமாக பலர் பலவிதமாக ஆர்வம் கொண்டிருப்பர். அவர்களுள் மிக சிலரே கீர்த்தனைகளை கேட்டதின் வாயிலாக ஞானிகளிடத்தோ கடவுளிடத்தோ நம்பிக்கையும் பக்தியும் பெறுகிறார்கள். ஆயினும் தாஸ்கனுவின் கீர்த்தனைகளை கேட்கும் அவையோர்களது மனங்களில் விளைவு மின்சாரமாகும். அது அங்கனமே இருந்தது. கீழ்கண்ட ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை இங்கு தருகிறோம். தாஸ்கனு ஒரு முறை தானேவில் கௌபீனேஸ்வரர் கோயிலில் சாய்பாபாவின் புகழை பாடி கீர்த்தனை செய்து வந்தார். அவையோர்களில் திரு சோல்கர் என்பவர் சிவில் கோர்ட்டில் ஒரு தற்காலிக ஊழியராக வேலை பார்த்து வந்த ஏழை ஆவார். அவர் மிகவும் கவனத்துடன் தாஸ்கனுவின் கீர்த்தனையை கேட்டு பெரிதும் உருகி போனார். அவர் அங்கேயே அப்போதே மனதினால் பாபாவுக்கு வணக்கம் செலுத்தி விரதம் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு பின்வருமாறு கூறினார். பாபா, நான் என் குடும்பத்தை காப்பாற்ற இயலாத ஒரு ஏழை. தங்களது அருளால் நான் இலாக்காக்குரிய தேர்வில் வெற்றி பெற்று நிரந்தர உத்தியோகம் பெற்றால் சீரடிக்கு சென்று தங்கள் பாதங்களில் வீழ்ந்து தங்கள் நாமத்தினால் கற்கண்டை விநியோகிப்பேன். இது நிறைவேறுவதற்குரிய நல்ல அதிர்ஷ்டம் இருந்ததால் திரு சோல்கர் பரீட்சையில் தேர்வு பெறவே செய்தார். எவ்வளவு விரைவோ அவ்வளவு நலம் என்பதாக தனது விரதத்தை நிறைவேற்றுவது ஒன்றே அவருக்கு எஞ்சியிருந்தது. பெரும் குடும்பத்தை தாங்க வேண்டிய ஏழை மனிதர் திரு சோல்கர். அவரால் சீரடி பயணத்துக்கு நேரும் செலவை தாங்குதல் இயலாது. தானே ஜில்லாவில் உள்ள நானேகாட்டையோ அல்லது சகயாத்ரி மலைத்தொடரையோ கூட ஒருவன் எளிதில் கலந்து விடலாம். உம்பரக்கோட்டை, அதாவது வீட்டின் தலைவாயிலை ஒரு ஏழை மனிதன் கடப்பது என்பது மிக மிக கடினமானது. எவ்வளவு விரைவில் தனது விரதத்தை பூர்த்தி செய்ய முடியுமோ அவ்வளவு விரைவில் பூர்த்தி செய்ய ஆவலும் கவலையும் விட்ட திரு சோல்கர் தனது செலவை குறைத்து சிக்கனப்படுத்தி பணத்தை சேகரிக்க தீர்மானித்தார். தனது உணவிலும் தேநீரிலும் சர்க்கரை உபயோகிப்பதில்லை என முடிவு செய்து தேநீரை சர்க்கரை இன்றியே அருந்த தொடங்கினார். இவ்வாறாக அவர் சிறிது பணம் சேகரிக்க இயன்றதும் சீரடியை வந்தடைந்து பாபாவின் தரிசனத்தை பெற்றார். அவர் பாதங்களில் வீழ்ந்தார். ஒரு தேங்காயை அர்ப்பணித்தார். தனது விரதப்படி அந்தக்கரண சுத்தியுடன் கற்கண்டை விநியோகித்தார். பாபாவிடம் அவரது தரிசனத்தால் தான் மிகவும் மன மகிழ்ச்சியுற்றதாகவும் அன்றைய தினத்தில் அவரது ஆசைகள் பூர்த்தியாயின என்றும் கூறினார். தன்னுடைய விருது உபச்சரிப்பாளராகிய திரு பாபா சாஹிப் ஜோக்குடன் திரு சோல்கர் மசூதியில் இருந்தார். விருது உபச்சாரிப்பாளரும் விருந்தினருமான இருவரும் எழுந்து மசூதியை விட்டு புறப்பட போன போது பாபா சோக்கரிடம் பின்வருமாறு கூறினார். அவருக்கு சர்க்கரை நிறை முழுமையாக கரைக்கப்பட்ட தேநீரை கொடுப்பீர். இத்தகைய உட்கருத்து வலஞ்சரி சொற்களை கேட்டு திரு சோல்கர் மிகவும் மனதுருகி போனார். வியப்பால் செயலிழந்தார். அவரின் கண்கள் கண்ணீரால் பனித்தன. மீண்டும் பாபாவின் பாதங்களில் வீழ்ந்தார். தனது விருந்தினருக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்ட வேண்டிய தேநீரை பற்றிய வழிநெறியை கேட்டு ஜோக்கும் ஆச்சரியமடைந்தார். தமது சொற்களின் மூலம் சோல்கரின் மனதில் நம்பிக்கையையும் பக்தியையும் தோற்றுவிக்க பாபா விரும்பினார். அவருடைய விரதப்படி தாம் கற்கண்டை பெற்றுக்கொண்டதையும் உணவில் சர்க்கரை பயன்படுத்தக்கூடாது என்ற அவரது ரகசிய தீர்மானத்தையும் தாம் முழுமையாக அறிந்திருப்பதாக அது அங்கனம் இருந்தபடியே பாபா குறிப்பிட்டார். பாபா கூறியதின் பொருளாவது, என் முன்னர் பக்தியுடன் உங்களது கரங்களை நீட்டுவீர்களே ஆனால் உடனேயே இரவும் பகலும் உங்களுடன் கூடவே நான் இருக்கின்றேன். இவ்வுடம்பால் நான் இங்கேயே இருப்பினும் 7 கடலுக்கு அப்பால் நீங்கள் செய்வதையும் நான் அறிவேன். இந்த பரந்த உலகின் நீங்கள் விரும்பியபடி எங்கு வேண்டுமானாலும் செல்லுங்கள். நான் உங்களுடனேயே இருக்கின்றேன். உங்களது இருதயமே என்னுடைய இருப்பிடம். நான் உங்களுக்குள்ளேயே இருக்கின்றேன். உங்களது இதயத்திலும் அதை போன்ற சகல ஜீவராசிகளின் இதயத்தினுள்ளும் இருக்கும் என்னையே எப்போதும் வணங்குவீர்களாக. என்னை இங்கனமாக அறிபவர் உண்மையிலேயே ஆசீர்வதிக்கப்பட்டவரும் அதிர்ஷ்டசாலியும் ஆவார். இவ்வாறா எவ்வித அழகிய முக்கியமான நீதி பாபாவினால் சோல்கருக்கு உபதேசிக்கப்பட்டது. 2 பள்ளிகள். 2 சிறிய பள்ளிகளின் கதையுடன் இவ்வத்தியாயத்தை முடிப்போம். ஒருமுறை பாபா மசூதியில் அமர்ந்திருந்தார். ஒரு பக்தரும் அவர் முன்னர் அமர்ந்திருந்தார். ஒரு பள்ளி டிக் டிக் என துடிப்பை விளைவித்தது. ஆச்சரியத்தால் உந்தப்பட்ட அவர், பள்ளியின் இத்துடிப்பு ஏதேனும் பின்விளைவு காட்டுதல் குறித்ததோ, அது நல்ல அடையாளமா அல்லது தீய சகுனமா என்று பாபாவை கேட்டார். அப்பள்ளியின் சகோதரி அதனை பார்க்க அவுரங்காபாத்திலிருந்து வந்து கொண்டிருப்பதாகவும் அதனால் அப்பள்ளி மிகவும் மகிழ்ச்சியுற்றிருக்கிறது என்றும் பாபா கூறினார். பாபா சொல்வதின் அர்த்தம் புரியாமல் அவர் மௌனமாய் அமர்ந்திருந்தார். உடனேயே அவுரங்காபாத்திலிருந்து குதிரையில் ஒரு பெருந்தகை பாபாவை பார்க்க வந்தார். அவர் மேற்கொண்டு பயணத்தை தொடர விரும்பினார். ஆனால் அவரது குதிரை பசியாய் இருந்தபடியால் நகர்வதாக இல்லை. அதற்கு கொள்ளு தேவைப்பட்டது. கொள்ளு கொண்டு வருவதற்காக தனது தோளிலிருந்து ஒரு பையை எடுத்தார். தூசியை போக்குவதற்காக தரையில் அடித்தார். அதிலிருந்து ஒரு பள்ளி விழுந்தது. எல்லோரும் முன்னிலையும் அது சுவற்றில் ஏறியது. கேள்விப்பட்ட பக்தரிடம் அப்பள்ளியை நன்றாக கவனிக்கும்படி பாபா கூறினார். அது உடனே தனது பெருமையான நடையுடன் தன் சகோதரியை நோக்கி சென்றது. நீண்ட காலத்திற்கு பின்னர் இரண்டும் சந்தித்தன. ஒன்றை ஒன்று முத்தம் கொடுத்து கட்டி அணைத்து கொண்டன. சுற்றி சுற்றி ஓடி வந்து அன்பால் நடனமாடின. சீரடி எங்கே இருக்கிறது? அவுரங்காபாத் எங்கே இருக்கிறது? குதிரையில் இருந்த மனிதர் பள்ளியுடன் எங்கனம் அவுரங்காபாத்திலிருந்து வந்தார்? இரண்டு சகோதரிகள் சந்திக்கப் போவதை எங்கனம் பாபா முன்னாலேயே தெய்க்க தரிசனம் செய்தார்? இவையெல்லாம் உண்மையிலேயே மிகவும் ஆச்சரியமானதுதான். பாபாவின் எங்கு நிற பேரறிவையும் அனைத்தையும் உணரும் ஆற்றலையும் மெய்ப்பிக்கின்றது. எவர் ஒருவர் இவ்வத்தியாயத்தை பக்தியுடன் படிக்கிறாரோ அல்லது தினமும் கருத்தூண்டி பயில்கிறாரோ, சத்குரு சாய்பாபாவின் அருளும் அவரது அனைத்து ஆழ்த்துயர் நிலைகளும் அகற்றப்படும். எனவே ஸ்ரீ சாயியை படிக. அனைவருக்கும் சாந்தி நிலவட்டும்.
Chapter 16 and 17. These two chapters relate to the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahma Jnana quickly from Sai Baba. Preliminary. The last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small thing offered with love and devotion. But if same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of Satchid Anand, existence, knowledge, and bliss, he did not care much for more outward formalities. But if an offering was made in a meek and humble spirit, the same was welcome, and he accepted it with pleasure and avidity. In fact, there is no reason more liberal and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani jewel, the philosopher's stone which satisfies desires, the kalpatur, the celestial tree which fulfills our desires, or the kamadhenu, the celestial cow which yields that what we desire. For they give us only what we desire. But the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable, the reality. Now let's hear how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahma Jnana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, field and lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba fame reached his ears, he said to a friend of his that he was not in want of anything, and so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahma Jnana, which if he got would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying, "It is not easy to know Brahman, and especially so far for an avaricious man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife and children, who will in your request of Brahma Jnana satisfy you that won't give away even a pice in charity." Not minding his friend's advice, the fellow engaged a return journey tanga and came to Shirdi. He went to masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet and said, "Baba, hearing that you show the Brahman to all who come over here without any delay, I have come here all the way from my distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get the Brahman from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded." Baba then replied, "Oh, my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall immediately show you the Brahman. All my dealings are in cash and never on credit. So many people come to me and ask for wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of diseases, and other temporal matters. Rare is the person who comes here to me and asks for Brahma Jnana. There is no dearth of persons asking for worldly things, but as persons interested in spiritual matters are very rare, I think it is lucky and auspicious moment when persons like you come and press me for Brahma Jnana. So I show to you with pleasure the Brahman with all its accompaniments and complications." Saying this, Baba started to show him the Brahman. He made him sit there and engaged him in some other talk or affair, and thus made him forget his question for the time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to one Nandu Marwari and get from him a hand loan of ₹5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that Nandu was absent and his house was locked. Then Baba asked him to go to Bala grocery and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and moving Brahman incarnate. Then someone may ask, why did he want the paltry sum of ₹5 and why did he try hard to get it on loan? Really, he did not want that sum at all. He must have been fully knowing that Nandu and Bala were absent, and he seems to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of Brahman. The gentleman had a roll or bundle of currency notes in his pocket, and if he was really earnest, he would not have sat quiet and be a mere onlooker when Baba was frantically trying to get a paltry sum of ₹5. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, namely the Brahmajnana. Any other man who really loved Baba would have at once given ₹5 instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient, as he was in a haste to return and implore Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please show me the Brahman soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting in this place for enabling you to see the Brahman? It is in short this: for seeing Brahman, one has to give 5 things. That is, surrender 5 things, namely 5 pranas with vital forces, 5 senses, 5 of action and 5 of perception, mind, intellect, and ego. This path of Brahmajnana, of self-realization, is as hard as to tread on the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave rather a long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications for Brahmajnana or self-realization. All persons do not see or realize the Brahman in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. Or intense desire to get free. He who thinks that he is bound and that he should get free from bondage and works earnestly and resolutely to that end, and who does not care for any other things, is qualified for the spiritual life. Second, virakti, or a feeling of disgust with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things, emoluments, and honors which his actions would bring in this world and the next, he has no right to enter into spiritual realm. Antarmukta, introversion. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outside himself and not inside. He who wants self-realization and immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look into his inner self. Catharsis, from purging away of sins. Unless a man has turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization, even by means of knowledge, right conduct. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to preyas, the pleasant. There are 2 sorts of things, namely the good and the pleasant. The former deals with spiritual affairs and the latter with mundane matters. Both these approach man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise, through greed and attachment, chooses the pleasant. control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the self is its master. Intellect is the charioteer and the mind is the reins. The senses are the horses and sense objects their path. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained, his senses unmanageable like the vicious horses of a charioteer, does not reach his destination, get realization, but goes through the round of births and deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained, his senses being under control, like the good horse of a charioteer, reaches the place that is the state of realization when he is not born again. The man who has understanding has his charioteer guide and is able to read his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all pervading Vishnu Lord. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified. And unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only in the purified mind that viveka, discrimination between unreal and the real, and vairagya, non-attachment to the unreal, crop up and lead on the self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure, self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and attachment to this idea is the cause of bondage. Leave off this idea and attachment, therefore, if you want to get to the realization. The necessity of a guru, the knowledge of the self, is so subtle and mystic that no one could, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So, the help of another person teacher who has himself got self realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with great labor and pains can be easily gained with the help of such a teacher, for he was walked on the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, the Lord's grace is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him viveka and vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of Vedas, nor by intellect, nor by much learning. He whom the self chooses, by him it is gained. To him the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the dissertation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket the Brahma or Mammon in the form of 50 times 5, 250 rupees. Please take that out." The gentleman took out from his pocket the bundle of currency notes and to his great surprise found, while on counting them, that there was 225 notes of 10 rupees each. Seeing this omniscience of Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and prayed for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, "Roll up your bundle of Brahma, namely currency notes. Unless you get rid completely of your avarice or greed, you will not get the real Brahma. How can we, whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity, expect to know the Brahma without removing away his attachment for the same? The illusion of attachment or the love for the money is a deep eddy whirlpool of pain full of crocodiles in the form of conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are as poles asunder. They are eternally opposed to each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or meditation of Brahma. Then, how can a greedy man get dispassion and salvation? For a greedy man, there is no peace, neither contentment, nor certainty, steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in mind, all the sadhanas, spiritual endeavors, are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of fruit or reward of his action, and who has got no disgust for the same, is useless and cannot help him in getting self-realization. The teachings of a guru are of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the sense objects. Purification of mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all our spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and pomp. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full, and I can give anyone what he wants. But I have to see whether he is qualified to receive what I give. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. Sitting in this masjid, I will never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to a house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to me present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at this time could partake of the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the rich gentleman. After getting Baba blessings, one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who, leaving their houses, stay in forests, caves, or hermitages and remaining in solitude, try to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not such type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, nor any relation, nor distant. Still, he lived in the world society. He begged his bread from 4 to 5 houses, always lived at the foot of neem tree, carried on worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave in this world. Rare are the sadhus and saints who, after attaining God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Hemant Pant. Blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, transcendent, precious, and pure jewel, Sai Baba was born. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to all. Jai Sai Ram.
Chapter 18 and 19, how Hemant Pant was accepted and blessed stories of Mr. Sathe and Mrs. Deshmukh encouraging good thoughts to the fruition. Variety in Upadesh teaching regarding slander and remuneration for labor. In the last 2 chapters, Hemant Pant described how a rich gentleman aspiring for quick Brahma Gyan was treated by Baba, and now these 2 chapters, and he described how Hemant Pant himself was accepted and blessed by Baba, how Baba encouraged good thoughts and beautified them, and his teachings regarding self-improvement, slander, and remuneration for labor. Preliminary, in a well-known fact that the Sadguru looks first to the qualification of his disciples and then give them suitable instructions without unsettling their minds in the least, and leads them on towards the goal of self-realization. In this respect, some say that what they Sadguru teaches or instructs should not be divulged to others. They think that their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The Sadguru is like a monsoon cloud. He pours on profusely, scatters widely his nectars like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content, and then serve others with them without any reservation. This rule should apply not only to what he teaches in our waking states, but to the visions he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha Kaushik Rishi published his celebrated Ram Raksha Stotra, which he had seen in his dream, like a loving mother forcing bitter but beneficial medicines down the throat of her children for the sake of their health. Sai Baba imparted spiritual instruction to his devotees. His methods was not veiled or secret, but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their objects. Sadgurus like Sai Baba open your eyes of the intellect and show us the divine beauty of the self and fulfill our tender longing of devotion. When this is done, our desires for sense object vanishes. Twin fruits of Vivek, discrimination and Vairagya, dispassion or non-attachment, come to our hands, and knowledge sprouts up even in the sleep. All this we get when we come in contact with saints, Sadguru, serve them and secure their love. The Lord, who fulfills the desires of a devotee, come to our aid, removes our troubles and sufferings, makes us happy. This progress or development is entirely due to the help of Sadguru, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be after the Sadguru, hear his stories, fall at his feet, and serve him. Now we come to our main story, Mr. Sathe. There was a gentleman named Mr. Sathe who had attained some publicity many years ago during Croward regime, which was put down by Lord Rayan and the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe losses in trade. Other adverse circumstances gave him much trouble and made him sad and dejected. Being restless, he thought of leaving home and going out to a distant place. Man does not generally think of God, but when difficulties and calamities overtake him, he turns to him and prays for relief. If his demerits have come to an end, God arranges his meeting with a saint who gives him proper directions regarding his welfare. Mr. Sathe had similar experience. His friends advised him to go to Shirdi, where so many people were flocking to get Sai Baba's darshan for getting peace of mind and satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to Shirdi in 1917. Seeing Baba's form, which was like eternal Brahma, self-luminous, fearless, and pure, his mind lost his restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought that it was the accumulation of merits in his former births that he brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He at once started to make a Parayan study of Guru Charitra. When the reading was finished in the Saptah, 7 days, Baba Baba gave him a vision that night. It was to this effect. Baba, with Guru Charitra in his hand, was explaining its contents to Mr. Sathe, who was sitting in front and listening carefully. When he woke up, he remembered the dream and felt very happy. He thought that it was extremely kind of Baba, who awakens soul like his that are snoring in ignorance and makes them taste the nectar of Guru Charitra. Next day, he informed Kaka Sahib Dikshit of this vision and requested him to consult Sai Baba regarding his meaning or significance, whether one saptah week's reading was sufficient or whether he should begin again. Kaka Sahib Dikshit, when got a suitable opportunity, asked Baba, Deva, what did you suggest to Mr. Sathe by this vision? Whether he should stop or continue the saptah? He is a simple devotee. His desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one more saptah of the book. If the work be studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and we will be benefited. The Lord will be pleased and will rescue him from the bondage of the mundane existence. At this time, Hemant Pant was present there. He was shampooing Baba's leg. When he heard Baba's word, he thought in his mind, what? Mr. Sathe read for a week only and got a reward. And I am reading it 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here becomes fruitful, while my 7 years stay, 1910 to 1917, goes for nothing like a chatak bird. I am ever waiting for the merciful cloud, Baba, to pour its nectar on me and bless me with his instruction. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, Baba knew it then and there. It was the experience of the bhaktas that Baba understood all their thoughts and that he suppressed the evil thought and encouraged the good ones. Reading Hempant's mind, Baba at once asked him to get up, go to Shama, Madhav Rao Deshpande, get from him rupees 15 as a dakshina, sit and chit chat with him for a while, and then return. Mercy dawned in Baba's mind, and so he issued this order. And who could disobey Baba's order? Hemantpan immediately left the masjid and came to Shama's house. He had just bathed and was wearing a dhotar. He came out and asked Hemantpan, "How is it that you are here now? It seems that you have come from the masjid. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why are you alone? Please sit and rest while I shall do my worship and return. In the meanwhile, you please take pan bida, leaves, and betel nuts. Let us then have a pleasant chat." After saying this, he went inside and Hemantpan sat alone in the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nath Bhagavat. This is a commentary by the saint Eknath on the 11th skanda, chapter of the bigger Sanskrit work, the Bhagavat. At the suggestion or recommendation of Sai Baba, Messrs. Babu Sahib Jog and Kaka Sahib Dikshit read Bhagavad Gita daily with its Marathi commentary named Bhavarta Deepika or Dhyaneshwari, a dialogue between Krishna and his friend devotee Arjun, and Nath Bhagavat, a dialogue between Krishna and his servant devotee Uddhav, and also Eknath's other big work, Bhavarta Ramayana. When devotees came to Baba and asked him certain questions, he sometimes answered them in part and asked them to go and listen to the reading of the above mentioned works, which are the main treatise of Bhagavad Dharma. When the devotees went and listened, they got full and satisfactory replies to that question. Hempan also used to read daily some portions of Nath Bhagavat. That day, he did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but had left this unfinished in order to accompany certain devotees who were going to the masjid. When he took up the book from Shama's window and casually opened it, he found to his surprise that the unfinished portion opened up. He thought that Baba sent him very kindly to Shama's house for enabling him to complete his daily reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Shama, after doing his worship, came out and the following conversation took place between them. Hempan, I have come with a message from Baba. He has asked me to return with rupees 15 as dakshina from you, also to sit with you for a while and have a pleasant chit chat and then return to the masjid with you. Shama, with surprise, I have no money to give. Take my 15 namaskaram prostrations in lieu of rupees as dakshina to Baba. Hempan, all right, your namaskarams are accepted. Now let us have some chit chat. Tell me some stories and leelas of Baba which will destroy our sins. Shama, then sit here for a while. Wonderful is the sport leela of this god Baba. You know it already. I am a village rustic. While you are enlightened citizen, you have seen some more leelas. Since you are coming over here, how should I describe them before you? Well, take these leaves, butternut, and tuna, and have the pan bida while I go in, dress myself, and come out. In a few minutes, Shama came out and sat talking with Hempan. He said, the Leela of this god Baba is inscrutable. There is no end to his Leelas. Who can see them? He plays or sports with these Leelas. Still, he is beyond, unaffected by them. What do we rustic know? Why does not Baba himself tell stories? Why does he send learned men like you to fools like me? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that are not human. With this preface, Shama added, I now remember a story which I shall relate to you. I know it personally. As a devotee is resolute and determined, so is Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts the devotee to severe test and then gives them Upadesh instructions. As soon as Hempant heard the word Upadesh, a flash of lightning crossed through his mind. He at once remembered the story of Mr. Sate's Guru Charitra reading and thought that Baba might have sent him to Shama in order to give peace to his restless mind. However, he curbed this feeling and began to listen to Shama's stories. They all showed how kind and affectionate Baba was to his devotees. Hemant began to feel joy on hearing all this. Then Shama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radhabhai Deshmukh. There was an old woman by the name Radhabhai. She was the mother of one Khashaba Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's fame, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangamnar. She took Baba's darshan and was much satisfied. She loved Baba intimately and resolved in her mind that she should accept Baba as her guru and take some upadesh from him. She determined to fast herself on to death so long as Baba did not accept her and gave her any upadesh mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped taking any food or water for 3 days. I was frightened by this ordeal of the old woman and interceded with Babas on her behalf. I said, Deva, what is this you have started? You drag so many persons here. You know that old lady, she is very obstinate and depends on you. She has resolved to fast on to death. If you don't accept and instruct her, if anything worse happens, people will blame you and say that Baba did not instruct her, and as a consequence, she met her death. So take some mercy on her, bless her, and instruct her. On seeing her determination, Baba sent for her and make her change her mind by addressing as follows. Oh mother, why do you have to subject yourself to unnecessary tortures? You are my mother and I am your child. Take pity on me and hear me through. I tell you my story, which if you listen carefully, will do you good. I had a guru. He was a great saint, and most mercifully I served him long, very long. Still he would not blow any mantra into my ears. I had keen desire never to leave him, but to stay with and serve him and at all cost receive some instructions from him. But he had his own way. He first got my head shaved and asked me for 2 paisa as a dakshina. I gave the same at once. You may say that as my guru was perfect, why should he ask for money and how should he be called dear desireless? The reply is that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? His 2 paisa were firm and faith and patience or perseverance. I gave this 2 paisa to him and he was blessed. I resorted to my guru for 12 years. He brought me up. There was no dearth of food and clothing. He was full of love, or say, he was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most. Rare is a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in a deep meditation. And then we both were filled with bliss. Night and day I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I had no other subject to meditate upon, nor any other things than my guru to attend. He was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This firm faith is 1 paisa of dakshina. Saburi, patience or perseverance is the other paisa. I waited patiently and served my guru. This saburi where will ferry you across the sea of this mundane existence. Saburi removes all sins and afflictions, get rid of calamities in various ways, and casts aside all fear, and ultimately gives you success. Saburi is the mine of virtues, consort of good thoughts. Nishta, faith, and Saburi, patience, are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected anything from me. He never neglected me, but protected me at all times. I lived with him and was sometimes away from him. Still, I never felt the absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as the tortoise feeds her young ones, whether they are near or away from her, on the other side of the bank by her loving glance. Oh, mother, my guru never taught me any mantra. Then how shall I blow any mantra on your ears? Just remember that Guru's tortoise like loving glance give us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make me the sole object of your thought and action. You will no doubt attain Paramatma, the spiritual goal of life. Look at me wholeheartedly, and I, in turn, look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhana or proficiency in the six shastras is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your Guru. Believe that Guru is the sole actor or doer. Blessed is he who knows the greatness of his Guru and thinks him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma, Trimurti, incarnate. Instructed in this way, the old lady was convinced. She bowed to Baba and gave up her fast. Hearing this story carefully and attentively and marking its significance, appropriateness, Hempant was most agreeable, surprised on seeing this wonderful Leela of Baba. He was moved from top to toe. He was overwhelming with joy. His throat was choked and he was not able to utter a single word. Shama, on seeing him in his condition, asked him, "What is the matter with you? Why are you silent? How shall I describe this innumerable Leelas of Baba?" Just at this time, the bell in the masjid began to ring, proclaiming that the noon worship and arati ceremony had begun. Therefore, Shama and Hempant hurried up to the masjid. Babu Sahib Jo had just started the worship. Women were up in the masjid and men were standing below in the open courtyard, and they were all singing the arti in the course to the accompaniment of drums. Shama went up, pulling Hempan with him. He sat to the right and Hempan in front of front of Baba. On seeing them, Baba asked Hempan to give the dakshina brought from Shama. He replied that Shama gave namaskars in lieu of rupees and that he was there in person. Baba said, "All right, now let me know whether you both had a chit chat. If so, tell me all that you talked about." Not minding the sounds of the bell, the drum, and the chorus song, Hempant was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba was also anxious to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Hempant said that all that they talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the old lady was most wonderful, and that on hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable. And under the guise of that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, "Wonderful is the story. How were you blessed? I would like to know everything in detail from you. So tell me all about it." Then Hempan related in full the story which he had heard a little while before and which had made a lasting impression on his mind. Hearing this, Baba was much pleased and asked him, "Did the story strike you? And did you catch its significance?" He replied, "Yes, Baba. The restlessness of my mind has vanished, and I have got true peace and rest and come to know the true path." Then Baba spoke as follows: "My method is quite unique. Remember well this one story, it will be very useful to get the knowledge, realization of the self. Dhyan, meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the vrittis, subtle thoughts will be pacified. Being quite desireless, you should meditate on God, who is in all the creatures. When the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is knowledge incarnate, consciousness, and bliss. If you cannot do this, meditate on my form from top to toe, as you see here, night and day. As you go on doing this, vrittis will be single pointed, and the distinction between the dhyata, meditator, dhyana, act of meditation, dhyaya, thing meditated upon, will be lost, and the meditator will be one with the consciousness and be merged in the Brahma. The mother tortoise is on one bank of the river, and her young ones are the other. She gives neither milk nor warmth to them. Her mere loving glance give them nutrition. The young ones do nothing but remember, meditate upon their mother. Their tortoise glance is to the young ones the only source of sustenance and happiness. Similar is the relation between the Guru and the disciples. When Baba uttered this word, the chorus of the Aarti song was over, and all cried out loudly in unison, "Victory be to our Sadguru Sai Maharaj, who is pure consciousness, knowledge, and bliss." Dearly readers, let us imagine that we are at this time standing amongst the crowd in the masjid, and let us join them in the Jai Jaikar. After the Aarti ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed. Babu Sahib Jog came forward as usual, and after saluting, Baba gave into his palm a handful of sugar candy. Baba pushed all this into the hands of Hempan and said to him, "If you take this story to heart and remember it well, your state will be sweet as the sugar candy. All your desires will be fulfilled and you will be happy." Hempan bowed down to Baba and implored, "Do favor like this. Bless and protect me always." Baba replied, "Hear this story, meditate on it, and assimilate its spirit. Then you will always remember and meditate on the Lord who will manifest himself to you." Dear readers, Hempan got prasad of sugar candy, and we now get the prasad of sugar candy or nectar of the story. Let us drink it to our content, meditate on it, and assimilate it, and be strong and happy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Hempant had dealt with some other matters which are given below. Baba's advice regarding our behavior. The following words are of general welfare and invaluable if they are kept in mind and acted upon. They will always do you good. Unless there is some relation or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If any men or creatures come to you, do not discourteously drive them away, but receive them well and treat them with due respect. Sri Hari, God, will be certainly pleased. If you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and your veranda to strangers for resting, if anybody wants any money from you and you are not inclined to give, do not give, but do not bark at him like a dog. Let anybody speak 100 things against you. Do not resent by giving any bitter reply. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world be topsy-turvy. You remain where you are, standing in your own place. Look on calmly at the show of all things passing before you. Demolish the wall of difference that separate you from me, and then the road for the wall of difference that separate you from me, and then the road for our meeting will be clear and open. The sense of differentiation as a I and though is the barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master, and unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Malik, God is the sole proprietor. Nobody else is our protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, and inscrutable. His will be done, and he will show us the way and satisfy our heart's desire. It is on account of Pranobandh, former relationship, that we have come together. Let us love and serve each other and be happy. He who attains the supreme goal of life is immortal and happy. All other merely exist, live so long as they breathe. Encouraging good thoughts to fruition. It is interested to note how Sai Baba encouraged good thoughts. You have to surrender yourself completely to him with love and devotion, and then you will see how he helps you throughout. Some saints has said that when you get a good thoughts immediately after awakening from sleep, and if you develop the same afterwards during the day, your intellect will be unfolded, and your mind will attain calmness. Hempan wanted to try this. One Wednesday night before going to bed, he thought, tomorrow is Thursday, an auspicious day, and the place Shirdi is so holy. So let me pass the whole day in remembering and celebrating Ram Nam. And then he slept off. Next morning, when he got up, he remembered without any effort the name of Ram and was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba with flowers. When he left Dikshit Wada and was passing by Booty Wada, present Samadhi Mandir, he heard a beautiful song, and that was being sung nicely by one Aurangabadkar in the masjid before Baba. The song was Guru Kripanjan Payo Meri Bhai by Eknath, in which he says that he got colonium in the form of his Guru's grace, which opened his vision and made him see Ram in and out in sleep, dream, and waking state. And everywhere there were so many songs, but why was this song particular chosen by Aurangabadkar, a devotee of Baba? Is this not a curious coincidence arranged by Baba to amplify the determination of Henpan to sing unceasingly Ram Nam during the day? All saints agree and lay stress upon the efficiency of uttering Ram's God's name in fulfilling ambitions of bhaktas and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Where varieties in Upadesh, slander condemned, Sai Baba required no special place nor any special time for giving instructions. Whenever any occasion demanded, he gave them freely. Once it so happened that a bhakta of Baba revealed someone behind his back before other people. On leaving aside merits, he dwelt on the fault of his brother and spoke so sarcastically that the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Saints see scandals in another light. They say that there are various ways of cleansing or removing dirt by means of water and soap, etc. But a scandal monger has got a way of his own. He removes the dirt of others by his tongue. So, in a way, he obliges the person who reveals, and for this, he is to be thanked. Sai Baba had his own method of correcting the monger scandal mongers. He knew by his omniscience what the slanderer had done, and when he met him at noon near the Lendi, Baba pointed out to him a pig that was eating filthy near the fence and said to him, "Behold, how with what relish it is gulping filth. Your conduct is similar. You go on revealing your own brethren to your heart's content. After performing many deeds of merit, you are born as a human. And if you act like this, how can Shirdi help you in any way?" Needless to say that the Bhakta took the lesson to his heart and went away. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions whenever necessary. If these are born in our minds and acted upon, the spiritual goal realization is not far away. There is a proverb which says, "If there be my Hari, Lord, he will feed me on my coat. If he will feed me on my cot." This proverb is only true in respect of food and clothing. But if anyone believing this sits idle and does nothing in spiritual matter, he will be ruined. One has to exert himself to his utmost for attaining self-realization. The more he endure, the better for him. Baba said that he was omnipresent, transcending land, air, world, light, and heaven, that he was not localized. To remove this misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body, 3 cubits and a half in length, he incarnated himself in this form. And if any devotee meditated on him day and night with complete self surrender, he experienced complete union with him, like sweetness and sugar, waves and sea, eye and its sight. He who wants to get rid of the cycle of birth and death should lead a virtuous life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good action, should do his duties and surrender himself, heart and soul, to him. He need not then be afraid of anything. He who trusts him entirely hears and expounds his leelas and does not think of anything else is sure to attain self-realization. Baba asked many to remember his name and to surrender to him, but to those who wanted to know who they were, who am I, he advised Shravan, study, and Manan, contemplation to some. He advised remembering God's name to others, hearing his leelas to some, worship of his feet to others, reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayan, Dhyaneshwari, and other sacred scriptures. Some he made sit near his feet, some he sent to Khandoba temple, and some he advised the repetition of the thousands name of Vishnu, and some the study of Chandogya Upanishad and Gita. There was neither any limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave in person or by vision and dreams to someone addicted to drink. He appeared in his dream, sat on his chest, pressed it, and left him after he gave a promise not to touch liquor anymore. To some, he explained some mantras like Guru Brahma in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, he sent word that he should leave off Hatha Yoga practices, sit quiet and wait. Saburi, it is impossible to describe all his ways and methods in ordinary worldly dealing. He set examples by actions, one of which is given below. Remuneration for labor. One day at noon, Baba came Radha Krishna my house and said, "Bring me a ladder." Some men brought it and set it against the wall of a house. As directed by Baba, he climbed up from the roof of the Vaman Gondekar's house, passed over the roof of Radha Krishna my house, and then got down from the other corner. What object Baba had, none could know. Radha Krishnamai was at that time shivering with malaria. It may be to drive off that fever that he may have gone up there. Immediately after getting down, Baba paid 2 rupees to the person who brought the ladder. Somebody asked Baba why he paid so much for this. He replied that nobody should take the labor of other in vain. The worker should be paid his dues promptly and liberally. If the principle taught by Baba be followed, if the remuneration for labor be paid promptly and satisfactorily, the laborers will turn out better, and both the laborers and the employers will be profited. Akhanda Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 20. Daskanu's problem solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemapadan describes how Daskanu's problem was solved by Kaka Sahib Diskit, maid servant. Preliminary. Sai was originally formless. He assumed a form for the sake of bhaktas. With the help of the actress Maya, he played the part of the actor in the big drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Sri Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the programs. After the noon arati, after the arati ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the masjid and standing on its edge distribute yudi to the devotees. With very kind and loving looks. The bhaktas also got up with equal favor, clasped his feet, and standing and staring at him, enjoyed the shower of yudi. Baba passed handfuls of yudi into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with yudi with his fingers. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the bhaktas as follows: O Bahu, go to take your lunch. Your Anna, go to your lodgings. You Babu, enjoy your dishes. In this way he accosted each and every devotee and sent them home. Even now, you can enjoy these sights if you bring into play your imagination. You can visualize and enjoy them. Now, bringing sight before our mental vision, let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face and prostrating before him humbly, lovingly, and respectfully revert to the story of this chapter. Ishvashya Upanishad. Das Ganu once started to write a Marathi commentary on the Ishvashya Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called a Mantra Upanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last or the 40th chapter of the Vajrasaneyi Samhita Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajrasaneyi Samhitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Samhitas, it is regarded as superior to all other Upanishads which occur in the Brahmanas and Aranyakas, explanatory treatises on marthas and rituals. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be commentaries on the truths mentioned briefly in the Ishvasya Upanishad. For instance, the biggest of the Upanishads, that is the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, is considered by Pandit Sattvalekar to be a running commentary on the Ishvasya Upanishad. Professor R.D. Ranade says, the Isho Upanishad is quite a small Upanishad, and yet it contains many hints which shows an extraordinarily piercing insight. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atman, a description of the ideal sage who stands unruffled in the minds of temptations and sorrows, an adumbration of the doctrine of Karma Yoga has later formulated, and finally a reconciliation of the claims of knowledge and works. The most valuable ideas that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of a logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be annulled in a higher synthesis. Page 24 of the constructive survey of the Upanishad philosophy. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Upanishad is a commixture of moral, mystical, and metaphysical. From the brief description given above about this Upanishad, anyone can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and brief out its exact meaning. Das Ganu translated it in Marathi, Ovimetri verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. He therefore consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational and satisfactory explanation. So Das Ganu was a little restless over this matter. Sadguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quintessence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is the siddhi or weapon which can rend asunder the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, he thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give him the true or correct interpretation of the Upanishad. When nobody could satisfy Das Ganu, he resolved to consult Sai about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba, prostrated himself before him, and mentioned his difficulties about the Ishyavasa Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious. There is no difficulty about the matter. The mind servant of Kaka Sahib Dixit, will solve your doubts at Vilpale on your way home." The people who were present then and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could an illiterate maid-servant solve the difficulties of this nature?" But Das Ganu thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true. Baba's word was the decree of the Brahma Almighty, Kaka's maid servant. On fully believing in Sai's words, he left Shiradi and came to Vilpal, a subway of Bombay, and stayed with Kaka Sahib Dixit. There the next day when Dasganu was enjoying his morning nap, some say when he was engaged in worship, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song in clear and melodious tone. The subject matter of the song was a crimson colored sari. How nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were its end and borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namia, who was a servant of Kaka Sahib. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing her impoverished condition and her jovial temperament, Daskanu felt pity on her, and when Rahu Bahadur M.V. Pra the next day gave him a pair of dhotras, he requested him to give a sari to the poor little girl also. Ravu Bahadur bought a good shirdi, a small sari, and presented it to her. Like a starving person getting luckily good dishes to eat, her joy knew to bounds. Next day she wore the new sari and out of great joy and merriment Will danced around and played fugadi with other girls and excelled them all. The day following, she kept the new sari in her box at home and came with the old and torn rags, but she looked as merry as she did the previous day. On seeing this, Dasganu's pity was transferred into admiration. He thought that the girl, being poor, had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari which she kept in reverse and putting on the old rag, stuttered herself, showing no trace of sorrow or direction. Thus he realized that all our feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of our mind on thinking deeply over this incident. He realized that a man ought to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him in the firm conviction that he visits everything from behind and before and on all sides, that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the impoverished condition of the poor girl, her torn rag and the new sari, the honor, the dance, and the acceptance were all parts of the Lord and provided by him. Hence, Dasganu got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad. The lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens is ordinated by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that Sai's method was unique and varied. Though Baba never left Shiradi, he sent some to Machindragad, some to Kolhapur or Sholapur for practicing sadhanas. To some, to some he appeared in his usual form. To some he appeared in waking or dreaming state, day or night, and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Dasganu to Vilpale, where he got his problem solved through the maid servant. To those who say that it was not necessary to send Dasganus outside and that Baba could have personally taught him, he said that Baba followed the right or best course, or how else could Dasganu would have learnt a great lesson that the poor maid servant and her sari were provided by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this Upanishad. The ethics of the Ishvasya Upanishad. One of the main features of the Ishvasya Upanishad is the ethical advice it offers, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of the Upanishad are definitely based upon the metaphysical position advanced in it. The very opening words of the Upanishad tells us that God provides everything as a corollary from this metaphysical position. The ethical advice it offers is that a man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him. in the firm belief that as he provides everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishads should forbid us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are fittingly taught here a lesson of contentment with one's own lot in the belief that whatever happens, it is divinely ordained and it is hence good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always in doing action, especially the karmas enjoyed in the sastras, in a mood of believing resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, would be the canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime on doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Naishkarmya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who seeks all beings, the self, and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self, how can such a man suffer infatuation? Without ground, would such a man have for grief? Slothfulness, infatuation, and grief verily proceed from our not being able to see the Atma in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common follies of humanity. Sachidananda Sadguru Sairaj Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 21. In this chapter, Hemant Pant relates the stories of Vinayak Harishchandra Thakur, B.A. Anantrao Patankar of Pune, and a pleader from Pandharpur. All these stories are very interesting, which, if very carefully read and grasped, will lead the readers onto the spiritual path. Preliminary. It is a general rule that it is our good luck in the form of accumulation of merits of past births that enables us to seek the company of saints and benefit thereby. As an illustration of this role, Hemant Pant gives his own instance. He was a resident magistrate of Bandra, a suburb of Mumbai, for many years. A famous Mohammedan saint named Pir Maulana was living there, and many Hindus, Parsis, and many others who followed different religion used to go to him and take his darshan. His Mujawar priest by name Yunus pressed Hemant Pant many a time for going to see him, but for one reason or the other, he was not able to see him. After many years, his turn came and he was called to Shirdi, where he was permanently enrolled in Sai Baba's Darbar. Unfortunate fellows do not get such contact of the saints. It is only the fortunate ones that get it. Institution of saints. There have been institutions of saints in this world from time immemorial. Various saints appear, incarnate themselves in various places to carry out the missions allotted to them. But though they work in different places, they are, as it were, one. They work in unison under the common authority of the Almighty Lord and know fully well what each of them is doing in his place and supplement his work where necessary. An instance illustrating this is given below. Mr. Thakur. Mr. V.H. Thakur, B.A., was a clerk in the revenue department, and he once came to a town named Vadgaon near Belgaon, South Mysore country, along with a survey party. There, he saw a canary saint, Appa, and bowed before him. The saint was explaining a portion from the book Vichar Sagar of Nishchal Das, a standard work on Vedanta, to the audience. When Thakur was taking his leave to go, he said to him, "You should study this book, and if you do so, your desires will be fulfilled. And when you go to the north in the discharge of your duties in future, you will come across a great saint by your fortune, and then he will show you the future path and give rest to your mind and make you happy." Then he was transferred to Junar, where he had to go by crossing Nane Ghat. This ghat was very steep and difficult, and no other conveyance other than a buffalo was of use in crossing it. So he had to take a buffalo ride through the ghat, which was much inconvenient to him. Thence he was transferred on promotion to Kalyan, and there he got acquainted with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He heard much about Sai Baba from him and wished to see him. Next day, Nana Sahib had to go to Shirdi, and he asked Thakur to accompany him. He could not do so as he had to attend the Thana civil court for a civil case. So Nana Sahib went alone. Thakur went to Thana, but there the case was postponed. Then he repented for not accompanying Nana Sahib. Still, he left for Shirdi, and when he reached there, he found that Nana Sahib had left the place the previous day. Some of his other friends whom he met there took him to Baba. He saw Baba, fell at his feet, and was overjoyed. His eyes were full of tears, and his hair stood on end. Then, after a while, the omniscient Baba said to him, "The path of this place is not so easy as the teachings of the Kanari saint Appa, or even as a buffalo ride in the Nane Ghat. In this spiritual path, you have to put in your best exertion. It is very difficult." When Thakur heard these significant words, which only he knew, he was overwhelmed with joy. He came to know that the word of the Kanari saint had turned true. Then, joining both hands and placing his head on Baba's feet, he prayed that he should be accepted and blessed. Then Baba said, "What Appa told you was all right, but these things have to be practiced and lived. Mere reading won't do. You have to think and carry out what you read. Otherwise, it is of no use. Mere book learning without the grace of the Guru and self-realization is of no avail." The theoretical portion was read from the work Vichar Sagar by Thakur, but the practical way was shown to him at Shirdi. Another story given below will bring out this truth more forcibly. Anantrao Patankar. One gentleman from Pune by name Anantrao Patankar wished to see Baba. He came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. His eyes were satisfied and he was much pleased. He fell at Baba's feet and after performing proper worship said to Baba, "I have read a lot, studied Vedas, Vedants and Upanishads and heard all the Puranas. But still, I have not got any peace of mind. So I think all my reading was useless. Simple, ignorant, devout persons are better than myself. Unless the mind becomes calm, book learning is of no avail. I've heard from many people that you easily give peace of mind to so many people by a mere glance and potent word. So I have come here. Please take pity on me and bless me." Then Baba told him a parable which was as follows. The parable of the 9 balls of stool, Navavida Bhakti. Once a merchant came here. Before him a mare passed her stool, 9 balls of stool. The merchant, intent on his quest, spread the end of his dhotar and gathered all the 9 balls in it. And thus he got concentration, peace of mind. Mr. Patankar could not make out the meaning of the story. So he asked Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar, "What does Baba mean by this?" He replied, "I too do not know all that Baba says and means, but at his inspiration, I say what I come to know. The mare is God's grace, and the 9 balls excreted are the 9 forms or types of bhakti. That is, Shravana, hearing, Kirtana, praying, Smarana, remembering, Padasevana, resorting to the feet, Archana, worship, Namaskara, bowing, Dasya, service, Sakhyam, friendship, Atma Nivedanam, surrender of the self. These are the 9 types of bhakti. If any of these is faithfully followed, Lord Hari will be pleased and manifest himself in the home of the devotee. All the sadhanas, that is japa, vocal worship, tapa, penance, yoga practice, and studying the scriptures and expounding them are quite useless unless they are accompanied by bhakti, that is devotion. Knowledge of the Vedas or fame as a great jnani and mere formal bhajan or worship are of no avail. What is wanted is full devotion. Consider yourself as the merchant or seeker after the truth and be anxious and eager like him to collect or cultivate the 9 types of devotion. Then you will attain stability and peace of mind. Next day, when Patankar went to Baba for salutation, he was asked whether he collected the 9 balls of stool. Then he said that he, being a poor fellow, should first be graced by Baba and he would be able to collect them. Then Baba blessed and comforted him, saying that he would attain peace and welfare. After hearing this, Patankar became overjoyed and happy. The Pandharpur pleader. We shall close this chapter with a short story showing Baba's omniscience and his using it for correcting people and setting them on the right path. Once, a pleader from Pandharpur came to Shirdi, went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, fell at his feet, and without being asked, offered some dakshina and sat in a corner, eager to hear the talk that was going on. Then Baba turned his face towards him and said, "How cunning the people are. They fall at the feet, offer dakshina, but abuse behind me. Is it not amazing?" This cap remark fitted the pleader, and he had to wear and take it. None understood the remark. The pleader grasped it but kept silent. When they returned to the Vada, the pleader said to Kaka Sahib Dikshit, "What Baba remarked was perfectly right. The dart or remark was aimed at me. It was a hint to me that I should not indulge in reviling or scandalizing others, calling names. When the sub-judge or munsif of Pandharpur, Mr. Nulkar, came and stayed here for the improvement of his health, a discussion about this matter was going on in the bar room at Pandharpur. It was said or discussed there whether the ailments from which the sub-judge suffered were ever likely to be got rid of without medicines, by merely going after Sai Baba, and whether it was proper for an educated man like the sub-judge to take recourse to such methods. The sub-judge was taken to task, that is, he was criticized, as also Sai Baba. I also took part in this affair, and now Sai Baba showed the impropriety of my conduct. This is not a rebuke to me, but a favor, a lesson that I should not indulge in any scandal or slander of others, and not interfere unnecessarily in others' affairs. Shirdi is about 50 kos. Kos means 3 miles, which is around 4.8 kilometers from Pandharpur. Still, Baba, by his omniscience, knew what transpired there in the bar room. The intervening places, rivers, jungles, and mountains were no bar to his all-perceiving sight, and he could see or read the hearts of all, and there was nothing secret or veiled from him. Everything far or near was open and clear to him, as broad as daylight. Let a man be far or near, he can't avoid the all-pervading gaze of Sai Baba. From this incident, the pleader took the lesson that he should never speak ill of others or unnecessarily criticize. Thus, his evil tendency was completely got rid of, and he was set on the right path. Though the story refers to a pleader, still it is applicable to all. All should therefore take this lesson to heart and benefit thereby. Sai Baba's greatness is unfathomable, so are his wonderful leelas. His life is also such, for he is Parabrahma, Almighty God incarnate. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 22, Rescues from Serpent Bites, Bala Sahib Mirkar, Babu Sahib Bhuti, Amir Shakar, Hemant Pant, Baba's opinion regarding killing of serpents. Preliminary, how to meditate on Baba. No one has been able to fathom the nature or the form of the Almighty. Even the Vedas and the thousand-tongued Shesha are not able to describe it fully, but the devotees cannot but know and look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are the only means of their happiness. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant Pant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, we do not see the moon at all, nor do we get her light. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day, the moon is not seen, and on the second day also, she is not clearly visible. Then the people are asked to see the moon through an opening between the two branches of a tree, and when they begin to see through this aperture eagerly and after concentratedly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their great delight within their ken. Following this clue, let us try to see Baba's light. Look at Baba's posture. How fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the right toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba means to say, as it were, if you want to see my light, be egoless and most humble and meditate on my toe through the opening between the two branches, index and the middle fingers, and then you will be able to see my light. This is the easiest means of attaining devotion. Now, let us turn for a moment to Baba's life. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one and in some form or other. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful natural knowledge and his all pervasiveness? Blessed is he who could experience one or all of these. Sometimes Baba observed long silence, which was in a way his desertion on Brahman, and at other times he was consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite unambiguous, clear, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell, and at other times he argued at length. Many a time he was very plain. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind, beyond our intellect and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we were overflowing with joy. We can count the showers of rain, encircle the wind in a leather bag, but who can gauge or measure his leelas? Now we deal here with one aspect of them, that is, how he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warded off them in time. Bala Sahib Mirikar. Bala Sahib Mirikar, son of Sirdar Kaka Sahib Mirikar, was Mamiltar of Kopargaon. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced when Baba sounded a note of warning as follows. Do you know our Dwaraka Mai? As Bala Sahib did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued, this is our Dwaraka Mai, where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai, its presiding deity, is very merciful. She is the mother of simple devotees, whom she will save in calamities. Once a person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him Udi and placed his protecting hand on his head. When Bala Sahib was about to depart, he again said, do you know the Lamba Bhava, long gentleman, that is serpent? And then closing the left arm like fist, he brought it near the right elbow, and moving his left arm like the hood of the serpent, he said, he is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwaraka Mai? When the Dwaraka Mai, its presiding deity, protects, what can the serpent do? All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this and its reference to Mirikar, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Bala Sahib saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Bala Sahib and enjoy the Chitali trip. Shama came to Bala Sahib and told him that he would go with him according to Baba's wish. Bala Sahib replied that he need not come as it would be inconvenient. Sharma returned to Baba and told him what Bala Sahib said to him. Baba said, all right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen. In the meanwhile, Bala Sahib thought over again and calling Shama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shama, going again to Baba and taking his leave, started with Bala Sahib in the Tanga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Madhki temple. The office people had not come, so they sat quiet in the temple, talking and chit-chatting. Bala Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His Uparani, upper dhotar, was spread across his waist, and on a part of it, a snake was sitting unobserved. It began to move with a rustling sound, which was heard by the peon. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. Serpent, serpent. Bala Sahib was frightened and began to quiver. Shama was also amazed. Then he and others moved noiselessly and took the sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake got down slowly from the waist and it moved away from Bala Sahib. It was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted, and Bala Sahib's love for Baba was deeply confirmed. Babu Sahib Bhuti. A great astrologer named Nana Sahib Denkale told one day Babu Sahib Bhuti, who was then in Shirdi, Today is an inauspicious day for you. There is a danger to your life. This made Babu Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to masjid, Baba said to Babu Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you. Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him boldly. Let us see how death kills." Then later in the evening, Babu Sahib went to his privy for easing himself, where he saw a snake. His servant saw it and lifted a stone and struck at it. Babu Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Babu Sahib remembered with joy Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakar. Amir Shakar was a native of the village Korale in Kopargaon Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He was then reminded of God, and so he left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chavadi, which was a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other place in the village or Korale itself would have been better for Amir, but Baba's word was the deciding factor and the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid but fixed him in the Chavadi, where he got very great advantage. Baba passed via Chavadi every morning and evening, and every alternate day, Baba went to the Chavadi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often easily. Amir stayed there for full 9 months, and then somehow or other he got a disgust for the place. So one night he stealthily left the place and came to Kopargaon and stayed in the Dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Then Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it. He repented for his action, that is, leaving Shirdi without Baba's leave, and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and that same night he ran back, remembering and muttering Baba's name on the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in the Chavadi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders and got himself cured. One night, it so happened that Baba cried at midnight, "Oh Abdul, some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed." Abdul came with a lantern, examined Baba's bed, but found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the places and began to strike ground with his satka. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent had come there. Amir could know by close and long contact the meaning of Baba's words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he brought it, he saw the coil of serpent there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon, the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir. Hemant Pant, Scorpion and Serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was daily reading the two works of Sri Eknath Maharaj, that is Bhagavat and Bhavatta Ramayana, and Hemant Pant had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from the Ramayana relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instructions was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Hemant Pant was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Hemant Pant and his Uparani, upper dhotar. First, it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast a glance over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit moved here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading. Then, by Lord's grace, Hemant Pant, without disturbing the audience, took the two ends of his dhotar, folded them, and brought them together, enclosing the scorpion within. Then he went out and threw it in the garden. On another occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Kaka Sahib's Vada just before nightfall when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat coiled up. A light was brought. Though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and only moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels, but as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons there felt relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Muktaram then said that it was good that the poor creatures escaped. Hemant Pant challenged him, saying that the serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them, the former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was referred to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they are serpents or scorpions. He is the great Vaipular of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he will it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off adventurous fights and killings, and be patient. The Lord is the protector of all. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Chapter 23. Yoga and Onion, Shama cured of snake bite, cholera ordinance broken, ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. Really, this Jiva, human soul, transcends the three qualities, that is Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, but being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is existence, knowledge, bliss, and thinks that he is the doer and enjoyer, and thus entangles himself in endless miseries and does not know the way of deliverance. The one way of deliverance is loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself, his nature. We regard Sai Baba as an incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed the people the way how to behave satisfactorily and carry out the duties of their respective stations, varnas, in their life. He never emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the Lord in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the most proper thing. None he disregarded or disrespected, for he saw Narayan, Lord, in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered, Allah Malik, God is the sole proprietor or owner. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do and eat, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves into this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merits on our account, we get a desire in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints, otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and Onion. Once it so happened that a sadhak of yoga came to Shirdi with Nana Sahib Chandorkar. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba be pleased with him, he will show him the way to attain samadhi for a long time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating bread with onion. On seeing this, a thought arose in his mind. How can this man eating stale bread with raw onion solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, "O Nana, he who has the power to digest onion should eat it and none else." Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck, and then he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With pure and open mind, he asked his difficulties and got their solution from Baba. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's Udi and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Hemant Pant begins the story, he says about the jiva that it can be very well compared with a parrot, and that they both are bound, the one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present bound state is good for them. It is only when a helper, that is Guru, comes and by God's grace open their eyes and liberates them from their bondage, that is, their eyes are open to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated the calamity that was to befall on Mr. Miracle and rescued him from it. Now, let the readers hear a story grander than that. Once Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger of the hand was stung and the poison began to spread into the body. The pain was also severe and Shama thought that he would pass off soon. His friends wanted to take him to the god Viroba where such cases were often sent, but Shama ran to masjid to his Viroba, Sai Baba. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, Vile Baturdya, priest, do not climb up. Beware if you do so," and then rode. "Go, get away, come down." Seeing Baba thus red with wrath, Shama was greatly puzzled and disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge. But if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hope of life and kept silent. After a time, Baba became normal and calm when Shama went up and sat near. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid, don't care a jot. The merciful fakir will save you. Go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety." Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patil and Kaka Sahib Dikshit to him with instruction to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move in the home, but should never lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the words of Baba, or the 5-syllable mantra, that is, "Go, get away, come down," were not addressed to Shama as it apparently looked, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to go up and circulate through Shama's body. Like others well versed in Mantra Shastra, he had not used any incantation, charged rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing this story and other similar ones will beget firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember ever the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once, cholera was raging virulently in Shirdi. The residents were much frightened and they stopped all communication with the outside people. The panchas of the village assembled together and decided upon 2 ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were: number 1, no fuel cart should be allowed to come in the village, and number 2, no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and the panchas. Baba knew that all this was mere superstition and therefore he cared 2 pence for the cholera ordinance. While the ordinance were in force, a fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was dearth of fuel in the village. Still, the people began to drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to know of this. He came to the spot and asked the cartman to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared to raise his voice against the action of Baba. He wanted fuel for his duni and so he purchased it. Like an Agnihotri, keeping a sacred fire alive throughout his life, Baba kept his duni ever burning all day and night, and for this he always stocked fuel. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock and key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not grumble about this. Baba saw that the whole universe was pervaded by the Almighty, and so he never bore enmity or ill will to anybody, though perfectly detached. He behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example to the people. Ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Let us now see how the second cholera ordinance fared with Baba. While it was in force, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Fakir Pir Muhammad of Maligaon, alias Bed Baba, was near. Sai Baba asked him to behead it with 1 stroke and offer it as an oblation. This Bed Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right hand of Sai Baba. After the chilim pipe was first smoked by him, it was then offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served at the time of taking meals at noon, Baba respectively called Bed Baba and made him sit on his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily ₹50 out of the amount collected as dakshina. Baba accompanied him 100 places wherever he was going away. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishnamai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to bring another knife but stayed in the Vada and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dikshit. He was good gold, no doubt, but had to be tested. Baba asked him to get a knife and kill the goat. He went to Sati's Vada and returned with a knife. He was ready to kill it at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life knew killing. Though quite averse to do any act of violence, he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that Bait Baba, a Mohammedan, was unwilling to kill it, while this pure Brahmin was making preparation to do so. He tightened his dhota and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." Then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop, how cruel you are. Being a Brahmin, you are killing a goat." Kaka Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your nectar-like word is law unto us. We do not know any other audience. We remember you always, meditate on your form, and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to kill. We do not want to reason or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's order is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing business. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Takya, where fakirs used to sit. Then, when the goat was being removed to that place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes the chapter with a classification of disciples. He says that there are three kinds: first or best, second or middling, and third or ordinary. The best kind of disciple are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to a letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their orders and make mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith backed up by intelligence, and if they and patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath, ingoing and outgoing, or Hatha Yoga, or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we will deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Chapter 24, Preliminary. Unless we surrender our ego to the feet of our Sadguru, we will not succeed in our undertaking. If we become egoless, then our success is assured. By worshipping Sai Baba, we attain both the objects, worldly and spiritual, and are fixed in our true nature and get peace and happiness. Therefore, those who want to accomplish or gain their welfare should respectfully hear Sai Baba Leelas or stories and meditate on them. If they do this, they will easily attain the object of their life and get bliss. Generally, all people like wit and humor, but they do not like that jokes should be cut in their expense. But Baba's method was peculiar. When it was accompanied with good gestures, it was very interesting and instructive, and the people therefore did not mind, even if they were held up to the ridicule. Hemant Pant gives his own instance below. Channa Leela. In Shirdi, a special bazaar was held every Sunday, and people from the neighboring villages came there, erected booths and stalls in the open street, and sold their wares and commodities. Every noon, the masjid was crowded, but on Sunday, it was crowded to suffocation. On one such Sunday, Hemant Pant sat in front of Baba, shampooing his legs and muttering God's name. Shama was on Baba's left, Vaman Rao to his right, Shriman Buddhi and Kaka Sahib Dixit, and others were also present there. Then Shama laughed and said to Anna Sahib, see that some grains seem to have stuck to the sleeve of your coat. So saying, he touched the sleeve and found that there were some grains. Hemat Pan straightened his left forearm to see what the matter was. And to the surprise of all, some grains of gram came rolling down and were picked up by the people who were sitting there. This incident furnished a subject matter for joke. Everybody present began to wonder and said something or other as to how the grains found their way into the sleeve of the coat and lodged there so long. Hemat Pan also could not guess. When nobody could give any satisfactory explanation in this matter and everybody was wondering about this mystery, Baba said as follows. This fellow, Anna Sahib, has got the bad habit of eating alone. Today is a bazaar day. And he came here chewing grams. I know this his habit and these grams are a proof of it. What wonder is there in this matter? Hemat Pan, Baba, I never know of eating things alone. Then why do you shoulder this bad habit on me? I have never yet seen Shirdi Bazaar. I never went to the bazaar today. Then how could I buy grams and how could I eat them if I had not bought them? I never eat anything unless I share it with others present around me at the time of my meals. Baba, it is true that you give to the persons present, but if none be nearby, what could you or I do? But do you remember me before eating? Am I not always with you? Then do you offer me anything before you eat? Moral. Let us mark and note carefully what Baba has taught us by this incident. He has advised us that before the senses, mind and intellect enjoy their objects, first he should be remembered. And if this be done, it is in a way by making an offering to him. The senses, etc., can never remain without their objects. But if those objects are first offered to the Guru, the attachment for them will naturally vanish. In this way, all the subtle thoughts regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should first be offered and directed to the Guru. And if this practice be followed, the Lord will help you in eradicating all the vrittis. When before enjoyment of the objects, you think that Baba is present, the question whether the objects is fit to be enjoyed or not will at once arise. Then the object that is not fit to be enjoyed will be shunned. And in this way, our vicious habits or vices will disappear. And our character will improve. Then love for Guru will grow and pure knowledge will sprout up. When this knowledge grows, the bondage of body consciousness will snap and our intellect will be merged in spirit consciousness. We are the spirit. Then we shall get bliss and contentment. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God nowhere. So, leaving aside all ideas of difference, we should regard Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as stated above, God will be certainly pleased, and by purifying our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object with our senses, etc., without first remembering of Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will be always reminded of Baba, and our meditation on Baba will grow apace. The Sagun form of Baba will ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, non-attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's form is thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and this sense world. The consciousness of worldly pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sudama's story. When the above story was being narrated, Hemat was reminded of a similar story of Sudama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Sri Krishna and his elder brother Balram were living with a co-student named Sudama in the ashram of their guru Sandipani. Once Krishna and Balram were sent to the forest for bringing fuel. Then the wife of Sandipani sent Sudama also for the same purpose, with some quantity of grams for the three. When Krishna met Sudama in the forest, he said to him, Dada, I want water, as I am thirsty. Sudama replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach, so it is better to rest a while. He did not say that he had got grams with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down for rest on the lap of Sudama and was soon snoring. On seeing this, Sudama took out the grams and began to eat. Then Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitter-chatter sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I am shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranama. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream in which I saw a man eating things of another. And when asked about this, he said, what dust should he eat? Meaning that he had nothing to eat. The other man said, let it be so. Dada, this is only a dream. I know that you won't eat anything without me. Under the influence of the dream, I ask you what you are eating. If Sudama had known the omniscient Sri Krishna and his Leelas, he would not have acted as he did. Therefore, he had to suffer for what he did. Though he was a chum of Sri Krishna, he had to pass his later life in utter poverty. But when he later offered Krishna a handful of parched rice, even by his wife, earned by his wife with her own labor, Krishna was pleased and gave him a golden estate to enjoy. This story should be remembered by those who have the habit of eating things alone without partaking them with others. The Shruti also emphasizes this lesson and asks us to offer things first to God and then enjoy them after they are renounced by Him. Baba also has taught us the same lesson in his inimitable and humorous way. Anna Chinchanika versus Maushi Bai. Hemat Pant now describes another witty incident in which Baba played a peacemaker's part. There was one devotee by name Damodar Ganashayam Babri, alias Anna Chinchanika. He was simple, rustic, and straightforward. He cared for nobody, always spoke plainly, and carried all dealings in cash. Though he looked outwardly harsh and uncompromising, he was good-natured and guileless. So Sai Baba loved him. He has willed away all his property to Sri Sai Baba Sansthan Shirdi. One day, like others, serving Baba in their own way, this Anna was shampooing the left arm of Baba, which rested on the Katha railing. On the right side, one old widow named Vinubai Kaujalgi, whom Baba called mother and all others called Maushi Bai, was serving Baba in her own way. The Maushi Bai was an elderly woman of pure heart. She clasped the fingers of both her hands around the trunk of Baba and was at this time massaging Baba's abdomen. She did this so forcefully that Baba's back and abdomen became flat and Baba moved from side to side. Anna on the other side was steady, but Maushi Bai's face moved up and down with her strokes. Once it so happened that her face came very close to Anna's. Being of a witty disposition, she remarked, "Oh, this Anna is lewd fellow. He wants to kiss me. Even being so old with grey hair, he feels no shame in kissing me. These words enraged Anna, and he pulled up his sleeves and said, "You say that I am an old bad fellow. Am I quite a fool? It is you who has picked up a quarrel with me." All the persons present there were enjoying this encounter between them. Baba, who loved both of them equally and wanted to pacify them, managed the affair very skillfully. Lovingly, he said, "Oh, Anna, why are you unnecessarily raising this hue and cry? I do not understand what harm or impropriety is there when the mother is kissed." Hearing these words of Baba, both of them were satisfied, and all the persons laughed merrily and enjoyed Baba's wit to their heart's content. Baba's characteristics, his despondency on bhaktas. Baba allowed his devotees to serve him in their own way and did not like any other persons interfering in this. To quote an instance, the same Maushi boy was on another occasion kneading Baba's abdomen. Seeing the force used by her, all other devotees felt nervous and anxious. They said, "Oh, mother, be more considerate and moderate, otherwise you will break Baba's arteries and nerves." At this, Baba got up at once from his seat and dashed his satka on the ground. He got enraged and his eyes became red like embers. None dared to stand before Baba. Then he took hold of one end of the satka with both hands and pressed it in the hollow of his abdomen. The other end he fixed to the post and began to press his abdomen against it. The satka, which was about 2 or 3 feet in length, seemed already to go into the abdomen, and the people feared that the abdomen would be ruptured in a short time. The post was fixed and immovable, and Baba began to go closer and closer to it and clasp the post firmly. Every moment the rupture was expected, and they were all dismayed, did not know what to do, and stood dumb with wonder and fear. The other devotees wanted only to give a hint to the Maushi boy to be moderate in her service and not cause any trouble or pain to Baba. They were surprised to see that their well-intentioned effort had resulted in this crisis, and they could do nothing but to wait and watch. Fortunately, Baba's rain soon cooled down. He left the satka and resumed his seat. From this time onwards, the devotees took that lesson that they should not meddle with anybody, but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to gauge the merits and worth of the service rendered unto him. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Om Sri Sainadaya Namaha. Chapter 25. Damu Annakasar of Ahmednagar, Speculations, Amralila. Preliminary. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Sai Baba, who is Ocean of Mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be to unto Sai Baba, who is the crest jewel of the saints and abode of all auspicious things, our Atmaram, self, and the sole refuge of devotees. We prostrate ourselves before him who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hemant Pant to write the life and leelas of Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hemant Pant was inspired and his intellect got strength and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not, as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have the satcharita, which is a cistern or a somakan jewel from which nectar in the form of Sai Leelas oozes out for the readers to drink to their heart's content. Whenever a devotee has had complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off, and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damodar Savalaram Rasane Kasar of Ahmednagar, now of Pune, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statement, is given below. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding the celebration of Ramanavami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895 AD when the Ramanavami Utsav celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculations, cotton trading. A Mumbai friend of Damu Anna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damu Anna says in a statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swamy that the proposal about speculating at Mumbai in cotton was from a broker who was not to be a partner, and that he, Damu Anna, was to be the sole adventurer, while page 75 of the devotee's experiences, part 2. The broker wrote that the business was good and involved no risks, and that the opportunity should not be lost. Damu Anna was vacillating. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and he was a devotee. As he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter to Shama, giving all the facts, and requested him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter next day, and when he went with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Damu Anna of Nagar wanted to consult him about something. Then Baba said, "What does he write and what does he plan? It seems that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him. Read his letter." Shama then said, "The letter contains what you have just said. O Deva, you sit here calm and composed and agitate the devotees, and when they get restless, you draw them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of the letter, why do you then press me to read it?" Baba said, "Oh Shama, read it. I speak at random, and who believes me?" Then Shama read the letter, and Baba heard it attentively and said feelingly, "The Sheikh Damu Anna has gone mad. Write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf, that's bread, he has, and not bother himself about lakhs." Shama sent the reply which Damu Anna was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees as profit were dashed to the ground. He thought that he had made a mistake by consulting Baba. But as Shama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing, and that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba, he thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, saw Baba, prostrated himself before him, and sat shampooing his legs. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business were assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in this transaction, he would surrender some share of profits to him. Damu Anna was thus thinking secretly in his mind, but nothing was veiled from Baba. Everything, past, present, and future, were clear to him. A child wants sweets, but his mother gives bitter pills. The former spoil his health, while the latter improve it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, coaxes and gives bitter pills. Baba's kind mother, as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Damu Anna's mind, he openly spoke to him. Bapu, I do not want to be entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits. On seeing Baba's disapproval, Damu Anna dropped the enterprise. Number 2, grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in ice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought also and said to him, you will be buying at 5 seers and selling at 7 seers a rupee. So this business was also given up. The rise in the prices of grains was kept up for some time as Baba's prophecy seemed to be falsified, but in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere and the prices suddenly fell down, and therefore those who stored grains suffered a severe loss. Damu Anna was saved from this fate. Needless to say, that cotton speculation which was conducted by the broker with the help of another merchant also collapsed with severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved them from 2 severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Damu Anna's faith in Baba grew stronger and he remained a true devotee of Baba till his passing away. Amra Leela, Mango Miracle. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamlatar named Raleigh to Sai Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in good condition. They were given in Shama's charge and only 4 were retained and placed in the Kulamba pot by Baba. He said, these 4 fruits are for Damu Anna. Let them lie there. This Damu Anna had 3 wives. According to his statement mentioned above, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a Papi in an auspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in this life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi, 2 hours after the receipt of the mango parcel for worshipping Baba, he said, though other people are looking for the mangoes, they are Damyas. He whose they are should eat and die. Damu Anna, on hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Malspati, a Shirdi devotee, explaining to him that death meant the death of the ego and to have it at Baba's feet was a blessing. Damu Anna said that he could accept the fruits and eat them. But Baba said to her, do not eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife. This Amra Leela mango miracle of 4 mangoes will give her 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was done, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out true and not those of the astrologers. Baba's speech established its efficacy and greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my tomb would be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I would be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing your welfare. But remember me always, believe in me heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited. Prayer. Hemadpant closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish-fulfilling tree of the Bhaktas, we pray, let us never forget and lose sight of your feet. We have been troubled with the ins and outs, births and deaths in this sansar. Now free us from this cycle of births and deaths. Restrain us from outgoing of our senses to their objects and introvert us and bring us face to face with Atma self. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, nor wife, nor friend will be of any use in the end. It is only you who will give us salvation and bliss. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions and other evil matters. Let our tongue get a passion for chanting your name. Drive out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies and do away with our egoism. Make us ever remember your name and forget all other things. Remove the restlessness of our mind and make it steady and calm. If you just clasp us, the darkness of night of our ignorance will vanish, and we shall live happily in your light. That you made us drink the nectar of your Leelas and awakened us from our slumber is due to your grace and our store of merits in the past births. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Dhamma's statement mentioned above is worth perusal. Page 76, Devotees' Experiences, Part 2. Once, when I sat at his feet, along with many others, I had two questions in my mind, and he gave me answers to both. There are so many crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this, he replied orally, look at the mango tree in blossom. If all the flowers become fruit, what a splendid crop it would be. But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as an unripe fruit. By wind, etc., very few remain. The second question was about myself. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to fare then? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of him. That promise he had kept before 1918 and had been keeping after 1918. He is still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910-11, when my brothers separated from me and my sister died, and there was a theft and police inquiry. All these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and enjoyments. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his Upadesh and made me eat a feast of Puran Poli at Appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious nose ring. I wept before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 26, Stories of Bhakta Pant, Harishchandra Pitale, Gopal Ambadekar. Preliminary, all the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a play of Maya, the creative power of the Lord. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absolute. Just as we mistake a rope or a garland for a serpent on account of darkness, we always see the phenomena, that is, things, as they outwardly appear, and not the phenomenon which underlies all the visible things. It is only the Sadguru who opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the Sadguru and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but God vision. Inner worship. Hemant Pant has given us a novel form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash the Sadguru's feet. Let us besmear his body with sandal paste of pure love. Let us cover his body with a cloth of true faith. Let us offer 8 lotuses in the form of our 8 sattvic emotions and fruit in the form of our concentrated mind. Let us apply to his head the bukha, black powder, in the form of devotion, and tie the waistband of bhakti and place our head at his feet. After decorating the Sadguru with all ornamentation this way, let us offer ourselves to him and wave charma of devotion to ward off heat. After such blissful worship, let us pray thus. Turn our mind inward, give us discrimination between the unreal and the real, and non-attachment for all worldly things, and thus enable us to get self-realization. We surrender ourselves, body and soul, body consciousness and ego to you. Make our eyes yours so that we should never feel pleasure and pain. Control our body and mind as you wish. Let our mind rest at your feet. Now let us turn to the stories of this chapter. Bhakta Pant. Once it so happened that a devotee by name Pant, a disciple of another guru, had the good fortune of visiting Shirdi. He had no mind to go to Shirdi, but a man proposes one way and God disposes the other. He was traveling in a BB&CI railway train, where he met many friends bound for Shirdi. They all asked him to accompany them, and he could not say no. They alighted at Mumbai, while Pant got down at Virar. There he took the permission of his guru for the Shirdi trip, and after arranging for the expenses, left with the party for Shirdi. They all reached there in the morning and went to the masjid at about 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of the devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Pant suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still, they tried their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace, after sprinkling water over his head, he regained his consciousness and sat upright as if he was just awakened from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another guru, assured him and conferred his faith in his own guru by addressing him as follows: "Come what may, leave not stick to your own bolster, support, that is guru, and ever remain steady with him." Pant at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was reminded of his guru. This kindness of Baba he never forgot in his life. Harishchandra Pitale. There was a gentleman by name Harishchandra Pitale in Mumbai. He had a son who suffered from epilepsy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way of remedy, namely resorting to the saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that Das Ganu, by his inimitable and splendid kirtan, spread the fame of Sai Baba in the Mumbai presidency. Mr. Pitale heard some of these kirtans in 1910 and learned from the kirtans and others that Baba, with his touch and mere glance, cured many incurable diseases. Then a desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings and fruit baskets, Mr. Pitale came to Shirdi with his wife and children. He then went to masjid and then prostrated himself before Baba and placed his sick son at Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child than an untoward thing happened. The son immediately rolled his eyes and fell down senseless. His mouth began to foam and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly from the mother's eyes, and she began to wail that her condition was like that of a person who, being afraid of the robbers, ran into a house which collapsed on him, or like a cow fearing a tiger, ran into the hands of a butcher, or like a traveler who, being tormented by the heat of the sun, went to the refuge under a tree which fell upon him, or like a devout person going for worship into a temple which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Do not wail like this. Wait a bit. Have patience. Take the boy to your lodgings. He will come to his senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. As soon as he was taken into the Wada, the boy recovered, and all the Pitale family and others were very happy, and all their doubts disappeared. Then Mr. Pitale went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very humbly and respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs and mentally thanking Baba for his kind help. Baba then smilingly said, "Have not all your thoughts, doubts, and apprehensions calmed down now? Hari, Lord, will protect him who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitale was a rich and well-to-do gentleman. He distributed sweetmeats on a large scale and offered to Baba excellent fruits and pan betel leaves. Mrs. Pitale was a very pious lady, simple, loving, and faithful. She used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God's saints are always dependent on their devotees who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's company, the Pitale family came to the masjid to take Baba's leave to depart. Baba gave them Mudi and blessings and called Mr. Pitale close to him and said, "Bapu, I had given you rupees 2 before. Now I give you rupees 3. Keep these in your shrine for worship, and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitale accepted these as prasad, prostrated himself again before Baba, and prayed for his blessings. A thought arose in his mind that, as this was his first visit to Shirdi, he could not understand what Baba meant when he said that he had given rupees 2 previously. He was curious to have this mystery solved, but Baba kept silent. When Mr. Pitale returned to Mumbai, he narrated to his old mother all that had happened at Shirdi and the mystery about Baba's giving him rupees 2 earlier. The mother also did not understand the mystery, but thinking seriously about this, she was reminded of an old incident which solved the mystery. She said to her son, "As you now went to Sai Baba with your son, so had your father done when he took you to Akkalkot for the darshan of Maharaj there many years ago. That Maharaj was also a Siddha, a perfect yogi, omniscient and gracious. Your father was devout and his worship was accepted. He then gave your father rupees 2 for being kept in the shrine and worship. Your father worshipped them till his death, but thereafter the worship was neglected and the rupees were lost. After some years, the memory of these 2 rupees also disappeared, and now you are very fortunate. The Akkalkot Maharaj has appeared to you in the form of Sai Baba just to remind you of your duties and worship to ward off all dangers. Now beware henceforth, leave all doubts and bad thoughts. Follow your ancestors and go on worshipping the family gods and the rupees, and take pride in the blessing of the saints. Sai Samrata has kindly revived the spirit of bhakti in you. Cultivate it to your benefit." Hearing the remarks of the mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced about the all-pervasiveness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a devotee of Baba. He served for 10 years in the Abkari department in the Thana district and then Jawahar state, from where he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition grew from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in this condition, visiting Shirdi every year and placing his grievance before Baba. In 1916, his plight became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed for 2 months. One night, while sitting in a bullock cart in front of Dikshit Wada, he resolved to end his life by throwing himself into the well close by. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sagun, a devotee of Baba, came out and accosted him thus: "Did you ever read Akkalkot Maharaj's life?" Ambedkar took this book from Sagun and began to read it. Casually, or we may say providentially, he came across a story which was to this effect: during the lifetime of Akkalkot Maharaj, a certain devotee suffered very much from an incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure the agony and pain, he became desperate and in order to end his miseries threw himself one night into a well. Immediately the Maharaj came there and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must bear the fruit, good or bad, of your past actions. If it is incomplete, suicide won't help you. You have to take another birth and suffer again. So instead of killing yourself, why not suffer for some time and finish up the fruit of your past deeds and be done with it once and for all?" Reading this appropriate and timely story, Ambedkar was much surprised and moved. Had he not got Baba's hint through the story, he would have been no more. On seeing Baba's all-pervasiveness and benevolence, his faith in Baba was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee. His father was a devotee of Akkalkot Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to walk in his father's footsteps and continue his devotion to him. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to improve. He studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby improved his lot. He was able to earn sufficient money and passed his later life in ease and comfort. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Chapter 27. Favor shown by giving Bhagavat and Vishnu Sahasranamam, Dikshit's widow's vision, Gita Rahasya Khabar days. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan, reading regularly, and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of bathing in all the tirthas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of bowing to the Trinity, that is, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, and also Parabrahma. Victory be unto Sri Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree and the ocean of knowledge, who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience devour them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. While listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions, namely, let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob, and quiver, let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, this is a sign of grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is a complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It's only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see God in all creatures. Granting consecrated book, the various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba have already been noticed in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books of which they wanted to make a special study and to receive the same back from him after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. Once Kaka Mahajani came to Shirdi with a copy of Eknathi Bhagavat. Shama took this book to read in the masjid. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turning some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, "No," replied Baba, "as I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you." In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajani, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagavat and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence. Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramdasi, follower of the Saint Ramadas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then after wearing saffron-colored clothes and besmearing himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam, a book giving 1,000 names in the praise of Vishnu, and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita, and Adhyatma Ramayan, historic version of Rama's story, with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of favoring and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramdasi to him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Senapods, that is Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, the pain would not stop. So he should please go to the bazaar market and bring the drug. The Ramdasi closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramdasi's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat said to Shama, "Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it." Once I suffered intensely, and my heart began to palpitate, and my life was in danger. And that critical moment, I hugged this book to my heart And then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah himself came down and saved me. So I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little. Read daily, one name at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it and that the honor of it, the Ramdasi, who was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow, would certainly pick up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit Devangari script text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramdasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this necklace of Vishnu Sahasranam round the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus save him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficacy of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not crave for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a broad, open way to purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Shama. The Ramdasi returned soon with the Senapals. Anna Chichnika, who was then present and wanted to play the part of Narad, the celestial rishi, who was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons, and vice versa, informed him of what had happened. The Ramdasi at once flared up. He came down at once on Shama with full fury. He said that it was Shama who set Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomachache for bringing the medicine, and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly remonstrated with him, but in vain. Then Baba spoke kindly to him as follows: "O Ramdasi, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why do you scold him unnecessarily? How is that you are so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read these sacred books daily, and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of Ramdasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you should possess this book so strongly? A true Ramdasi should have no mamta attachment, but have samata, equality towards all. You are now quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had in plenty with money, but not men. Think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, so I gave it to him." How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. Their effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take the Pancharatni Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, "Why one? I shall give 10 copies in return." So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is, why should the Ramdasi press for Pancharatni Gita, a book which he never cared to know, and why should he, who daily read religious books in the masjid in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficacy of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. Its contents to such an extent that he was unable to explain it to Professor G.G. Narke, M.A. of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Vittal Vision. One day, while Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, "Did Vittal Patel come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away. Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pitchers of vittle of Pandharpur for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of vittle he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the pitcher, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one pitcher most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Baba always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Bapu Sahib Job received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his arm, he came to masjid and prostrated himself before Baba. When the parcel fell at Baba's feet, Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages there and here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book and handed the same with the rupee to Job. Placed it on the book and handed the same with a rupee to Job and said to him, read this completely and you will be benefited. Mr. and Mrs. Kabarde. Let us close this chapter with a description of Kabardes. Once Dada Sahib Kabarde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. Diary of his stay was being published in English in the Shirdi Sai Leela magazine, 1 volume. Dada Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and most famous advocate of Amravati, Berar, and was a member of the Council of State, Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he dared not open his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only 3, namely Kabarde, Nurkar, and Bhutti, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, and humble, and good-natured. Dada Sahib, who was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya to others, uttered no word when he came to the masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be, even in Vedas, fades away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Dada Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kabarde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with their Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kabarde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon she brought a dish containing sansa, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup and kheer, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went to his seat and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things ceaselessly. Shama then asked him, why this partiality? At times you throw away dishes of others and do not care to look at them. But this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us. Baba then explained, this food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family, then in a Kshatriya family, and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet morsels of love from her dish. After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, belched out, and he was fully satisfied and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and knead her arms, with which were shampooing his legs. On seeing his reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, it is going on well. It's a wonderful sight to see God and his bhakta serving each other. After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant, Raja Ram, then and always, and said, if you do this, your life's object will be achieved. Your mind will attain peace and you will be immensely benefited. To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shaktipat, that is, transference of power from Guru to the disciple. How effective were Baba's words? In an instant, they pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction nor any difference between them. Both are one, and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at Guru's feet is a gross and outward vision, really, and internally they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Om Sri Sachidananda Satguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 28, Sparrows Drawn to Shirdi. Lakami Chand, Burhanpore Lady Megha. Preliminary. Sai is not finite or limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to the god Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in this knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned, but not able to awaken the disciples and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called a Sadguru. Generally, the father gives birth to the body and the death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, and so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that let his man, devotee, be at any distance, 1,000 kos away from him. He will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet. This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakami Chand. This gentleman was first serving in the railways and afterwards in Sri Venkateshwar Press in Bombay, and thereafter in the firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers as a Munshi clerk. He got the contact of Baba in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, a suburb of Bombay, an old man with a beard standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. Some days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Biju, to hear the Kirtan by Das Ganu. It was always the practice of Das Ganu to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience while making the Kirtan. Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see the features of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that the old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Das Ganu's Kirtan, and the life of the Saint Tukaram on which Das Ganu discoursed, all these things made a deep impression on his mind, and he pinned to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the Bhaktas that God always helps them in their search for Sadguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night at 8 p.m., a friend named Shankar Rao knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds, and he at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed ₹15 from his cousin, and after making due preparation, left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankar Rao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers, 4 Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all took them that Sai Baba was a great saint living in Shirdi for many years. Then when they reached Kopargaon, he wanted to buy some good guavas for offering to Baba, but he was so much enwrapped with the scenery and sights there that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the guavas. Just then he saw an old woman with a guava basket on her head running after the tanga. The tanga was stopped, and he gladly purchased some select fruits when the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba." The facts that is that he had intended to purchase guavas, but that he had forgotten to do so. The woman's encounter and her devotion to Baba, all these were a surprise to both friends, and Lakshmi Chand thought in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in his dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja materials in hand, they went to the masjid and worshipped Baba with due formality. Lakshmi Chand was much moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He was enwrapped with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet-smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows. Cunning fellow, he does bhajan on the way and inquires from others. Why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from a Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied? Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at a loss to know how Baba came to know about all the things that had happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note in this respect is that Baba never liked people to run into debt for taking his darshan or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sansa. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sansa, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day also, he expected it but got nothing. So he was anxious to get it again. Then on the third day at the noon aarti time, Babu Sahib Jog asked Baba what naivedya he should bring. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the bhaktas brought two big potfuls of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take sansa and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing therein. He was omniscient, was he? Able eye. On this occasion, he once witnessed one night the procession to the Chavadi. Baba then suffered much from cough. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, when he went to Masjid, Baba spoke to Shama as follows. "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was passing in Lakshmi Chand's mind. On seeing these proofs of Baba's omniscience and kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, "I am much pleased with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except your feet. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and feet. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world and let me ever chant your name and be happy." After getting Baba's udi and blessing, he returned home with his friend much pleased and contented and singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba afterwards and always sent garlands of flowers, camphor, and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance bound for Shirdi. Burhanpur lady. Now let us turn to another sparrow. Baba's word meaning devotee. One day in Burhanpur saw in her dream Sai Baba coming to her door and begging khichdi, rice cooked with dal and salt, for his meal. On awakening, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife, who were devout, decided to go to Shirdi. Then on a suitable day, they left for Shirdi and after visiting Gomati Teeth on the way, reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day, they went to masjid, performed Baba's worship and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as nevedya, but for the first 14 days, somehow or other, it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay. Then on the 15th day, she came at noon to masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and that the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was let down, but the lady could not wait. She threw up the curtain with her hand and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing first. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat morsel after morsel of khichdi. On seeing the earnestness of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Megha. Now let us go to the third and biggest sparrow, Megha of Viramgon, was a simple and illiterate Brahmin cook of Rao Bahadur H.V. Sate. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllabled mantra Namah Shivaya. He did not know the Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sate was interested in him, got him taught the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sate told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of the god Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At the Broch railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Kelkar at Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to Masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. "Kick out the rascal," roared Baba, and then said to Megha, "You are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here, so get away." Hearing these words, Meghan began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had come to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. Then he went home. After that, he went to Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi. This time, at the intercession of Dada Kelkar, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's help to Megha was not through any oral instruction. He worked upon Megha internally, that is mentally, with the result that he was considerably changed and benefited. Then Megha began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Bilva leaves are required, and Megha used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva, that is Baba. His practice was to worship all gods in the village and then came to the masjid. And after saluting Baba's Gadi Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drank the washings, tita of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to masjid without worshipping God Kandoba, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent him again, saying that the door was open then. Megha went, found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Ganges bath. On one Makar Shankranti day, Megha wanted to besmear the body of Baba with sandal paste and bathe him with the Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this operation, but at his repeated request, he consented. Megha had to traverse a distance of 8 kos, going and returning, to bring the sacred water from the Gomati river. He brought the water, made all preparation for the bath at noon, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to be freed from his bath, saying that as a fakir, he had nothing to do or gain with Ganges water, but Megha did not listen. He knew that Shiva is pleased with the bath of Ganges water and that he must give his Shiva, that is Baba, that bath on that auspicious day. Baba then consented, came down and sat on the pad, that is the wooden board, and protruding his head said, "O Megha, do at least this favor. Head is the most important organ of the body, so pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the full or whole bath." "All right," said Megha, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Hare Ganga," and emptied the pot and the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that Baba's head was only drenched, but the body was quite dry. Trident and Pindi. Megha worshipped Baba in 2 places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Vada, Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandorkar. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. Early one morning, when Megha was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake through akshada, rice grains marked red with kumkum, and said, "Megha, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's word, he eagerly opened his eyes but did not see Baba, but saw only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw trident. Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw trident? It was no vision but direct order, and my words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Megha said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I thought it was a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no door to enter. I have no form nor any extension. I always live everywhere. I carry on as a wire puller all the actions of the man who trusts me and merge in me." Megha returned to the Vada and drew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, a Ramdasi Bhakta came from Pune, saluted Baba, and offered him Pindi, an image of Shiva. At this time, Megha also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come. Protect him now." Megha was surprised to see Pindi following trident immediately. Then also in the Vada, Kaka Sahib Dikshit was standing with a towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw a Pindi before his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Megha came and showed him the Pindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know that the Pindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. In a few days after the drawing of the trident was complete, Baba installed the Pindi near the big picture which Megha was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was dear to Megha, and by arranging the drawing of the trident and the installation of the Pindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and aarti every noon and evening, Megha passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his corpse and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense, the usual funeral dinner should be given to Brahmins, and this order was carried out by Kaka Sahib Dikshit. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Chapter 29. Stories of Madrasi Bhajan Mela, Tendulkar's father and son, Dr. Captain Hate, Vaman Narvekar. This chapter described other interesting and wonderful stories of Sai Baba. Madrasi Bhajani Mela. It was in the year 1916 that a Madrasi Bhajani Mela, party of the Ramadasi Panth, started on a pilgrimage to the holy city of Banaras. The party consists of a man, his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law. Unfortunately, their names are not mentioned. On their way, the party heard that there lived a Shirdi in Kopegaon Taluka, Ahmednagar district, a great sage named Sai Baba, who was calm and composed and who was very liberal and who distributed money every day to his bhaktas and to skillful persons who went and showed their skills there. A lot of money in the form of dakshina was collected daily by Sai Baba, and out of this amount, he gave daily 1 rupee to a 3-year-old girl, Amani, the daughter of the Bhakta Kondaji, and rupees 2 to 5 to some, rupees 6 to Jamali, the mother of Amani, and rupees 10 to 20, and even rupees 50 to other bhaktas as he pleased. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Mela did very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they craved for money. 3 of the party were full of avarice, but the chief lady or mistress was of a very different nature. She had a regard and love for Baba. Once it so happened that when the noonday aarti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and was pleased to give her darshan of her Ishtam, beloved deity. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath, that is Rama, while to all others the usual Sainath. On seeing her beloved deity, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she clapped her hands in joy. The people began to wonder at her joyful mood, but were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Sri Rama in Sai Baba. He thought that she was very simple and devout, and her seeing Rama might be a hallucination of her mind. He pooh-poohed her, saying it was not possible and that she alone should see Rama while they all saw Sai Baba. She did not resent this remark, as she was fortunate enough to get Ram Darshan now and then. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a wonderful vision in his dream one night as follows. He was in a big city. The police there had arrested him, tied his hands with a rope, and put him in a cage. As the police was tightening the grip, he saw Sai Baba standing quite outside near the cage. On seeing Baba so near, he said in a plaintive tone, "Hearing your fame, I came to your feet. And why should a calamity befall me when you are standing here in person?" Baba said, "You must suffer the consequences of your action." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which would bring such a misfortune on me." Baba said, "If not in this life, you must have committed some sin in your past life." He replied, "I do not know anything of my past life, but assuming that I did commit some sin then, why should it not be burnt and destroyed in your presence as dry grass before fire?" "Baba, have you got such faith?" He said, "Yes." Baba then asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them than he heard a thumping sound of something falling down, and opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police had fallen down bleeding. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba, who said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other savior except you. Save me anyhow." Then Baba again asked him to close his eyes. He did so, and when he opened them, he saw that he was free out of the cage and that Baba was by his side. He then fell at Baba's feet. Baba then asked him, "Is there any difference between this namaskar and your previous one? Think well and reply." He said, "There is a lot of difference. My former namaskar were offered with the object of getting money from you, but the present namaskar is one offered to you as God. Besides, formerly, I thought resentfully that you, being a Mohammedan, were spoiling us, the Hindus." Baba said, "Do you not believe in your mind in Mohammedan gods?" He said, "No." Then Baba said, "Have you not got a pancha emblem of hand in your house? And do you not worship the same in Tabut by name Katbibi, whom you propitiate and appease on marriage occasion and other festival? Is it not so?" He admitted all this. Then Baba said, "What more do you want?" Then a desire arose in his mind to get the darshan of his Guru Ramadas when Baba asked him to turn back and see. And when he turned, lo, Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he begin to fall at his feet, Ramdas vanished. Then he inquisitively asked Baba, "You look old. Do you know your age?" Baba said, "What? Do you say I am old? Just run a race with me and see." On seeing this, Baba began to run and he too followed. Baba disappeared in the dust raised by his footsteps while running, and the man was awakened. After awakening, he began to think seriously about the dream vision. His mental attitude was completely changed, and he realized the greatness of Baba. After this, his grabbing and doubting tendency disappeared, and true devotion to Baba's feet sprang in his mind. The vision was a mere dream, but the question and answers therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all the persons assembled in the masjid for the arti, Baba gave him as prasad 2 rupees worth sweetmeats and also 2 rupees from his pocket and blessed him. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessing, saying, "Allah will give you plenty and he will do you all good." He did not get more money there, but he got far better things. That is, Baba's blessings withstood him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards, and their pilgrimage was successful as they had not to suffer any trouble or inconvenience during their journey. They all returned home safe and sound, thinking of Baba's words and blessings and the anand, bliss they experienced by his grace. This story illustrates one of the methods which Baba followed, that is, and is following even now in some cases to improve and reform his devotees. Tendulkar family. They lived in Bandra, a suburb of Bombay, a Tendulkar family, all the members of which are devoted to Baba. Mrs. Savitri Bai Tendulkar has published a Marathi book named Sri Sainath Bhajan Mala, containing 800 abangs and padas describing the leelas of Baba. It is a book worth reading by those who are interested in Baba. The son, Babu Tendulkar, was studying hard day and night and wanted to appear for the medical examination. He consulted some astrologers. Examining his horoscope, they told him that the stars were not favorable that year and that he should appear for examination next year when he would be certainly successful. This cast a gloom over him and made him restless. A few days afterwards, his mother went to Shirdi and saw Baba. Amongst other things, she mentioned the gloomy and morose condition of her son, who was to appear for the examination in a few days. Hearing this, Baba said to her, "Tell your son to believe in me, to throw aside horoscope and predictions of astrologers and palmists and go on with his studies. Let him appear for the examination with a calm mind. He is sure to pass this years. Ask him to trust in me and not to get disappointed." The mother returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and in due course appeared for the examination. In the written paper, he did well, but being overwhelmed by doubts, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing, so he did not care to appear for the oral examination. But the examiner was after him. He sent word through a fellow student stating that he had passed in the written examination and that he should appear for the oral. The son, being thus encouraged, appeared for the oral examination and was successful in both. Thus, he got through the examination that year successfully by Baba's grace, though the stars were against him. It is to be noted here that doubts and difficulties surround us just to move us and confirm our faith. We are tested as the father of this boy, Raghunath Rao, was serving in some foreign mercantile firm in Bombay. As he grew old, he was not able to attend to his work properly, so he had to take leave and rest. As he did not improve during the period of leave, a further extension of leave or retirement from service was inevitable. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension as he was an old and reliable servant. The question regarding the amount of pension to be given was under consideration. He was getting rupees 150 per month, and his pension, that is half the amount, that is rupees 75, would not be enough to meet the expenses of the family. So they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final settlement, Baba appeared to Mrs. Tendulkar in her dream and said, "I wish that rupees 100 should be paid as pension. Will this satisfy you?" She replied, "Baba, why ask me this? We fully trust in you." Though Baba said rupees 100, still he was given 10 rupees more, that is 110, as a special case. Such wonderful love and care did Baba exhibit for his bhaktas. Captain Hate. Captain Hate, who was staying in Bikaner, was a great devotee of Baba. Once Baba appeared to him in his dream and said, "Did you forget me?" Hate then immediately held Baba's feet and replied, "If a child forgets his mother, how could it be saved?" Then Hate went into garden and took out fresh valpapadi vegetables and arranging shida, ghee, wheat flour and dal, etc. And Dakshina was about to offer all this to Baba when he was awakened and came to know that the whole thing was a dream. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba at Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he sent rupees 12 by money order to a friend, with instruction that rupees 2 should be sent in buying Shida articles and Valpapadi vegetables, and those should be offered to Baba with rupees 10 as Dakshina. The friend went to Shirdi and purchased the things mentioned, but Valpapadi was not available. In a short time, a woman turned up with a basket on her head, which curiously enough contained a vegetable. It was purchased, and then all the things were offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hate. Mr. Nimonkar prepared the Nevedya, rice and Valpapadi vegetable next day and offered the same to Baba. All the people were surprised to see that Baba, while dining, took and ate Valpapadi and did not touch rice and other things. Hate's joy knew no bounds when he heard of this from his friend. Consecrated rupee. At another time, Captain Hate wished that he should have in his house a coin of rupee consecrated by Baba with his touch. He came across a friend who was bound for Shirdi. With him, Hate sent him rupee. The friend went to Shirdi and after the usual salutation gave first his dakshina, which Baba pocketed. Then he gave Hate's rupee, which Baba took in his hand and began to stare at it. He held it in front, tossed it up with his right thumb and played with it. Then he said to the friend, "Return this to the owner with the prasad of Udi. Tell him that I want nothing from him. Ask him to live in peace and contentment." The friend returned to Gwalior, handed over the consecrated rupee to Hate and told him all the thing happened at Shirdi. This time Hate was much pleased and realized that Baba always encouraged good thoughts, and as he wished intently, Baba fulfilled the same accordingly. Vaman Narvekar. Now, let the readers hear a different story. A gentleman named Vaman Navekar loved Baba very much. He once brought a rupee. On one side of it was engraved the figures of Rama, Lakshmanan and Sita, and on the other, the reverse side, was engraved the figure of Maruti with folded hands. He offered it to Baba with a hope that he should consecrate it with his touch and return it to him with Udi. But Baba immediately pocketed it. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding Vaman Rao's intention and requested him to return it. Then Baba spoke in presence of Vaman Rao as follows. Why should it be returned to him? We should keep it ourselves. If he gives rupees 25, for it will be returned. Then for the sake of that rupee, Vaman Rao collected rupees 25 and placed them before Baba. Then Baba said, the value of that rupee far exceeds 25 rupees. Shama took this rupee. Let us have it in our store. Keep this in your shrine and worship it. No one had the courage to ask Baba why he followed this particular action. He only knows what is best and most suitable to each and all. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Chapter 30, Drawn to Shirdi, Kakaji Vaidya of Vani, Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. In this chapter, the story of two more devotees who were drawn to Shirdi is narrated. Preliminary, bow to the kind Sai, who is the abode of mercy and who is affectionate towards his devotees. By his mere darshan, he does away with their fear of worldly illusion, sansar, and destroys their calamities. He was first nirgun, formless, but on account of the devotion of his bhaktas, he was obliged to take a form. To give liberation, self-realization to the bhaktas is a mission of the saints, and for the Sai, the chief of them, that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his feet have all their sins destroyed, and that progress is certain. Remembering his feet, Brahmins from holy places come to him and read scriptures and chant the Gayatri mantra in his presence. He who are weak and without any merits do not know what bhakti is, but we know this much, that though all others may leave us, Sai won't forsake us. Those whom those whom he favors get enormous strength. Discrimination between the unreal and the real, and knowledge. Sai knows fully the desire of his devotee and fulfills the same. Hence, they get what they want and are grateful. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him. Forgetting all our faults, let him free us from all anxieties. He who, being overcome with calamities, remembers and prays to Sai, thus will get his mind calmed and pacified through his grace. This Sai, the ocean of mercy, says Hempan, favored him, and the result of this is the present work, Sai Satcharita. Otherwise, what qualification had he to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility, Hemant Pant felt no burden nor any care about this. When the powerful light of knowledge was there to inspire his speech and pen, why should he entertain any doubt or feel any anxiety? Sai got this Sai got the service in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the accumulation of his merits in the past births, and therefore he thinks himself fortunate and blessed. The following story is not a mere tale, but pure nectar. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all perseverance. Those who want to argue and criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not discussion, but unlimited love and devotion. Learned, devout, and faithful believers are those who consider themselves as servants of the saints, will like and appreciate these stories. Others will take them to be fables. The fortunate bhaktas of Sai will find the Sai Leelas as the Kalpataru, wish-fulfilling tree. Drinking in or devouring this nectar of Sai Leelas will give liberations to the ignorant jivas, satisfaction to the householders, and the sadhana to the aspirants. Now we come to the story of this chapter. Kakaji Vaidya. There lived in Vani, Nasik district, a man named Kakaji Vaidya. He was the priest of the goddess Saptashringi. There, He was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening, when he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed on to her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety, the goddess was pleased with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba, and then your mind will become calm and composed." Kakaji was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could get any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Triambakeshwar, Lord Shiva. So he went to the holy place, Triambak, Nasik district, and stayed there for 10 days. During this period, he bathed early in the morning, chanted the Rudra hymns, did the Abhishek, pouring fresh water over the pindi, and did other religious rites. But with all this, he was all as restless as before. Then he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most pitifully. That night she again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you go to Triambakeshwar in vain? I mean by Baba Sri Sai Samrat of Shirdi." The question before Kakaji now was how and when to go to Shirdi and how to see Baba. If anybody is in real earnest to see a saint, not only the saint, but God also fulfills his wish. In fact, the saint and the Anant God are one and the same. There is not the least differences between them. If anybody thinks that he will go on his own wish and see a saint, that will be a mere boost. Unless the saint wills it, no one is able to go and see him. Even the leaf of the tree won't move without his bidding. The more anxious a bhakta is for the visit to the saint, the more devout and faithful he is, the more speedily and effectively is his wish satisfied to his heart's content. He who invites anybody for a visit also arranges everything for his reception, and so it happened with Kakaji. Shama's vows. When Kakaji was thinking about his intended visit to Shirdi, a guest came to him at his place to take him to Shirdi. He was no other than Shama, a very close and intimate devotee of Baba. How he came to Vani at this juncture, we shall just see. Shama was severely ill when he was very young, and his mother had taken a vow to her family's goddess, Saptashringi at Vani, that if her son got well, she would bring and dedicate him at her feet. Then, after some years, the mother herself suffered much from ringworms on her breast. At that time, she again took another vow to her deity that if she got all right, she would offer her 2 silver breasts. These 2 vows remained unfulfilled. At her deathbed, she called her son Shama and drew his attention to the vows, and after taking a promise from that, he would fulfill them. She breathed her last. After some time, Shama forgot about these vows, and thus 30 years elapsed. After this time, a famous astrologer had come to Shirdi and stayed there for a month. His predictions in the case of Shriman Bhuti and others came true, and everybody was satisfied. Shama's younger brother, Babji, consulted him and was told about his mother's vow, which his elder brother had promised to fulfill at her deathbed and not yet fulfilled. Hence, the goddess was displeased with them, and that was bringing troubles on them. Babji told this to his brother Shama, who was then reminded of the unfulfilled vows. On thinking that any other delay would be dangerous, he called a goldsmith and got a pair of silver breasts prepared. Then he went to the masjid, prostrated himself before Baba, and placing before him the 2 silver breasts, requested him to accept them and free him from the vows as to him. He was his Saptashringi goddess. Then Baba insisted upon him to go to himself to the temple of Saptashringi and offered them at the feet of the goddesses. Thus, after taking Baba's permission and Udi, he left for Vani, and while searching for the priest, reached Kakaji's house. Kakaji was then very anxious to visit Baba, and Shama went there to see him at that very time. What a wonderful coincidence was this! Kakaji asked him who he was and whence did he come, and on learning that he came from Shirdi, he at once embraced him. So overwhelmed was he with love. Then he talked about Sai Leelas, and after finishing the rites of Shama's vows, they both started for Shirdi. On reaching the place, Kakaji went to the masjid and fell at Baba's feet. His eyes were soon bedewed with tears, and his mind attained calmness. According to the vision of the goddess, no sooner did he see Baba then his mind lost all its restlessness and became calm and composed. Kakaji began to think in his mind, what a wonderful power is this? Baba spoke nothing. There was no question and answer, no bendication pronounced. The mere darshan itself was so conductive to happiness. The restlessness of my mind disappeared by his mere darshan. Consciousness of joy came upon. This is what is called the greatness of darshan. His vision was fixed on Sai's feet, and he could utter no word. Hearing Baba's Leela, his joy knew no bounds. He surrendered himself completely to Baba, forgot his anxiety, and cares, got undiluted happiness. He lived happily there for 12 days, and after taking Baba's leave, Udi and blessings returned home. Kushal Chand of Rahata. It is said that a dream which we get in the wee hours of the morning generally comes out true in the waking state. This may be so, but regarding Baba's dream, there is no restriction of time. To quote an instance, Baba told Kaka Sahib Dikshit one afternoon to go to Rahata and fetch Kushal Chand to Shirdi. As he had not seen him since long, Kaka Sahib accordingly took a tonga and went to Rahata. He met Kushal Chand and gave him Baba's message. On hearing it, Kushal Chand was surprised and said that while he was taking a noon nap after meals, Baba appeared in his dream, asked him to come to Shirdi immediately, and that he was anxious to go. As he had no horse of his own nearby, he had sent his son to inform Baba. When his son was just out of the village border, Dikshit's tonga turned up. Dikshit then said that he was sent specially to bring him. Then they both went in the tonga back to Shirdi. Kushal Chand saw Baba and all were pleased. Seeing this Leela of Baba, Kushal Chand was much moved. Ramlal Punjabi of Mumbai. Once a Punjabi Brahmin of Mumbai named Ramlal got a dream in which Baba appeared and asked him to come to Shirdi. Baba appeared to him as a Mahant, but he did not know his whereabouts. He thought he should go and see him, but as he did not have his address, he did not know what to do. But he who calls anybody to him also makes the necessary arrangement for the same. The same happened in this case. The same afternoon, when he was strolling in the street, he saw a picture of Baba in a shop. The features of the Mahant he saw earlier in the dream tallied exactly with those of the picture. Then, on making enquiries, he came to know that the picture was of Sai Baba of Shirdi. He went soon after this to Shirdi and stayed there till death. In this way, Baba brought his devotees to Shirdi for darshan and satisfied their wants, materials as well as spiritual. Akhanda Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai, Chapter 31. The passing away in Baba's presence, Sannyasi Vijayanand, Balram Mankar Nulkar, Megha the tiger. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes the passing away of certain devotees and the tiger in Baba's presence. Preliminary, the last wish or thought that a man has at the hour of death determines his future course. Sri Krishna has said in Gita that he who remembers me in his last moments come wearily to me, and he who meditates otherwise at that time goes to what he longs for. We cannot be certain that we can entertain a particular good thought at our last moment, for more often than not, we are more likely to be frightened and terrified by death. Hence, constant practice is necessary for enabling us to fix our mind on any desired good thought at any moment. All saints therefore recommend us to remember God and chant his name always, so that we may not be perplexed or perturbed. When the time for departure comes, the devotion on the part surrender themselves completely to the saints, fully believing that the saints would guide and help them in their last moment. A few such cases will be noted here. Vijayanand, a sannyasi from Chennai, came named Vijayanand, started on pilgrimage to Mansarovar. En route, on hearing Baba's fame, he halted at Shirdi. There he met one Soma Devaji Swami of Haridwar and inquired from him about the Mansarovar trip. Swami told him that the Sarovar was 500 miles above Gangotri and describes to him the difficulties of the journey. Plenty of snow and the change of dialect every 50 course, and the suspicious nature of the local people who give a lot of trouble to the pilgrims on the way. On hearing this, the sannyasi was dejected and cancelled the trip. Then he went to Baba and prostrated himself before him. Baba got enraged and said, "Drive out this useless sannyasi. His company is of no use." The sannyasi did not know Baba's nature. He felt discomforted, but sat there watching things and that were going on. It was morning darbar and the masjid was overcrowded. Baba was being worshipped in various ways. Some were washing his feet, some taking the third holy water and drinking it heartily, and some touching their eyes with it. Some were applying sandal paste and some scents to his body, and all were doing these things, forgetting the distinction of caste and creed. Though Baba got enraged with him, he was filled with affection for Baba, and he did not feel like leaving the place. He stayed in Shirdi for 2 days. When he got a letter from Chennai stating that his mother was very ill, he felt very dejected and wanted to be by his mother's side. But he could not leave without Baba's permission to return home. The omniscient Baba, knowing the future, said to him, "If you so loved your mother, why did you take sannyas? Attachment makes misuse of an auxiliary garb. Go and sit quiet at your lodging. Wait with patience for a few days. In the Vada, there are many robbers. Bolt your doors and be very vigilant. The thieves will carry everything. Wealth and prosperity are transient, and the body is subject to decay and death. While knowing this, do you do your duty, leaving all attachment with the things of this world and next? He who does this and surrender himself to the feet of Hari, Lord, will get free from all the troubles and attain bliss. Lord runs and helps him who remembers and meditates on him with love and affection. Your store of past merits is considerable, so you have come here. Now attend to what I say and realize the goal of your life. Begin from tomorrow the study of Bhagavad. Do 3 saptah, 3 readings during 3 weeks. Consistently, the Lord will be pleased with you and will destroy your sorrows. Your illusion will vanish and you will get eternal peace. On seeing that his end was approaching, Baba prescribed this remedy and make him read Rama Vijaya, which pleases the god of death. Next morning, after bathing and other purifying rites, he commenced to read Bhagavad at a secluded spot in the Lendi garden. He completed 2 readings and thereafter felt much exhausted. He returned to the Vada and stayed in his lodging for 2 days. And on the third day, he breathed his last on Fakir Bade Baba's lap. Baba asked the people to preserve the body for a day for a reason. The police afterwards came on making proper inquiries, gave permission for the disposal of the body. It was buried in a proper place with due rites. In this way, Baba helped the sannyasi and ensured him Sadgati, salvation. Balram Mankar, there was a householder devotee of Baba by name Balram Mankar. When his wife passed away, he got dejected and entrusted household to his son, left home and came to Shirdi and lived with Baba. Being pleased with his devotion, Baba wanted to give a turn to his life, and he did it in this way. He gave him rupees 12 and asked him to go and live in Machidagrad district Satara. Mankar was first unwilling to go and stay away from Baba, but Baba convinced him that he was giving the best course for him and asked him to practice meditation thrice a day in the garden. On believing in Baba's words, Mankar went to the garden. He was much pleased with the serenity, pure water, healthy air, and the surroundings at the place and began to practice assiduously the meditation. As recommended by Baba, after some days, he got a revelation. Generally, bhaktas get revelation in their samadhi or trance states, but in Manka's case, he got it when he came down to his ordinary consciousness from his trance. Baba appeared to him in person. Not only that, Manka saw him, but he also asked him why he was sent there. Baba replied, in Shirdi, many thoughts and ideas began to rise in your mind, and I sent you here to bring you unsteady mind to rest. You thought that I was in Shirdi with a body composed of the 5 elements and 3.5 cubits in length. Now you see and determine for yourself whether the person you see here now is the same you saw at Shirdi. It is for this reason that I sent you here. Then, after the period was over, Mankar left the guard and proceeded to his native place, Bandra. He went to travel by rail from Pune to Dadar, but when he went to the booking office to get a ticket, he found it very much crowded. He could not get his ticket soon when a villager with a langoti piece of cloth on his waist and kambali on his shoulder turned up and said, where are you going? To Dadar, replied Mankar. Then he said, please take this Dadar ticket of mine, as I have some urgent work here. I have cancelled my Dadar trip. Mankar was glad to receive the ticket and was taking out money from his pocket when the rustic disappeared in the crowd. Mankar tried to find him out in the crowd, but in vain. He waited for him till the train left the station, but found no trace of him. This was the second revelation Mankar got in strange form. Then Manka, after visiting his home, again returned to Shirdi and remained there at Baba's feet, following his guiding and advice. In the end, he was fortunate to leave this world in the presence of Baba. Tatya Sahab Nolkar. Pant gives no particular regarding Tatya Sahab Nolkar, except the bare mention of the fact that he gave up his ghost in Shirdi. A brief summary of his account that appeared in the Sai Leela magazine is given here. Tatya Sahab was a sub-judge at Pandarpur in 1909 when Nana Sahab Chandorkar was Mamlatdar there. Both met often and exchanged words. Tatya Sahab did not believe in saints, while Nana Sahab respected them. Nana Sahab often told him the Leelas of Sai Baba and pressed him to go to Shirdi and see Baba. Nulkar finally agreed to go to Shirdi on two conditions. He must get a Brahmin cook and he must get good Nagpur oranges for the presentation. Both these conditions were providentially fulfilled. A Brahmin came to Nana Sahib for service and he was sent to Tatya Sahib and a fruit parcel containing 100 beautiful oranges was received by Tatya Sahib, the consigner being unknown as the condition were fulfilled. Tatya Sahib has to go to Shirdi. At first, Baba was much enraged with him, but by and by, Tatya Sahib got such experience that he was convinced that Baba was God incarnate. So he was enamored of Baba and stayed there till his death. As his end was approaching, sacred literature was read out to him, and at the last hour, Baba's Pada Tirtha was brought and given to him for drinking. Baba, on hearing of his death, said, "O Tatya, went ahead of us. He won't be reborn." Megha. The story of Megha has been already described in chapter 28. When Megha died, all the villagers followed the funeral procession. Baba also accompanied them and showered flowers on Megha's body. After the obsequies were performed, tears flowed from Baba's eyes, and like an ordinary mortal, Baba showed himself overcome with grief and sorrow. Then, covering the body with flowers and crying like a near relation, Baba returned to the masjid. Many saints have seen giving Sadgati to men, but Baba greatness is unique. Even an animal like tiger came to Baba's feet for being delivered from demerits. It is this story which will be narrated now. Tiger. 7 days before Baba passed away, a wonderful incident occurred at Shirdi. There came a country cart and stopped in front of masjid. A tiger was on the cart, fastened with iron chain, with his agonist face turned to the rear. It was suffering from some painful malady. Its keepers, three dervishes, had been taking it from place to place and making money by exhibiting it. It was the means of their substance. They tried all sort of remedies to cure it from the malady it was suffering from, but all in vain. Then they heard of Baba's fame and came to him with the animal. They got it down with chains in their hands and made it stand at the door. It was naturally furious, beside being disease ridden. So it was restless. The people began to look at it with fright and amazement. The dervishes told Baba everything about the animal and with his consent brought it before him. As it approached the step, it retreated on account of the awe of Baba and hung its head down. When both saw each other, it got onto the step and looked at Baba with affection. Immediately, it moved the tuft of its tail and dashed its thrice against the ground and then fell down senseless. On seeing it dead, the dervishes were much dejected and full of sorrow, but on the proper thought, they came to the terms with it. They considered that as the animal was deceased and nearing its end, it was meritorious on its part that it met its death at the feet of Baba. It was their debtor, and when the debt was paid off, it was free and met its end at Sai's feet. When any creatures bow down their heads at saints' feet and meet death, they are liberated, unless they have got a good store of merit on their account. How could they get such a meritorious end? Akhanda Sachidananda Sadguru Sri Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Om Shri Sai Ram, Chapter 32, In Quest of Guru and God, Fasting Disapproved. In this chapter, Hemant Pant describes two things: how Baba met his Guru in the woods and through him God, and how Baba made one Mrs. Gokhale, who had made up her mind to fast for 3 days, eat Puran Polis. In the beginning, Hemant Pant describes the samsara, visible world, that is, by the allegory of Ashwatha tree, which has, in the phraseology of the Gita, roots above and branches below. Its branches are spread to downwards and upwards and are nourished by the gunas, and its sprouts are the objects of the senses. Its roots, leading to actions, are extended downwards to this world of men. Its form cannot be known in this world, nor its end, its beginning, nor its support. After cutting this Ashwatha tree of strong roots with the sharp weapon of non-attachment, one should seek the path beyond treading which there is no return. For traversing this path, the help of a good guide, that is a guru, is absolutely necessary. However learned a man may be, or however deep his study of Vedas and Vedantas may be, he cannot go to his destination safely. If the guide be there to help him and show him the right way, he would avoid the pitfalls and the wild beasts on the journey, and everything will be smooth sailing. Baba's experience in this matter, the story which he gave out himself, is really wonderful, which, when attended to, will give you faith, devotion, and salvation. Once four of us were studying religious scriptures and the other books, and being thus enlightened, we began to discuss the nature of the Brahman. One of us said that we should raise the self by the self and not depend on others. To this, the second replied that he who controls his mind is blessed. We should be free from thoughts and ideas, and there is nothing in the world without us. The third said that the world is always changing. The formless is eternal. So we should discriminate between the unreal and the real. And the fourth, that is Baba himself, urged that bookish knowledge alone is worthless and added, let us do our prescribed duty and surrender our body, mind, and five pranas to the Guru's feet. Guru is God, all pervading. To get this conviction, strong, unbounded faith is necessary. While discussing in this wise, we four learned men began to ramble through the woods in the quest of God. The three wanted to make the quest with their free and unaided intellect. On the way, a Vanjari, a man who trades in certain things such as grain, etc., by carrying them on bullock, met us and asked us, "It is hot now. Where and how far are you going?" "To search the woods," he replied. He inquired, "On what quest are you bound?" We gave him an ambiguous and evasive reply. On seeing us rambling aimlessly, he was moved and said, "Without knowing the woods fully, you should not wander at random. If you want to walk through forests and jungles, you should take a guide with you. Why do you exert yourselves unnecessarily at this hot noon sun? You may not give up your secret of the quest. Still, you can sit down, eat bread, drink water, take rest, and then go. Be always patient at heart." Though he spoke so tenderly, we discarded his request and marched on. We thought that we were self-contained men and needed nobody's help. The woods were vast and trackless. The trees therein grew so close and tall that the sun's rays could not penetrate through them. So we lost our way and wandered here and there for a long time. Ultimately, through sheer good luck, we came back to the place from where we started. The Vanjari met us again and said, "By relying on your own cleverness, you missed your way. A guide is always necessary to show us the right way in small or great matters. And no quest can be successfully carried out on an empty stomach. Unless God wills it, no one meets us on the way. Do not discard offers of food. Served dish should not be thrust away. Offers of bread and food should be regarded as auspicious signs of success." On saying this, he again offered us food and asked us to be calm and patient. Again, we did not like this good hospitality and discarded his offer and went away without doing any quest and without taking any food. Then three began to move out. So obstinate they were. I was hungry and thirsty, and I was moved with the Vanjari's extraordinary love. We thought ourselves very learned, but were quite strangers to pity and kindness. The Vanjari was quite illiterate and unqualified fellow and belonged to a low caste. Still, he had love in his heart and asked us to eat the bread. In this way, he who loves others disinterestedly is really enlightened. And I thought acceptance of his hospitality was the best beginning of getting knowledge. So very respectfully, I accepted the loaf of bread offered, ate it, and drank water. Then lo, the Guru at once came and stood before us. What was the dispute about? He asked, and I told him everything that had happened. Then he said, "Would you like to come with me? I will show you what you want. But he alone who believes in what I say will be successful." The others did not agree to what he said and left him. but I bowed to him reverentially and accepted his dictum. Then he took me to a well, tied my feet with a rope, and hung me head downwards and feet up from a tree near the well. I was suspended 3 feet above the water, which I could not reach with my hands, or which I could not get into my mouth. On suspending me in this manner, he went away. No one knew where. After about 12 gatakas, that is 4 or 5 hours, he returned and after taking me out quickly, asked me how I fared. In bliss supreme I was. How can a fool like me describe the joy I experienced? I replied. On hearing my answer, the Guru was much pleased with me, drew me near him, and stroking my body with his hand, kept me with him. He took care of me as tenderly as a mother bird does of her young ones. He put me into his school. How beautiful it was. There I forgot my parents. All my attachment was snapped, and I was liberated easily. I thought that I should embrace his neck and remain staring at him always. If his image were not fixed in my pupils, I would like better to be blind. Such was the school. No one who entered it once could return empty-handed. My Guru became my all in all, my home and property, mother and father, everything. All my senses left their places and concentrated themselves in my eyes, and my sight was centered on him. Thus was my Guru, the sole object of my meditating, and I was conscious of none else. While meditating on him, my mind and intellect were stunned, and I all had thus to keep quiet and bow to him in silence. There are other schools where you see an altogether different spectacle. The disciples go there to seek knowledge and spend their money, time, and labor, but ultimately they have to repent. The Guru there boasts of his sacred knowledge and his straightforwardness. He makes a show of his sacredness and holiness, but he is not tender at heart. He speaks a lot and sings his own glory, but his own words do not touch the disciples' hearts and they are not convinced. So far as self-realization is concerned, he has none. How can such schools be of any use to the disciples, and how can they be benefited? The master mentioned above was of a different type. By his grace, realization flashed upon me of itself without effort or study. I had not to seek anything, but everything became clear to me as broad daylight. The Guru alone knows how the topsy-turvy suspension with head down and feet up can give happiness. Among the four, one was Karmata, ritualistic, who only knew how to observe and abstain from certain rites. The second was Jnani, who was puffed up with the pride of knowledge. And the third was a Bhakta, who surrendered himself completely to God, believing that he was the sole doer. When they were discussing and arguing, the question of God turned up, and they, depending upon their unaided knowledge, went in search of him. Sai, who was discrimination and dispassion incarnate, was one of the four. On being himself Brahman incarnate, some may ask, why did he mix with them and act foolishly? He did this for attaining the good of the public and setting them an example to follow. Though in incarnation himself, he respected a low Vanjari by accepting his food with the firm belief that food is Brahman, and showed how those who rejected Vanjari's hospitable offer suffered, and how it was impossible to get jnana without a guru. The Shruti, Taittiriya Upanishad, exhorts us to honor and worship mother, father, and preceptor, and to study the sacred scriptures. These are the means of purifying our minds, and unless this purification is effected, self-realization is not possible. Neither the senses nor the mind and intellect reach the self. Modes of proof, such as perception and inference, will not help us in the matter. It is the grace of the Guru that counts. The objects of our life, such as dharma, artha, kama, are attainable with our effort. But the fourth object, moksha, liberation, can only be had with the help of the Guru. In the darbar of Sri Sai, many personalities appear and play their part. Astrologers come and give out their predictions. Princes, noblemen, ordinary and poor men, sannyasis, yogis, songsters, and others come for darshana. Even a mahar comes and making a johar, his salutation, says This Sai is the my bhav, that is true parents, who will do away with our rounds of births and deaths. So many others such as jugglers, gondalis, the blind and the lame, nathpantis, dancers, and the other players come and are given suitable reception. In biding his own time, the Vanjari also appeared and played the part assigned to him. Let us now revert to the other story. Baba never fasted himself, nor did he allow others to do so. The mind of the faster is never at ease. Then how could he attain his Paramatta, the goal of life? God is not attained on an empty stomach. First, the soul has to be appeased. If there be no moisture of food in the stomach and nutrition, with what eyes should we see God? With what tongue should we describe his greatness? And with what ears should we hear the same? In short, when all our organs get their proper nutrition and are sound, we can practice devotion and other sadhanas to attain God. Therefore, neither fasting nor overeating is good. Moderation in diet is really wholesome both to the body and mind. One Mrs. Gokhale came to Shirdi with an introductory letter from Mrs. Kashibai Kanitkar, a devotee of Baba, to Dada Kelkar. She came to Baba with the determination to sit at Baba's feet and by observing a 3 days fast. The day previous, Baba said to Dada Kelkar that he would not allow his children to starve during the Shimga, that is holy holidays, and that if they had to starve, why was he there? Next day, when the woman went with Dada Kelkar and sat at Baba's feet, Baba at once said to her, "Where is the necessary of fasting? Go to Dada Bhatt's house, prepare the dish of Poran Polis, wheat rotis with gram flour and jaggery, feed his children and yourself too." Shimga holidays were on. Mrs. Kelkar was then in her menses, and there was nobody to cook in Dada Bhatt's house. So, Baba's advice was very timely. Then Mrs. Gokhale had to go to Dada Bhatt's house and prepare the dish as directed. She cooked that day, fed others and herself. What a good story and how beautiful its import. Baba gave a story of his boyhood as follows. When I was a youngster, I was in search of bread and went to Bead Gaon. There I got embroidery work and worked hard, sparing no pains. The employer was very much pleased with me. 3 other boys worked before me. The first got rupees 50, the second 100, and the third 150. And I was given twice the whole of this amount, namely rupees 600. After seeing my cleverness, the employer loved me, praised me, and ordered me with a full dress, a turban for the head and a shell for the body, etc. I kept this dress intact without using it. I thought that what a man might give does not last long, and it is always imperfect. But what my Sarkar, God, gives lasts to the end of time. No other gift from any man can be compared to his. My Sarkar says, take, but everybody comes to me and says, give. Nobody attends carefully to the meaning of what I say. My Sarkar's treasury is full. It is overflowing, I say. Dig out and take away this wealth in cartloads. The blessed son of a true mother should fill himself with this wealth. The skill of my fakir, the leela of my Bhagavan, and the aptitude of my Sarkar is quite unique. What about me? Body will mix with earth, breath with air. This time won't come again. I go somewhere, sit somewhere. The hard Maya troubles me much. Still I feel always anxiety for my men. He who does anything, it's a spiritual endeavor, will reap its fruit, and he who remembers these words of mine will get invaluable habits. Om Shri Satchinananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Sai Ram.
Om Sai Ram. Chapter 33, Greatness of Udi. Scorpion sting and plague cases cured. Jamnar miracle. Narayan Rao sickness. Balabu Sutar. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. Haribhav Karnik. In the last chapter, we described the greatness of the Guru. Now, in this, we will describe the greatness of Udi. However, both are interlinked. The greatness of Udi is due to the spiritual grandeur of Baba. Preliminary. Let us now go before the great saints. Their merciful glances will destroy mountains of sins and do away with all the blemishes of our character. Their talk gives us good teachings and confers on us invaluable happiness. Their minds do not know any difference, such as this is ours and that is yours. Such differentiation never arises in their minds. Their depth obligations will never be repaid by us in this birth as well as in many future births. Udi. It is well known that Baba took dakshina from all and out of the amount thus collected. He spent on charity and purchased fuel. This fuel he put in the duni, the sacred fire, which he kept ever burning. The ash from this fire was called Udi, and it was freely distributed to the devotees at the time of their departure from Shirdi. What did Baba teach by this Udi? Baba taught by this Udi that all the visible phenomena in the universe are as transient as the ash. Our bodies, composed of matter of the 5 elements, will fall down after all their enjoyments are over and be reduced to ashes. In order to remind the devotees of the fact that their bodies will be reduced to ashes, Baba distributed Udi to them. Baba also taught by the Udi that the Brahma is the only reality and the universe is ephemeral, and that no one in this world, be he a son, father, or wife, is really ours. We come here in this world alone and we have to go from here alone. It has been founded that the Udi cured many physical and mental maladies, but Baba wanted to repeat into the devotees' ears the principle of discrimination between the unreal and the real. He taught non-attachment for the unreal by his Udi and Dakshina. The former Udi taught us discrimination and the later Dakshina taught us non-attachment. Unless we have these two things, it is not possible for us to cross over the sea of the mundane existence. So Baba asked for Dakshina, and while the devotees took leave, he gave Udi as prasad. He smeared some of it on their foreheads and placed his boon conferring hand on them. When Baba was in a cheerful mood, he used to sing merrily. Once the song was about Udi. The meaning of this song was, "Oh, playful Ram, come and bring with you sacks of Udi." Baba used to sing in very clear and tender tones. So, besides the spiritual implication of Udi, it has also its material significance. It conferred health, prosperity, freedom from anxiety, and many other worldly gains. So, the Udi has helped us to gain both our ends, material as well as spiritual. We shall now begin with the stories about the Udi. Scorpion sting. Narayan Motiram Jani of Nasik was a devotee of Baba. He was serving under another devotee of Baba by name Ramachandra Vaman Modak. Once he went to Shirdi with his mother and saw Baba. Then Baba himself told her that her son should start independent business. Some days after this prophecy turned true, Narayan Jani left service and started a boarding house, Anandashram, which thrived well. Once a friend of his, Narayan Rao, was stung by a scorpion, and the pain caused by it was severe and unbearable. Udi is most efficacious in such cases. It is to be applied on the point of pain, and so Narayan Rao searched for it but found none. Then he stood before Baba's picture and invoked Baba's aid, chanted Baba's name, and taking out a pinch of the ashes of the joss stick, burned in front of Baba's picture, and thinking it as Baba's Udi, applied it on the seat of pain and the sting. As soon as he moved his fingers, the pain vanished and both the persons were moved and felt delighted. Bubonic plague case. Once a devotee in Bandra came to know that his daughter, who was staying in another place, was down with bubonic plague. He had no Udi with him, so he sent word to Nana Sahib Chandrokar to send the same. Nana Sahib got this message en route Thana railway station when he was traveling with his wife to Kalyan. He had no Udi with him then. He therefore took up some dust from the road, meditated upon Sai Baba, invoked his aid, and applied to his wife's forehead. The devotee was very glad to learn that his daughter, who was suffering for 3 days, began to improve from the very moment Nana Sahib invoked Baba's aid near the Thana railway station, the Jamnar miracle. In the year 1904-05, Nana Sahib Chandrokar was Mamaltar at Jamnar in the Kandesh district, which is more than 100 miles from Shirdi. His daughter, Mainasai, was pregnant and was due to deliver. Her case was very serious and she was suffering from labor pains for the last 2 or 3 days. Nana Sahib tried all remedies, but in vain. He then remembered Baba and invoked his aid. There in Shirdi, one Ramgir Bua, whom Baba called Babugir Bua, was leaving for his native place in Kandesh. Baba called him and told him to stop at Jamnar on his way home and give the Udi and Arti to Nana Sahib. Ramgir Bua said that he had only 2 rupees with him, and this amount was barely sufficient for the railway fare up to Jalgaon, and it was not possible for him to go from Jalgaon to Jamnar, a distance of about 30 miles. Baba assured him that he need not care, as everything would be provided for. Then Baba asked Shama to write a well-known arti composed by Madhav Atkar Arti and translation of this is given at the end of this work, and gave a copy of it with Udi to Ramgir Bua to be delivered to Nana Sahib. Then, relying on Baba's words, Ramgir Bua left Shirdi and reached Jalgaon at about 2:45 a.m. He had only 2 annas left with him and he was in a flight. To his great relief, he heard somebody calling out, "Who is Babugir Bua of Shirdi?" He went to him and told him that he was Babugir Bua. Then the person professing to be sent by Nana Sahib took him to an excellent tonga with a good pair of horses. They both drove in it. The tonga ran fast, and early in the morning they came to a brooklet. The man took the horses for watering them, and he asked Ramgir Bua to partake of some eatables. On seeing the beard, moustache, and the livery of that person, Ramgir Bua suspected him to be a Muslim and was unwilling to take any refreshment from him. But he satisfied Ramgir Bua by saying that he was a Hindu, a Kshatriya of Garhwal, and that Nana Sahib has sent these refreshment and there should be no difficulty in his acceptance. Then both of them took the refreshment and started again. They reached Jamnar at dawn. Ramgir Bua alighted to attend a call of nature and returned within a few minutes, but found that there was no tonga and no driver. He was dumbfounded. Then he went to the neighboring Kacheri on making inquiries, learning that the Mamaltar was at home. He went to Nana Sahib's house and gave to Nana Sahib Baba's Udi and Arti. At this time, Mainatai's case was in the most serious condition and all were in deep anxiety about her. Nana Sahib called out his wife and asked her to give the Udi mixed with water to their daughter to drink. He thought that Baba's help was most opportune. In a few minutes came the news that the delivery was safe and that the crisis had passed away. When Ramgir Bua thanked Nana Sahib for the peon, tonga, and the refreshments, etc., later was greatly surprised as he sent none to the station and was not aware of any person coming from Shirdi. Mr. B. Dev of Tana, retired Mamaltar, made enquiries about this matter with Bapurao Chandrokar, son of Nana Sahib, and Ramgir Bua of Shirdi, and after satisfying himself wrote an elaborate article, part prose and part poetry, in the Shri Sai Leela magazine, volume 13, number 11, 12, and 13. B.V. Narasimha Swami has also taken down the statements of number 1, Mainatai, number 5, page 14, and number 2, Babu Sahib Chandrokar, number 20, page 50, and Ramgir Bua, number 27, page 83, dated 1st June 1936, 16 September 1936, and 1st December 1936, respectively, and published them in his Devotee's Experience, Part 3. The following is quoted from Ramgir Bua's statement. One day, Baba called me to him and gave me a packet of Udi and a copy of Baba's Arti. I had to go to Kandesh at the time. Baba directed me to go to Jamnar and told me to deliver the Arti and Udi to Nana Sahib Chandrokar at Jamnar. I said to Baba that all I had was ₹2 and asked him how that could take me by train from Kopargaon to Jalgaon and next from Jalgaon to Jamnar. Baba said, God will give. That was a Friday and I started at once. I reached Manmat at 7:30 p.m. and Jalgaon at 2:45 a.m. At that time, plague regulations were enforced and I had much trouble. I was to discover what I should do to get to Jamnar. At about 3 a.m., a young in boots, turban, and equipped with other details of good dress came to me and took me to a tonga and drove me on. On the way to Bagpur, I took refreshments. We reached Jamnar early in the morning, and by the time I attended my call of nature, the tonga and its driver had disappeared. Narayan Rao. Bhakta Narayan Rao, father's name and surname are not given, had the good fortune to see Baba twice during the latest lifetime. 3 years after the passing away of Baba in 1918, he wanted to come to Shirdi but could not. Within a year of Baba's Mahasamadhi, he felt sick and suffered much. All possible remedies gave him no relief. So he meditated on Baba day and night. One night he had a vision. Baba came through a cellar, comforted him, saying, "Don't be anxious. You will be improving from tomorrow and within a week you will be on your legs." Narayan Rao got perfectly well within the time indicated in the vision. Now the point for consideration is this. Was Baba living because he had the body, or was he dead because he left it? No, Baba is ever alive for. He transcends both life and death. He who loves him wholeheartedly gets response from him at any time, at any place. He is always by our side and will take any form, appear before the devout Bhakta and satisfy him. Appa Sahib Kulkarni. In 1917, Appa Sahib Kulkarni was transferred to Tana and began to worship Baba's picture presented to him by Bala Sahib Bate. In real earnest, he did the worship. He offered flowers, sandal paste, and naivedya daily to Baba in the picture and longed intently to see him. In this connection, it may be remarked that seeing Baba's picture earnestly is equivalent to seeing him in person. The following story illustrates this statement. Balabua Sutar. A saint of Mumbai named Balabua Sutar, who on account of his piety, devotion, and style was called modern Tukaram, came to Shirdi for the first time in 1917. When he spoke before Baba, the later said, I know this man since 4 years. Balabua wondered and thought, how could that be? As that was his first trip to Shirdi. But thinking about seriously, he recollected that he had prostrated himself 4 years ago before Baba's portrait at Mumbai and was convinced about the significance of Baba's words. He said to himself, how omniscient and all-pervading are the saints and how kind are they to their devotees. I merely bowed to his photo, but this fact was noticed by Baba, and in due time he made me realize that seeing his photo is equivalent to seeing him in person. Now we return to Appa Sahib's story. While he was in Tana, he had to go on tour to Bhiwandi and was expected to return after a week. In his absence, the following wonderful things took place on the third day. At noon, a fakir turned up at Appa Sahib's house. His features resembled exactly those of Baba's photo. Mrs. Kulkarni and the children all asked him whether he was Sai Baba of Shirdi. He said no, but he was an obedient servant of his and came there at his order to enquire about the well-being of the family. Then he asked for dakshina. The lady gave him a rupee. He gave her a small packet of udi and asked her to keep this in the shrine. Then he left the house and went away. Now hear the wonderful Leela of Sai. Appa Sahib could not proceed with his tour as his horse fell sick at Bhiwandi. He returned home that afternoon and learned from his wife about Fakir's visit. He got very restless and as he did not have darshan of Fakir. Moreover, he did not like that 1 rupee was paid to him as dakshina. He said that he being present, he would have paid not less than 10 rupees. Then he immediately started in quest of the Fakir and searched for him in the masjid and other places without taking any food. His search was in vain. He then returned home and took his food. The readers may remember here Baba's dictum in chapter 32 that God's quest should not be made on an empty belly. Then after meals, he went out for a walk with a friend, Mr. Chitre. After going some distance, they saw a man approaching them rapidly. Appa Sahib thought that he must be the fakir that came to his house at noon, as his features tallied with those of Baba in the photo. The fakir immediately put forth his hand and asked for dakshina. Appa Sahib gave him a rupee. He demanded again and again, so Appa Sahib gave him 2 more. Still, he was not satisfied. Then he borrowed rupees 3 from Mr. Chitre and gave them to him. He wanted still more. Appa Sahib asked him to accompany him to his home. Then they all returned home and Appa Sahib gave him 3 rupees. In all, 9. He looked unsatisfied and demanded again. Then Appa Sahib told him that he had a currency note of rupees 10. The fakir asked for the same, took it and returned the 9 rupees and went away. Appa Sahib earlier said that he would pay 10 rupees and that sum was taken from him and 9 rupees consecrated by Baba's touch were returned to him. The figure 9 is significant. It denotes the 9 types of devotion, White chapter 21. It may also be noted here that Baba gave 9 coins to one Lakshmibai Shinde at his last moment. Appa Sahib examined the udi packet and found that it contained some flowers, leaves, and akshata. And then, sometime afterwards, he got a hair from Baba when he saw him at Shirdi. He put the udi packet and the hair in the tabis and wore it always on his arm. Appa Sahib realized the power of the udi. Though he was very efficient, he got rupees 40 as pay in the beginning. But after he secured Baba's photo and his udi, he got many times more and also got much power and influence. And along with these temporal benefits, his spiritual progress was also rapid. So those who are fortunate enough to get Baba's udi should, after bath, apply it on the forehead and take some of it, mixed with water as holy seed. Haribau Karnik. In 1917, Haribau Karnik of Dahanu, Tana district, came to Shirdi on the Guru Purnima day in the month of Ashada and worshipped Baba with all formalities. He offered clothes and dakshina and after taking Baba's leave, got down the steps of masjid. Then he thought that he should offer 1 more rupee to Baba and was just turning to climb up again, when Shama signaled him by gesture that as he had got Baba's leave, he should go and not return. So he started for home. On his way, when he went into the temple of Kalaram at Nashik for darshan, the saint Narsingh Maharaj, who used to sit inside the temple, came to Haribau, caught him by his wrist and said, "Give me my 1 rupee." Karnik was surprised. He paid the rupee most willingly and thought that Sai Baba recovered the rupee, which he intended in his mind to give through Saint Narsingh Maharaj. This story illustrates the fact that all saints are one and illustrates how they work in unison. Both to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Satchidananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 34. Greatness of Udi continues. Doctor's nephew, Dr. Pillai, Shama sister-in-law, Iruni girl, Harda gentleman, Mumbai lady. This chapter continues the subject greatness of Udi and describes cases in which the application of Udi was most effectuous. Doctor's nephew. In Malegaon district, Nasik, there lived a doctor, qualified and degree holder. His nephew suffered from an incurable disease, tubercular bone abscess. The doctor, along with his relatives and medical practitioners, tried all sorts of remedies and even a surgery. There was no relief and no end to his little boy's suffering. Friends and relatives advised the parents of the boy to seek divine aid and recommended them to go to Sai Baba, who was known to have cured such incurable cases by his mere glance. The parents therefore came to Shirdi. They prostrated themselves before Baba, placed the boy before him and pleaded humbly and implored him to save their son. The merciful Baba comforted them, saying, "Those who resort to this masjid shall never suffer anything in this life to the end of time. Now do not worry. Apply Udi on the abscess and within a week he will recover. Believe in God. This is no masjid nor Dwarakamai. He who steps here will soon get health and happiness and his sufferings will come to an end." The boy was made to sit before Baba, who moved his hand on the affected part and cast his loving glances on him. The patient was pleased, and with the application of the Udi, he began to recover and was all right after some days. The parents then left Shirdi with their son, thanking Baba for the cure, which was affected by Udi and Baba's gracious looks. After knowing this, the doctor, the uncle of the boy, became wonderstruck and decided to see Baba. While he was on his way to Mumbai for some business at Malegaon and Manmat, somebody spoke to him against Baba and poisoned his ears. Therefore, he dropped the idea of visiting Shirdi and went to Mumbai district. He wanted to spend the rest of his leave at Alibag, but at Mumbai he heard 3 successive nights a voice. "Still you disbelieve me?" Then the doctor changed his mind and resolved to go to Shirdi. He had to attend to a case of infectious fever in Mumbai, which showed no signs of quick abatement. So he thought his Shirdi trip would be postponed. He, however, proposed a test in his mind and said that if the patient gets all right by today, I will start for Shirdi tomorrow. The wonder is that exactly from the time when the determination was done, the fever began to abate and the temperature became normal. Then he went to Shirdi as per his determination, took Baba's darshan and prostrated himself before him. Baba gave him such experiences that he became his devotee. He stayed there for 4 days and returned home with Baba's Udi and blessings. Within a fortnight, he was transferred on promotion to Bijapur. His nephew's case gave him an opportunity for seeing Baba, and this visit garnered in him a never-falling love for the saint's feet. Dr. Pillai. One Dr. Pillai was an intimate devotee of Baba. He was much liked by Baba, who always called him Bao, brother. Baba talked to him off and on and consulted him in all matters and wanted him always at his side. This Pillai suffered once very badly from guinea worms. He said to Kakasad Dikshit, "The pain is most excruciating and unbearable. I prefer death to it. This pain I know is for repaying past karma. But go to Baba and tell him to cease the pain and transfer the balance of my past karma to 10 future births of mine." Mr. Dikshit went to Baba and told him his request. Then Baba, being moved by his request, said to Dikshit, "Tell him to be fearless. Why should he suffer for 10 births? In 10 days, he can work out the sufferings and consequences of his past karma. While I am here to give him temporal and spiritual welfare, why should he pray for death? Bring him here on some days back and let us work and finish his sufferings once for all." The doctor was brought in that condition and was seated on Baba's right side. Baba gave him his bolster and said, "Lie down calmly here and be at ease. The true remedy is that the result of past actions has to be suffered and got over. Our karma is the cause of our happiness and sorrow. Therefore, put up with whatever comes to you. Allah, God, is the sole dispenser and protector. Think of Him always. He will take care of you. Surrender to Him with body, mind, and speech, and then see what He does." Dr. Pillai said that Nana Sahib had put a band-aid over the leg, but he had no relief. "Nana is a fool," replied Baba. Take off that bandage, or else you will die. Now a crow will come and peck at you, and then you will recover. While this conversation was going on, Abdul, who always cleaned the masjid and trimmed the lamps, turned up. While he was attending to his work, his foot accidentally fell upon the stretched leg of Dr. Pillay. The leg was already swollen, and when Abdul's foot fell upon it and pressed it, all the 7 guinea worms were squeezed out at once. The pain was unbearable. Dr. Pillay cried out loudly. After some time, he calmed down and began to sing and cry alternately. Then Pillay inquired when the crow was coming and pecking. Baba said, "Did you not see the crow? He won't come again. Abdul was the crow. Now go and rest in the Vada, and you will be soon all right." By application of the Wudi and by taking it orally with water, without taking any other treatment or medicine, the disease was completely cured in 10 days as assured by Baba. Shama's sister-in-law. Shama's younger brother, Bapaji, was staying near the Shawli well. Once his wife was attacked with bubonic plague. She had high fever and 2 buboes in her groins. Babaji rushed to Shama at Shirdi and asked him to come and help. Shama was frightened, but according to his own custom, he went to Baba, prostrated himself before him to invoke his aid by requesting him to cure the case. He also asked his permission to go to his brother's house. Then Baba said, "Don't go there at this late hour. Send her the Udi. Why care for the fever and buboes? God is our father. She will be all right easily. Do not go now. Go there in the morning and return immediately." Shama had full faith in Baba's Udi. It was sent with Babaji. It was applied on the buboes and some of it was mixed with water given to the patient for drinking. No sooner was it taken in, perspiration set in profusely, the fever abated, and the patient had a sound sleep. Next morning, Babaji was surprised to see his wife all right with no fever, no buboes. When Shama went there next morning, with Baba's permission, he was also surprised to see her in the kitchen preparing tea. On questioning his brother, he learned that Baba's Udi cured her completely in one night. Then Shama realized the significance of Baba's word. Go there in the morning and return immediately. After taking tea, Shama returned and after saluting Baba said, "Deva, what is this play of yours? You first raise a storm and make us restless, and then calm it down and comfort us." Baba replied, "You see, mysterious is the path of action. Though I do nothing, they hold me responsible for the actions which take place on account of Prabhat, destiny. I am only their witness. The Lord is a soul doer and inspirer. He is most merciful. Neither I am God nor master. I am his obedient servant and remember him constantly. He who casts aside his egoism and thanks him, and he who trusts him entirely will have his shackles removed and will obtain liberation." Irani's daughter. Now read the experience of an Irani gentleman. His young daughter got fits every hour. When the convulsion came, she lost the power of speech, her limbs contracted, and she fell down senseless. No remedy gave her any relief. Some friend recommended Baba's Udi to her father and asked him to get it from Kakasa Dikshit at Vile Parle, suburb of Mumbai. Then the Irani gentleman got the Udi and gave it mixed with water to his daughter daily for drinking. In the beginning, the convulsions, which were coming hourly, came every 7 hours, and after a few days, the daughter recovered completely. Hadda gentleman. An old gentleman of Hadda was suffering from a stone in his kidney. Such stones are generally removed by surgical operations, and people recommended him to undergo one. He was old and weak, lacked strength of mind, and could not think of submitting himself to the surgical treatment. His suffering was soon to an end in another way. The Inamdar, city officer of that town, happened to come there at that time. He was a devotee of Baba and always a stock of Udi with him. On the recommendation of friends, his son got some Udi from him and after mixing it with water, gave it to his old father to drink. Within 5 minutes, the Udi was assimilated, the stone was dissolved and came out through his urine, and the old man was soon relieved. Mumbai lady. A woman of Kashyata Prabhu, caste in Mumbai, always suffered terrible pain at her delivery. She was very much frightened each time she became pregnant and did not know what to do. Sri Ramamurthy of Kalyan, who was a devotee of Baba, advised her husband to take her to Shirdi. When she next became pregnant, both husband and wife came to Shirdi, stayed there for some months, and worshipped Baba. After some time, the hour of delivery came, and as usual, there was obstruction in the passage from the womb. She began to suffer labor pains, did not know what to do, but began to pray to Baba for relief. In the meantime, some neighboring woman turned up, and after invoking Baba's aid, gave her Udi mixture to drink. In 5 minutes, the woman delivered safely and painlessly. The issue was still gone according to his fate, but the mother, who got rid of the anxiety and pain, thanked Baba for the safe delivery and ever remained grateful to him. Go to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Maharaj ki Jai. Om Sai Ram.
35వ అధ్యాయము. ఊది మహిమ. కాకా మహాజని స్నేహితుడు, యజమాని, బాంద్రా అనిద్ర రోగి, బాలాజీ పాటిల్ నేవర్కర్. ఈ అధ్యాయంలో కూడా ఊది మహిమ వర్ణితము. ఇందులో బాబా 2 విషయములలో పరీక్షింపబడి లోపం లేదని కనుగొనబడ్డ కూడా చెప్పబడినది. బాబాను పరీక్షించే కథలో మొట్టమొదట చెప్పబడను. ఆధ్యాత్మిక విషయంలో లేదా సాధనల యందు శాఖలు మన అభివృద్ధికి అడ్డుపడును. భగవంతుడి నిరాకారుడని నమ్మువారు భగవంతుడు ఆకారం గలవారిని నమ్మువారిని ఖండించి అది వట్టి బ్రహ్మ అనేదరు. యోగీశ్వరులు మామూలు మానవులు మాత్రమే కనుక వారికి నమస్కరింపనేలా అందరు. ఇతర శాఖల వారు కూడా ఆక్షేపణ చేయొచ్చు. వారి సద్గురు వారికి ఉండగా యోగేశ్వరులకు నమస్కరించి వారికి సేవ చేయనేలా అందరూ. సాయిబాబా గురించి కూడా నటి ఆక్షేపణ చేసిరి. షిరిడికి వెళ్ళిన కొందరిని బాబా దక్షిణ అడిగాను. యోగులు ఈ ప్రకారంగా ధనం ప్రోగు చేయట శ్రేయస్కారమా? వారిట్లో ధనం జాగ్రత్త చేసినచో వారి యోగి గుణములెక్కడా అని విమర్శించిరి. అనేక మంది బాబాను వెక్కరించుటకు షిరిడీకి వెళ్ళి తుదకు వారిని ప్రార్థించుటక అచ్చటిని నిలిచిపోయిరి. అటువంటి 2 ఉదాహరణలు ఇదిగో నిచ్చుచున్నాము. కాకా మహాజని స్నేహితుడు నిరాకారుడగు భగవంతుని ఆరాధించేవాడు. విగ్రహారాధనమున అతడు విముఖుడు. అతడు ఊరికనే వింతలు ఏమైనా తెలుసుకుంటకు షిరిడీకి పోవని అంగీకరించెను. కానీ బాబాకు నమస్కరించననియు వారికి దక్షిణ ఇవ్వననియు చెప్పెను. కాకా ఈ షరతులకు ఒప్పుకొనేను. ఇద్దరును శనివారం నాడు రాత్రి బొంబాయి విడిచి ఆ మరుసటి దినం షిరిడీకి చేరిరి. వారు మసీదు మెట్లను ఎక్కగానే కొంచెం దూరముననున్న బాబా మహాజని స్నేహితుని మంచి మాటలతో ఆహ్వానించెను. ఆ కంఠధ్వని మిక్కిలి చిత్రంగా నుండెను. ఆ కంఠం అతని తండ్రి కంఠం వల్ల నుండెను. ఆ కంఠం గతించిన తన తండ్రిని జ్ఞప్తికి తెచ్చెను. శరీరం సంతోషంతో పొంగెను. కంఠం ఆకర్షణ శక్తి ఏమని చెప్పుదును. మిగుల ఆశ్చర్యపడి ఆ స్నేహితుడు ఇది తప్పనిసరిగా మా తండ్రి కంఠమే అనెను. వెంటనే మసీదు లోపలికి వెళ్ళి తన మనోనిశ్చయమును మరిచిన వాడై బాబా పాదములకు నమస్కరించెను. ఉదయం ఒకసారి మధ్యాహ్నం ఒకసారి బాబా దక్షిణ అడుగగా కాకా మహాజని ఇచ్చెను. బాబా కాకానే దక్షిణ అడుగుచుండెను. కానీ అతని స్నేహితుడిని అడగలేదు. అతని స్నేహితుడు కాకా చెవిలో బాబా నిన్నే 2 సార్లు దక్షిణ అడిగాను. నేను నీతో ఉన్నాను. నన్నెందుకు విడిచిపెట్టుచున్నారు అనెను. నీవే బాబాను అడుగుము అని అతడికి జవాబిచ్చాను. తన స్నేహితుడు ఏమని చెవిలో నూదుచున్నాడని బాబా కాకా మహాజన్ అడుగా తన స్నేహితుడు తాను కూడా దక్షిణ ఇవ్వవచ్చునా అని అడుగుచున్నాడన్ను. బాబా నీకు ఇచ్చుటకు మనమున ఇష్టం లేకుండాను కాన నిన్ను అడగలేదు. కానీ ఇప్పుడు నీకు ఇష్టం ఉన్న ఎడలా ఇవ్వవచ్చును అనెను. కాకా ఇచ్చినంత అనగా 17 రూపాయల దక్షిణను అతని స్నేహితుడు కూడా ఇచ్చెను. బాబా ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని మాటలు సలహా రూపంగా ఇట్లా చెప్పాను. నీవు దీన్ని తీసివేయము. మనకు మధ్యనున్న అడ్డును తీసివేయము. అప్పుడు మనం ఒకరి ముఖాముఖిని చూసుకొనగలము, కలిసి కొనగలము. పోవుటకు బాబా వారికి సెలవునిచ్చెను. ఆకాశం మేఘములతో కమ్మి ఉన్నప్పటికీ వర్షం వచ్చినేమో అని భయం కలుగుచున్నప్పటికీ ప్రయాస లేకుండా ప్రయాణం సాగునని బాబా ఆశీర్వదించెను. ఇద్దరు సురక్షితంగా బొంబాయి చేరి అతడు ఇంటికి పోయి తలుపు తీయుసరికి 2 పిచ్చుకలు చచ్చి పడి ఉండెను. ఇంకొకటి కిటికీ ద్వారా ఎగిరిపోయాను. తానే కిటికీలు తెరిచి ఉన్నచో పిచ్చుకలు రక్షింపబడి ఉండును. వాని అదృష్టానుసారంగా అవి చచ్చెను. మూడవ దాన్ని రక్షించుటకై బాబా త్వరగా తన్ను పంపననుకొనెను. కాకా మహాజని యజమాని ఠక్కర్ ధమ్మేర్ జటాబాయి హైకోర్టు ప్లీడర్ ఒక కంపెనీ కలదు. దానిలో కాకా మేనేజర్ గా పనిచేయుచుండెను. యజమానియును మేనేజర్ను అన్యోన్యంగా నుండెడివారు. కాకా షిరిడీకి అనేక సార్లు పోవుట, కొన్ని దినములు అచ్చట నుండి తిరిగి బాబా అనుమతి పొంది వచ్చుట మొదలుగునవి టక్కర్కు తెలియను. కుతూహలం కోసం బాబాను పరీక్షించే ఆసక్తితో టక్కర్ కాకాతో హోలీ సెలవులలో షిరిడీకి పోవ నిశ్చయించుకొనేను. కాకా ఎప్పుడు తిరిగి వచ్చును అన్నది నిశ్చితంగా తెలియదు కనుక టక్కర్ ఇంకొకరిని వెంట తీసుకొని వెళ్ళాను. ముగ్గురు కలిసి బయలుదేరి బాబాకిచ్చుటకై కాకా 2 సేర్లు ఎండు ద్రాక్ష పండ్లు గింజలతోనున్నవి దారిలో కొనెను. వారు షిరిడీకి సరి అయిన వేళకు చేరి బాబా దర్శనమునకై మసీదుకు పోయిరి. అప్పుడు అక్కడ బాబా సాహెబ్ తట్కర్ ఉండెను. టక్కర్ మీరెందుకు వచ్చితరని తట్కర్ అడిగాను. దర్శనం కొరకని తట్కర్ జవాబు చెప్పాను. మహిమలు ఏమైనా జరిగినవాయను టక్కర్ ప్రశ్నించెను. బాబా వద్ద ఏమైనా అద్భుతములు చూచుట తన నైజము కాదనియు భక్తులు ప్రేమతో కాంక్షించినది తప్పక జరుగుననియు తట్కర్ చెప్పాను. కాకా బాబా పాదములకు నమస్కరించి ఎండు ద్రాక్ష పండ్లను అర్పించెను. బాబా వాణ్ణి పంచిపెట్టమని ఆజ్ఞాపించెను. టక్కర్ కొన్ని ద్రాక్షలు దొరికెను. అతనికి అవి తింటకు ఇష్టం లేకుండాను. ఎందుచేత అనగా తన వైద్యుడు కడిగి శుభ్రపరచనిదే ద్రాక్షలు తినకూడదని సలహానిచ్చి ఉండెను. అప్పుడు అతనికి అది సమస్యగా తోచెను. తనకు వాణ్ణి తింటకు ఇష్టం లేదు, కానీ బాబా తింటకు ఆజ్ఞాపించుట చే వేరే పారవేయలేకుండాను. పారవేసినట్లయితే బాగుండదని వాణ్ణి నోట్లో వేసుకొనెను. గింజలు నేమి చేయవలనో తోచకుండెను. మసీదులో గింజలు నుమ్మివేయటకు జంకుచుండెను. తన ఇష్టమునకు వ్యతిరేకంగా తుదకు గింజలు తన జోబులోనే వేసుకొనెను. బాబా యోగి అయినచో తనకు ద్రాక్ష పండ్లు ఇష్టం లేదని తెలియదా? బాబా వాణ్ణేల బలవంతంగా నిచ్చెను. ఈ ఆలోచన తన మనసును తట్టగానే బాబా ఇంకనూ మరికొన్ని ద్రాక్ష పండ్లు ఇచ్చెను. అతడు వాణిని తినలేదు, చేతిలో పట్టుకొనెను. బాబా వాణ్ణి తినమనెను. వారి ఆజ్ఞానుసారంగా తినగా వానిలో గింజలు లేకుండెను. అందుకు అతడు మిగులు ఆశ్చర్యపడాను. అద్భుతములు చూడలేదనుకొనెను. కాన తనపై నీ అద్భుతము ప్రయోగింపబడెను. బాబా తన మనస్సును కనిపెట్టి గింజలు గల ద్రాక్ష పండ్లను గింజలు లేని వారిగా మార్చివేసెను. ఏమి ఆశ్చర్యకరమైన శక్తి! బాబాను పరీక్షించుటకు తట్కరు కెట్ట ద్రాక్షలు దొరికినవని అడిగాను. గింజలతో నున్నవని దొరికిందని తట్కర్ చెప్పాను. టక్కర్ ఆశ్చర్యపడాను. తన వద్ద ఉద్భవించుచున్న నమ్మకము దృఢపరచుటకై బాబా యథార్థంగా యోగి అయినచో ద్రాక్ష పండ్లు మొట్టమొదట కాకాకి ఇవ్వాలని అనుకునేను. అతని మనసునందున్న ఈ సంగతి కూడా గ్రహించి బాబా కాకా వద్ద నుంచి ఎండు ద్రాక్షల పంపిణీ ప్రారంభించవాలని ఆజ్ఞాపించెను. ఈ నిదర్శనంతో టక్కరు సంతృష్టి చెందెను. శ్యామ టక్కర్ను కాకా యజమానిగా బాబాకు పరిచయం చేసెను. అందుకు బాబా ఇట్లా నేను అతడెట్లు వానికి యజమాని కాగలడు? అతని యజమాని వేరొకరు గలరు. కాకా ఈ జవాబుకు చాలా ప్రీతి చెందెను. తన మనోనిశ్చయం మరచి టక్కరు బాబాకు నమస్కరించి వాడాకు తిరిగిపోయాను. మధ్యాహ్న హారతి అయిన పిమ్మట వారందరూ బాబా సెలవు తీసుకుంటకు మసీదు పోయిరి. శ్యామ వారి పక్షంలో మాట్లాడాను. బాబా ఇట్లు చెప్పతొడంగెను. ఒక చంచల మనస్సు గల పెద్ద మనుషుడుండెను. అతనికి ఆరోగ్యము ఐశ్వర్యం కూడా నుండెను. ఎట్టి విచారములు లేకుండెను. అనవసరమైన ఆరాటం పైన వేసుకొని అక్కడక్కడి తిరుగుచు మనశ్శాంతిని పోగొట్టుకుని చుండెను. ఒక్కొక్కప్పుడు భారములన్నీ వదిలివేయుచుండెను, మరొకప్పుడు వాణ్ణి మోయిచుండెను. అతని మనస్సునకు నిలకడ లేకుండెను. అతని స్థితి కనిపెట్టి కనికరించి, నేను నీకు ఇష్టం వచ్చిన చోట నీ నమ్మకం పొందుకొల్పము. ఎందుకు ఇట్లా భ్రమించదవు? ఒకే చోటును ఆశ్రయించుకొని నిలకడగా నుండమని చెప్పి తిని. వెంటనే టక్కర్ ఇదంతా తన గురించి అని గ్రహించెను. కాకా కూడా తన వెంట రావాలని అనుకున్నాను. కానీ కాకా అంత త్వరగా షిరిడి విడిచుటకు ఆజ్ఞ దొరుకునని ఎవరు అనుకోనలేదు. బాబా దీన్ని కూడా కనుకొని కాకాను తన యజమానితో పోవుటకు ఆజ్ఞించెను. ఈ విధంగా బాబా సర్వజ్ఞుటకు టక్కర్ ఒక నిదర్శనం దొరికెను. బాబా కాకాను 15 రూపాయలు దక్షిణ అడిగి పుచ్చుకొని అతని ఇట్లా చెప్పాను. నేను 1 రూపాయి దక్షిణ ఎవరి వద్ద నుంచి కానీ తీసుకున్నచో దానికి 10 రెట్లు ఇవ్వవలెను. నేను ఊరిక ఏమిని తీసుకొను. యుక్తములు తెలియకుండా నేను ఎవరిని అడగను. ఫకీర్ ఎవరిని చూపునో వారి వద్దనే నేను తీసుకొనేదను. ఎవరైనా ఫకీర్కు గత జన్మ నుంచి బాకీ ఉన్నచో వారి వద్దనే ధనం పుచ్చుకొనుదును. దానము చేయవాడిచ్చినది ప్రస్తుతము విత్తనములు నాటటం వంటిది. అది మన ముందు గొప్ప పంటను అనుభవించుట కొరకే. ధర్మము చేయుటకు ధనము ఉపయోగించవలెను, కానీ సొంతమునకు వాడుకున్న అది వ్యర్థమైపోవును. గత జన్మల్లో నీవిచ్చిన ఇచ్చి ఉంటేనే కానీ నీవిప్పుడు అనుభవించలేవు. కనుక ధనమును పొందవలనన్నచో దాన్ని ప్రస్తుతం ఇతరులకు ఇచ్చుటచే సరి అయిన మార్గము. ఇచ్చుటే సరి అయిన మార్గము. దక్షిణ ఇచ్చినచో వైరాగ్యం పెరుగును, దాని వలన భక్తి జ్ఞానములు కలుగును. ₹1 ₹10 పొందవచ్చును. ఈ మాటలు విని టక్కరు తన నిశ్చయమును మరచి ₹15 బాబా చేతిలో పెట్టెను. షిరిడి వచ్చుట మేలైనదనుకొనెను. ఏలన అతని సంశయములన్నీ తొలగి అతడు ఎంతయో నేర్చుకొనెను. అటువంటి వారి విషయంలో బాబా ప్రయోగించే యుక్తి మిక్కిలి అమోఘమైనది. అన్నీ బాబాయే చేయుచున్నను, దేనినందు అభిమానము ఉంచలేదు. ఎవరైనాను నమస్కరించినను నమస్కరించకపోయినను, దక్షిణ ఇచ్చినను ఇవ్వకున్నను తనకందరూ సమానమే. బాబా ఎవరిని అవమానించలేదు. తనకు పూజించినందుకు బాబా గర్వించేవారు కాదు, తనను పూజించలేదని విచారించేవారు కాదు. వారు ద్వంద్వాతీతులు. నిద్ర పట్టని రోగము. బాంద్రా నివాసి కాయస్థ ప్రభు కులమునకు చెందిన ఒక పెద్ద మనుష్యుడు చాలా కాలం నిద్ర పట్టక బాధపడుచుండెడి వారు. నిద్రించుటకై నడుము వాల్చగానే గతించిన తన తండ్రి స్వప్నంలో కనిపించి తీవ్రంగా తిట్టుచుండెడి వారు. ఇది విని ఇది అతని నిద్రను భంగపరిచి రాత్రి స్థిరునిగా చేయుచుండెను. ప్రతిరోజు జరిగి ఏమి చేయుటకు తోచకుండుండెను. ఒకనాడు అతడు బాబా భక్తునితో ఈ విషయం మాట్లాడాను. బాబా ఊదియే దీన్ని తప్పనిసరిగా బాగు చేయనని అతడు సలహానిచ్చాను. అతడు వానికి కొంత ఊదినిచ్చి ప్రతిరోజు నిద్రించుటకు ముందు కొంచెము నుదుటికి రాసుకొని మిగతా పొట్లమును తల కింద దిండుకు దిగువ పెట్టుకొనమనెను. ఇట్లు చేసిన పిమ్మట సంతోషము ఆశ్చర్యం కలిగినట్లు అతనికి మంచి నిద్ర పట్టెను. ఎట్టి చికాకు లేకుండెను. అతడు సాయిని నిత్యము స్మరించుచుండెను. సాయిబాబా పటమును తెచ్చి గోడపై వేలాడదీసెను. దీన్ని ప్రతిరోజు పూజించుచుండెను. గురువారం నాడు పూలమాల వేయుచుండెను. నైవేద్యం సమర్పించుచుండెను. పిమ్మట అతని వ్యాధి పూర్తిగా తగ్గిపోయాను. బాలాజీ పాటిల్ నేవార్కర్. అతడు బాబాకు గొప్ప భక్తుడు. ఇతడు ఫలాపేక్ష లేకుండా చాలా మంచి సేవ చేశాను. ఇతడు షిర్డీలో బాబా ఏ మార్గంలో ద్వారా పోవుచుండెను వాణ్ణన్నింటినీ తుడిచి శుభ్రం చేయుచుండెను. అతని అనంతరము ఈ పని రాధాకృష్ణమాయి అతి శుభ్రంగా నెరవేర్చుచుండెను. ఆమె తరువాత అబ్దుల్లా చేయుచుండెను. బాలాజీ ప్రతి సంవత్సరం పంట కోయగిని దాన్నంతే తెచ్చి బాబాకు అర్పితం చేయుచుండెను. అతడు బాబా ఇచ్చిన దానితో తన కుటుంబంను పోషించుకునేవాడు. ఈ ప్రకారంగా అతడు చాలా సంవత్సరాలు చేసెను. అతని తర్వాత అతని కుమారుడు దాన్ని అవలంబించెను. ఊది ప్రభావము. ఒకనాడు బాలాజీ సంవత్సరికం నాడు నేవార్కర్ కుటుంబం వారు కొంతమంది బంధువులను భోజనానికి పిలిచిరి. భోజనం సమయానికి పిలిచిన వారి కంటే 3 రెట్లు బంధువులు వచ్చిరి. నేవార్కర్ భార్యకు సంశయం కలిగెను. వండిన పదార్థంలో వచ్చిన వారికి చాలవనియు కుటుంబ గౌరవమునకు భంగం కలుగుననియు ఆమె భయపడెను. ఆమె అత్తగారు ఓదార్చుచు, భయపడకము, ఇది మనది కాదు, ఇది సాయి ఆహారమే. అన్ని పాత్రలు గుడ్డలతో పూర్తిగా కప్పివేయము. వానిలో కొంచెం ఊది వేయము. గుడ్డ పూర్తిగా తీయకుండా వడ్డన చేయము. సాయి మనల్ని కాపాడను అనెను. ఆమె ఆ సలహా ప్రకారమే చేసెను. వచ్చిన వారికి భోజన పదార్థంలో సరిపోటే కాక ఇంకను చాలా మిగిలెను. తీవ్రంగా ప్రార్థించినచో యథాప్రకారము ఫలితమును పొందవచ్చునన్నది ఈ సంఘటన తెలుపుచున్నది. సాయి పాము వలె కనిపించుట. ఒకనాడు షిరిడి నివాసి రఘుపాటిలు నివాస్లో నున్న బాలాజీ పాటిల్ ఇంటికి వెళ్ళాను. ఆనాడు సాయంకాలం ఒక పాము ఆవుల కొట్టంలోనికి బుసకొట్టి దూరెను. అందులోని పశువులన్నీ భయపడి కదలచొచ్చెను. ఇందులోని వారందరూ భయపడిరి. కానీ బాలాజీ శ్రీ సాయియే ఆ రూపంలో వచ్చినని భావించెను. ఏమీయో భయపడక గిన్నెతో పాలు తెచ్చి సర్పం ముందు పెట్టి ఇట్లనెను, బాబా, ఎందుకు బుసకొట్టుచున్నావు? ఎందులకి అలజడి? మమ్మను భయపెట్టదలచితివా? ఈ గిన్నెడు పాలను తీసుకుని నెమ్మదిగా తాగుము. ఇట్లనుచు అతడు దాని దగ్గర నిర్భయంగా కూర్చుండెను. ఇంట్లోని తక్కిన వారు భయపడిరి. వారికి ఏమీ చేయుటకు తోచకుండాను. కొద్దిసేపట్లో సర్పము తనంత తానే మాయమైపోయాను. ఎంత వెతికినను కనిపించలేదు. బాలాజీకి 2 భార్యలు, కొంతమంది బిడ్డలుండరి. బాబా దర్శనమునకై వారు అప్పుడప్పుడు షిర్డీకి పోవుచుండడి వారు. బాబా వారి కొరకు చీరలు, బట్టలు కొని ఆశీర్వచనములతో ఇచ్చుచుండడి వారు. ఓం శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః. శ్రీ సచ్చిదానంద సద్గురు సాయినాథ్ మహారాజ్ ki jai.
Chapter 36. Wonderful stories of 2 Goa gentlemen and Mrs. Aurangabadkar. This chapter relates the wonderful stories of 2 gentlemen from Goa and Mrs. Aurangabadkar of Sholapur. two gentlemen. Once, two gentlemen came from Goa for taking darshan of Sai Baba and prostrated themselves before him. Though both came together, Baba asked only one of them to give him rupees 15 as dakshina, which was paid willingly. The other man voluntarily offered rupees 35. This sum was rejected by Baba to the astonishment of all. Shama, who was present, asked Baba, "What is this? Both came together. One's dakshina you accept. The other, though voluntarily paid, you refuse. Why this distinction?" Baba replied, "Shama, you know nothing. I take nothing from anybody. The Masjid Mai, the presiding deity of the masjid, calls for the debt. The donor pays it and becomes free. Have I any home, property, or family to look after? I require nothing. I am ever free. Debt, enmity, and murder have to be atoned for. There is not escape." Baba then continued in his characteristic way as follows. As first he was poor and took a vow to his God that he would pay his first month's salary if he got an appointment. He got one on rupees 15 per month. Then he steadily got promotions. From rupees 15 he got rupees 30, 60, 100, 20, and ultimately rupees 700 per month. But in his prosperity he forgot clean the vow he took. The force of his karma has driven him here, and I asked that amount rupees 15 from him as dakshina. Another story, while wandering by the seaside, I came to a huge mansion and sat on its veranda. The owner gave me a good reception and fed me sumptuously. He showed me a neat and clean place near a cupboard for sleeping. I slept there. While I was sound asleep, the man removed a lighter side lighter right slab and broke the wall, entered in, and scissored off all the money from my pocket. When I woke up, I found that rupees 30,000 were stolen. I was greatly distressed and sat weeping and mourning. The money was in currency notes, and I thought that the Brahmin had stolen it. I lost all interest in food and drink and sat for a fortnight on the veranda, bemoaning my loss. After the fortnight was over, a passing fakir saw me crying and made inquiries regarding the cause of my sorrow. I told him everything. He said, "If you act according to my bidding, you will recover your money. Go to a fakir. I shall give his whereabouts. Surrender yourself to him. He will get back your money. In the meanwhile, give up your favorite food till you recover your money." I followed the fakir's advice and got my money. Then I left the Vada and went to the seashore. There was a steamer, but I could not get into it as it was crowded. A good-natured peon interceded for me and I got in luckily. That brought me to another shore where I caught a train and came to Masjid Mai. The story finished and Baba asked Shama to take their guests and arrange for their feeding. Then Shama took them home and fed them. At dinner, said to the guests that Baba's story was rather mysterious as he had never gone to the seaside, never had any money, rupees 30,000, never traveled, never lost any money, and never recovered it, and inquired whether they understood it and caught its significance. The guests were deeply moved and were shedding tears. In a choking voice, they said that Baba was omniscient, infinite, the one, Parabrahman, without a second. The story he gave out is exactly our story. What he spoke has already taken in our case. How he knew this is a wonder of wonders. We shall give all the details after the meals. Then, after the meals, while they were chewing betel leaves, the guests began to tell their stories. One of them said, "A hill station on the Ghats is my native place. I went to Goa to earn my living by securing a job. I took a oath to God Datta that if I got any service, I would offer him my first month's salary. By his grace, I got an appointment of rupees 15 and then I got promotions as described by Baba. I did forget all about my woe. Baba has just reminded me of it in this way and recovered rupees 15 from me. It is not dakshina as one may think it to be, but a repayment of an old debt and fulfillment of long forgotten woe. Moral: Baba never in fact actually begged any money nor allowed his bhaktas to beg. He regarded money as a danger or bar to spiritual progress and did not allow his bhaktas to fall into its clutches. Bhagat Malsapati is an instance of this point. He was very poor and could hardly make both ends meet. Baba never allowed him to make any money nor gave him anything from the Dakshina amount. Once a kind and liberal merchant named Hansa Raj gave a large amount of money to Malsapati in Baba's present, but Baba did not allow him to accept it. Then the second guest began his tale. My Brahmin cook was serving me faithfully for 35 years. Unfortunately, he fell into bad ways. His mind changed and he robbed me of my treasure. By removing a laterite slab from my wall where my cupboard is fixed, he came in while we were all asleep and carried away all my accumulated wealth, rupees 30,000 in currency notes. I know not how Baba mentioned the exact amount. I sat crying day and night. My enquiries came to nothing. I spent a fortnight in great anxiety. As I sat on the veranda, sad and dejected, a passing fakir noted my condition and inquired of its cause, and I told him all about it. He told me that an Avaliya by name Sai lives in Shirdi, Kopegaon Taluka. May go to him and give up any food that you like best and say to him mentally that I have given up eating that food till I take your darshan. Then I took the oath and gave up eating rice and said, Baba, I will eat it after recovering my property and after taking your darshan. 15 days passed after this. The Brahmin, of his own accord, came to me, returned my money, and apologized, saying, I went mad and acted this. I now place my head on your feet. Please forgive me. Thus everything ended well. The fakir then met me and helped me, was not seen again. An intensive desire to see Sai Baba, whom the fakir pointed out to me, arose in my mind. I thought that the fakir who came all the way to my house was no other than Sai Baba. Would he, who saw me and helped me to get my lost money, ever covet to get rupees 35? On the contrary, without expecting anything from us, he always tries his best to lead us on the path of spiritual progress. I was overjoyed when I recovered my stolen property, and being infatuated, I forgot all about my oath. Then, when I was at Kolaba one night, I saw Sai Baba in my dream. This reminded me of my promised visit to Shirdi. I went to Goa and from there wanted to start for Shirdi by taking a steamer to Bombay en route. But when I came to the harbor, I found that the steamer was crowded and there was no place. The captain did not allow me, but on the intercession of a peon who was stranger to me, I was allowed to get into the steamer which brought me to Bombay. From there, I got in train and came here. Surely I think that Baba is all pervading and all knowing. What are we and where is our home? How great our good fortune that Baba got back our money and drew us here to himself. You Shirdi folk must be infinitely superior and more fortunate than we, for Baba has played, laughed, talked, and lived with you for so many years. I think that your store of good merits must be infinite, for it attracted Baba into Shirdi. Sai is our Datta. He ordered the woe. He gave me a seat in the steamer and brought me here, and thus gave proof of his omniscience and omnipotence. Mrs. Aurangabadkar, a lady from Sholapur, wife of Shakaram Aurangabadkar, had no issues during the long period of 27 years. She had made a number of oaths to gods and goddesses for an issue, but was not successful. She then became almost hopeless. To make a last attempt in this manner, she came to Shirdi with her stepson Vishwanath and stayed there for 2 months serving Baba. Whenever she went to the masjid, she found it full and Baba surrounded by devotees. She wanted to see Baba alone, fall at his feet and open her heart and pray for an issue, but she got no suitable opportunity. Ultimately, she requested Shama to intercede with Baba for her when he was alone. Shama said to her that Baba's darbar was open. Still, he would try for her and that the Lord might bless her. He asked us to sit ready with a coconut and joss sticks on the open courtyard at the time of Baba's meal, and that when he beckoned to her, she should come up. One day after dinner, Shama was rubbing Baba's wet hands with a towel when the latter pinched Shama's cheek. Shama, feigning anger, said, Deva, is it proper for you to pinch me like this? We don't want such a mischievous God who pinches us thus. Are we your dependents? Is this the fruit of our intimacy? Baba replied, Oh Shama, during the 72 generations that you were with me, I never pinched you till now, and now you resent my touching you? Shama, we want a God that will give us ever kisses and sweets to eat. We do not want any respect from you or heaven, balloon, etc. Let our faith unto your feet be ever wide awake. Baba, yes, I have indeed come for that. I have been feeding and nursing you and have got love and affection for you. Then Baba went up and took his seat. Shama beckoned to the lady. She came up, bowed, and presented the coconut and joss sticks. Baba shook the coconut, which was dry. The kernel within rolled and made a noise. Baba said, Shama, this is rolling. See what it says. Shama said, the woman prays that a child might be similarly rolling and quickening in the womb. So give her the coconut with your blessings. Baba, will the coconut give her any issues? How people are foolish and fancy such things. Shama, I know the power of your word and blessing. Your word will give her a string or series of children. Your wrangling and not giving real blessing. The parley went on for a while, Baba repeatedly ordering to break the coconut and Shama pleading for the gift of the unbroken fruit to the lady. Finally, Baba yielded and said, she will have an issue. When? Asked Shama. In 12 months was the reply. The coconut was therefore broken into two parts. One was eaten by the two, the other was given to the lady. The Shama turned up to the lady and said, Dear madam, you are a witness to my words. If within 12 months you do not get any issues, I will break a coconut against this Deva's head and drive him out of this masjid. If I fail in this, I will not call myself Madhav. You will soon realize what I say. She delivered a son in 1 year's time, and the son was brought to Baba in his 5th month. Both husband and wife prostrated themselves before Baba, and the grateful father, Mr. Aurangabadkar, paid a sum of rupees 5,500, which was spent in constructing a shed for Baba's house, Shamakarna. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Chapter 37, Chavadi Procession. In this chapter, Hematpan, after making some preliminary observations on some points of Vedanta, described the Chavadi procession. Preliminary. Blessed is Sai's life for his devotees. Blessed is his daily routine. His ways and actions are indescribable. Sometimes he was intoxicated with Brahmanan, divine bliss, and at other times completely self-absorbed. While doing so many things at the same time, he was yet unconcerned with them. Though he seemed at times quite inactive, he was not idle or dozing. He always abided in his own self. Though he looked calm and placid as the sea, he was deep and unfathomable. Who can describe his ineffable nature? He regarded men as brothers, women as sisters and mothers. He was a perfect celibate. As everybody knows, may the knowledge we got it, his company lost long unto death. Let us ever serve him with wholehearted devotion to his feet. Let us see him God in all beings and let us constantly remember his name. Hematpan, after making some lengthy dissertations on some topics of Vedanta, which he himself considers as a decision, goes on to describe the Chavadi procession. Chavadi procession. Baba's dormitory has been already described. One day he slept in the masjid and on the next in the Chavadi near the masjid. He slept in the masjid and in the Chavadi on alternate days. This alternate sleeping at both these places went on till Baba's Mahasamadhi. From 10th December 1909, devotees began to offer regular worship to Baba in the Chavadi. This we will now describe with his grace. When the day of retiring to Chavadi came, people flocked to the masjid and did bhajan in the Mantap courtyard for a few hours. Behind them was a beautiful palanquin, to the right a Tulasi Vrindavan, and in front Baba adorned his seat. And there were the devotees singing bhajan. Men and women who had a liking for the bhajan came in time. Some took tal, chipils, and katal, mridang, khanjri, and gol, all musical instruments in their hands, and conducted the bhajan. Sai Baba was the magnet who drew all the devotees to him. Outside in the open, some trimmed their torches, some decorated palanquin, some stood with cane sticks in their hands and hailed victory to Baba. The corners were decorated with buntings. In the masjid, rows of burning oil lamps shed their light. Baba's house, Shyam Karna, stood fully decorated outside. Then Dattatreya Patil came with a group of men to Baba and asked him to be ready. Baba sat quiet in his place till Tatya came and helped him to get up by putting his arm under Baba's arm. Tatya called Baba by the name of Mama, maternal uncle. Really, their relationship was extremely intimate. Baba wore on his body the usual kafan, took his satka, short stick, under his armpit, and after taking his tobacco pipe and tobacco and placing a cloth over his shoulder, became ready to start. Then Tatya placed a golden embroidered beautiful shawl over his body. After this, Baba himself put a few fuel sticks into the duni to keep it alive, and with his right hand extinguished the lamp burning near the duni and then started for the chavadi. Then all sorts of musical instruments, band and horns, etc., gave out different sounds, and fireworks exhibited various colored views. Men and women singing Baba's name started walking, doing bhajan to the accompaniment of Ridam and Veena. Some danced with joy and some carried various flags. The Baldas announced Baba's name when he came on the steps of the masjid. On two sides of Baba stood persons who held chamas and others who fanned Baba. On the way were spread folds of cloth, which Baba walked on, being supported by devotees' hands. Tatya Patil held the left hand and Magal Sapti the right, and Babu Sahib Jog held the umbrella over his head. In this fashion, Baba marched on to the Chavadi. The fully decorated horse named Shyam Karna led the way, and behind him were all the carriers, waiters, musical players, and the crowd of devotees. Harinam, the name of the Lord, was being chanted to the accompaniment of music, as also the name of Sai. In this manner, the procession reached the corner, and everyone who joined this party seemed pleased and delighted. On reaching this corner, Baba stood facing the Chavadi and shone with a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the face of Baba took over the glory of the rising sun. Baba stood there with a concentrated mind facing the north, as if he was signaling something. All the instruments played music while Baba moved his right hand up and down for some time. Kaka Sahib Dixit at this time came forward with a silver plate containing flowers besmeared with red powder and threw them on Baba's body off and on. The musical instrument played their best at this juncture, and Baba's face beamed with radiance and beauty, and all the persons viewed this lustre to their hearts' content. Words fail to describe the splendor of this scene. Sometime Makal Sapati began to dance as if possessed by some deity, but all were surprised to see that Baba's concentration was least disturbed. With a lantern in his hand, Tatya Patil walked on Baba's left side and Bhagat Magal Sapati on the right, holding in his hand the hem of Baba's garment. What a beautiful procession, and what an expression of devotion to witness this man and woman, poor and rich, flocked there. Baba walked at very slow pace, Bhaktas followed on both sides with love and devotion, with joy permeating the whole atmosphere of the place. The procession reached the Chavadi. Those days are gone now. Nobody can see them in future, but by remembering and visualizing that sight, we can bring solace and ecstasy to our minds. The Chavadi was also fully decorated with a good white ceiling, mirrors, and many sorts of lights. On reaching there, Tatya went ahead and spread an Assam seat cushion and placing a bolster, made Baba sit there and made him wear coat. Then the devotees worshipped him in various ways. They put a crown on his head with a tuft above, placed garlands of flowers and jewels around his neck, and marking his forehead with masked mixed vertical lines. They gazed at him for long, to their heart's content. They changed his head dress now, and then held it aloft on the head, fearing that Baba might throw it away. Baba knew what the Bhaktas wished for and meekly submitted to all their ways without objection. With these adornments, he looked wonderful and beautiful. Nana Sahib Nimonka held the chatra state umbrella with its beautiful pennants, which moved in a circle with its supporting stick. Babu Sahib Jog washed his feet in a silver dish, offered arghya and worshipped with due rituals, then besmeared his arms with sandal paste and offered him tabul, betel leaves. Baba sat on the asan while Tatya and others kept standing. The Baba sat on the gadi, supporting himself against the bolster. Devotees on both sides waved chamas and fans. Shama then prepared the chilim and handed it over to Tatya Patil, who drew a flame out of it by inhaling a deep breath through his mouth and then gave it to Baba. After Baba had his smoke, it was given to Bhagat Magal Sapati. And then it was passed around to all. Blessed was the inanimate chilim. It had first to undergo many ordeals of penance, such as being kneaded by pot makers, dried in the sun and burnt in fire, and then it had the good fortune to get the contact of Baba's hand and his kiss. After this function was over, devotees put garlands of flowers around his neck and gave him scent and bunches of flowers. Baba, who was an incarnation of dispassion, cared a fig for all these necklaces of jewels and garlands of flowers and other decorations. But out of real love to his devotees, he allowed them to have their own way too and to please themselves. Finally, Babu Sahib Jog waved the arti over Baba, observing all formalities, and the musical instruments played their auspicious tunes. When this arti was over, the devotees returned home, one by one saluting Baba and taking his leave. Then Tatya Patel, after offering chilim, scent and rose water, stood to depart. Baba said to him lovingly, "Guard me properly. Go if you like, but return sometimes at night and inquire for me." On replying in the affirmative, Tatya Patel left the Chavadi and went home. Then Baba himself prepared his bed. He arranged some sheets one upon another and thus making his bed, went to rest. We shall also now take rest and close this chapter with a request to the readers that they should remember Baba and his Chavadi procession daily before they retire and go to bed. Bow to Sri Shah. Peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Chapter 38. In the last chapter, we describe Baba's Chavdi procession. In this, we take up Baba's Handi and some other subjects. Preliminary. O blessed Sadguru Sai, we bow to you, who has given happiness to the whole world, accomplished the welfare of the devotees,
and have removed the affliction of those who have resorted to your feet. By being very liberal and also being the protector and savior of the bhaktas who surrender themselves to you, you have incarnated yourself in the world to oblige the mankind and do them good. The liquid essence of pure self was poured into the mold of Brahma, and out of this has come out the crest jewel of the saints, Sai. This Sai is Atmaram himself. He is the abode of perfect divine bliss. After having attained himself all objects of life, he made his devotees established on the path. Baba's Handi. Different sadhanas are prescribed in our scriptures for different ages. Tapa is recommended for Krita age, Dhyan for Treta age, Yajna for Dvapara age, and Dan for Kali age. Of all the charities, giving food is the best one. We are much perturbed when we get no food at noon. Other beings feel similarly under such circumstances. After knowing this, he who gives food to the poor and hungry is the best donor or charitable person. The Taittiriya Upanishad says that food is Brahma. From food, all the creatures are born, and by food they live, and after having departed into food again, they enter. When an Atithi comes to our door at noon, it's our duty to welcome him by giving him food. Other kinds of charities, giving away wealth, property, and clothes, require some discrimination, but in the matter of food, no such consideration is necessary. If anybody comes to our door at noon, we should serve forthwith, and if lame, crippled, blind, and diseased persons come, they should be fed first, and able-bodied persons and other relations afterwards. The merit of feeding the former is much greater than that of feeding the latter. Other kinds of charities are imperfect without this annadan. Just as stars without moon, necklace without its pendant, crown without its pinnacle, pond without a lotus, bhajan without devotion, married lady without a kumkumar, song without a sweet voice, a buttermilk without salt. Just as Varan excels all other dishes, Annadan is the best of all merits. Now let us see how Baba prepared food and distributed it to others. It has been stated before that Baba required very little food for himself, and whatever little he wanted was obtained by begging from the few houses. But when he decided to distribute food to all, he made all preparations himself. He depended on nobody and troubled none in this matter. First, he went to the bazaar and brought all the things, corn, flour, spices, etc., paying cash. He also did the grinding. In the open courtyard of the masjid, he arranged a big hearth, and after lighting a fire, he kept a handi over it with a proper measure of water. There were two kinds of handis, one small and the other big. The former provided food for 50 persons, the latter for 100. Sometimes he cooked meathe chawal, and at other times biryani with meat. At times, in the boiling varan, he let in a small ball of thick or flat bread of wheat flour. He grinded the spices on a stone slab and put the thin pulverized spices into the cooking pot. He took all the pains to make the dishes very palatable. He prepared ambil by boiling jawhari flour in water and later mixing it with buttermilk and then boil them together. With the food, he distributed this ambil to all alike. To see whether the food was properly cooked or not, Baba rolled up the sleeve of his kafni and put his bare arm in the boiling cauldron without fear and churned the whole mass from side to side and up and down. There was no mark of burn on his arm, nor fear on his face. When the cooking was over, Baba got the pots in the masjid and had them duly consecrated by the Maulvi. First, he sent part of the food as prasad to Mahalspati and Tatya Patil, and then he served the remaining contents with his own hand to all the poor and helpless people to their heart's content. Really blessed and fortunate must be those people who got food prepared by Baba and served by him. Somebody may raise a point here and ask, did Baba distribute vegetarian and non-vegetarian food as prasad to all the devotees? The answer is plain and simple. Those who were accustomed to non-vegetarian food were given non-veg food from the handi as prasad, and those who were not so accustomed were given vegetarian meal. There's a principle that when a guru himself gives anything as prasad, the disciple who thinks and doubts whether it's acceptable or otherwise goes to perdition. In order to see whether any disciple has imbibed this principle, Baba at times put them on test. For instance, on an Ekadashi day, he gave some rupees to Dada Kelkar and asked him to go in person to Kotla and get meat from there. This Dada Kelkar was an orthodox Brahmin and adhered to all the orthodox manners in his life. He knew that offering wealth, grain, and clothes, etc., to Sadhguru was not enough, but that implicit obedience to him and prompt compliance with his order was the real dakshina that pleased him most. So Dada Kelkar dressed himself and started for the place. Then Baba called him back and said, "Don't go yourself, but send somebody." Then Dada sent his own servant, Pandu, for the purpose. When Baba saw him going, he asked Dada to call him back and cancel the program. On another occasion, Baba asked Dada just to see how the saltish biryani was done. The latter replied casually that it was all right. Then Baba said to him, "Neither have you seen it with your eyes nor tasted it with your tongue. Then how could you say that it was good? Just take off the lid and see." While seeing this, Baba caught his arm and thrust it into the pot and added, "Take some of this, leaving aside your orthodox ways. Taste a little." When a wave of real love rises in a mother's mind, she pinches her child. When she begins to cry, she hugs him close to her bosom. Similarly, Baba, in a true motherly way, pinched Dada Kelkar in this way. Really, no saint or guru will ever force his orthodox disciple to eat food forbidden in his religion. The handi business went on for some time till 1910 and was stopped thereafter. As stated before, Daskanu spread the fame of Baba by his kirtans far and wide. In Mumbai Presidency, and people from that part of the country began to flock to Shirdi, which became very soon a place of pilgrimage. The devotees brought with them various articles for presentation and offered various dishes as food as naivedya. The quantity of naivedya offered by them was so much that fakirs and paupers could feed themselves to their heart's content, leaving some surplus behind. Before stating how naivedya was distributed, we shall refer to Nana Sahib Chandorkar's story showing Baba's regard for local shrines and deities, Nana Sahib's disrespect of a shrine. By drawing inferences or guessing in their own way, some people said that Sai was a Brahmin and some said that he was a Muslim. In reality, he belonged to no caste. No one knew definitely when he was born and in what community and who his parents were. Then how could he be a Muslim or a Brahmin? If he was a Muslim, how could he keep Duni ever burning in the masjid? How could there be a Tulsi Vrindavan there? How could he allow the blowing of conches and ringing of bells? How could he allow all the different forms of Hindu worship there? Had he been a Muslim, could he have ears pierced and could he have spent money from his pocket for repairing the Hindu temples? On the contrary, he never tolerated the slightest disrespect on shrines and deities. Once Nana Sahib Chandorkar came to Shirdi with his sadhu, husband of his wife's sister, Mr. Bini Wale. When they went to the masjid and sat before Baba, the latter suddenly got angry with Nana Sahib and said, "You have been so long in my company, then why do you behave like this?" Nana Sahib at first did not understand anything and humbly requested Baba to explain. Baba asked him when did he come to Kopargaon and how he came to Shirdi from there. Nana Sahib then once again realized his mistake. He usually worshipped the shrine of Datta on the banks of Godavari at Kopargaon on his way to Shirdi, but this time he dissuaded his relative, who was a Datta Bhakta, from going to that shrine in order to avoid delay and drove straight. He confessed all this to Baba and told him that while bathing in the Godavari, a big thorn went into his foot and gave him much trouble. Baba said that was the slight punishment he meant and warned him to be more careful in future. Kala. The king, to revert the distribution of Naivedya, after the Aarti was over, and after Baba sent away the people with Udi and his blessings, he went inside and sat behind a curtain with his back to the Nimbar for meals, with 2 rows of intimate devotees, one on each side. The Bhaktas brought Naivedya containing a variety of foods such as puris, mandi, poli, basundi, sanza, fine rice, etc., and kept waiting outside for prasad, consecrated by Baba. All the food were mixed in the hot pot and placed before Baba. He offered it all to God and consecrated it. Then portions of the same were given to the persons waiting outside, and the rest was served to the group of devotees inside, with Baba at the center. The bhaktas sitting in 2 rows then dined to their heart's content. Baba asked Shama and Nana Sahib Nimonkar daily to serve the consecrated food to all the persons sitting inside and look to their individual needs and comforts. This they did very carefully and willingly. Every morsel of the food thus partaken gave them fulfillment and satisfaction. Such sweet, lovely, and consecrated food it was, ever auspicious and ever holy. Cup of buttermilk. Once Hemada Pant had eaten to his full capacity in his company when Baba offered him a cup of buttermilk. Its white appearance pleased him, but there was no space in it. He, however, took only a sip. On seeing his faltering attitude, Baba said, "Drink it all. You won't get any such opportunity hereafter." He drank it off then and found that Baba's words were prophetic, for he passed away after a brief period. Now, readers, we have certainly to thank Hemadapan. He drank the cup of buttermilk, but was supplied as with a sufficient quantity of nectar in the form of Baba's leelas. Let us drink this nectar to our heart's content and be satisfied and happy. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Satchidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai.
Sairam sister cannot able to hear.
Chapter 39, Baba's knowledge of Sanskrit, his interpretation of a verse from Gita, construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, as some people believe that Baba had little knowledge of Sanskrit, but by the interpretation of Nana Sahib Chandorkar's query, Hemant Pant refuted that charge. in chapter number 50, and as it deals with the same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarka Mai, where Sri Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he lived there. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained importance on account of his contact and became a Tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi, blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work.
Chapter 39 is interpretation of a verse from Gita, construction of the Samadhi Mandir. This chapter 39 deals with Baba's interpretation of a verse from the Bhagavad Gita. As some people believe that Baba knew that not Sanskrit, and the interpretation was Nana Sahib Chandokar's. Hemant Pant wrote another chapter 50, refuting that objection. As the chapter 50 deals with same subject matter, it is incorporated in this chapter. Preliminary. Blessed is Shirdi and blessed is Dwarka Mai, where Sri Sai lived and moved until he took Mahasamadhi. Blessed are the people of Shirdi, whom he obliged and for whom he came such long distance. Shirdi was a small village first, but it attained great importance on account of his contact and became a Tirtha, holy place of pilgrimage. Equally blessed are the women folk of Shirdi. Blessed is their whole and undivided faith in him. They sang the glories of Baba while bathing, grinding, pounding corn, and doing other household work. Blessed is their love, for they sang sweet songs which calm and pacify the minds of the singers and listeners. Baba's interpretation. Nobody believed that Baba knew Sanskrit. One day, he surprised all by giving a good interpretation of a verse from the Gita to Nana Sahib Chandokar. A brief account about this matter was written by Mr. B.V. Dio, retired Mamladar, and published in Marathi in Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 4, Sputa Vishaya, page 563. Short accounts of the same are also published in Sai Baba's Chanters and Sayings, page 61, and in the Wondrous Saint Sai Baba, page 36. Both by brother B.V. Narasimha Swami. Mr. B.V. Dio has also given an English version of this in his statement dated 27/9/1936 and published on page 66 of the Devotees' Experiences, Part 3, published by the said Swami. As Mr. Dio has got first-hand information about the subject from Nana Sahib himself, we give Lois' version. Nana Sahib Chandokar was a good student of Vedanta. He had read Gita with commentaries and prided himself on his knowledge of all that. He fancied that Baba knew nothing of all this or of Sanskrit. So Baba one day pricked the bubble. These were the days before crowds flocked to Baba. When Baba had solitary talks at the mosque with such devotees, Nana was sitting near Baba and massaging his legs and muttering something. Baba, Nana, what are you mumbling yourself, Nana? I am reciting a shloka from Sanskrit. Baba, what shloka? Nana, from Bhagavad Gita. Baba, utter it loudly. Nana then recited Bhagavad Gita 4:34, which is as follows. Tadvidi pranipatena pariprashena sevaya upadekshayanti teja te jnanam jnaninas tava darshinaha. Baba, Nana, do you understand it? Nana, yes. Baba, if you do, then tell me. Nana, it means this: making satsanga namaskaram, that is prostration, questioning the Guru, serving him, learn what this jnana is. Then those jnanis that have attained the real knowledge of the Sat Vastu, that is Brahma, will give you
Upatesha, that is instruction of Jnana. Baba, Nana, I do not want this sort of collected purport of the whole stanza. Give me each word, its grammatical force and meaning. Then Nana explained it word by word. Baba, Nana, is it enough to make prostration merely? Nana, I do not know any other meaning for the word pranipata than making prostration. Baba, what is pariprashanna? Nana, asking questions. Baba, what does prashanna mean? Nana, the same, questioning. Baba, if pariprashna means the same as prashna, question, why did Vyasa add the prefix pari? Was Vyasa off his head? Nana, I do not know of any other meaning for the word pariprashna. Baba, seva, what sort of seva is meant? Nana, just what we are doing always. Baba, is it enough to render such service? Nana, I do not know what more is signified by the word seva. Baba, in the next line, Upadekshayati te jnanam. Can you so read it as to read any other word in lieu of jnanam? Nana, yes. What word? Jnana. Nana, ajnanam. Baba, taking that word instead of jnana, is any meaning made out of the verse? Nana, no. Shankara Bhashya gives no such construction. Baba, never mind if it does not. Is there any objection to using the word ajnana if it gives a better sense? Nana, I do not understand how to construe by placing Ajnana in it. Baba, why does Krishna refer Arjuna to Jnanis or Tattvadarshis to do his prostration, interrogation and service? Was not Krishna a Tattvadarshi, in fact Jnana himself? Nana, yes, he was, but I do not make out why he referred Arjuna to Jnanis. Baba, I do not understand this. Nana was humiliated. His pride was knocked on the head. Then Baba began to explain. First, it is not enough merely to prostrate before the Jnanis. We must make Sarvasva Sharanagati, complete surrender to the Sadguru. Second, mere questioning is not enough. The question must not be made with any improper motive or attitude or to trap the Guru and catch at mistakes in the answer or out of adult curiosity. It must be serious and with a view to achieve moksha or spiritual progress. Third, seva is not rendering service, retaining still the feeling that one is free to offer or refuse service. One must feel that he is not the master of the body, that the body is Guru's and exists merely to render service to him. If this is done, the Sadguru will show you what the jnana referred to in the previous stanza is. Nana did not understand what is meant by saying that a guru teaches ajnana. Baba, how is jnana upatesham, that is imparting of realization, to be effected? Destroying ignorance is jnana. Verse of 1396 of Jnaneshwari commenting on Gita 18 to 66 says, removal of ignorance is like this. O Arjuna, if dream and sleep disappear, you are yourself. It is like that. Also, 83 on Gita verse 16 says, is there anything different or independent in jnana besides the destruction of ignorance? Expelling darkness means light. Destroying duality, that is dvaita, means non-duality, advaita. Whenever we speak of destroying dvaita, we speak of advaita. Whenever we talk of destroying darkness, we talk of light. If we have to realize the advaita state, the feeling of dvaita in ourselves has to be removed. That is a realization of the Advaita state. Who can speak of Advaita while remaining in Dvaita? If one did, unless one gets into that state, how can one know it and realize it? Again, the Shishya, that is disciple, like the Sadguru, is really embodiment of Jnana. The difference between the two lines in the attitude, high realization, marvelous superhuman, Sattva, that is beginners, and unrevealed capacity, and Aishwarya Yoga, the divine powers. The Sadguru is Nirguna, Satchit Ananda. He has indeed taken human form to elevate mankind and raise the world. But his real Nirguna nature is not destroyed thereby, even a bit. His beingness, divine power and wisdom remain undiminished. The disciple also is in fact of the same Swarupa, but it is overlaid by the effect of the samskaras of innumerable births in the shape of ignorance, which hides from his view that he is Shuddha Chaitanya. As stated therein, he gets the impressions, I am Jiva, a creature, humble and poor. The Guru has to root out these offshoots of ignorance and has to be given upadesham or instruction to the disciple, held spellbound for endless generations by the ideas of his being a creature, humble and poor. The Guru imparts in hundreds of births the teaching, you are God, you are mighty and opulent. Then he realizes a bit that he is God really. The perpetual delusion under which the disciple is laboring, that he is the body, that he is a creature or ego, that God and the world are different from him, is an error inherited from innumerable past births. From actions based on it, he has derived his joy, sorrows, and mixtures of both. To remove this illusion, this error, this root ignorance, he must start the inquiry. How did the ignorance arise? Where is it? And to show him that this is called the Guru's Upadesh. The following are the instances of Ajnana. I am Jiva, that is creature. Body is a soul. I am the body. God, world, and Jiva are different. Fourth one, I am not God. Fifth, not knowing that body is not the soul. Sixth, not knowing that God, world, and Jiva are one. Unless these errors are exposed to his view, the disciple cannot learn what is God, Jiva, world, body, how they are interrelated and what they are different from each other, or are one and the same. To teach him these, and destroys ignorance is his instruction of jnana or ajnana. Why should jnana be imparted to the jiva? That is, who is a jnanamurti? Upadesham is merely to show him his error and destroys ignorance. Baba added, first, Pranipada implies surrender. Second, surrender must be of body, mind, and wealth. Regarding why should Krishna refer Arjuna to other jnanis, Sadbhakta takes everything to be Vasudeva. That is Bhagavad Gita, verse 9, chapter 19. That's any guru will be Krishna to the devotee. And Guru takes disciple to be Vasudeva. And Krishna treat both as his prana and atma. Bhagavad Gita 7-18, commentary of Jnanadev on this. As Sri Krishna knows that there are such bhaktas and gurus, he refers Arjuna to them so that their greatness may increase and be known. Construction of the Samadhi Mandir. Baba never talked nor ever made any fuss about the things which he wanted to accomplish, but he so skillfully arranged the circumstances and surroundings that the people were surprised as a slow but sure results attained. The construction of the Samadhi Mandir is an instance in point. Shriman Babu Sahib Bhuti, the famous multimillion of Nagpur, lived in Shirdi with his family. Once an idea arose in his mind that he should have a building of his own there. Sometimes after this, while he was sleeping in Dikshit's Vada, he got a vision. Baba appeared in his dream and ordered him to build a Vada of his own with temple. Shama, who was sleeping there, got also a similar vision. When Babu Sahib was awakened, he saw Shama crying and asked him why. The latter replied that in his vision, Baba came close to him and ordered distinctly, build the Vada with the temple. I shall fulfill the desires of all. Hearing the sweet and loving words of Baba, I was overpowered with emotion. My throat was choked. My eyes were overflowing with tears and I began to cry. Babu Sahib was surprised to see that both their visions tallied. Being a rich and capable man, he decided to build a Vada there and drew up a plan with Madhav Rao, that is Shama. Kaka Sahib Dikshit also approved of it. And when it was placed before Baba, he also sanctioned it immediately. Then the construction work was duly started, and under the supervision of Shama, the ground floor, the cellar, and the well were completed. Baba also, on his way to and from Lendi, suggested certain improvements. Further work was entrusted to Babu Sahib Jog, and when it was going on, an idea struck Babu Sahib Bhuti's mind that there should be an open room or platform, and in the center, the image of Muralidhar, that is Lord Krishna with the flute, be installed. He asked Shama to refer this matter to Baba and get his consent. The latter asked Baba about this when he was just passing by the Vada. Hearing Shama, Baba gave his consent, saying, after the temple is complete, I will come there to stay. And staring at the Vada, he added, after the Vada is complete, we shall use it ourselves. We shall live, move and play there, embrace each other and be very happy. Then Shama asked Baba whether this was an auspicious time to begin the foundation work of the central room of the shrine. The latter answered in the affirmative. Shama got a coconut, broke it, and started the work. In due time, the work was complete, and an order was also given for making a good image of Muralidhar. But before it was ready, a new thing turned up. Baba became seriously ill and was about to pass away. Babu Sahib became very sad and dejected, thinking that if Baba passed away, his vada would not be consecrated by the holy touch of Baba's feet, and all his money, about a lakh of rupees, would be wasted away. But the words, "Please or keep me in the vada," which came out of Baba's mouth just before his passing away, consoled not only Babu Sahib, but one and all. In due time, Baba's holy body was placed and preserved in the central shrine meant or designed for Muralidhar, and Baba himself became Muralidhar, and the Vada thus became the Samadhi Mandir of Sai Baba. His wonderful life is unfathomable. Blessed and fortunate is Babu Sahib Bhuti, in whose Vada lies the holy and the pure body of Baba. About Shri Sai, peace be to all. Shri Sajjan Satguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 41. Stories of Baba. Attending Mrs. Dio's Udyapan ceremony as a sannyasi with two others, Trio, and Hemant Pant's house in the form of his picture. In this chapter, we give two stories: how Baba attended the Udyapan ceremony of Mr. B.V. Dio's mother at his house at Dahanu, and how Baba attended the Shimgar dinner party in the Hemant Pant's house at Bandra. Preliminary. Blessed is Sri Sai Samartha, who gives instruction in both temporal and spiritual matters to his devotees and makes them happy by enabling them to achieve the goal of their life, Sai. He who, when placed his hands on their heads, transfer his powers to them, and thus destroying the sense of differentiation, makes them attain the unattainable thing. He who embraces the bhaktas who prostrate themselves before him with no sense of duality or difference. He becomes one with the bhaktas as the sea with the rivers when they meet it in the rainy season, and gives them his power and position. It follows from this that he who sings the leelas of God's bhaktas is equally or more dear to him than one who sings the leelas of God only. Now to revert to the stories of this chapter. Mrs. Dio's Udyapan ceremony. Mr. B.B. Dio was a Mamaltar Dahanu, Tana district. His mother had observed 25 or 30 different vows, and a Udyapan concluding ceremony in connection therewith was to be performed. This ceremony included the feeding of 100 or 200 Brahmins. Mr. Dio fixed a date for the ceremony and wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Jog asking him to request Sai Baba on his behalf to attend the dinner of the ceremony, as without his attendance, the ceremony would not be duly completed. Babu Sahib Jog read out the letter to Baba. Baba noted carefully the pure-hearted invitation and said always, "Think of him who remembers me. I require no conveyance, carriage, tanga, nor train, nor aeroplane. I run and manifest myself to him who lovingly calls me. Write to him a pleasing reply that three of us, the trio, myself, yourself, and a third, will go and attend it." Mr. Jog informed Mr. Dio of what Baba said. The latter was much pleased, but he knew that Baba never went to any place except Rahata, Rui, and Nimagon in person. He also thought that nothing was impossible to Baba, as he was all-pervading, and that he might suddenly come in any form he likes and fulfill his words. A few days before this, a sannyasi with Bengali dress and professing to work for the cause of the protection of the cows came to the station master at Dehenu to collect subscriptions. The latter told him to go into the town and see the Mamaltar, Mr. Dio, and with this help collect funds. Just then, the Mamaltar happened to come there. The station master then introduced the sannyasi to him. Both sat talking on the platform. Mr. Dio told him that a subscription list for some other charitable cause had already been opened by the leading citizen Rao Sahib Narottam Shetty, and so it was not good to start another subscription list, and that it would be better if he would visit the place after 2 or 4 months. Hearing this, the sannyasi left the place. About a month afterward, the sannyasi came in a tanga and stopped in front of Mr. Dio's house at about 10 a.m. Dio thought that he came for subscription. Seeing him busy with the preparations of the ceremony, the sannyasi said that he had come not for money but for meals. Dio said, "Very glad you're welcome. The house is yours." The sannyasi, "Lads are with me." Dio, "Come with them." As there was time 2 hours for dinner, Dio inquired where he should send for them. He said that it was not necessary as he would come himself at the appointed time. Dio asked him to come at noon. Exactly at 12 noon, the trio came and joined the dinner party, and after feeding themselves went away. After the ceremony was finished, Dio wrote a letter to Babu Sahib Jog complaining of Baba's breach of promise. Jog went to Baba with the letter, but before it was opened, Baba spoke. He says that I promised him to come but deceived him. Informed him that I did attend his dinner with 2 others, but he failed to recognize me. Then why did he call me at all? Tell him that he thought that the sannyasi came to ask for subscription money. Did I not remove his doubt in that respect? And did I not say that I would come with 2 others? And did not the trio come in time and take their meals? See, to keep my words, I would sacrifice my life. I would never be untrue to my words. This reply gladdened Jog's heart, and he communicated the whole of the reply to Dio. As soon as he read it, he burst into tears of joy, but he took himself to task mentally for vainly blaming Baba. He wondered how he was deceived by the sannyasi's prior visit and his coming to him for subscriptions, how he also failed to catch the significance of the sannyasi's word that he would come with 2 others for meals. This story clearly shows that when the devotees surrender themselves completely to their Sadguru, he sees the religious functions in their houses are duly executed and complied with all the necessary formalities. Hemant Pant's Shimga dinner. Now, let us take another story which shows how Baba appeared in the form of his picture and fulfilled the desire of his devotee. In 1917, on the full moon morning, Hemant Pant had a vision. Baba appeared to him in his dream in the form of a well-dressed sannyasi, woke him up and said that he would come to him for meals that day. This awakening constituted a part of the dream. When he fully awoke, he saw no Sai nor any sannyasi. But when he began to recollect the dream, he remembered each and every word the sannyasi uttered in his dream. Though he was in contact with Baba for 7 years, and though he also meditated on Baba, he never expected that Baba would come to his house for meals. However, being much pleased with Baba's words, he went to his wife and informed her that being the holy day, a sannyasi guest was coming for meals and that some more rice should be prepared. She inquired about the guest, who he was, and whence he was coming. Then, not to lead her astray and not to cause any misunderstanding, he gave her the truth, that is, told her about the dream. She doubtingly asked whether it was possible that Baba should come there, Bandra, from Shirdi, leaving their dainty dishes there for accepting their coarse food. Hemant Pant then assured her that Baba might not come in person, but he might attend in form of a guest, and that they would lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. They would not lose nothing if they cooked some more rice. After this, preparation for the dinner went on, and it was quite ready at noon. The Holika worship was gone through and the leaves. The dishes were spread and arranged with rangoli marks around them. 2 rows were put up in the central seat between them for the guests. All the members of the family, sons, grandsons, daughters, and son-in-laws, etc., came and occupied their proper seats, and the serving of the various articles commenced. While this was being done, everybody was watching for the guests, but none turned up, though it was past noon. Then the door was closed and chained. The Anna Shuddhi ghee was served. This was a signal to start eating. Formal offering to Vaishwadeva, fire, and Naivedya to Sri Krishna were also over, and the members were about to begin when footsteps in the staircase were distinctly heard. Hemant Pant went immediately and opened the door and saw 2 men there, Ali Muhammad and Maulana Ismu Mujawar. These 2 persons, seeing that meals were ready and all the members were about to begin eating, apologized to Hemant Pant and requested him to excuse their interference. They said, "Left your seat and came running to us. Others are waiting for you, so please take this your thing, and I shall relate all the wonderful tale about it later on at your convenience." So saying, he took out from his armpit a packet wrapped in an old newspaper cover and placed it on the table. Hemant Pant uncovered the packet and saw, to his great wonder and surprise, a big, nice picture of Sai Baba. Seeing it, he was much moved. Tears ran from his eyes, and hair stood on end all over his body, and he bent and placed his head on the feet of Baba in the picture. He thought that Baba had blessed him by this miracle or Leela. Out of curiosity, he asked Ali Muhammad whence he got this picture. He said that he bought it from a shop and that he would give all the details about it sometime afterwards, and wished that as all the members were waiting for him, he should go and join them. Hemant Pant thanked him, bade them goodbye, and returned to the dining hall. The picture was placed on the central seat reserved for the guest, and after the due offering of the Nevedya, the whole party commenced eating and finished it in proper time. Seeing the beautiful form in the picture, everybody was extremely pleased and wondered how all this happened. This is how Sai Baba kept up and fulfilled his words uttered by him in the dream of Hemant Pant. The story of the picture, with all its detail, that is, how Ali Muhammad got it, why he bought it, and gave it to Hemant Pant, is reserved for the next chapter. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachitananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai.
Chapter 41. Om Sai Ram. Story of the picture, stealing the rags, reading of Dhyaneshwari. As stated in the last chapter, we continue here the story of the picture. 9 years after the incident described in the last chapter, Ali Muhammad met Hemant Pant again and related to him the following story. One day, while wandering in the streets of Mumbai, he bought the picture from a street hawker. Then he got it framed and set it on a wall in his house at Bandra, suburb of Mumbai. As he loved Baba, daily he took darshan of it. 3 months before he gave the picture to Hemant Pant, he was suffering from an abscess or swelling on his leg, for which an operation was performed, and he was convulsing in the house of his brother-in-law, Mr. Noor Muhammad Peer Bhoy in Mumbai. For 3 months, his house in Bandra was closed and nobody was living there. Only the pictures of Baba, Abdul Rahman, Maulana Sahib, Muhammad Hussain, Sai Baba, Baba Tajuddin, and a few other saints living were there. The wheel of time did not even spare these. He was lying sick and was suffering in Mumbai. Why should the pictures suffer there in Bandra? All the pictures met their end. But how Sai Baba's picture escaped it, nobody had been able to explain to me up till now. It shows all the pervasiveness, omnipresence of Sai in his inscrutable power. The story goes like this. He had a small picture of Saint Baba Abdul Rahman from Muhammad Hussain Taryatopan many years ago. He gave it to his brother-in-law Noor Muhammad Peer Bhoy, and it was lying on his table for 8 years. Once Peer Bhoy took it to a photographer, and it enlarged to life size and distributed copies of the same amongst his relations and friends, including Ali Muhammad, who fixed it up in the Bandra house. Noor Muhammad was a disciple of Saint Abdul Rahman, and when he went to present the picture to his guru in an open darbar held by him, the guru got wild and ran to beat him and drove him out. He felt sorry and dejected. He also thought that he spent so much of money and incurred his guru's displeasure and wrath as his guru. Baba Abdul Rahman did not like image worship. He took the enlarged picture of Baba Rahman with him to Apollo Bandar, and after hiring a boat, took it and immersed it in the sea. He requested the friends and relations to return their copies, and after getting them 6 in all back, had them immersed in Bandra Sea. At this time, Ali Muhammad was in his brother-in-law's house. He was told by him that his suffering would come to an end if he would soon immerse the pictures of the other saints also in the sea. On hearing this, Ali Muhammad sent Mehta, his manager, to his Bandra house and got all the pictures of the saints in the house to be thrown into the sea. When Ali Muhammad returned home after 2 months, he was surprised to find Sai Baba's pictures on the wall as before. He did not understand how Mehta took away all the pictures except this. He immediately took it out and kept it in his cupboard, fearing that if his brother-in-law saw it, he would do away with it. While he was thinking how it could be disposed of and who would keep it with care, Sai Baba himself, as it were, suggested to him that he should see and consult Maulana Ismu Mujawar and abide by his opinion. He met the Maulana and told him everything. After much consultation, they both decided that the picture should be presented to Anna Sahib Hemant Pant and that he would protect it well. Then they both went to Hemant Pant and presented him the picture on the nick of time. This story shows how Baba knew all past, present, and future, and how skillfully he pulled the wires and fulfilled desires of his devotees. The following story shows that Baba liked very much those who took real interest in spiritual matters, and that he removed all their difficulties and made them happy. Stealing the rags and reading of Dhyaneshwari. Mr. B.V. Dev, who was Mamaladar of the Thana district, wished for a long time to read Dhyaneshwari, the well-known Marathi commentary on the Bhagavad Gita by Dhyaneshwar, along with other scriptures. He could read daily one chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, but when he took Dhyaneshwari in hand, some difficulties cropped up and he was precluded from reading it. He took 3 months' leave, went to Shirdi, and thence to his home at Poud for rest. He could read other books, but when he opened Dhyaneshwari, some evil or stray thoughts came crowding up his mind and stopped him in the effort. Try as much as he could, he was not able to read even a few lines of the book with ease. So he resolved in his mind that when Baba would create love for the book, he would order him to read it. He would begin and not till then. Then in the month of February 1914, he went with his family to Shirdi. There, Jog asked him whether he reads Dhyaneshwari daily. Dev replied that he was desirous of reading it, but he was not successful, and that only when Baba would order him to read it, he would commence. Jog then advised him to take a copy of the book and present it to Baba and start the reading after it was consecrated and returned to by him. Dev replied that he did not want to resort to this device. As Baba knows his heart, would he not know his desire and satisfy it by giving him a clear order to read? Dev then saw Baba and offered 1 rupee as dakshina. Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave. At night, he met one Balakram and inquired from him as to how he secured Baba's devotion and grace. Balakram told him that he would communicate everything next day after Aarti. When Dev went for darshan the next day, Baba asked for rupees 20, which he gave willingly. As the masjid was crowded, Dev went aside and sat in a corner. Baba asked him to come closer and sit with a calm mind, which Dev did. Then, after the noon aarti was over, the men dispersed. Dev saw Balakram again and asked him his previous experiences, what Baba told him, and how he was taught meditation. While Balakram was going to reply, Baba sent one Chandru, a leper devotee, to call Dev to him. When Dev went to Baba, the latter asked him with whom and what he was talking. He said that he was with Balakram and heard from him his fame. Then Baba asked again rupees 25 dakshina, which they gladly gave. And then Baba took him inside and sitting next near the post charged him, saying, you stole away my rags without my knowledge. Dev denied any knowledge of the rags, but Baba asked him to make a search. He searched but found none. Then Baba got angry and said, there is nobody here. You are the only thief, grey-haired and old. You came here for stealing. After this, Baba lost his temper, got terribly wild, gave all sorts of abuses and scoldings. Dev remained silent and apprehended that he might get a beating also. After about an hour or so, Baba asked him to go to the Vada. He returned to the Vada and told Jog and Balakram all that had happened. Then in the afternoon, Baba sent for all of them and said that his words might have pained the old man Dev, but as he committed the theft, he took him to task. Then Baba asked again rupees 12. Dev collected the amount, paid it, and prostrated before him. And then Baba said to him, go on reading the Pothi Dhyaneshwari daily. Go and sit in the Vada. Read regularly every day, and while reading, explain the portion read to all with love and devotion. I'm sitting here ready to give you the whole gold embroidered Sheila, valuable shawl. Then why go to others to steal rags, and why should you get into the habit of stealing? Dev was much pleased to hear the words of Baba. He directly asked him to start reading Pothi Dhyaneshwari. He thought that he got what he wanted and that he could read the book with ease. Henceforth, he again prostrated himself before Baba and said that he surrendered himself to him and that he should be treated as a child and be helped in his reading. He realized then what Baba meant by stealing the rags. What he asked Balakram constituted the rags, and Baba did not like his behavior in this respect. As he was already to answer all his questions, he did not like him to ask others and make unnecessary inquiries, and therefore he scolded him. Dev thought that he really did not scold him, but thought that he was ready to fulfill his desires, and there was no use asking others in vain. Dev took these scoldings as blessings and went home satisfied and contented. The matter did not end here. Baba did not stop with only issuing an order to read. Within a year, he went to Dev and inquired about his progress. On 2nd April 1914, on Thursday morning, Baba gave him a dream. He sat on the upper floor and asked him whether he understood the Pothi. No, answered Dev. Baba said, then when are you going to understand? Dev burst into tears and said, unless you shower your grace Grace, the reading is mere burden, and the understanding is still more difficult. Baba told, while reading, you make haste. Read it before me, in my presence. Dev asked, what shall I read? Baba said, read Adhyatma, spiritualism. They went into the bring the book. When he opened his eyes, he was fully awakened. We leave the readers to imagine what ineffable joy and bliss they felt after this vision. Bow to Sri Sai, peace to be all. Chapter 42, Baba passing away. Previous indication averting death of Ramchandra Dada Patil and Tatya Kote Patil, charity to Lakshmibai Shinde, last one. This chapter describes the passing away of Baba. Preliminary. The stories given in the previous chapter have shown that the light of Guru's grace removes fear of mundane existence, opens the path of salvation, and turns our misery into happiness. If we always remember the feet of the Sadguru, our troubles come to an end. Death loses its sting, and the misery of this mundane existence is obliterated. Therefore, those who care for their welfare should carefully listen to these stories of Sai Samarth, which will purify their minds. In the beginning, Hemad Pant dwells on Dr. Pandit's worship and his marking Baba's forehead with Tripunda, that is 3 horizontal lines. But as this has been already described in chapter 11, it has been omitted here. Previous indication. The readers up till now heard the stories of Baba's life. Let them now hear attentively of Baba's passing away. Baba got a slight fever on 28 September 1918. The fever lasted for 2 or 3 days, but afterwards Baba gave up his food and thereby grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th day, that is Tuesday, the 15th October 1918, Baba left his mortal coil at about 2:30 p.m. Professor G.G. Narke's letter dated 5th November 1918 to Dada Saheb Khaparde, published in Sai Leela magazine, page 78, first year. 2 years before this, that is 1916, Baba gave an indication of his passing away, but nobody understood it then. It was as follows. On the Vijayadasami Dasara day, Baba all of a sudden got into wild rage in the evening. When people were returning from Simolangan, crossing the border, on limits of the village, taking off his headdress, kafni and langota, etc. He tore them and threw them in the duni before him. On being fed this offering, the fire in the duni began to burn brighter, and Baba shone still brighter. He stood there stark naked and with his burning red eyes shouted, "You fellows, now you have a look and decide finally whether I am a Muslim or a Hindu." Everybody was trembling with fear and none dared to approach Baba. After some time, Bhagoji Shinde, the leper devotee of Baba, went boldly near him and succeeded in tying a langota waistband round his waist and said, "Baba, what is all this? Today is the Simo Langan, that is Dasara holiday." Baba, striking the ground with his satka, said, "This is my Simo Langan." Crossing the border, Baba did not cool down till 11 p.m. and the people doubted whether the Chavadi procession would ever take place that night. After an hour, Baba resumed his normal condition and, dressing himself as usual, attended the Chavadi procession as described before. By this incident, Baba gave a suggestion that Dasara was the proper time for him to cross the border of life, but none understood its meaning then. Baba gave another indication also as follows. Averting death of Ramachandra and Tatya Patil. Sometime after this, Ramachandra Patil became seriously ill. He suffered a lot. He tried all remedies but finding no relief. Despaired of his life and was waiting for the last moment. Then one midnight, Baba suddenly stood near his bed. Patil held his feet and said, "I have lost all hopes of life. Please tell me definitely when I shall die." Merciful Baba said, "Don't be anxious. Your hundi, death warrant, has been withdrawn and you will soon recover. But I'm afraid of Tatya Patil. He will pass away on Vijayadasami of Chekka, 1840, 1918 AD. Do not divulge this to anybody nor to him, for he will be terribly frightened." Ramchandra Dada got well, but he felt nervous about Tatya's life, for he knew that Baba's word was unalterable and that Tatya would breathe his last within 2 years. He kept the secret, told it to none, but to Bala Shimpi, a tailor only. Only these two persons, Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi, were in fear and suspense regarding Tatya's life. Ramachandra Dada soon left his bed and was on his legs. Time passed quickly. The month of Bhadrapad of Chakka, 1918 was ending and Ashwin was approaching. True to Baba's words, Tatya fell sick and was bedridden, and so he could not come for Baba's darshan. Baba was also down with fever. Tatya had full faith in Baba. Tatya's illness began to grow from bad to worse, and he could not move at all, but always remembered Baba. The predicament of Baba began to grow equally worse. The day predicted, that is Vijayadasami, was impending, and both Ramachandra Dada and Bala Shimpi were terribly frightened about Tatya, and their bodies trembling and perspiring with fear, thought that, as predicted by Baba, Tatya's end was near. Vijayadasami dawned, and Tatya's pulse began to beat very slow, and he was expected to pass away shortly. But a curious thing happened. Tatya remained His death was averted and Baba passed away instead. It seemed as if there was an exchange. People said that Baba gave up his life for Tatya. Why he did so, he alone knows, as his ways are inscrutable. It seems, however, that in this incident, Baba gave a hint of his passing away, substituting Tatya's name for his own. Next morning, 16th October, Baba appeared to Das Kanu at Pandharpur in his dream and said to him, "The masjid collapsed. All the oilmen and grocers of Shirdi harassed me a lot, so I leave the place. I therefore came to inform you here. Go here quickly and cover me with bakkal flowers." Das Ganu got the information also from Shirdi letters. So he came to Shirdi with his disciples and started bhajan and kirtan and sang the Lord's name throughout the day before Baba's Samadhi. Himself weaving a beautiful garland of Lord Hari's name, he placed it on Baba's Samadhi and gave a mass feeding in Baba's name. Charity to Lakshmi Bhai. Dasara or Vijayadashami is regarded by all the Hindus as the most auspicious time, and it is befitting that Baba should choose this time for his crossing the borderline. He was ailing some days before this, but he was ever conscious internally. Just before the last moment, he sat up without anybody's aid and looked better. People thought that the danger had passed off and he was getting well. He knew that he was to pass away soon, and therefore he wanted to give some money as charity to Lakshmi Shinde, Baba pervading all creatures. This Lakshmi Bai Shinde was a good and well-to-do woman. She was serving in the masjid day and night. Except Bhagat Mahalsapati, Tatya and Lakshmi Bai, none was allowed to step in the masjid at night. Once while Baba was sitting in the masjid with Tatya in the evening, Lakshmi Bai came and saluted Baba. Baba said to her, "Oh Lakshmi, I am very hungry." Off she went, saying, "Baba, wait a bit. I return immediately with bread." She did return with bread and vegetables and placed the same before Baba. He took it and gave it to a dog. Lakshmi Bai then asked, "What is this, Baba? I ran in haste, prepared bread with my own hands for you, and you threw it to a dog without eating a morsel of it. You gave me trouble unnecessarily." Baba replied, "Why do you grieve for nothing? The appeasement of the dog's hunger is the same as mine. The dog has a soul. The creatures may be different, but the hunger of all is the same. Though some speak and others are dumb, know for certain that he who feeds the hungry really serves me with food. Regard this as truth. This is an ordinary incident, but Baba thereby propounded a great spiritual truth and showed its practical implication in daily life without hurting anybody's feelings. From this time onward, Lakshmi Bai began to offer him daily bread and milk with love and devotion. Baba accepted and ate it appreciatingly. He took a part of this and sent the remainder through Lakshmi Bai to Radha Krishna Mai, who always relished and ate Baba's remnant prasad. This bread story should not be considered as a digression. It shows how Sai Baba pervaded all the creatures and transcended them. He is omnipresent, birthless, deathless, and immortal. Baba remembered Lakshmi Bai's service. How could he forget her? Just before leaving his body, he put his hand in his pocket and gave her ₹5 and then ₹4, in all ₹9. This figure 9 is indicative of the 9 types of devotion described in chapter 21, or it may be the dakshina offered at the time of Simo Langan. Lakshmi Bai was a well-to-do woman, so she was not in want of any money. Baba might have suggested to her and brought to her notice the 9 characteristics of a good disciple mentioned in the 6th verse of chapter 10. Skanda 11 of the Bhagavat, wherein first 5 and then 4 characteristics are mentioned in the first and second couplets. Baba's this gift of 9 she will remember ever. Being so watchful and conscious, he ordered them all to clear off. Kaka Sahib, Dikshit, Baba Puzai, Bhutti, and others were in the masjid anxiously waiting upon Baba, but he asked them to go to the Vada and return after meals. They could not leave Baba's presence, nor could they disobey him. So with heavy hearts and heavy feet, they went to the Vada. They knew that Baba's condition was very serious and that they could not leave him. They sat for meals, but their mind was elsewhere. It was with Baba. Before they finished, news came to them of Baba's shedding the mortal coil. Leaving their dishes, they ran to the masjid and found that Baba rested finally on Bayaji's lap. He did not collapse on the ground, nor did he lie on his bed, but sitting quietly on his seat and doing charity with his own hand, left the mortal coil. Saints embody themselves and come into this world with a definite mission, and after that is fulfilled, they pass away as quietly and easily as they come. Go to Sri Sai, peace to all.
ഓം ശ്രീ സായിരാം. അധ്യായം 43-44. ബാബയുടെ മഹാസമാധി തുടർച്ച. തയ്യാറെടുക്കൽ. സമാധി മന്ദിരം, ഇഷ്ടിക ഉടക്കൽ, 72 മണിക്കൂർ നേരത്തെ സമാധി, ജോഗിന്റെ സന്യാസം, ജോഗിന്റെ സന്യാസം, ബാബയുടെ അമൃതവാണികൾ. മുൻകൂട്ടിയുള്ള തയ്യാറെടുക്കൽ. സാധാരണ ഹിന്ദുക്കൾക്കിടയിൽ ഒരാൾ ആസന്ന മരണനായി കിടക്കുമ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും പുണ്യഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങൾ അയാൾക്ക് വായിച്ചു കേൾപ്പിച്ച് അവസാന നിമിഷത്തിൽ ലൗകിക കാര്യങ്ങളെ അയാൾ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ ഇടവരുത്താതെ ആധ്യാത്മിക കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ ആലോചന ഉണ്ടാക്കി സൽഗതി ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കുക എന്ന സമ്പ്രദായമുണ്ട്. പരീക്ഷിത് മഹാരാജാവിനെ ഒരാഴ്ചക്കുള്ളിൽ മരിച്ചു പോട്ടെ എന്ന് ഒരു ബ്രാഹ്മണ ഋഷി ശപിച്ചപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ശുക മഹർഷി ഒരാഴ്ച കൊണ്ട് ഭാഗവതം മുഴുവൻ വായിച്ചു കേൾപ്പിച്ചു. ഈ സമ്പ്രദായം ഇപ്പോഴും തുടർന്നു വരുന്നതും ഗീത, ഭാഗവതം മുതലായ വിശിഷ്ട ഗ്രന്ഥങ്ങൾ മരിക്കാറായവരെ വായിച്ചു കേൾപ്പിക്കുന്ന പതിവ് ഇന്നും നിലനിൽക്കുന്നതുമാകുന്നു. ഒരു ദൈവാവതാരം എന്ന നിലക്ക് ബാബയ്ക്ക് ഈ വക സഹായങ്ങളൊന്നും ആവശ്യമില്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിലും മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക് മാതൃകയാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി അദ്ദേഹം ഈ സമ്പ്രദായം തന്നെ സ്വീകരിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹം അന്ത്യശ്വാസം വലിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നുവെന്ന് അറിഞ്ഞ് അദ്ദേഹം വാസി എന്ന ആളോട് രാമവിജയം വായിച്ചു കേൾപ്പിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. വാസി ഒരാഴ്ച കൊണ്ട് പുസ്തകം ഒരിക്കൽ വായിച്ചു. എന്നിട്ട് ബാബ അയാളോട് ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി രാവും പകലും വായിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞ പ്രകാരം 3 ദിവസങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ട് ഒരു വായന കൂടി പൂർത്തിയാക്കി. അങ്ങനെ 11 ദിവസങ്ങൾ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അയാൾ വീണ്ടും 3 ദിവസങ്ങൾ കൂടി വായിച്ച് അത്യധികം ക്ഷീണിതനായി. പിന്നീട് ബാബ അയാളെ പോവാൻ അനുവദിച്ച് ശാന്തനായി കഴിഞ്ഞു. അദ്ദേഹം ആത്മനിൽ തന്നെ അധിവസിച്ച് അന്ത്യനിമിഷം കാത്തിരുന്നു. 2-3 ദിവസങ്ങൾക്ക് മുൻപ് തന്നെ ബാബ തന്റെ രാവിലത്തെ നടത്തങ്ങളും ഭിക്ഷാടനവും നിർത്തൽ ചെയ്ത് മസ്ജിദിൽ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കലായി. അവസാന നിമിഷം വരെ ബോധത്തോടു കൂടിയിരുന്ന അദ്ദേഹം ഭക്തന്മാരോട് ധൈര്യമായിരിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. ആരെയും അന്ത്യനിമിഷം എപ്പോഴായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് അറിയിച്ചില്ല. കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് ദീക്ഷിതും ശ്രീമാൻ ഭൂട്ടിയും മസ്ജിദിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് കൂടെ തന്നെ നിത്യവും ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചിരുന്നത്. അന്നത്തെ ദിവസം ഒക്ടോബർ 15 ആരതിക്ക് ശേഷം അവരോട് വാസസ്ഥലത്ത് പോയി ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാൻ നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുകയാണ് ഉണ്ടായത്. എന്നിട്ടും കുറച്ചു പേർ, അതായത് ലക്ഷ്മിബായ് ഷിൻഡെ, ഭാഗോജി ഷിൻഡെ, ബായാജി ലക്ഷ്മൺ, ബാലഷിംപി, നാനാ സാഹിബ് നിമോൻകർ എന്നിവർ അവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരുന്നു. ശ്യാമ ഒതുക്കിന്മേൽ ഇരിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. ലക്ഷ്മിബായ് ഷിൻഡെക്ക് 9 രൂപ കൊടുത്ത ശേഷം തനിക്ക് മസ്ജിദിൽ സുഖമില്ലെന്നും തന്നെ ബ്രൂട്ടിയുടെ കല്ലുകൊണ്ടുണ്ടാക്കിയ വാടയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകണമെന്നും അവിടെ സുഖമായിരിക്കുമെന്നും പറഞ്ഞു. ഈ അവസാന വാക്കുകൾ പറഞ്ഞ് ബായാജിയുടെ ചുമലിലേക്ക് ചാരി അന്ത്യശ്വാസം വലിച്ചു. ഭാഗോജി അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ശ്വാസം നിലച്ചതായി കണ്ട് താഴെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന നാനാ സാഹിബ് നിമോൻകറോട് വിവരം പറഞ്ഞു. നാനാ സാഹിബ് കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെടുത്ത് ബാബയുടെ വായിൽ ഒഴിച്ചു. അത് പുറത്തേക്ക് ഒഴുകി. അപ്പോൾ അയാൾ ഉറക്കെ "ഓ ദേവാ" എന്ന് വിലപിച്ചു. ബാബ ചെറുതായി കണ്ണൊന്ന് തുറന്നു. "ഹാ" എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി തോന്നി. പക്ഷേ ബാബ ദേഹത്യാഗം ചെയ്തു എന്ന് വ്യക്തമായി. ബാബ സമാധിയായ വിവരം കാട്ടുതീ പോലെ ഗ്രാമമാകെ പരന്നു. ആബാല വൃദ്ധം ജനങ്ങൾ മസ്ജിദിൽ തടിച്ചുകൂടി പല വിധത്തിൽ വിലപിച്ചു. ചിലർ ഉറക്കെ കരഞ്ഞു, ചിലർ നിരത്തിൽ കിടന്നു ഉരുണ്ടു, ചിലർ ബോധം കെട്ടു വീണു. എല്ലാവരുടെ കണ്ണുകളിൽ നിന്നും കണ്ണീർ പൊഴിഞ്ഞ് അവിടെ മുഴുവൻ ശോകസ്തബ്ധമായി. അപ്പോൾ ബാബയുടെ ദേഹം എങ്ങനെ സംസ്കരിക്കണം എന്ന പ്രശ്നം ഉയർന്നു വന്നു. ചില മുഹമ്മദീയർ ബാബയെ പുറമേ തുറന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് മറവ് ചെയ്ത് ഒരു ശവകുടീരം പണി ചെയ്യണമെന്നായി. കുശൽ ചന്ദും അമീർ സർക്കാരും ഈ അഭിപ്രായത്തോട് യോജിച്ചു. അംശം അധികാരിയായ രാമചന്ദ്ര പട്ടേൽ തീർത്തും പറഞ്ഞു, "നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്വീകാര്യമല്ല. ബാബയുടെ ദേഹം വാടയിലല്ലാതെ വേറെ എവിടെയും അടക്കുന്നതല്ല." ഇങ്ങനെ ഭിന്നാഭിപ്രായം ഉയർന്നു വന്ന് 36 മണിക്കൂറോളം ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി ചർച്ച നടന്നു. ബുധനാഴ്ച രാവിലെ ബാബ ലക്ഷ്മൺ മാമ ജോഷിക്ക് സ്വപ്ന ദർശനം നൽകി. അയാളുടെ കൈ പിടിച്ച് വലിച്ചു പറഞ്ഞു, "വേഗം എഴുന്നേൽക്ക്. ബാപ്പു സാഹിബ് കരുതുന്നത് ഞാൻ മരിച്ചുവെന്നതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവൻ വരില്ല. നീ ആരാധനയും കാക്ക രാവിലത്തെ ആരതിയും നടത്തണം." ലക്ഷ്മൺ മാമ ഗ്രാമത്തിലെ ജ്യോത്സ്യനും ഷാമിയുടെ മാതുലനുമായിരുന്നു. അയാൾ ഒരു യാഥാസ്ഥിക ബ്രാഹ്മണനായിരുന്നു. അയാൾ നിത്യവും ബാബയെയും ഗ്രാമദൈവങ്ങളെയും ആരാധിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. ദർശനത്തിന് ശേഷം അയാൾ പൂജാ സാധനങ്ങളുമായി വന്ന് മൗലവിമാരുടെ പ്രതിഷേധം വകവെക്കാതെ പൂജയും കാക്കടാരതി പോലും മുറ പോലെ നടത്തി മടങ്ങിപ്പോയി. പിന്നീട് ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ബാബു സാഹിബ് ജോഗ് എല്ലാവരോടും കൂടി വന്ന് പതിവ് പോലെ മധ്യാഹ്ന ആരതിയും നടത്തി. ബാബയുടെ വാക്കുകളെ ബഹുമാനിച്ച് ജനങ്ങൾ ബാബയെ വാടയിൽ അടക്കാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ച് മധ്യത്തിൽ കുഴിവെട്ടാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ചൊവ്വാഴ്ച വൈകുന്നേരം റഹഡയിൽ നിന്ന് സബ് ഇൻസ്പെക്ടറും മറ്റു സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് മറ്റു ജനങ്ങളും വന്ന് ഈ തീരുമാനത്തോട് യോജിച്ചു. അടുത്ത പ്രഭാതത്തിൽ ബോംബെയിൽ നിന്ന് അമീർ ഭായിയും കോപ്പർഗാണിൽ നിന്ന് മംലദ്ദാറും വന്നു. ജനങ്ങൾ അപ്പോഴും അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസത്തിലാണ്. ചിലർ തുറന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് മറവ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിർബന്ധിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. മംലദ്ദാർ പൊതുജനാഭിപ്രായം എന്തെന്ന് വോട്ടിനിട്ടപ്പോൾ വാടയിൽ അടക്കുന്നതിന് എതിരഭിപ്രായത്തിന്റെ ഇരട്ടി വോട്ട് കിട്ടിയതായി കണ്ടു. അയാൾ ഏതായാലും കലക്ടറുടെ അഭിപ്രായം കൂടി ചോദിക്കാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് ദീക്ഷിത് കലക്ടറെ കാണാൻ അഹമ്മദ് നഗറിലേക്ക് പുറപ്പെട്ടു. അപ്പോഴേക്കും ബാബയുടെ പ്രചോദനം കൊണ്ട് എതിരഭിപ്രായക്കാരുടെ മനസ്സു മാറി അവരും വാടയിൽ അടക്കാനുള്ള അഭിപ്രായത്തോട് യോജിച്ചു. ബുധനാഴ്ച വൈകുന്നേരം ബാബയുടെ ദേഹം വിലാപയാത്രയായി എഴുന്നള്ളിച്ച് വാടയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അവിടെ ഗർഭഗൃഹത്തിൽ മുരളീധരന് തയ്യാറാക്കിയ സ്ഥാനത്ത് വിധിയാം വണ്ണം സമാധിയടക്കി. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ബാബ തന്നെ മുരളീധരനായി. വാട ഒരു ക്ഷേത്രവും തീർത്ഥാടന കേന്ദ്രവുമായി അവിടെ അനേകം ഭക്തന്മാർ ശാന്തിക്കും സമാധാനത്തിനുമായി പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. പ്രൊഫസർ നാർക്കെ പ്രസ്താവിച്ച പ്രകാരം 36 മണിക്കൂർ കാറ്റുകൊണ്ട് കിടന്നിട്ടും ബാബയുടെ ദേഹം മരവിച്ചില്ല. എല്ലാ അവയവങ്ങളും സാധാരണ പോലെ തന്നെ ഇളക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. കഫ്നി സുഖമായി എളുപ്പം ഊരിയെടുക്കാൻ തന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അല്ലാതെ കീറിയെടുക്കേണ്ടതായി വന്നില്ല. ഇഷ്ടിക ഉടയ്ക്കൽ. ബാബ പോകുന്നതിന് കുറച്ച് ദിവസങ്ങൾക്ക് മുൻപ് വരാൻ പോകുന്ന സംഭവത്തെപ്പറ്റി ഒരു ദുസ്സൂചനയുണ്ടായി. ബാബ കൈവച്ചും കൊണ്ടിരുന്നിരുന്ന ഒരു പഴയ ഇഷ്ടിക മസ്ജിദിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. രാത്രി അതിന്മേൽ ചാരിയാണ് ബാബ ആസനസ്ഥനാവുക. ഇങ്ങനെ വളരെ കൊല്ലങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള പതിവായിരുന്നു. ഒരു ദിവസം ബാബയുടെ അഭാവത്തിൽ ഒരു ചെറുക്കൻ അവിടെ അടിച്ചു വാരുമ്പോൾ ആ ഇഷ്ടിക കയ്യിലെടുത്തപ്പോൾ വഴുതി വീണ് 2 കഷ്ണമായി പൊട്ടിപ്പോയി. ബാബ ഈ വിവരം അറിഞ്ഞ് അത് പൊട്ടിപ്പോയതിനെ പറ്റി ഇങ്ങനെ വിലപിച്ചു. ഇഷ്ടികയല്ല, എന്റെ വിധിയാണ് പൊട്ടി നുറുങ്ങിപ്പോയത്. അതെന്റെ ജീവിത സുഹൃത്തായിരുന്നു. അതും വെച്ച് ഞാൻ സദാ ആത്മനെ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. അതെനിക്ക് എന്റെ ജീവന് തുല്യമായിരുന്നു. അതെന്നെ ഇന്ന് വിട്ടുപിരിഞ്ഞു. ചിലർ ചോദിച്ചേക്കാം, ബാബ എന്തിനാണ് ഇഷ്ടിക പോലത്തെ ഒരു നിർജീവ വസ്തുവിനെ ചൊല്ലി വിലപിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന്. അതിന് ഹേമത് പാന്തിന്റെ മറുപടി, ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ നിസ്സഹായരെയും ദരിദ്രരെയും സഹായിക്കാനാണ് അവതരിക്കുന്നതെന്നും അങ്ങനെ അവതരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ ജനങ്ങളുമായി ഇടപഴകി അവരെ പോലെ പുറമേക്ക് പെരുമാറി ചിരിക്കുകയും കളിക്കുകയും കരയുകയും എല്ലാം ചെയ്യുമെന്നും, എന്നാൽ ആന്തരികമായി അവർ ഉദ്ബുദ്ധനും ശാന്തരുമായി അവരുടെ പ്രവൃത്തി നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുവെന്നുമാണ്. 72 മണിക്കൂർ നേരത്തെ സമാധി. ഇതിന് 32 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുൻപ്, അതായത് 1886 ബാബ ഒരു സീമാ ലംഘനത്തിന് പരിശ്രമിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ഒരു മാർഗ പൗർണമി ദിവസം ബാബയ്ക്ക് വല്ലാത്ത കാസരോഗം പിടിപെട്ടു. അതിൽ നിന്നും മോചിതനാവാൻ ബാബ പ്രാണനെ വളരെ ഉയരത്തിലേക്ക് ഉയർത്താനും സമാധിസ്ഥനാവാനും തീർച്ചപ്പെടുത്തി. അദ്ദേഹം ഭഗത് മാത്സപതിയോട് പറഞ്ഞു, എന്റെ ദേഹം 3 ദിവസങ്ങളോളം സംരക്ഷിക്കുക. ഞാൻ മടങ്ങി വന്നാൽ എല്ലാം ശരിയായിരിക്കും. മടങ്ങി വന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്റെ ദേഹം ആ തുറന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് കാണിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അടക്കം ചെയ്യുക. അവിടെ 2 കൊടിക്കൂറകൾ അടയാളമായി സ്ഥാപിക്കുക. ഇതും പറഞ്ഞ് രാത്രി 10 മണിയോടുകൂടി ബാബ താഴെ വീണു. ശ്വാസോച്ഛ്വാസവും നാടിമിടിപ്പും നിലച്ചു. പ്രാണൻ ദേഹത്തെ വെടിഞ്ഞ പോലെ തോന്നി. ഗ്രാമത്തിലുള്ളവരെല്ലാവരും വന്ന് അന്വേഷണം നടത്തി. ദേഹം ബാബ പറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലത്ത് അടക്കണമെന്നായി. മാത്സപതി ഇതെല്ലാം തടഞ്ഞു. ബാബയുടെ ശരീരം മടിയിൽ വെച്ച് സൂക്ഷിച്ച് അയാൾ 3 ദിവസം ഒരേ ഇരിപ്പിരുന്നു. 3 നാൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ് വൈകുന്നേരം 3 മണിക്ക് ബാബ ജീവനുള്ള ലക്ഷണം കാണിച്ചു. അടിവയറിന്റെ ഭാഗത്തൊരു ചലനവും കണ്ടു. അദ്ദേഹം കണ്ണു തുറന്ന് കൈകാലുകൾ നിവർത്തി ബോധവാനായി തീർന്നു. ഈ സംഭവത്തിൽ നിന്നും മറ്റും വായനക്കാർ 3.5 മുഴം നീളത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹം കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഒരു ശരീരം മാത്രമായിരുന്നുവോ ബാബ എന്ന് തീരുമാനിക്കട്ടെ. അദ്ദേഹം ശരീരം ഉപേക്ഷിച്ചാലും സർവാന്തര്യാമിയും ആത്മനിവാസിയുമായി എന്നും നിലകൊള്ളുന്നു. പഞ്ചഭൂതാത്മകമായ ദേഹം ക്ഷണികവും നാശോന്മുഖവുമാണ്. അതിലുള്ള ആത്മൻ കേവല സത്യവും നാശരഹിതവും ശാശ്വതവുമാണ്. മനസ്സിനെയും ഇന്ദ്രിയങ്ങളെയും നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ബോധമാകുന്ന ബ്രഹ്മത്തെ സായിയായി കാണുന്നു. ഇത് പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ സർവത്തിലും മുഴുകിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതില്ലാതെ ഇടമില്ല. കൽപ്പിതമായ പ്രവർത്തനം പൂർത്തിയാക്കാൻ അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു ശരീരം ധരിച്ചു. പ്രവൃത്തി പൂർത്തിയായതോടുകൂടി അതും ഉപേക്ഷിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. സായ് മുമ്പുണ്ടായ ദത്താവതാരമായ ഗംഗാപുരിയിലെ ശ്രീ നരസിംഹ സരസ്വതിയെ പോലെ തന്നെ എന്നും നാശമില്ലാതെ നിലകൊള്ളുന്നു. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ മൃതി ഒരു ബാഹ്യഭാവം മാത്രമാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹം സർവ്വചരാചരങ്ങളിലും ആമഗ്നനായി അവയുടെ അന്തര്യാമിയെയും നിയന്താവുമായി വാഴുകയാണ്. ഇത് ഇന്നും അദ്ദേഹത്തിൽ സർവം സമർപ്പിച്ചാൽ ബോധ്യപ്പെടുന്നതും പൂർണ്ണ മനസ്സോടെ ഭക്തി ആദരങ്ങളോടെ ആരാധിച്ചാൽ അനുഭവപ്പെടുന്നതുമാണ്. ഇന്ന് നമുക്ക് ബാബയെ ശരീരമായി കാണാൻ കഴിയില്ലെങ്കിലും ഷിർദിയിൽ പോയാൽ മസ്ജിദിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ജീവനുള്ള പോലത്തെ ഛായാപടം നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ കഴിയും. ഇത് ശ്യാമറാവ് ജയക്കർ എന്ന കലാകാരനായ ഒരു ബാബ ഭക്തൻ വരച്ചതാണ്. ഭാവനാ സമ്പന്നനായ ഭക്തൻ ഈ പടം നോക്കിയാൽ ഇന്നും ബാബയെ ദർശിച്ച സംതൃപ്തി അനുഭവിക്കുന്നതാണ്. ബാബയ്ക്ക് ഇന്നൊരു ദേഹമില്ലെങ്കിലും അദ്ദേഹം അവിടെയും സകല ഇടത്തും വാഴുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇന്നും ഭക്തന്മാരുടെ ക്ഷേമകാര്യങ്ങളിൽ അദ്ദേഹം ദേഹിയായിരുന്ന കാലത്തെ പോലെ തന്നെ തൽപരനാണ്. ബാബയെ പോലുള്ള ഋഷീശ്വരന്മാർ മരിക്കുന്നില്ല. മനുഷ്യരെ പോലെ കാഴ്ചയിൽ തോന്നുമെങ്കിലും അവർ ദൈവം തന്നെയാണ്. ബാപ്പു സാഹിബ് ജോഗിന്റെ സന്യാസം. ഹേമത് പാൻ ജോഗിന്റെ സന്യാസത്തെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞതാണ് അധ്യായം ജോഗ്. പൂനെയിലെ പ്രശസ്തനായ വർക്കരി വിഷ്ണുബുവ ജോഗിന്റെ അമ്മാമനാണ്. ഗവൺമെന്റ് സർവീസിൽ നിന്ന് റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്ത ശേഷം അയാൾ PWDയിൽ സൂപ്പർവൈസർ ആയിരുന്നു. 1909 അയാൾ ഭാര്യയോടുകൂടി വന്ന് ഷിർദിയിൽ താമസമാക്കി. ഭാര്യയും ഭർത്താവും ബാബയെ അത്യധികം ആദരിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹത്തെ സേവിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞുകൂടി. അവർക്ക് കുട്ടികൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. മേഘയുടെ മരണശേഷം ബാപ്പു സാഹിബാണ് മസ്ജിദിലും ചാവടിയിലും മഹാസമാധിക്ക് അയാൾക്ക് സതേവാടയിൽ വെച്ച് ജ്ഞാനേശ്വരിയും മേഘനാഥ് ഭാഗവതവും വായിച്ച് അർത്ഥം പറയുന്ന ജോലിയും കൊടുത്തിരുന്നു. അനവധി കാലം സേവനം ചെയ്ത ശേഷം ജോഗ് ബാബയോട് ഞാൻ അവിടുത്തെ വളരെ കാലം സേവിച്ചു, എനിക്ക് മനഃശാന്തിയും സംതൃപ്തിയും കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല. എന്താണ് എനിക്ക് ഋഷിമാരുടെ സംസർഗം ഉണ്ടായിട്ട് കൂടി നന്മ വരാത്തത്? എപ്പോഴാണ് അവിടുന്ന് എന്നെ അനുഗ്രഹിക്കുക എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. ഭക്തന്റെ പ്രാർത്ഥന കേട്ട് ബാബ മറുപടിയായി, കാലക്രമം കൊണ്ട് നിന്റെ ദുഷ്കർമ്മ ഫലം അവസാനിക്കും, നിന്റെ പുണ്യാപുണ്യങ്ങൾ ഇല്ലായ്മ ചെയ്ത് ഭസ്മീകരിക്കപ്പെടും. അന്നേരം നീ നിസ്സംഗനായി കാമവും ക്രോധവും ആഹാരപ്രിയവും എല്ലാം ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് നിന്റെ എല്ലാ തടസ്സവും തീർന്ന് ദൈവത്തെ പൂർണ്ണ മനസ്സോടെ സേവിച്ച് ഭിക്ഷാന്തേഹിയായി സന്യാസം സ്വീകരിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിന്നെ ഞാൻ അനുഗ്രഹീതനായി കാണും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അല്പകാലത്തിനുള്ളിൽ ബാബയുടെ വാക്കുകൾ ശരിയായി വന്നു. അയാളുടെ ഭാര്യ ആദ്യം മരിച്ചു. പിന്നെ അയാൾ തികച്ചും നിസ്സംഗനും സ്വതന്ത്രനുമായി. അയാൾ സന്യാസം സ്വീകരിച്ച് ജീവിത സാക്ഷാത്കാരം നേടി. ബാബയുടെ അമൃതവാണികൾ. കരുണാമയനും സ്നേഹസമ്പന്നനുമായ ബാബ മസ്ജിദിൽ വെച്ച് പലപ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനെ പറയുമായിരുന്നു, എന്നെ ഏറ്റവും അധികം സ്നേഹിക്കുന്നവൻ എന്നെ സദാ കാണുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഇല്ലാത്ത ലോകം അവന് കേവലം ശൂന്യമാണ്. അവൻ എന്റെ അപദാനങ്ങളല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊരു കഥയും പറയാനാവില്ല. അവൻ നിരന്തരം എന്നിൽ ധ്യാനനിരതനായി സദാ എന്റെ നാമം ജപിക്കുന്നു. സർവവും എന്നിൽ സമർപ്പിച്ച് എന്നെ സ്മരിക്കുന്നവനോട് ഞാൻ സ്വയം കടപ്പെട്ടവനായി കരുതുന്നു. ഞാൻ അവന്റെ കടം വീട്ടുന്നത് അവന് മുക്തി പ്രദാനം ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്. എന്നെ സ്മരിച്ച് എന്റെ പിന്നാലെ കൂടി എനിക്ക് തന്നല്ലാതെ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാത്തവനിൽ ഞാൻ ആശ്രിതനാവുന്നു. ഇങ്ങനെ യാതൊരുവൻ എന്നെ സമീപിക്കുന്നുവോ അവൻ ഞാനുമായി താതാത്മ്യം പ്രാപിച്ച് ഐക്യം സംഭവിച്ച് നദി സമുദ്രത്തിൽ ലയിക്കുന്ന പോലെ എന്നിൽ ലയിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് അഹംഭാവത്തിന്റെയും അഹങ്കാരത്തിന്റെയും ലാഞ്ചന പോലും ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഹൃദയവാസിയായ എന്നിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ശരണം പ്രാപിച്ചാലും. ആരാണ് ഈ ഞാൻ? സായിബാബ ആരാണ് ഈ ഞാൻ എന്ന് പലപ്പോഴും വ്യക്തമാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹം പറയും, നിങ്ങൾ എന്നെ അന്വേഷിച്ച് ദൂരദിക്കിലൊന്നും പോവേണ്ടതില്ല. നിങ്ങളുടെ പേരും ആകൃതിയും ഒഴിച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങളിലും സർവ്വ ജീവജാലങ്ങളിലുമുള്ള ആ സ്ഥിതി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ബോധമാവുന്ന സ്ഥിതി, അതാണ് ഞാൻ. ഇതറിഞ്ഞ് നിങ്ങളിൽ തന്നെയും സകല ജീവജാലങ്ങളിലും കണ്ടെത്തുവിൻ. ഇത് നിങ്ങൾ പരിശീലിച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സർവാന്തര്യാമിതത്വവും എന്നിലുള്ള ഐക്യവും അനുഭവപ്പെടും. ഹേമത് പാന്ത് അതുകൊണ്ട് വായനക്കാരെ വണങ്ങി അവരോട് എല്ലാ ദൈവങ്ങളെയും ഋഷിമാരെയും ഭക്തന്മാരെയും സ്നേഹിച്ച് ബഹുമാനിക്കാൻ വിനീതമായും സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വവും അപേക്ഷിക്കുകയാണ്. ബാബ പലപ്പോഴും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ലേ, യാതൊരുത്തൻ മറ്റുള്ളവരെ വെറുതെ നിന്ദിക്കുകയും കുറ്റം പറയുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുവോ അവൻ എന്റെ ഹൃദയം പിളർന്ന് എന്നെ പരിക്കേൽപ്പിക്കുകയായിരിക്കും. യാതൊരുത്തൻ എല്ലാം സഹിച്ച് ക്ഷമിക്കുന്നുവോ അവൻ എന്നെ അങ്ങേയറ്റം സംപ്രീതനാക്കുന്നു എന്ന് ബാബ അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ ജീവജാലങ്ങളിലും കുടികൊണ്ട് അവയെ എല്ലാ ഭാഗങ്ങളും അലങ്കാരമായി വെച്ചിരിക്കുകയാണ്. സർവ്വ ജീവജാലങ്ങളോടുമുള്ള സ്നേഹമല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊന്നും അദ്ദേഹം ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നില്ല. അത്തരം അമൃതവാണികൾ സദാ ബാബയുടെ ചുണ്ടുകളിൽ നിന്നും ബഹിർഗമിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. യാതൊരുത്തൻ ബാബയുടെ പ്രശസ്തിയെ ഭക്തി ആദരങ്ങളോടെ പാടി പുകഴ്ത്തുന്നുവോ അവനും അവയെ ഭക്തി ആദരങ്ങളോടെ യാതൊരുത്തൻ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നുവോ അവനും ബാബയിൽ ലയിച്ച് ഐക്യം പ്രാപിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പ്രസ്താവിച്ച് ഹേമത് പാൻ ഈ അധ്യായം അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. ശ്രീ സായിയെ നമിക്കുവിൻ, ലോകശാന്തി ഭവിക്കട്ടെ. അധ്യായം 45. കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന്റെ സന്ദേഹവും ആനന്ദറാവുവിന്റെ ദർശനവും. മരപ്പലക ബാബയുടെ കിടപ്പിടമാണ്, ഭഗത്തിൻ്റെതല്ല മുഖപുര. കഴിഞ്ഞ 3 അധ്യായങ്ങളിൽ ബാബയുടെ മഹാസമാധിയെ പറ്റി വിവരിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ക്ഷണിക ശരീരം നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിൽ നിന്ന് അപ്രത്യക്ഷമായി എന്നത് ശരിയാണ്. പക്ഷേ ബാബയുടെ സൂക്ഷ്മ ശരീരവും പ്രചോദനവും ശാശ്വതങ്ങളാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം ജീവിച്ചിരുന്ന കാലത്തെ ലീലകളെ എന്ന് ഇതുവരെ പ്രസ്താവിച്ചത്. മഹാസമാധിക്ക് ശേഷവും പുതിയ ലീലകൾ ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. ഇത് ബാബ എന്നും ജീവിച്ചിരിപ്പുണ്ടെന്ന് സദാ ഭക്തന്മാരെ സഹായിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നും തെളിയിക്കുന്നു. ബാബയെ ദേഹത്തോടുകൂടി കണ്ടവർ മഹാഭാഗ്യവാന്മാർ തന്നെ. പക്ഷെ അവരിൽ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും നിസ്സംഗ മനോഭാവം വളരാതെ ഈശ്വര വിശ്വാസം ഉറച്ചു കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് നിർഭാഗ്യം എന്നേ പറയാവൂ. അന്നും ഇന്നും വേണ്ടത് ബാബയോടുള്ള അകമഴിഞ്ഞ ഭക്തിയാണ്. മനോബുദ്ധി അഹങ്കാരങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ടും അവയവങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ടും ഒരു സമ്മിളിതമായ ആരാധനയാണ് നാം ബാബയ്ക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ചില അവയവങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ട് ആരാധിച്ച് മറ്റുള്ളവ അതിൽ വ്യാപരിക്കാതിരുന്നാൽ ആ ആരാധന പ്രയോജനഹീനമാണ്. ആരാധനയോ ധ്യാനമോ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് പൂർണ്ണ മനസ്സാലെ ആയിരിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഒരു പതിവ്രതയ്ക്ക് ഭർത്താവിനോടുള്ള ഭക്തിയെ ചിലപ്പോൾ ശിഷ്യന് ഗുരുവിനോടുള്ള ഭക്തിയുമായി ഉപമിക്കാറുണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ആദ്യത്തേത് രണ്ടാമത്തേക്കാൾ എത്രയോ ലഘുവാണ്. ഗുരുഭക്തി സാമ്യമായി മറ്റൊന്നില്ല. ജീവിത ലക്ഷ്യം പ്രാപിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ മാതാപിതാക്കന്മാരോ സഹോദരന്മാരോ ബന്ധുക്കളോ ഒന്നും തന്നെ നമ്മെ സഹായിക്കുന്നില്ല. ആ മാർഗം നാം തന്നെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് നടന്നു പോകേണ്ടതാണ്. നമുക്ക് സത്യാസത്യ വിവേചനം വേണം. ഇഹത്തിലും പരത്തിലുമുള്ള ഭോഗാസക്തി ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് മനസ്സും ഇന്ദ്രിയങ്ങളും നിയന്ത്രണാധീനമാക്കി വേണം മോക്ഷത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് മാത്രം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുവാൻ. മറ്റുള്ളവരെ ആശ്രയിക്കുന്നതിന് പകരം നമുക്ക് നമ്മിൽ തന്നെ പൂർണ്ണ വിശ്വാസം ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കലാണ് പ്രധാനമായും വേണ്ടത്. വിവേകത്തോടെ വീക്ഷിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ലോകം ക്ഷണികവും മിഥ്യയുമാണെന്ന് ബോധ്യമായി ലൗകികങ്ങളിൽ ആസക്തി ചുരുങ്ങി വന്ന് അവസാനം നിസ്സംഗത്വവും അനാസക്തിയും നമുക്ക് കൈവരുന്നു. ബ്രഹ്മം എന്നത് ഗുരുവല്ലാതെ മറ്റാരുമല്ലെന്ന ബോധം നമ്മിൽ ഉണ്ടായി വന്നാൽ നാം ബ്രഹ്മത്തെ സകല ചരാചരങ്ങളിലും വ്യാപൃതമായി കണ്ട് അതിനെ ആരാധിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നു. ഇതാണ് ഏകഭാവമായ ആരാധന. ഇങ്ങനെ നാം പരിപൂർണ മനസ്സാലെ ബ്രഹ്മനെയോ ഗുരുവേയോ ആരാധിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ദൈവത്തോട് ഐക്യം കൈവന്ന് പൂർണ്ണാനുഭവം ബോധം സിദ്ധിക്കുന്നു. ചുരുക്കത്തിൽ സദാ ഗുരുനാമം ജപിച്ചു ഗുരുവെ സ്മരിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ഗുരുവിന്റെ സാക്ഷാത്കാരം സകല ജീവജാലങ്ങളിലും അനുഭവപ്പെട്ട് നാം ലക്ഷ്യത്തെ പ്രാപിക്കുന്നു. താഴെ പറയുന്ന കഥ അതിനുദാഹരണമാണ്. കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന്റെ സന്ദേഹവും ആനന്ദറാവുവിന്റെ ദർശനവും. സായിബാബ കാക്കാ സാഹിബിനോട് ശ്രീ ഏകനാഥിന്റെ ഭാഗവതവും ഭാവാർത്ഥ രാമായണവും നിത്യപാരായണം ചെയ്യാൻ നിർദ്ദേശിച്ചത് പരക്കെ അറിയപ്പെടുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. ബാബ ഉള്ള കാലത്തും സമാധിക്ക് ശേഷവും കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് പാരായണം തുടർന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഒരിക്കൽ ബോംബെയിലുള്ള കാക്കാ മഹാജനിയുടെ വീട്ടിൽ വെച്ച് കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് രാവിലെ ഏകനാഥ് ഭാഗവതം വായിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. മാധവരാവ് ദേശ്പാണ്ഡെ എന്ന ശ്യാമിയും കാക്കാ മഹാജനിയും വായന കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അന്ന് വായിച്ച 11-ാം സ്കന്ധം 2-ാം അധ്യായമായിരുന്നു. അതിന്റെ ഋഷഭന്റെ വംശത്തിലെ 9 നാഥന്മാർ അഥവാ സിദ്ധന്മാരായ കവി, ഹരി, അന്തരീക്ഷ, പ്രബുദ്ധ, പിപ്പലായൻ, അവിർഹോത്ര, ദ്രുമില, ചമസ്, കരഭജൻ എന്നിവർ ഭഗവത് ധർമ്മത്തെ ജനക മഹാരാജാവിന് വിവരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഘട്ടമാണ് വായിച്ചിരുന്നത്. ജനകൻ ചോദിച്ച സുപ്രധാനമായ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾക്ക് നാഥന്മാർ വളരെ സംതൃപ്തമായ മറുപടി കൊടുക്കുന്നു. കവി ഭഗവത് ധർമ്മത്തെയും ഹരിഭക്തന്റെ ഗുണങ്ങളെയും, അന്തരീക്ഷൻ മായയെയും, പ്രബുദ്ധൻ മായയെ വിജയിക്കുന്നതിനെയും, പിപ്പലായൻ പരബ്രഹ്മത്തെയും, അവർഹോത്രൻ കർമ്മത്തെയും, ദ്രുമിലൻ ദൈവാവതാരത്തെയും അവരുടെ കൃത്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ചും, ചമസ് ഭക്തനല്ലാത്തവന് മരണാനന്തരം എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നു എന്നും, കരഭജൻ വിവിധ കാലങ്ങളിൽ ദൈവാരാധന ചെയ്യേണ്ടുന്ന വിവിധ രീതികളെ പറ്റിയും വ്യക്തമായി വിവരിച്ചു. കലികാലത്ത് ഹരിഭക്തിയാണ് പ്രധാനമെന്ന് ചുരുക്കം. വായന കഴിഞ്ഞ് കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് മാധവറാവിനോട് മറ്റും നിരാശനായി പറഞ്ഞു, 9 നാഥന്മാരുടെയും ഭക്തിയെ പറ്റിയുള്ള പ്രഭാഷണം എത്ര വിസ്മയാവഹമാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതേസമയം അവ പ്രയോഗത്തിൽ വരുത്താൻ എത്ര പ്രയാസമാണ്. നാഥന്മാർ തികഞ്ഞ യോഗ്യന്മാരാണ്. അവർ പറഞ്ഞ മാർഗം വിഡ്ഢികളായ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ഫലപ്രദമാവും? നമുക്ക് അത് പല ജന്മങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ടും സാധിക്കുന്നില്ല. പിന്നെ എങ്ങനെ മുക്തി കിട്ടും? നമുക്ക് യാതൊരു പ്രതീക്ഷയുമില്ലെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന്റെ ഈ നിലപാട് ശ്യാമയ്ക്ക് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടില്ല. അയാൾ പറഞ്ഞു, ബാബ പോലെയുള്ള ഒരു രത്നത്തെ ഗുരുവായി കിട്ടിയ ഒരാൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വിലപിക്കുന്നത് കഷ്ടമാണ്. ബാബയിൽ പരിപൂർണ വിശ്വാസമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എന്തിനാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ പരിഭ്രമിക്കുന്നത്? നാഥന്മാരുടെ ഭക്തി ശക്തിയും ബലവത്വവുമായിരിക്കും. നമ്മുടേത് സ്നേഹമയവും ആദരവോടു കൂടിയതുമല്ലേ? ബാബ ആധികാരികമായി ഹരിനാമവും ഗുരുനാമവും ജപിച്ചാൽ മോക്ഷം കിട്ടുമെന്നും പറഞ്ഞതല്ലേ? പിന്നെ ഭയത്തിനും ആശങ്കയ്ക്കും എന്താണ് സംഗതി? മാധവറാവുവിന്റെ വിവരണം കൊണ്ടും കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് തൃപ്തനായില്ല. അന്ന് മുഴുവൻ അയാൾ വിശ്രമഹീനനും പരിഭ്രാന്തനുമായി കഴിഞ്ഞു. എങ്ങനെയാണ് നാഥന്മാരുടെ ശക്തമായ ഭക്തി ആർജിക്കുക എന്നതായിരുന്നു അയാളുടെ വിചാരം. അടുത്ത പ്രഭാതത്തിൽ താഴെ പറയുന്ന വിസ്മയം സംഭവിച്ചു. ആനന്ദറാവു പഖാഡെ എന്ന പേരായ ഒരാൾ അവിടെ ശ്യാമയെ അന്വേഷിച്ചു വന്ന് അന്നേരം ഭാഗവതം വായന നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പഖാഡെ മാധവറാവിന്റെ അടുക്കലിരുന്ന് എന്തോ സ്വകാര്യം പറയുകയാണ്. അയാൾ സ്വകാര്യമായി അയാൾക്കുണ്ടായ സ്വപ്ന ദർശനത്തെ പറ്റി പറയുകയായിരുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് വായനയ്ക്ക് ലേശം തടസ്സമായപ്പോൾ കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് വായന നിർത്തി ശ്യാമയോട് എന്താണ് സംഗതി എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. ശ്യാമ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇന്നലെ നിങ്ങൾ സംശയം പ്രകടിപ്പിച്ചില്ലേ? ഇപ്പോൾ അതിന് വിശദീകരണം കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു. പഖാഡയുടെ ദർശനത്തെ പറ്റി കേൾക്കുക. അത് ഭക്തി പ്രകടനം ഗുരുപാദങ്ങൾ സ്മരിച്ചും നമസ്കരിച്ചും ആരാധിച്ചും പാദസേവ ചെയ്തും മാത്രം സാധ്യമാണെന്ന് തെളിയിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവർക്കും ദർശനത്തെ പറ്റി കേൾക്കണമെന്നായി. കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും അവരുടെ ആവശ്യപ്രകാരം പഖാഡെ തന്റെ ദർശനത്തെ പറ്റി ഇപ്രകാരം പറയാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഞാൻ ആഴക്കടലിൽ അരക്ക് വെള്ളത്തിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. അവിടെ ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് സായിബാബയെ കണ്ടു. അദ്ദേഹം രത്നഖചിതമായ ഒരു സിംഹാസനത്തിൽ ഇരുന്ന് പാദങ്ങൾ വെള്ളത്തിൽ വെച്ചിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ബാബയുടെ രൂപം കണ്ട് അത്യധികം സന്തുഷ്ടനും സംതൃപ്തനുമായി. ദർശനം വളരെ വ്യക്തമായതിനാൽ ഒരു സ്വപ്നത്തിലാണെന്ന് പോലും കരുതിക്കൂടാ. മാധവറാവും അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അയാൾ എന്നോട് സ്നേഹത്തോടെ പറഞ്ഞു, ആനന്ദറാവു ബാബയുടെ കാൽക്കൽ വീഴൂ. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, എനിക്കും അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ പാദങ്ങൾ വെള്ളത്തിലല്ലേ, എങ്ങനെയാണ് എന്റെ ശിരസ് പാദങ്ങളിൽ വെക്കുക? ഞാൻ നിസ്സഹായനാണ്. ഇത് കേട്ട് അയാൾ ബാബയോട് പറഞ്ഞു, ഓ ദേവ, അവിടുത്തെ പാദങ്ങളെ വെള്ളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്തേക്കെടുത്താലും. ബാബ ഉടനെ പാദങ്ങൾ പുറത്തേക്കെടുത്ത് ഞാൻ അവ കടന്നു പിടിച്ച് നമസ്കരിച്ചു. ഇത് കണ്ട ബാബ, പൊയ്ക്കൊള്ളൂ, നിനക്ക് നന്മ വരും. നിനക്ക് ഭയപ്പെടാനോ ആശങ്കയ്ക്കോ യാതൊന്നുമില്ല. ഒരു സിൽക്ക് കരയുള്ള ധോത്തി എന്റെ ശ്യാമയ്ക്ക് കൊടുക്കുക. നിനക്കതുകൊണ്ട് നേട്ടം വരും എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ബാബയുടെ കൽപ്പനയ്ക്കനുസരിച്ച് ആനന്ദറാവു കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ധോത്തി കാക്കാ സാഹിബിനോട് ശ്യാമയ്ക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ശ്യാമ അത് വാങ്ങാതെ ബാബ തനിക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും സൂചന തരാതെ അത് സ്വീകരിക്കില്ലെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഒടുവിൽ കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് നറുക്കിടുവാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചു. സംശയമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം നറുക്കിട്ട് തീരുമാനമെടുക്കൽ കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന്റെ ഒരു പതിവായിരുന്നു. ഇതിൽ സ്വീകരിക്കുക, ഉപേക്ഷിക്കുക എന്നീ വാക്കുകൾ എഴുതിയ 2 നുറുക്കുകൾ ബാബയുടെ പടത്തിന്റെ കാൽക്കൽ വെച്ച് ഒരു കുട്ടിയെ കൊണ്ട് നറുക്കെടുപ്പിച്ചു. സ്വീകരിക്കുക എന്നെഴുതിയ നറുക്ക് എടുത്തത് കൊണ്ട് ധോത്തി മാധവറാവുവിന് കൊടുക്കുകയും അയാൾ സ്വീകരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. ഇങ്ങനെ മാധവറാവും ആനന്ദറാവും സംതൃപ്തരാവുകയും കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം പരിഹരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്തു. ഈ കഥ മറ്റു ഋഷിമാരുടെ വാക്കുകൾ ബഹുമാനിക്കണമെന്നും അതേസമയം നമ്മുടെ ഗുരുവിന്റെ വാക്കാണ് നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും വലുതെന്നും ആ ഉപദേശം സദാ അനുസരിക്കണമെന്നും തെളിയിക്കുന്നു. കാരണം അദ്ദേഹത്തിനാണ് മറ്റാരേക്കാളും നമ്മുടെ കാര്യം കൂടുതൽ അറിയുക എന്നത് തന്നെ. ബാബയുടെ താഴെ കാണുന്ന വാക്കുകൾ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ കൊത്തിവെക്കുക. ലോകത്തിൽ അസംഖ്യം ഋഷിമാരുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ ഗുരുവാണ് യഥാർത്ഥ ഗുരു. മറ്റുള്ളവർ പല നല്ല കാര്യങ്ങളും പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കാം, പക്ഷെ നാം നമ്മുടെ ഗുരുവാക്യങ്ങൾ ഒരിക്കലും മറക്കരുത്. ചുരുക്കത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഗുരുവെ ഹൃദയംഗമമായി സ്നേഹിച്ച് നിങ്ങളെ തന്നെ പരിപൂർണമായും അർപ്പിച്ച് ബഹുമാന പുരസ്സരം ഗുരുപാദങ്ങളിൽ പ്രണമിച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് യാതൊരു സംസാര സാഗരവും കടക്കുവാനില്ലെന്നും സൂര്യൻ മുന്നിൽ ഇരുട്ട് നിൽക്കില്ലെന്നും ബോധ്യമാവും. മരപ്പലക ബാബയ്ക്ക് കിടക്കാനാണ്, ഭഗത്തിനല്ല. ആദ്യകാലങ്ങളിൽ ബാബ 4 മുഴം നീളവും 1 മുഴം വീതിയുമുള്ള ഒരു പലക കെട്ടിത്തൂക്കി 4 ഭാഗം മൺവിളക്ക് കത്തിച്ചു വെച്ച് ആണ് ഉറങ്ങിയിരുന്നത്. പിന്നീട് ബാബ പലക തല്ലിപ്പൊളിച്ച് വലിച്ചെറിഞ്ഞു. അധ്യായം 10. ഒരിക്കൽ ബാബ ഈ പലകയുടെ മഹത്വം കാക്കാ സാഹിബിന് വിവരിച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയെ അയാൾ ബാബയോട് പറഞ്ഞു, അവിടുന്ന് ആ പലകയെ ഇത്രക്ക് ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുമെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ വേറെയൊന്ന് മസ്ജിദിൽ അവിടേക്ക് ഉറങ്ങാനായി കെട്ടി തൂക്കിത്തരാം. ബാബ അതിന് ഞാൻ മാത്സപതിയെ നിലത്ത് കിടത്തി മേലെ കിടന്നുറങ്ങാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നില്ല എന്ന് മറുപടി പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ കാക്കാ സാഹിബ് എന്നാൽ ഞാൻ മാത്സപതിക്ക് മറ്റൊരു പലകയും ഏർപ്പാട് ചെയ്യാം. ബാബ, അവൻ എങ്ങനെ പലകയിൽ ഉറങ്ങാൻ കഴിയും? പലകയിൽ ഉറങ്ങാൻ എളുപ്പമല്ല. വളരെയധികം സൽഗുണങ്ങൾ ഉള്ളവനെ അത് കഴിയൂ. കണ്ണ് വെട്ടിത്തുറന്നുറങ്ങാൻ കഴിയുന്നവനെ അത് സാധിക്കൂ. ഞാൻ ഉറങ്ങാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ പലപ്പോഴും മാത്സപതിയോട് എന്റെ അടുക്കൽ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞ് എന്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ കൈവച്ച് ഭഗവത് നാമജപം നടക്കുന്നില്ല എന്ന് നോക്കാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ ഉറങ്ങുന്നത് കണ്ടാൽ ഉണർത്താൻ പറയും. അവൻ അതുപോലും ചെയ്യാനാവുന്നില്ല. പോലെ ഹൃദയമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഓ ഭഗത് എന്ന് വിളിച്ചാൽ അവൻ ഇളകി കണ്ണു തുറക്കും. നിലത്ത് തന്നെ ഇരുന്നുറങ്ങാൻ വയ്യാതെ ഇരിപ്പുറക്കാതെ നിദ്ര കടിമയായ അവൻ എങ്ങനെ ഉയരത്തിൽ പലകയിൽ ഉറങ്ങാൻ കഴിയും? മറ്റു പല അവസരങ്ങളിലും ബാബ ഭക്തന്മാരോടുള്ള പ്രേമം കൊണ്ട് പറയും, നമ്മുടെ എന്തായാലും നമ്മുടെ കൂടെയുണ്ട്. നല്ലതായാലും ചീത്തയായാലും മറ്റൊന്നിന് എന്താണ് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ലോകശാന്തി ഭവിക്കട്ടെ. ഓം ശ്രീ സായി സച്ചിദാനന്ദ മഹാരാജ് ki jai.
Chapter 46. Baba's Gaya trip, story of goats. This chapter describes Shama's trip to Kashi, Parayan and Gaya and how Baba was there ahead of him. It also describes Baba's reminiscence of the past birth of 2 goats. Preliminarily blessed, oh Sai, or your feet, blessed is your remembrance and blessed is your darshan, which liberates us from the bond of karma. Though your form is invisible to us now, still in the devotees' belief. If the devotees believe in you, they get living experiences from you. By an invisible and subtle thread, you draw your devotees from far and near to your feet and embrace them like a kind and loving mother. The devotees do not know where you are, but you are skillfully pull the wires that they ultimately realize that you are behind them to help and support them. The intelligent, wise, and learned folk fall into the pit of the samsara on account of their egoism. But you save by your power the poor, simple, and devout persons. Inwardly and invisibly, you play all the game, but show that you are not concerned with it. While you do things, but pose yourself as a non-doer. Nobody ever knows your life. The best course, therefore, for us is to surrender our body, speech, and mind of your feet, and always chant your name to destroy our sins. You fulfill the wishes of the devotees, and to those who are without any desire, you give bliss. You give bliss supreme. The chanting of your sweet name is the easiest sadhana for devotees. By this sadhana, our sins, rajas and tamas qualities will vanish. The sattva qualities and righteousness will gain predominance. And along with this, discrimination, dispassion, and knowledge will follow. Then we shall abide in ourself and our Guru. This is what is called complete surrender to the Guru. The only sure sign of this is that our mind gets calm and peaceful. The greatness of this surrender, devotion, and knowledge is unique. For peace, non-attachment, fame, and salvation, etc., come in its wake. If Baba accepts a devotee, he follows him and stands by him day and night at his home or abroad. Let the devotee go anywhere he likes. Baba is there ahead of him in some form, in an inconceivable manner. The following story illustrates this. Gaya trip. Sometime after Kaka Sahib Desik was introduced to Sai Baba, he decided to perform the thread Upanayan ceremony of his eldest son, Bapu, at Nagpur. At about the same time, Nana Sahib Chandokar decided to perform the marriage ceremony of his eldest son at Gwalior. Both Dixit and Chandokar came to Shirdi and lovingly invited Baba for these functions. Baba asked them to take Shama as his representative. When he was pressed to come in person, Baba told them to take Shama with them and said, after doing Banaras and Prayak, we would be ahead of Shama. Now mark these words, for they show Baba's all pervasiveness. After taking the permission of Baba, Shama decided to go to Nagpur and Gwalior for these functions and ceremonies, and then to Kashi, Prayag, and Gaya. Uppercoat made up his mind to accompany him. They both went first to Nagpur for the thread ceremony. Kaka Sahib Dixit gave Shama rupees 200 for his expenses. Then they went to Gwalior for the marriage ceremony. There Nana Sahib Chandokar gave Shama rupees 100, and his relative Mr. Jatha gave him also rupees 100. Then Shama went to Kashi and then to Ayodhya. He was well received in Jatha's beautiful temple of Lakshmi Narayan at Kashi, Varanasi or Banaras, and in the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya by Jatha's manager. They stayed for 21 days in Ayodhya and 2 months in Kashi. Then they left for Gaya. In the train, they felt a little uneasy on hearing that plague was prevailing in Gaya. At night, they alighted at Gaya station and stayed in the Dharmashala. In the morning, the Gaya Wala, the priest who arranges for the lodging and boarding of the pilgrims, came there and said, the pilgrims have already started. You better make haste. Shama casually asked him whether there was plague in Gaya. No, said the Gayawala. Please come without any fear or anxiety and see yourself. Then they went with him and stayed in his house, which was a big and spacious vada. Shama was pleased with the accommodation provided to him, but what pleased him most was the beautiful big portrait of Baba fixed in the central and front portion of the building. On seeing this portrait, Shama was overwhelmed with emotion. He remembered Baba's words. After doing Kashi and Prayag, we would be ahead of Shama, and burst into tears. His hair stood on end, his throat was choked, and he began to sob. The Gayawala thought that he was afraid of plague prevailing there and therefore was crying. But Shama inquired from him how he got Baba's portrait there. He replied that he had 200 or 300 agents working at Manmad and Puntampi for looking after the convenience of the pilgrimage to Gaya, and from them he heard about Baba's fame. Then about 12 years ago, he went to Shirdi and took Baba Darshan. There he was attracted by Baba's portrait hung in Shama's house, and with Baba's permission, Shama gave it to him. This was the same portrait Shama then remembered this incident. The Gayawala's joy knew no bounds when he learned that the same Shama who published him before was his guest now. Then they both exchanged love and service and were most delighted and happy. The Gayawala gave him a royal welcome. He was a very rich man. He sat in a palanquin and made Shama ride an elephant and attended to all his comforts and conveniences. The moral of the story is that this Baba's words came out true to the letter and unbounded, and his love towards the devotees. But leave this aside. He also loved all creatures equally, for he felt that he was one with them. The following story will illustrate this. Two goats. Baba was once returning from Lendi when he saw a flock of goats. Two of them attracted his attention. He went to them, cast and fondled them, and brought them for rupees 32. The devotees were surprised at this conduct of Baba. They thought that Baba was duped in this bargain, as the goats would fetch rupees 2 each, or at the most rupees 3 or 4 each, that is rupees 8 for both. They began to take Baba to task for this, but Baba kept calm and cool. Shama and Tatya Kot asked Baba for an explanation. He said he did not care to store money as he had no home or family to look after. He asked them to purchase at his cost 4 seahs of dal, lentil, and feed the goats. After this was done, Baba returned the goats to the owner of the flock and gave out the following reminiscence and story of the goats. Oh, Shama and Tatya, you think that I have been deceived in this bargain? No, listen to their story. In their former birth, they were human beings and had the good fortune to be with me and sit by my side. They were twin brothers, loving each other initially, but later on they became enemies. The elder brother was an idle fellow, while the younger one was an active chap and earned a lot of money. The former became greedy and jealous and wanted to kill his younger brother and take away his money. They forget their fraternal relations and began to quarrel with each other. The elder brother resorted to many devices to kill his younger brother, but all those attempts failed. Thus, they became deadly enemies, and finally, on one occasion, the elder gave a deadly blow with a big stick on the latter's head, while the latter struck the former with an axe, with the result that both fell dead on the spot. As the result of their actions, they were both born as goats. As they passed by me, I at once recognized them. I remembered their past history. By taking pity on them, I wanted to feed them and give them rest and comfort. And for this reason, I spent all the money for which you blame me. As you did not like my bargain, I sent them back to their shepherd. Such was Sai's love for the goats. Bow to Sri Sai. Peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
సాయిరామ్ 47వ అధ్యాయం. గత అధ్యాయంలో 2 మేకల పూర్వ వృత్తాంతమును బాబా వర్ణించింది. ఈ అధ్యాయమును కూడా అట్టి పూర్వ వృత్తాంతముల వర్ణించి వీరభద్రప్ప యొక్కయు చెన్న బసప్ప యొక్కయు కథలు చెప్పుదుము. ప్రస్తావన: శ్రీ సాయి రూపము పావనమైనది. ఒకసారి వారి వైపు దృష్టి నిగడించినచో ఎన్నో గత జన్మల విచారమును నశింపజేసి ఎంతో పుణ్యము ప్రాప్తించినట్లా చేయును. వారి దయా దృష్టి మనపై ఒరపినచో మన కర్మబంధములు వెంటనే విడిపోయి మనం ఆనందమును పొందుతాము. గంగా నదిలో స్నానము చేయువారి పాపములన్నీ తొలగును. అట్టి పావనమైన నది కూడా యోగులెప్పుడు వచ్చి తనలో మునిగి రోగైన పాపములన్నిటినీ వారి పాదధూళిచే పోగొట్టెదరాయని యాతురతతో జూచును. యోగుల పవిత్ర పాదధూళి చేతనే పాపమంతయు కడుగుకొని పోనును గంగామాతకు తెలియదు. యోగులలో ముఖ్యాలంకారము శ్రీ సాయి పావనము చేయు ఈ క్రింది కథను వారి నుండి వినుడు. పాము కప్ప. సాయిబాబా ఒకనాడిట్లు చెప్పదొడగను. ఒకనాడు ఉదయము ఉపహారము ముగించిన తరువాత వ్యాహ్యలికి పోయి ఒక చిన్న నది ఒడ్డున చేరుతుంది. అలిసిపోవుటచే నచట విశ్రాంతి నొందుతుంది. చేతులు కాళ్ళు కడుక్కొని స్నానము చేసి హాయిగా కూర్చొని ఉంటుంది. అతడి చెట్ల నీడలున్న కాలి త్రోవ బండి త్రోవ రెండు కలవు. చల్లని గాలి మెల్లగా వీచుచుండను. చిలుమును త్రాగుటకు తయారు చేయుచుండగా కప్ప ఒకటి లాడుట వింటిని. చెకుముకి రాయి కొట్టి నిప్పు తీయుచుండగా ఒక ప్రయాణికుడు వచ్చి నా పక్కన కూర్చుండను. నాకు నమస్కరించి తన ఇంటికి భోజనమునకు రమ్మని విషయముతో ఆహ్వానించను. అతడు చిలుము వెలిగించి నాకు అందజేశాను. కప్ప బెకబెకమనుట తిరిగి వినిపించను. అతడు అదేమియో తెలుసుకొనగోరను. ఒక కప్ప తన పూర్వ జన్మ పాపఫలమును అనుభవించుచున్నదని చెప్పుతుంది. గత జన్మలో చేసిన దాని ఫలము నీ జన్మలో అనుభవించి తీరవలేను. దానిని గూర్చి దుఃఖించినచో ప్రయోజనము లేదు. వాడు చిలుమును పీల్చి నాకు అందజేసి తానే స్వయముగా పోయి చూచెదనని చెప్పారు. ఒక కప్ప పాముచే పట్టుకొనబడి అరచుచుండెననియు గత జన్మలో రెండును దుర్మార్గులే కాన ఈ జన్మము యందు గత జన్మ యొక్క పాపమును ఈ దేహముతో అనుభవించుచున్నవనియు చెప్పుతుంది. అతడు బయటకు పోయి ఒక నల్లని పెద్ద పాము ఒక కప్పను నోటితో పట్టుకుని ఉండుట చూచెను. అతడు నా వద్దకు వచ్చి 10-12 నిమిషాలలో పాము కప్పను మింగునని చెప్పాడు. నేను ఇట్లాంటిని లేదు, అట్లు జరగనేరదు. నేనే దాని తండ్రిని, రక్షకుడను. నేను ఇచటనే ఉన్నాను. పాము చేత కప్పనెట్లు తినిపించదను? నేనిక్కడ ఊరకనే ఉన్నానా? దానినెట్లు విడిపించదను చూడు. చిలుము పీల్చిన పిమ్మట మేము స్థలమునకు పోతుంది. అతడు భయపడను. నన్ను కూడా దగ్గరకు పోవద్దని హెచ్చరించాడు. పాము మీద పడి ఖర్చునని వాని భయం. అతని మాట లెక్కించకయే నేను ముందుకు పోయి ఇట్లాంటివి, ఓ వీరభద్రప్ప, నీ శత్రువు బసప్ప కప్ప జన్మమెత్తి పశ్చాత్తాపడుట లేదా? నీవు సర్ప జన్మెత్తినప్పటికీ వాని యందు శత్రుత్వము వహించి ఉన్నావా? సిగ్గులేదా? మీ ద్వేషములను విడిచి శాంతింపుడు. ఈ మాటలు విని ఆ సర్పము కప్పను వెంటనే విడిచి నీటిలో మునిగి అదృశ్యమైంది. కప్ప కూడా గంతు వేసి చెట్ల పొదల్లో దాగు. బాటసారి ఆశ్చర్యపడను. మీరన్న మాటలకు పాము కప్పనెట్లు వదిలి అదృశ్యమయ్యను? వీరభద్రప్ప ఎవరు? చెన్న బసప్ప ఎవరు? వారి శత్రుత్వమునకు కారణమేమి అని అతడు ప్రశ్నింపగా అతనితో కలిసి చెట్టు మొదటికి పోయి తిని చిలుము కొన్ని తీల్పులు పీల్చి అతనికి వృత్తాంతమంతయు నీ రీతిగా బోధించి తిని. మా ఊరికి 4-5 మైళ్ళ దూరమున ఒక పురాతన శివాలయము కలదు. అది పాతబడి శిథిలమయ్యను. ఆ గ్రామములోని ప్రజలు దానిని మరామతు చేయుటకై కొంత ధనము ప్రోగు చేసింది. కొంత పెద్ద మొత్తము ప్రోగైన పిమ్మట పూజ కొరకు తగిన ఏర్పాట్లు చేసిరి. మరామతు చేయుట కంచనా వేసిరి. ఊరిలో ధనవంతుని కోశాధికారిగా నియమించి సర్వము అతని చేతిలో పెట్టిరి. లెక్కలను చక్కగా వ్రాయి బాధ్యత వానిపై పెట్టిరి. వారు పరమలోభి. దేవాలయము బాగు చేయుటకు చాలా తక్కువ వ్యయము చేసింది. దేవాలయములో నేమి అభివృద్ధి కాన రాలేదు. అతడు ధనమంతయు ఖర్చు పెట్టెను. కొంత తాను మింగెను. తన సొంత డబ్బు కొంచెమైనను దానిపై వెచ్చించలేదు. తీయని మాటలు చెప్పేవాడు. అభివృద్ధి కాకుండా కేవో కారణములు చెప్పేవాడు. గ్రామస్తులు తిరిగి వాని వద్దకు పోయి అతడు సొంతముగా తగిన ధన సహాయము చేయనెడల మందిరము వృద్ధి కాదని చెప్పిరి. కానీ అంచనా ప్రకారము పని సాగించవలసినదని చెప్పుచు మరికొంత ద్రవ్యమును వసూలు చేసి అతనికిచ్చిరి. వాడా ధనమును పుచ్చుకొని పూర్వము వలనే ఊరక కూర్చుండెను. కొన్నాళ్ల పిమ్మట మహాదేవుడు వాని భార్యకు కలలో కనిపించి ఇట్లు చెప్పెను, నీవు లేచి దేవాలయపు శిఖరమును కట్టుము, నీవు ఖర్చు పెట్టిన దానికి 100 రెట్లు ఇచ్చెదను. ఆమె ఈ దృశ్యమును తన భర్తకు చెప్పెను. అది ధనము వ్యయమగుటకు హేతువగునేమో అని భయపడి ఎగతాళి చేయుచు, అది ఉత్త స్వప్నమనియో దానిని నమ్మనవసరము లేదనియో, లేకున్నచో దేవుడు తనకు స్వప్నములో గనపడి ఎలా చెప్పలేదనియో తాను మాత్రము దగ్గర లేకుండినా అనియు, ఇది దుస్వప్నము వలె కనిపించుచున్నదనియు, భార్యాభర్తలకు విరోధము కల్పించున్నట్లా తోచుచున్నదనియు అతడు సమాధానం చెప్పాడు. అందుచే ఆమె ఊరుకొనవలసి వచ్చింది. దాతలను బాధించి వసూలు చేయు పెద్ద మొత్తము చందాలయందు దేవునికి ఇష్టముండదు. భక్తితో ప్రేమతోనూ మన్ననతోనూ ఇచ్చిన చిన్న చిన్న మొత్తములకైనా దైవం ఇష్టపడు. కొన్ని దినముల పిమ్మట దేవుడు ఆమెతో స్వప్నములో తిరిగి కనిపించి ఇట్లనెను, భర్త దగ్గర ఉన్న చందాలను గూర్చి చికాకు చెందనవసరము లేదు. దేవాలయము నిమిత్తమైన వ్యయము చేయమని అతన్ని బలవంతము చేయవద్దు. నాకు కావలసిన భక్తి మరియు సద్భావము కాబట్టి నీకిష్టమున్న సొంతము ఏదైనా ఇవ్వవలేను. ఆమె తన భర్తతో సంప్రదించి తన తండ్రి తనకిచ్చిన బంగారు నగలు దానము చేయ నిశ్చయించింది. ఆ లోబి ఈ సంగతి విని చికాకు చెంది భగవంతుని కూడా మోసము చేయ నిశ్చయించుకొనెను. ఆమె నగలనెంతో తక్కువ ధర కట్టి 1000 రూపాయలకు తానే కొని నగదును బదులు నొక పొలమును దేవాదయముకు నిచ్చెను. అందులకు భార్య సమ్మతించెను. ఆ పొలము వాని సొంతము కాదు, అది ఒక పేదరాలవు దుఃఖీయను ఆమెది. ఆమె దానిని 200 రూపాయలకు కుదువ పెట్టి ఉండెను. ఆమె దానిని తీర్చలేకపోయాను. ఆ టక్కరి లోబి తన భార్యను దుఃఖిని దైవమును అందరినీ మోసగించెను. ఆ నేల పనికిరానిది, సాగులో లేనిది, దాని విలువ చాలా తక్కువ, దాని వలన ఆదాయమేమీ లేదు. ఈ వ్యవహారమిట్లు సమాప్తి చెందెను. ఆ పొలమును పూజారి అధీనములో నుంచిరి. అందులకతడు సంతసించెను. కొన్నాళ్లకు ఒక చిత్రము జరిగింది. గొప్ప తుఫాను సంభవించెను. కుంభవృష్టి కురిసెను. లోబి ఇంటికి పిడుగుపాటు తగిలి వాడు వాని భార్య చనిపోయిరి. దుఃఖి కాలగతి చెందెను. తరువాత జన్మలో ఆ లోబి మధురా పట్టణములో ఒక బ్రాహ్మణ కుటుంబములో పుట్టి వీరభద్రప్పయనియు పేరనుండెను. అతని భార్య పూజారి కుమార్తెగా జన్మించెను. ఆమె గౌరీ అని పేరు పెట్టింది. దుఃఖి మందిర గొరవనింటిలో మగ శిశువుగా జన్మించెను. అతనికి చెన్నబసప్ప అని నామమిదిరి. ఆ పూజారి నా స్నేహితుడు. అతడు నా వద్దకు తరచుగా వచ్చుచుండెను. నా వద్ద కూర్చుండి మాట్లాడుచు చిలుము పీల్చెడివాడు. అతని కుమార్తె గౌరి కూడా నా భక్తురాలు. ఆమె త్వరగా వెదుగుచుండెను. ఆమె తండ్రి వరుణకై వెదుగుచుండెను. ఆ విషయమై చికాకుపడ అవసరము లేదనియో, ఆమె భర్త తానే వెదుకొని వచ్చుననియో నేను చెప్పితిని. కొన్నాళ్లకు వీరభద్రప్పయ్యను ఒక బీద బ్రాహ్మణ బాలుడు భిక్షకై పూజారి ఇంటికి వచ్చాను. పూజారి నా సమ్మతి ప్రకారము వానికి గౌరినిచ్చి పెళ్లి చేసెను. అతడు కూడా నా భక్తుడయ్యను. నా పిల్లను కుదుర్చి తిని అతడు నాయందు విశ్వాసము చూపుచుండెను. వాడు ఈ జన్మలో కూడా ధనమునకై మిగుల తాపత్రయ పడుచుండెను. నా వద్దకు వచ్చి అతడు కుటుంబముతో నుండెను. తనకెక్కువగా ధనము వచ్చినట్లు చేయమని బతిమాలుచుండెను. ఇట్లుండగా కొన్ని విచిత్రములు జరిగాను. ధరలు హఠాత్తుగా పెరిగాను. గౌరి అదృష్టము కొలది పొలమునకు ధర పెరిగాను. కానుకగా ఇచ్చిన పొలము 1,00,000 రూపాయల కమ్మిరి. ఆమె ఆ ఆభరణాలు విలువ 100 రెట్లు వచ్చాను. అందులో సగము నగదు దానిచ్చిరి. మిగతా దానిని 25 వాయిదాలలో ఒక్కొక్క వాయిదాకు 2,000 రూపాయల చొప్పున ఇచ్చుటకు నిశ్చయించింది. అందుకందరూ నా సమ్మతించిరి. కానీ ధనముకై తగవులాడిరి. సలహా కొరకు నా వద్దకు వచ్చిరి. ఆ ఆస్తి మహాదేవునిది కాబట్టి పూజారికి కోడలు లేనందున సర్వ హక్కులు గౌరికి వచ్చాను. ఆమె సమ్మతి లేనిదే ఏమి ఖర్చు చేయవద్దని చెప్పింది. ఆమె భర్తకు ఈ పైకంపై నెట్టి అధికారము లేదని బోధించి తిని ఇది విని వీరభద్రప్ప నాపై కోపగించాను. ఆస్తిపై గౌరికే హక్కు కలదని తీర్మానించి దానిని కబళించుటకు నేను యత్నించుచున్నానని నుడివెను. అతని మాటలు విని భగవంతుని ధ్యానించి ఊరుకొంటిని. వీరభద్రప్ప తన భార్య గౌరిని తిట్టెను. అందుచే ఆమె పగటిపూట నా వద్దకు వచ్చి ఇతరుల మాటలు పట్టించుకొనవలదనియు తనను కూతురుగా చూచుకొనవలననియు వేడుకొనెను. ఆమె నాశ్రయమును కోరుటచే నేనామెను రక్షించుటకు 7 సముద్రములైన దాటుదునని వాగ్దానమిచ్చి తిని. ఆనాడు రాత్రి గౌరి ఒక స్వప్న దృశ్యము కనిపించెను. మహాదేవుడు స్వప్నములో కనిపించి ఇట్లనెను, ధనమంతయు నీదే, ఎవరికి నేమియును ఇవ్వవలదు. చెన్నబసప్పతో సలహా చేసి దేవాలయపు మరమ్మత్తు నిమిత్తము కొంత ఖర్చు చేయుము. ఇతరములకై వ్యయము చేయవలసి వచ్చినప్పుడు మసీదులోనున్న బాబా సలహా తీసుకొమ్ము. గౌరీ నాకి వృత్తాంతమంతయు తెలిపెను. నేను తగిన సలహానిచ్చి తిని అసలు తీసుకుని వడ్డీతో సగము మాత్రము చెన్నబసప్పకివ్వమనియు వీరభద్రప్ప ఇందులో జోక్యము లేదనియు నేను గౌరికి సలహానిచ్చి తిని. నేనిట్లను మాట్లాడుచుండగా వీరభద్రప్ప చెన్నబసప్ప కోట్లాడుచు నా వద్దకు వచ్చిరి. సాధ్యమైనంత వరకు వారిని సమాధాన పరిచితిని. గౌరికి మహాదేవుడు చూపిన స్వప్న దృశ్యమును చెప్పి తిని. వీరభద్రప్ప మిగుల కోపించి చెన్నబసప్పను ముక్కలుగా నరికెదనని బెదిరించను. చెన్నబసప్ప పిరికివాడు. వాడు నా పాదములు పట్టి నన్నే ఆశ్రయించను. కోపిష్టి శత్రువు బారి నుండి కాపాడదనని నేను వానికి వాగ్దానము చేసి తిని. కొంతకాలమునకు వీరభద్రప్ప చనిపోయి పాముగా జన్మించను. చెన్నబసప్ప కూడా చనిపోయి కప్పగా జన్మించను. చెన్నబసప్ప వెకబెకలాడుట విని నేను చేసిన వాగ్దానమును నక్తికి తెచ్చుకొని ఇక్కడకు వచ్చి వానిని రక్షించి నా మాటను పాలించుకొంటిని. భగవంతుడు ఆపద సమయమునందు భక్తులను రక్షించుటకై వారి వద్దకు పరిగెత్తును. భగవంతుడు నన్ను చుటకు పంపి చెన్నబసప్పకు రక్షించను. ఇదంతయు భగవంతుని లీల. నీతి. ఈ కథ వల్ల మనము నేర్చుకొనవలసిన నీతి ఏమనగా, ఎవరు చేసిన దానిని వారే అనుభవించవలను. ఇతరులతో గల సంబంధములన్నిటినీ బాధను కూడా అనుభవించవలను. తప్పించుకొను సాధనము లేదు. తనకెవరితోనైనా శత్రుత్వమున్న ఎడల దాని నుండి విముక్తిని పొందవలను. ఎవరికైనా ఏమైనా బాకీ ఉన్నా దానిని తీర్చవేయవలను. రుణము గాని శత్రుత్వ శేషము గాని ఉన్నచో దానికి తగిన బాధ పడవలను. ధనమునందు పేరాసగలవానిది హీన స్థితికి తెచ్చును. తుట్టతుదకు వానికి నాశము కలుగజేయును. 48 చాప్టర్. ఈ అధ్యాయమును ప్రారంభించినప్పుడెవరో హేమట్ పంతును బాబా గురువా లేక సద్గురువా అని ప్రశ్నించేది. ఆ ప్రశ్నకు సమాధానమిచ్చుటకై సద్గురువు లక్షణములను హేమట్ పంతు ఇట్లు వర్ణించుచున్నాడు. సద్గురువుని లక్షణములు. ఎవరు మనకు వేదాంతములను షట్శాస్త్రములను బోధించెదరో, ఎవరు చక్రాంకితము చేసెదరో, ఎవరు ఉచ్ఛ్వాస నిశ్వాసములను బంధించెదరో, ఎవరు బ్రహ్మను గూర్చి అందముగా విపన్యసించెదరో, ఎవరు భక్తులకు మంత్రోపదేశము చేసి దానిని పునశ్చరణము చేయు మందురో, ఎవరు తమ వాక్శక్తిచే జీవిత పరమావధిని బోధించగలరో, కానీ ఎవరు స్వయముగా ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము పొందలేరో అట్టివారు సద్గురువులు కారు. ఎవరైతే చక్కని సంభాషణల వల్ల మనకు ఇహపర సుఖములందు విరక్తి కలుగజేసెదరో, ఎవరాత్మ సాక్షాత్కారమందు మనకు అభిరుచి కలుగునట్లు చేసెదరో, ఎవరైతే ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కార విషయమున పుస్తక జ్ఞానమే గాక అనుభవము కూడా పొంది ఉన్నారో అట్టివారు సద్గురువులు. ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారమును స్వయముగా పొందని గురువు దానిని శిష్యులకెట్లా ప్రసాదించగలరు? సద్గురువు స్వప్నమునందైన శిష్యుల నుండి సేవను గాని ప్రతిఫలమును కానీ ఆశించడు. దానికి బదులుగా శిష్యులకు సేవ చేయతలచును. తాను గొప్పవాడనియు తన శిష్యుడు తక్కువ వాడనియు భావించడు. సద్గురువు తన శిష్యుని కొడుకు వలె ప్రేమించుటయేగాక తనతో సరి సమానముగా చూచును, లేదా పరబ్రహ్మ స్వరూపముగా చూచును. సద్గురుని ముఖ్య లక్షణమునమేమన, వారు శాంతమును కునికి పట్టు వారెన్నడు చాపల్యమును గాని చికాకును గాని చెందరు. తమ పాండిత్యమునకు వారు గర్వించరు. ధనవంతులు, పేదలు, మనుషులు, ఘనులు, నీచులు వారికి సమానము. హేమట్ పంతు తన పూర్వజన్మ సుకృతముచే సాయిబాబా వంటి సద్గురువు ఆశీర్వాదమును సహవాసమును పొందనని తలంచును. బాబా యవనమందు కూడా ధనము కూడబెట్టలేదు. వారికి కుటుంబము గాని స్నేహితులు గాని ఇల్లు గాని ఎట్టి ఆధారము గాని లేకుండను. 18 ఏళ్ల వయసు నుండి వారు మనస్సును స్వాధీనమునందించుకుంది. వారొంటరిగా నిర్భయముగా నుండెడివారు. వారెల్లప్పుడు ఆత్మానుసంధానము మునిగి ఉండేవారు. భక్తుల స్వచ్ఛమైన అభిమానమును చూచి వారి మేలు కొరకేవైనా చేయుచుండెడివారు. ఈ విధముగా వారు తమ భక్తులపై ఆధారపడి ఉండేవారు. వారు భౌతిక శరీరముతో ఉన్నప్పుడు తమ భక్తులకు ఏ అనుభవములను ఇచ్చుచుండిరో అటివి వారు మహాసమాధి చెందిన పిమ్మట కూడా వారిపై ఆధారపడిన భక్తులకు ఇప్పటికీ వెసగుచున్నారు. అందుచే భక్తులు చేయవలసినదేమన, భక్తి విశ్వాసములను హృదయ దీపమును సరిచేయవలను. ప్రేమను భక్తిని వెలిగించవలను. ఎప్పుడు ఇట్లు చేసెదరో అప్పుడు జ్ఞానమనే జ్యోతి ఆత్మ సాక్షాత్కారము వెలిగి ఎక్కువ తేజస్సుతో ప్రకాశించును. ప్రేమ లేని జ్ఞానము ఉత్తది. అట్టి జ్ఞానము ఎవరికి అక్కరలేదు. ప్రేమ లేనిచో సంతృప్తి ఉండదు. కనుక మనకు అవిచ్ఛిన్నమైన అపరిమిత ప్రేమ ఉండవలను. ప్రేమను మనం ఎట్లు పొగడగలము? ప్రతి వస్తువుని దాని ఎదుట ప్రాముఖ్యము లేనిదగును. ప్రేమ అనున్నదే లేని ఎడల చదువుట గాని వినుట గాని నేర్చుకొనుట గాని నిష్ఫలములు. ప్రేమ అనున్నది వికసించినచో భక్తి, నిర్వ్యామోహము, శాంతి, స్వేచ్ఛలు పూర్తిగా ఒకటి తర్వాత ఇంకొకటి వచ్చును. దేనిని గూర్చి గాని మిక్కిలు చింతించనిదే దాని యందు మనకు ప్రేమ కలదు. యథార్థమైన కాంక్ష, ఉత్తమమైన భావమున్న చోటనే భగవంతుడు తానే సాక్షాత్కరించును. అదే ప్రేమ, అదే మోక్షమునకు మార్గం. ఈ అధ్యాయంలో చెప్పవలసిన ముఖ్య కథను పరిశీలించదము. స్వచ్ఛమైన మనస్సుతో ఎవరైనను నిజమైన యోగీశ్వరుని వద్దకు పోయి వారి పాదములపై పడినచో తుదకతడు రక్షింపబడును. ఈ విషయము దిగువ కథల వలన విషదపడును. శివుడే షోలాపూర్ జిల్లా అక్కల్కోట నివాసి. సపత్నేకర్ న్యాయ పరీక్షకు చదువుచుండెను. తోటి విద్యార్థి శివుడే అతనితో చేరెను. ఇతర విద్యార్థులు చూచుకొనుచుండిరి. ప్రశ్నోత్తరము వలన షేవడేకు ఏమియు రానట్లు తోచింది. తక్కిన విద్యార్థులు అతన్ని వెక్కిరించిరి. అతడు పరీక్షకు సరిగ్గా చదవకపోయినను తనయందు సాయిబాబా కృపయుండుటచే ఉత్తీర్ణుడగుదుననియు చెప్పాను. అందుకే సపత్నేకర్ ఆశ్చర్యపడను. సాయిబాబా ఎవరు, వారి నేల ఎంత పొగడుచున్నావు అని అడిగాను. అందువలన శేవుడే ఇట్లనను, షిరిడి మసీదులో ఒక ఫకీరు కలరు. వారు గొప్ప సత్పురుషులు, యోగులితరు ఉన్నారు. యోగులితరులున్నను అపారమోఘమైన వారు. పూర్వజన్మ సుకృతమున్న గాని మనము వారిని దర్శించలేము. నేను పూర్తిగా వారినే నమ్మి ఉన్నాను. వారు పలుకున్నది ఎన్నడూ అసత్యము కానేరదు. నేను పరీక్షలో తప్పక ఉత్తీర్ణుడు నగుదునని వారు నన్ను ఆశీర్వదించి ఉన్నారు కనుక వారి కృపచే తప్పక చివరి పరీక్ష ఎందు అయ్యదనని సపత్నేకరు తన స్నేహితుని ధైర్యమునకు నవ్వెను. వారిని బాబాను కూడా వెక్కిరించెను. సపత్నేకర్ దంపతులు. సపత్నేకర్ న్యాయ పరీక్షలో ఉత్తీర్ణుడయ్యను. అక్కల్కోటలో వృత్తిని ప్రారంభించి అచట న్యాయవాది అయ్యను. 10 సంవత్సరముల పిమ్మట అనగా 1913లో వారికి గల ఒక కుమారుడు గొంతు వ్యాధితో చనిపోయాను. అందువలన అతని మనసు వికలమైనను. పండరీపురం, గాంగాపురం మొదలగు పుణ్యక్షేత్రములకు యాత్రార్థము పోయి శాంతి పొందవలననుకొనెను. కానీ అతనికి శాంతి లభించలేదు. వేదాంతము చదివెను కానీ అది కూడా సహాయపడలేదు. అంతలో శేవుడే మాటలు అతనికి బాబా యందు గల భక్తికి వచ్చెను. కాబట్టి తాను కూడా షిరిడీకి పోయి శ్రీ సాయిని చూడవలెననుకొనెను. అతడు తన సోదరుడగు పండితారావుతో షిరిడీకి వెళ్ళెను. దూరము నుండియే బాబాను దర్శనము చేసి సంతసించెను. గొప్ప భక్తితో బాబా వద్దకేగి ఒక్క టెంకాయను నచటబెట్టి బాబా పాదములకు సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేసెను. బయటకు పొమ్ము అని బాబా అరిచెను. సపత్నేకర్ తల వంచుకుని కొంచెము వెనుకకి జరిగి అచట కూర్చుండెను. బాబా కటాక్షమును పొందుటకెవరి సలహా అయినా తీసుకొనుటకు యత్నించెను. కొందరు బాలాషింపి పేరు చెప్పి అతని వద్దకు పోయి సహాయమును కోరెను. వారు బాబా ఫోటోలను కొని బాబా వద్దకు మసీదుకు వెళ్ళిరి. బాలాషింపి ఒక ఫోటోను బాబా చేతిలో పెట్టి ఇదెవరిదని అడిగాను. దానిని ప్రేమించు వారిదని బాబా చెప్పుచు సపత్నేకరు వైపు చూపెను. బాబా నవ్వగా నచటి వారందరూ నవ్వి చాలా చాలా ఆ నవ్వు యొక్క ప్రాముఖ్యమేమని బాబాను అడుగుచు సపత్నేకర్ను దగ్గరకు జరిగి బాబా దర్శనము చేయమనను. సపత్నేకర్ బాబా పాదములకు నమస్కరించగా బాబా తిరిగి వెడలి పొమ్మని అరిచెను. సపత్నేకరు ఏమి చేయవలనో తోచకుండెను. అన్నదమ్ములిద్దరూ చేతులు జోడించుకుని బాబా ముందు కూర్చుండిరి. మసీదు ఖాళీ చేయమని బాబా సపత్నేకర్ను ఆజ్ఞాపించారు. ఇద్దరు విచారముతో నిరాశ చెందిరి. బాబా ఆజ్ఞను పాలించవలసి ఉండుటచే సపత్నేకర్ షిరిడి విడవవలసి వచ్చాడు. ఇంకొకసారి వచ్చినప్పుడైనా దర్శనం ఇవ్వవలనని అతడు బాబాను వేడెను. సపత్నేకర్ భార్య 1 సంవత్సరము గడిచెను కానీ అతని మనసు శాంతి పొందకుండెను. అతడు గాంగాపురము వెళ్ళను కానీ ఆ శాంతి హెచ్చును విశ్రాంతికై మాడేగాం వెళ్ళెను. తుదకు కాశీ వెళ్ళుటకు నిశ్చయించుకొనెను. బయలుదేరుటకు 2 దినములకు ముందు అతని భార్యకొక స్వప్న దర్శనము కనపడెను. స్వప్నములో ఆమె నీళ్ల కొరకు కుండ పట్టుకొని లఖట్షా బావికి పోవుచుండెను. అచటనొక ఫకీరు తలకొక గుడ్డ కట్టుకొని వేప చెట్టు మొదట కూర్చుని ఉన్నారు. తన వద్దకు వచ్చి, ఓ అమ్మాయి, అనవసరముగా శ్రమ పడెదవేళ, నేను స్వచ్ఛ జలముతో నీ కుండ నింపెదను అనెను. ఆమె ఫకీరును ఫకీరుకు భయపడి ఉత్త కుండతో వెనుకకు తిరిగి పోయెను. ఆ ఫకీరు ఆమెను వెన్నంటెను. ఇంతటితో ఆమెకు మెలకువగా కలిగి నేత్రములు తెరిచెను. ఆమె తన కలను భర్తకు చెప్పెను. అది ఏ శుభ శకునం అనుకుని ఇద్దరు షిరిడీకి బయలుదేరి వారు మసీదు చేరునప్పటికీ బాబా ఎక్కడా లేకుండెను. వారు లెండి తోటకు వెళ్ళి యుండిరి. బాబా తిరిగి వచ్చు వరకు వారచట ఆగిరి. ఆమె స్వప్నములో తాను చూచిన ఫకీరుకు బాబాకు భేదమేమీ లేదనెను. ఆమె మిగుల భక్తితో బాబాకు సాష్టాంగమును నమస్కరించి బాబాను చూచుచు అచటనే కూర్చుండెను. ఆమె అణుకువ చూచి సంతసించి బాబా తన మామూలు పద్ధతిలో ఒక కథ చెప్పుటకు మొదలుడెను. నా చేతులు పొత్తి కడుపు నడుము చాలా రోజుల నుండి నొప్పి పెట్టుచున్నవి. నేననేక ఔషధములు పుచ్చుకుంటిని, కానీ నొప్పులు తగ్గలేదు. మందులు ఫలమీయక పోవుటచే విసుగు చెందితిని. కానీ నొప్పులన్నిటిట వెంటనే నిష్క్రమించుట ఆశ్చర్య పడుచుంటిని అనెను. పేరు చెప్పనప్పటికీ ఆ వృత్తాంతమంతయు సపత్నేకర్ భార్యదే. ఆమె నొప్పులు బాబా చెప్పిన ప్రకారము త్వరలో తగ్గిపోవుటచే ఆమె సంతసించెను. సపత్నేకర్ ముందుగా పోయి దర్శనము చేసుకొను. మరలా బాబా బయటకు పొమ్మను. ఈసారి అతడు మిక్కిలి పశ్చాత్తాపపడి ఎక్కువ శ్రద్ధతో నుండెను. ఇది బాబాను తాను పూర్వము నిందించి ఎగతాళి చేసిన దాని ప్రతిఫలమని గ్రహించి దాని విరుగుడు కొరకు ప్రయత్నించుచుండెను. బాబా నొంటరిగా కలసికొని వారిని క్షమాపణ కోరవలెనని యత్నించుచుండెను. అట్లే ఉనర్చినట్లే అతడు తన శిరస్సును బాబా పాదములపై పెట్టెను. బాబా తన వరద హస్తమును సపత్నేకరు తలపై పెట్టెను. బాబా కాళ్ళు నొత్తుచు సపత్నేకరు అక్కడనే కూర్చుండెను. అంతలో ఒక గొల్ల స్త్రీ వచ్చి బాబా నడుమును బట్టుచుండెను. బాబా యొక్క కోమటి గూర్చి కథ చెప్పతొడంగెను. వాని జీవితములోని కష్టములన్నీ వర్ణించను. అందులో వాని యొక్కే కొడుకు మరణించిన సంగతిని కూడా చెప్పాను. బాబా చెప్పిన కథ తనదే అని సపత్నేకరు మిక్కిలి ఆశ్చర్యపడింది. బాబాకు తన విషయములన్నీ తెలియజేయుటచే విస్మయమందెను. బాబా సర్వజ్ఞుడని గ్రహించను. అతడందరి హృదయముల గ్రహించుననెను. ఈ విషయాలోచనలు మనసున మొదలుచుండగా బాబా ఆ గొల్ల స్త్రీకి చెప్పుచున్నట్లే నటించి సపత్నేకర్ వైపు చూపించి ఇట్లనెను. వీడు తన కొడుకును నేను చంపితినన్ను నిందించుచున్నాడు. నేను లోకుల బిడ్డలను చంపేదనా? ఇతడు మసీదునకు వచ్చి ఏడ్చుచున్నాడా? డేలా అదే బిడ్డను వీని భార్య గర్భములోనికి మరల తెచ్చెదను. ఈ మాటలతో బాబా అతన్ని తలపై హస్తం ఉంచి యోదార్చి ఇట్లని ఈ పాదములు ముదుసలివి, పవిత్రమైనవి. ఇక నీ కష్టములు తీరిపోయినవి. నా యందే నమ్మకం ఉంచును. నీ మనోభిష్టములు నెరవేరును. సపత్నేకర్ మైమరిచెను. బాబా పాదములను కన్నీటితో తడిచెను. తరువాత తన బసకు పోయెను. సపత్నేకర్ పూజా సామాగ్రి సమకూర్చుకుని నైవేద్యముతో మసీదుకు భార్యతో పోయి ప్రతిరోజు బాబాకు సమర్పించి వారి వద్ద ప్రసాదము పుచ్చుకొని కొనుచుండెడివారు. ప్రజలు మసీదులో గుమిగూడి ఉండెడివారు. సపత్నేకర్ మాటికి నమస్కరించుండెను. ప్రేమ వినయములతో ఒక్కసారి నమస్కరించిన చాలునని బాబా నిడివెను. ఆనాడు రాత్రి సపత్నేకర్ బాబా చావడి ఉత్సవమును చూచెను. అందు బాబా పాండురంగుని వలె ప్రకాశించెను. ఆ మరుసటి దినమింటికి పోయినప్పుడు బాబాకు మొదట ₹1 దక్షిణ ఇచ్చి తిరిగి అడిగినచో ₹2 లేదనక ఇవ్వవచ్చునని సపత్నేకర్ అనుకునేది. మసీదుకు పోయి ₹1 దక్షిణనివ్వగా బాబా ఇంకొక రూపాయి కూడా అడిగాను. బాబా వానిని ఆశీర్వదించి ఇట్లనెను, టెంకాయను తీసుకొనుము, నీ భార్య చీర కొంగులో పెట్టుము, హాయిగా పొమ్ము, మనస్సు నందెట్టి ఆందోళనము నుంచకుము. అతడు అట్లే చేశాను. 1 సంవత్సరంలో కొడుకు పుట్టెను. 8 మాసముల శిశువుతో భార్యాభర్తలు షిర్డీకి వచ్చి ఆ శిశువును బాబా పాదములపై పెట్టి ఇట్లు ప్రార్థించిరి, ఓ సాయి, నీ బాకీ నెట్ల కొనగలమో మాకు తోచకున్నది కనుక నీకు సాష్టాంగ నమస్కారము చేయుచుంటును. నీ నిస్సహాయుల మగుటచే ఉద్ధరించవలసినది. ఇక మీదట మేము మీ పాదములచే ఆశ్రయించదము గాక. అనేకాలోచనలు సంగతులు స్వప్నావస్థలోను జాగ్రత్తావస్థలోను మమ్ముల బాధించును. మా మనస్సులను నీ భుజము వైపు మరల్చి భజన వైపు మరల్చి మమ్ము రక్షింపము. ఆ దంపతులు తమ కుమారునకు మురళీధర్ అను పేరు పెట్టిరి. తరువాత భాస్కర్, దినకర్ అను 2 జన్మించిరి. బాబా మాటలు వృధా పోవని సపత్నేకర్ దంపతులు గ్రహించిరి. అవి అక్షరాల జరుగునని కూడా నమ్మిరి. ఓం శ్రీ సాయినాథాయ నమః.
Chapter 49, Stories Hari Kanoba, Somadev Swami, Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Preliminary. When even the Vedas and the Puranas cannot sufficiently praise Brahma or Sadguru, then how can we ignorant describe our Sadguru, Sri Sai Baba? We think that it is better for us to keep quiet in this matter. In reality, the observance of the vow of silence is the best way of praising the Sadguru, but the divine qualities of Sai Baba make us forget our vow of silence and inspire us to open our mouth. Tasteful dishes lose their taste if there is no company of friends and relatives to partake the dishes with us, but when they join us, the dishes acquire additional flavor. The same is the case with the Sai Leelamrit, the nectar in the form of Sai Leelas. This nectar we cannot partake alone. Friends and brothers have to join us. The more, the better. It is Sai Baba himself who inspires these stories and gets them written as he desires. Our duty is to surrender completely to him and meditate on him. Practicing penance is better than pilgrimage, vow, sacrifice, and charity. Worshipping Hari is better than penance, and meditation on the Sadguru is the best of all. We have therefore to chant Sai's name, think over his sayings in our mind, meditate on his form, feel true love for him in our heart, and do all our actions for his sake. There is no better means than this for snapping the bondage of this samsara. If we can do our duty or our part, as stated above, Sai is bound to help and liberate us. Now we can revert to the stories of this chapter. Hari Kanoba, a gentleman of Mumbai named Hari Kanoba, heard from his friends and relatives many leelas of Baba. He did not believe in them as he had a doubting mind. He wanted to see Baba himself. So he came to Shirdi with some Mumbai friends. He wore a lace-bordered turban on his head and a new pair of sandals on his feet. On seeing Sai Baba from a distance, he thought of going to him, prostrating himself before him. He did not know what to do about his new sandals. After going to one corner in the open courtyard, he placed them there and went in the masjid and had Baba's darshan. He made a reverential bow to Baba, took udi and prasad from Baba and returned. When he reached the corner, he found to his utter dismay that his sandals had disappeared. He searched for them in vain and returned to his lodging very much dejected. He baked, offered worship and Naivedya and sat down for meals. But all this while, he was thinking about nothing but his sandals. After finishing his meals, he came out to wash his hand when he saw a Maratha boy coming towards him. He held in his hand a stick at the end of which was hanging a pair of new sandals. He said to the men who had come out to wash their hands that Baba sent him with this stick in hand and asked him to go on the streets crying, Hari ka beta, Jari ka feta, and that if anybody claims these sandals, first ensure that his name is Hari and that he is the son of Ka, that is Kanoba, and that he wears a lace bordered turban and then give it over to him. On hearing this, Hari Kanoba was pleasantly surprised. He went ahead to the boy and claimed the sandals as his own. He said to the boy that his name is Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, and showed him his lace bordered turban. The boy was satisfied and returned the sandals to him. Hari Kanoba wondered in his mind that his lace turban was visible to all and Baba might have seen it. But how could he know that his name was Hari and that he was the son of Kanoba, as this was his first trip to Shirdi? He came there with the sole object of testing Baba and with no other motive. He came to know by this incident that Baba was a great Satpurusha. He got what he wanted and returned home well pleased. Somdev Swami. Now hear the story of another man who came to try Baba. Bhaiji, brother of Kaka Sahib Dikshit, was staying at Nagpur. When we had gone to the Himalayas in 1906, he made an acquaintance with one Somdev Swami of Haridwar at Uttarkashi down Gangotri Valley. Both took down each other's names in their diaries. 5 years later, Somdev Swami came to Nagpur and was Baiji's guest. Then he was pleased to hear the Leelas of Baba, and a strong desire arose in his mind to go to Shirdi and see him. He got a letter of introduction from Baiji and left for Shirdi. After passing Manmad and Kopargaon, he took a tonga and drove to Shirdi. As he came near Shirdi, he saw two flags floating high over the masjid in Shirdi. Generally, we find different behavior, different mode of living, and different outward paraphernalia with different saints. But these outward signs should never be our standards to judge the worth of saint. But with Somdev Swami, it was different. As soon as he saw the flags flying, he thought, why should a saint take a liking for the flags? Does it denote sainthood? It implies the saint's hankering after fame. Thinking thus, he wished to cancel his Shirdi trip and said to his fellow travelers that he would go back. They said to him, "Then why did you come so far? If your mind became restless by the mere sight of the flags, how much more agitated would you be on seeing the rath, the palanquin, the horse, and all other paraphernalia in Shirdi?" The Swami got more confounded and said, "Not sadhu with horses, palanquins, and tom-toms have I seen, and it is better for me to return than visit such a sadhu." After saying this, he started to return. The fellow travelers pressured him not to do so, but to proceed. They asked him to stop this inconsistent way of thinking and told him that the sadhu, that is Baba, did not care a bit of the flags and other paraphernalia, nor for the name. It was the people, his devotees, who kept up all this out of love and devotion to him. Finally, he was persuaded to continue his journey, go to Shirdi, and see Baba. When he went and saw Baba from the courtyard, he melted inside his eyes. His eyes were full of tears, his throat was choked, and all his evil and crooked thoughts vanished. He remembered his guru saying that is our abode and place of rest where the mind is most pleased and settled. He wished to roll himself in the dust at Baba's feet, and when he approached Baba, the latter got wild and cried aloud, "Let all our humbug be with us. You go back to your home. Beware, if you come back to this masjid again, why take the darshan of one who flies a flag over his masjid? Is this a sign of sainthood? Remain here not a moment." The Swami was taken aback by surprise. He realized that Baba read his heart and spoke it out. How omniscient he was. He knew that he was least intelligent and that Baba was noble and pure. He saw Baba embracing somebody, touching someone with his hand, confronting others, started staring kindly at some, laughing at others, giving Udi Prasad to some, and thus pleasing and satisfying all. Why should he alone be dealt so harshly? After thinking seriously, he came to realize that Baba's conduct responded exactly to his inner thoughts and that he should take a lesson from this and improve, and that Baba's wrath was a blessing in disguise. It is needless to say that later on, his faith in Baba was confirmed and he became a staunch devotee of Baba. Nanasaheb Chandorkar. Himatpan concludes this chapter with a story of Nanasaheb Chandorkar. Nanasaheb was once sitting in the masjid with Mahalsapati and others. A Mohammedan gentleman from Bijapur came with his family to see Baba. On seeing the veiled ladies with him, Nanasaheb wanted to go away, but Baba prevented him from doing so. The ladies came and took darshan of Baba. When one of the ladies removed her veil for saluting Baba's feet, Nana Sahib, who had a glimpse of her face, was so much smitten with her beauty that he wished to see her face again. Knowing Nana's restlessness of mind, Baba spoke to him after the lady had left the place. Nana, why are you getting agitated in vain? Let the senses do their allotted work or duty. We should not meddle with their work. God had created this beautiful world, and it is our duty to appreciate its beauty. The mind will get steady and calm slowly and gradually. When the front door was open, why go by the back one? When the heart is pure, there is no difficulty whatsoever. Why should one be afraid of anyone if there be no evil thought in us? The eyes may do their work. Why should you feel shy and tottering? Shama was there and he could not follow the meaning of what Baba said. So he asked Nana about this on their way back home. Nana told him about the restlessness and the sight of the beautiful lady, how Baba knew it and advised him about it. Nana explained Baba's meaning as follows: that our mind is fickle by nature. It should not be allowed to get wild. The senses might get restless. The body, however, should be held in check and not allowed to be impatient. Senses run after objects of desire, but we should not follow them and crave for them. By slow and gradual practice, restlessness can be conquered. We should not be swayed by the senses, though they cannot be completely controlled. We should curb them rightly and properly, according to the need of the occasion. Beauty is a subject of sight. We may fearlessly look at the beauty of the objects. There is no room for shyness or fear. Only we should never entertain evil thoughts, making the mind desireless. Observe God's work of beauty. In this way, the senses will be easily and naturally controlled, and even in enjoying objects, you will be reminded of God. If the outer senses are not held in check, and if the mind be followed to run after objects and be attached to them, our cycle of birth and death will not come to an end. With Vivek as our charioteer, we will control the mind and shall not allow the senses to go astray. With such charioteer, we react the Vishnupad, the final abode, our real home from where there is no return. Bo to Sri Sai, peace to be all.
Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 50. Stories of 1. Kaka Sahib Dixit. 2. Sri Tembe Swami. 3. Balaram Durandar. Chapter 50 of the original Satcharitra has been incorporated in chapter 39 as it dealt with the same subject matter. Now, chapter 51 of the Satcharitra has been treated here as chapter 50. This chapter gives the stories of 1. Kakashay Dixit, 2. Sri Tembe Swami, and 3. Balaram Durandar. Preliminary. Victory be unto Sai, who is the mainstay of the Bhaktas, who is a Sadguru, who expounds the meaning of the Gita and who gives us all powers. O Sai, look favorably on us and bless us all. The sandalwood trees grow on the Malaya mountains and ward off heat. The clouds pour their rainwater and thereby cool and refresh all the people. The flowers blossom in the spring and enable us to worship God therewith. So the stories of Sai Baba come forth in order to give solace and comfort to the readers. Both those who tell and those who hear the stories of Baba are blessed and holy. It is a well-established fact that though we try hundreds of means or sadhanas, we do not attain the spiritual goal of life unless a Sadguru blesses us with his grace. Hear the following story in illustration of this statement. Kaka Sahib Dikshit. 1864 to 1926. Mr. Hari Sitaram, alias Kaka Saheb Dixit, was born in 1864 in a Vadanagar Nagar in a Brahmin family at Khandwa, Central Province. His primary education was done at Khandwa, Hinganghat, and secondary education in Nagpur. He came to Mumbai for higher education and studied first in Wilson College and then in the Elphinstone College. After graduation in 1883, he passed his LLB and solicitors examinations and then served in the firm of government solicitors Mrs. Little and Company, and then after some time started a solicitors firm of his own. Before 1909, Sai Baba's name was not familiar to Kaka Sahib, but after that, he soon became his great devotee. While he was staying at Lonavala, he happened to see his old friend, Mr. Nana Sahib Chandorkar. Both spent some time in talking about many things. Kaka Sahib described to him how while he was boarding a train in London, he met with an accident in which his foot slipped and was injured. Hundreds of remedies gave him no relief. Nana Sahib then told him that if he wished to get rid of the pain and lameness of his leg, he should go to his Sadguru Sai Baba. He also gave him all the particulars of Sai Baba and mentioned to him Sai Baba's dictum: I draw to me my men from far off or even across the seven seas, like a sparrow with a string fastened to its feet. He also made it clear to him that if he was not Baba's man, he would not be attracted to him and given darshan. Kaka Sahib was pleased to hear all this and said to Nana Sahib that he would go to Baba, see him, and pray to him to cure not so much his lame leg, but bring around his lame, fickle mind and give him eternal bliss. Sometime after, Kaka Sahib went to Ahmednagar and stayed with Sirdar Kaka Sahib Mirekar in connection with securing votes for a seat in Mumbai Legislative Council. Mr. Balasaheb Mirekar, son of Kaka Sahib Mirekar, was a Mamlatdar of Kopargaon. Also came at that time to Ahmednagar in connection with horse exhibition there. After the election business was over, Kaka Sahib Dixit wanted to go to Shirdi, and both the Mirekars, father and son, were also thinking about a fit and proper person as a guide, with whom he should be sent there. There Sai Baba was arranging things for his reception. Shama got a telegram from his father-in-law at Ahmednagar stating that his wife was seriously ill and that he should come to see her with his wife. Shama, with Baba's permission, went there and saw his mother-in-law and found her improving and better. Nana Sahib Panse and Appa Sahib Gadre happened to see Shama on their way to the exhibition, and they told him to go to Mireka's house, see Kaka Sahib Dixit there, and take him to Shirdi along with him. Kaka Sahib Dixit and the Mirekas were also informed of Shama's arrival. In the evening, Shama came to Mirekas, who introduced him to Kaka Sahib. They arranged that Shama should leave for Kopargaon with Kaka Sahib by the 10 o'clock night train. After this was settled, a curious thing happened. Balasaheb Mirekar threw aside the veil or covering on Baba's big portrait and showed the same to Kaka Sahib. He was surprised to see that he whom he was going to meet at Shirdi was already there in the form of his portrait to greet him at this juncture. He was much moved and made his prostration before the portrait. The portrait belonged to Mega. The glass over it was broken and it was sent to Mirekars for repairs. The necessary repairs had been already made and it was decided to return the portrait with Kaka Sahib and Shama. Before 10 o'clock, they went to the station and booked their passage. But when the train arrived, they found that the second class was overcrowded and that there was no room for them. Fortunately, the guard of the train turned out to be an acquaintance of Kaka Sahib and he put them in the first class. Thus they travelled comfortably and alighted at Kopargaon. Their joy knew no bounds when they saw that Nana Sahib Chandorkar, who was also bound for Shirdi, Kaka Sahib and Nana Sahib embraced each other, and then after bathing in the sacred Godavari river, they started for Shirdi. After coming there and getting Baba's darshan, Kaka Sahib's mind was melted. His eyes were full of tears and he was overflowing with joy. Baba said to him that he was also waiting for him and had sent Shama ahead to receive him. Kaka Sahib then passed many happy years in Baba's company. He built a vada in Shirdi, which he made as his more or less the permanent home. The experiences he got from Baba are so manifold that it is not possible to relate them all here. The readers are advised to read a special Kaka Sahib Dikshit number of Sri Sai Leela magazine, volume 12, numbers 6 to 9. We close this account with the mention of one fact only. Baba had comforted him by saying that in the end he will take him in air coach Viman, that is, secure him in happy death. This came out true. On 5th July 1926, he was traveling in the train with Hemad Pant and talking about Sai Baba. He seemed deeply engrossed in Sai Baba. All of a sudden, he threw his neck on Hemad Pant's shoulder and breathed his last with no trace of pain and uneasiness. Sri Tembe Swami. We come to the next story, which shows how saints love each other with fraternal affection. One Sri Vasudevananda Saraswati, known as Sri Tembe Swami, encamped at Rajamandri, Andhra country on the banks of the Godavari. He was devout Orthodox Dhyani and Yogi Bhakta of Dattatreya. One Mr. Pundelik Rao, pleader of Nanded, Nizam state, went to see him with some friends. While they were talking with him, the names of Shirdi and Sai Baba were casually mentioned. Hearing Baba's name, the Swami joined hands with reverence and taking a coconut, gave it to Pundelik Rao and said to him, "Offer this to my brother Sai with my pranam and request him not to forget me, but ever love me." He also added that Swamis do not generally bow to others, but in this case, an exception had to be made. Mr. Pundelik Rao consented to take the coconut and his message to Baba. The Swami was right in calling Baba a brother, for as he maintained an Agnihotra, sacred fire, day and night in his orthodox fashion, Baba too kept his Agnihotra, that is, Duni, ever burning in the masjid. After 1 month, Pundelik Rao and others left for Shirdi with the coconut and reached Manmad. As they felt thirsty, they went to a rivulet for drinking water. As water should not be drunk on an empty stomach, they took out some refreshment, that is chuda, flattened rice mixed with spice. The chuda tasted most pungent, and in order to soften it, as someone suggested, broke the coconut and mixed its scrapings with it. Thus, they made the chuda more tasty and palatable. Unfortunately, the coconut turned out to be the same that was entrusted to Pundelik Rao. As they neared Shirdi, Punderik Rao remembered the trust, that is the coconut, and was very sorry to learn that it was broken and consumed. He came to Shirdi and saw Baba. Baba had already received a wireless message regarding the coconut from the Tembe Swami and himself asked Pundelik Rao first to give the thing sent by his brother. He held fast Baba's feet, confessed his guilt and negligence, repented, and asked for Baba's pardon. He offered to give another coconut as a substitute, but Baba refused to accept it, saying that the worth of that coconut was far more than an ordinary one, and that it could not be replaced by another. Baba also added, now you need not worry yourself any more about the matter. It was on account of my wish that the coconut was entrusted to you and ultimately broken on the way. Why should you take the responsibility of the actions on you? Do not entertain the sense of doership in doing good as well as for bad deeds. Be entirely prideless and egoless in all things, and thus your spiritual progress will be rapid. What a beautiful spiritual instruction Baba gave. Balaram Durandar, 1878 to 1925. Mr. Balaram Durandar belonged to the Pathare Prabhu community of Santa Cruz, Mumbai. He was an advocate of Mumbai High Court and sometime principal of the Government Law School, Mumbai. The whole Durandar family was pious and religious. Mr. Balaram served his community and wrote and published an account of it. He then turned his attention to spiritual and religious matters. He studied carefully Gita and its commentary, Dhaneshwari, and other philosophical and metaphysical works. He was a devotee of Vithoba of Pandharpur. He came in contact with Sai Baba in 1912. 6 months earlier, his brothers Babulji and Vaman Rao came to Shirdi and took Baba's darshan. They returned home and mentioned their sweet experience to Balaram and other members. Then they all decided to see Sai Baba. Before they came to Shirdi, Baba declared openly that today many of my Darbar people are coming. The Durandar brothers were astonished to hear this remark of Baba from others, as they had not given any previous intimation of their trip. All other people prostrated themselves before Baba and sat talking with him. Baba said to them, "These are my Darbar people whom I referred before," and said to the Durandar brothers, "We are acquainted with each other for the last 60 generations." All the brothers were gentle and modest. They stood with joined hands, looking at Baba's feet. All the sattvic emotions such as tears, horripilation, choking, etc., moved them and they were all happy. Then they went to their lodging, took their meals, and after taking a little rest, again came back to the masjid. Balaram sat near Baba, massaging his legs. Baba, who was smoking the chilam, advanced it towards him and beckoned him to smoke. Balaram was not accustomed to smoking. Still, he accepted the pipe, smoked it with great difficulty, and returned it reverentially. This was the most auspicious moment for Balaram. He was suffering from asthma for 6 years. This smoke completely cured him of the disease, which never troubled him again. Some 6 years later, on a particular day, he again got an attack of asthma. This was precisely the time when Baba took his Mahasamadhi. The day of this visit was a Thursday, and the Durandar brothers had the good fortune of witnessing the Chowdi procession that night. At the Aarti function in the Chowdi, Balaram saw the glow of Pandurang on Baba's face, and the next morning at the Kakad Aarti time, the same phenomenon, the same luster of the beloved deity, Pandurang was visible again on Baba's face. Mr. Balaram Durandar wrote in Marathi the life of Maharashtra saint Tukaram, but he did not survive to see its publication. It was published later on by his brothers in 1928. In a short note on Balaram's life given in the beginning of that book, the above account of Balaram's visit has been fully corroborated. Wide page 6 of the book. Bow to Sri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Epilogue. We have done with the chapter 51 and now we come to the last chapter, number 52 in the original. In this, Hematpan gave his concluding remarks and promised to give an index, giving the contents of all the chapters in the verse as is given in Marathi sacred books. But unfortunately, that index was not found in Hematpan's papers. It was therefore composed and supplied by an able and worthy devotee of Sai Baba, Mr. B.V. Dev, retired Mamladar of Thana. As we give in English books an index in the beginning and contents of each chapter at its top, we need not consider the last chapter as index here, and so we consider this chapter as the epilogue. Unfortunately, Hematpan did not survive to revise the manuscript of this chapter and make it ready for the press. When it was sent to the press, Mr. Dev found it to be incomplete and unintelligible in certain places, but it had to be published as it was. The main topics dealt therein are briefly given below. Greatness of Sadguru Sai, we prostrate ourselves before and take the refuge in that Sai Samartha, who besets all animate and inanimate things in the universe, who pervades all the creatures equally without any differentiation, to him to whom all devotees are alike and who knows not honor and dishonor, like or dislike. If we remember him and surrender to him, he fulfills all our wishes and makes us attain the goal of life. This ocean of mundane existence is very hard to cross. Waves of attachments beat high against the bank of bad thoughts and break down trees of fortitude. The breeze of egoism blows with force and makes the ocean rough and agitated. Crocodiles in the form of anger and hatred move there fearlessly. Eddies in the form of idea, I and mine, and other doubts whirl there incessantly, and innumerable fishes in the form of censure, hate, and jealousy play there. Though this ocean is so fierce and terrible, Sadguru Sai is its Agasti destroyer, and the devotees of Sai have the least fear of it. Our Sadguru is the boat which will safely take us across this ocean. Prayer. Now we fall before Sai Baba and holding his feet, make the following prayer for the public. Let not our mind wander and desire anything except thee. Let this work, Satcharitra, be in every house and let it be read, let it be studied daily. Let it ward off the calamities of those who study it regularly with reverence. Falashruti, reward of study. Now, a few words about the reward you get from this work. After bathing in the sacred Godavari and after taking the darshan of the Samadhi in the Samadhi Mandir at Shirdi, you should read or hear the Satcharitra. If you do this, threshold, all your threefold afflictions will vanish. Casually thinking about the stories of Sai, you will get interested in spiritual life, and if you go through it with love and reverence, all your sins will be destroyed. If you wish to get rid of the cycle of births and deaths, read Sai stories and remember him always, and get yourself devoted to his feet. If you dive into the sea of Sai stories and then give them out to others, you will get an ever new flavor of them and save the hearers from the future misery. If you go on meditating, if you go on meditating on Sai's form, it will in course of time lead you into self-realization. It is very hard to know or realize the nature of self of Brahma. But if you approach through the Sagun Brahma, Sai's form, your progress will be easy. If the devotee completely surrenders himself to him, he will lose his individual ego and be merged in him and be one with him, as the river becomes one with the sea. If you thus become merged with him in any of the three states, namely waking, dream, and sleep, you get rid of the bond of sansar. If anybody, after bathing, reads this with love and faith and completes it within a week, his calamities will disappear. And if he hears or reads it daily and regularly, all his dangers will be warded off. He will get the reward according to his faith and devotion. Without these, there will be no experience of any kind. If you read this with reverence, Sai will be pleased, and by removing your ignorance and poverty, will give you knowledge, wealth, and prosperity. With concentrated mind, if you read a chapter daily, it will give you unbounded happiness. One who has his own welfare at heart should study it carefully, and then he will ever remember Sai gratefully and joyfully in birth after birth. This work should be read at home, especially on Guru Purnima, Ashad full moon day, Goklashtami, Ram Navami, and Dasara, Baba's Punyatiti. If you study this one book carefully, all your dreams, all your desires will be satisfied. And if you always remember Sai's feet in your heart, you will easily cross the bhava, worldly illusions, sagar. By its study, the deceased and the sick will get health, the poor wealth, the mean and the afflicted the prosperity, and the mind will get rid of all futile ideas and get steadiness. Dear devoted readers and listeners, We also bow to you and make you a special request. Never forget him whose stories you have read day by day or month by month. The more fervently you read or listen to these stories, the more encouragement Sai gives us to serve you and be of use to you. Both the author and the readers must cooperate in this work, help each other, and be happy. Prasad Yachna. We close this with the prayer to the Almighty for the following prasad of favor. May the readers and devotees get complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai's feet. May his form be ever fixed in their eyes, and may they see Sai the Lord in all beings. Amen. Bow to Shri Sai, peace be to all. Sri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki Jai. Now we'll start with Aarti. आरती साई बाबा सौख्य दातार जीवा चरण रजात ली जावा दासा विसावा भक्ता विसावा आरती साई बाबा जालुनी आनंग स्वस्वरूपे राहे दंग मुमुक्ष जना ढावी निजा डोला श्रीरंग डोला श्रीरंग आरती साई बाबा जय मनी जैसा भाव तया तैसा अनुभाव दाविसी दया धन ऐसी तुझी ही माव तुझी ही माव आरती साई बाबा तुमचे नाम ध्याता हरे संस्कृती व्यथा अगाध तव करणी मार्ग दाविसिया नाथा आरती साई बाबा कलियुगी अवतार सगुण परब्रह्म साचार अवतरण झालासी स्वामी दत्त दिगंबर दत्त दिगंबर आरती साई बाबा आठा दिवसा गुरुवारी भक्त करी तिवारी प्रभु पद पाहावया भव भय निवारी आरती साई बाबा माझ्या निज द्रव्य ठेवा तव चरण रज सेवा मागणे हेची आता तुम्हा देवादिदेवा देवादिदेवा आरती साई बाबा इच्छित दिन चातक निर्मल तोय निज सुख पाझावे माधवया सांभाला पुली भाक आपुली भाक आरती साई बाबा सौख्य दातार जीवा आरती साई बाबा श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। अनंत कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक राजाधिराज योगिराज प्रब्रह्म श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। शिर्डी से जाचे लागतील पाय चलती अपाय सर्व त्याचे माझ्या समाधीची पायरी चढेल दुःख हे हरेल सर्व त्याचे जरी ही शरीर गेलो मी टाकून तरी मी दाबेन भक्तांसाठी नवसास माझी पावेल समाधी धरा दृढ बुद्धी माझ्या ठाई नित्य मी जिवंत जाना हेची सत्य नित्यदा प्रचित अनुभावे शरण मज आला आणि वाया गेला दाखवा दाखवा ऐसा कोणी जो जो मज बजे जैसा जैसा भावे तैसा तैसा पावे मी ही त्यासी तुमचा मी भार वाहीन सर्वथा नवे हे अन्यथा वचन माझे जाना येते आहे सहाय सर्वास मागे जे जे त्यासे तेथे लाभे माझा जो झाला काया वाचा मनी तयाचा मी ऋणी सर्व काल साई मिनी तोची तोची झाला धन्य, झाला जो अनन्य माझा पायी, झाला जो अनन्य माझा पायी, झाला जो अनन्य माझा पायी. श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय.
Sai Ram. Thank you,
Sai Ram.
everyone. Thank you, Sai Ram.
Thank you.
Sai Ram.